Good morning. Welcome to Philly with Jon Marks on PHLY. Is always brought to you by Bet Parks. And this is the beginning. I actually feel honored to be the host that starts off STREAM-A-THON, which is brought to you by TrueMark Financial. For the next 12 hours, you will hear from all of the hosts here on PHLY, all the personalities. And you know what? We're going to play musical chairs. So you're not going to know. Anthony will be obviously along in about an hour or so, or probably a lot less than that, Jamie Lynch. But everybody's going to be commingled on each other's shows throughout the day for the next 12 hours as we start the program with Jamie Lynch here.
Hello.
Live. I feel like I'm exciting Mike's or something like that. Or Anthony. Anthony does the show out here. I'm buried in that studio now.
Mike's is right here below us.
Yeah, in the couch right here.
Yeah.
If I would do like a dive, this is where Cooper and Reed sit. By the way, just want to say this from the start, and we said Stream-A-Thon's brought to you by our friends at TrueMark Financial, and we appreciate them a lot. Also, all week, it's Spirit Week here at ALLCITY. We're teaming up with Big Brothers and Big Sisters.
Let's give it up for Big Brothers, Big Sisters of America. Let's go.
Like I can't honestly, and I've always been like, you know what? I'm going to volunteer and be a big brother, big sister, not a big sister.
I almost did it about 10 years ago, and you know, John, life just gets busy, and you're like, how do I do it? It's really only like once a month, and I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna get into it soon.
Right.
It's just, you know, kids young, and it's like,
but we're the same way. We're like, I admire what they do so much. And for people and for young people that don't have mentors, whether it's the mother, the father, if they are in their lives or not really there, whatever it is, not having a big brother and a big sister, somebody that can mentor you. And that's all they do.
Yeah.
And I'm very proud that we're teaming with them here.
It's awesome.
At PHLY in ALLCITY. So we've set a goal of 10 grand. We want to do better than that, obviously. So
we can do it.
Get it in. How do we donate, Jamie Lynch?
Right there below the chat, you'll see the Big Brothers Big Sister of America kind of handshake little thing. It's a donate button. Just smash that donate button.
Smash it.
If you can, $5. I've given, you know, 25, 30 bucks here and there. Whatever you can afford, we appreciate. Big Brothers Big Sisters appreciates. It's something near and dear to a lot of people. My wife's a West Philadelphia school teacher. She sees firsthand the effect of family life and mentorship on young kids. So whatever you can do, it's very much appreciated. So if you can help out Big Brothers Big Sisters today, please just hit that little donate button at the bottom of the chat.
Or you can go to BBBS. That's Big Brother Big Sister, BBBS.org/AllCity. If maybe you want to get involved and be a Big Brother Big Sister. All the information you need is right there as well. But we make it easy for you right there if you're watching on YouTube to smash it. But we know a lot of people are watching on Xfinity and also Samsung Plus and Roku and all the fast channels. So BBBS.org/AllCity. Also today, Jamie Lynch, how about if you needed more than just all of us all day? Club World Cup tickets. Woo. So here's what you do. Send a direct message to any of our PHLY Sports social media channels, Twitter, Instagram, MySpace, any of them. Use the
Tom on MySpace still kicking?
Have you not checked up on him?
He's like traveling the world, right? Like being a photographer or something. He's living the dream.
He got out.
Yeah.
With a ton of money.
Yeah.
And why would he work again? I think he has gotten involved in some endeavors. It didn't work out like MySpace.
You get to be a consultant and charge high prices for that.
Anyway, use the keyword soccer in the direct message. Winners will be contacted later today. I deleted my MySpace account a couple years ago.
I don't think I ever had one.
Really?
No, I don't think so.
Does it still exist? MySpace?
Andrew Frazier is with us this morning producing. So you can't access it because I've actually I used to work a morning show with Michael Bradley and Glenn Foley.
Yeah.
And it was 9:50 mornings was the
Sure.
You can't access anything.
Meredith Morakovitz.
Meredith Morakovitz now many years with the Yankees and the Yes Network.
Big time.
But you can still access. You can't do anything with the page. Like the pictures aren't there.
It's like still kind of a music site, which is what it started at, right? Originally.
Well, I
kinda.
It was. I mean, really, it was among the first of its kind, if you think about it, right?
It was. Yeah.
I actually met a semi long-term girlfriend off of MySpace.
No way.
You could just go like in Facebook. You can't go on and say, "Oh, well, here's who's online right now." You could go on based on where you were, your location, and it would tell you who was online. What guys would do is they would just more or less come up with the same message to the chick, and send it to everybody.
Like a copy and paste message.
And you figure if
Shoot,
one of 1,000 responds,
yeah.
the girl actually sent me a message. She was from,
Wow,
I don't,
Congrats on all your success.
yeah, well, it ended
Look at
poorly.
you.
Anyway, yeah, so so what happened last night with the Phillies, Jamie, is crazy. It wasn't on my bingo card that Nick Castellanos was going to get sat down and benched for saying something to Rob Thompson, his manager, after the game. Here's what I didn't know, right? He had started 236 consecutive games.
Yeah. And it was very important to him. Like, he made it a fact last year to say, I want to play all 162. And Rob Thompson, the clubhouse, the organization, they all know how important that was to Nick. He must have said something really spicy, because Rob's a player's coach, John, and he does not make that decision easily. He must have been showing up in front of the team, and that's how he took it out on Casty.
Not only did he bench him, he publicly announced it.
Yeah.
A lot of times you can be like,
Nip it
nope,
in the bud.
he's just sitting down. You don't say anything. Right, you don't, or say like he's sitting down. You don't give details. This is Rob Thompson last night before the game. One of the many things about Nick that I love is that he's very emotional. He loves to play, and he loves to play every inning of every game. I just thought last night he made an inappropriate comment after he came out, and so today he's not going to play, and I'm going to leave it at that. Man, he must have said something really effed up.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, wow, he really stepped over a line here, because Topper does not do that lightly. That had to hurt Topper a little bit to end a streak on that.
And to mention it and say he wants to play every inning of every game.
Yeah.
Like you said, it's important to him. So, and you do appreciate the fact that he's a competitor and he doesn't want to come out of games, right? Like, look forward, curse and yell, walk back into the clubhouse and cool off. Rob Thompson, who, I mean, Charlie Manuel benched Jimmy Rollins when Jimmy Rollins he continued not to run out balls, and he said he had two rules: be on time and always hustle. And Jimmy didn't always hustle, right? So he benched him. I was working in sports radio at the time. It was always a big discussion of Jimmy Rollins, like, oh, he's dogging it. And the other side would be, oh, so you want him to sprint on a play where it's hit right to the shortstop? You want him to sprint like Chase Utley, right? So there was always that discussion. And you're getting a lot of that with Rob Thompson right now. He's being called soft. I'll say this, Jamie. If he decided that he had to bench Nick Castellanos for something that Nick said after he took him out of the game, I support Rob Thompson 100%. It means that he was shown up. It means not only was he shown up, it must have been something really screwed up that he said to him.
Yeah, I got to know what he said. Like, did he?
Can we work on that?
Fill in the blanks here. Somebody was tweeting me, because I tweeted yesterday, like, man, I got to know what he said. Somebody was like, oh, he told him Vermont maple syrup was better than Canadian maple syrup. And I was like, oh, you can't go that far, man.
Did I say
it's personal?
There was something with there was a hockey reference I saw to where
Canada's never going to win the cup.
Yes. I think you were.
Florida's the real hockey capital.
Right. So later on today, Jamie, I've come up with an idea that it's never been done before.
Oh.
I'm going to come up with the top 11 reasons, or the top 11 probable things that Nick Castellanos might have said to Rob Thompson. Never been done before.
Wow.
I'm doing 11 instead of 10 just because I have 11 reasons.
Oh,
so
okay. Yeah,
that's coming up later today.
Nice. I like that.
But
outside the box.
Does this make Rob Thompson soft? Because that's what I see from all the fire Rob Thompson guys. After Harper was hit by the pitch, and the angry knuckle-dragging mob wanted somebody's head taken off.
Did you see what happened in Dodgers Padres last night?
I did. Ohtani got thrown at.
Hit, and they come right out and throw at Ohtani. I have a lot of caveman takes from time to time. One, hockey fighting is good. I enjoy it.
Sure.
Two, baseball retaliation I enjoy. I'm sorry.
Right.
I'm not saying peg the guy in the head, but like a little thigh shot, a little rib shot. Like, that's fine.
I had said that, you know what? If it doesn't happen that game. Sometimes that's fine to where then it's the next night someone's going to get hit. Sometimes it happens right after.
If you're in the game, you don't want to blow the game and worsen your chances, but there are opportunities to eventually get them back.
Right.
And you have to do that to protect the Bryce Harper, or he just continues to get thrown at.
So
it's part of the game.
I would have been fine if they would have threw at him when they didn't, and and the situation passed, it's like, all right, well, now it's time to move on. And then from there, it became, oh, the Phillies suck because Rob Thompson didn't throw it. I take his head off, right? And like, here's the bigger issue from last night. They lost last night's game. Nick Castellanos wasn't in there. The bigger issue with the Phillies right now isn't that Rob Thompson sat Nick Castellanos, which, by the way, he's not showing that he's soft. He's showing that he actually has some balls if he's willing to sit Nick Castellanos and talk about it.
Yeah.
The bigger issue with this team is the bullpen blows, and Bryson Stott sucks.
Facts.
How about that? Bryson Stott hasn't had a hit in 2 months, it feels like.
John, he is hitting 188 since May 1st. That is 2 months of baseball almost. And he is hitting below the Mendoza line. That is not acceptable. He has 3 options left. You have to send him down to get him right. He's lost up there. He is a detriment to the team. Give me 2 weeks of Edmundo and get Bryson down. Get ready to speak Lehigh Valley, buddy.
Well, but also, Otto Kemp came up as a second baseman.
Sure.
So as much as he's played first and third
Give
in
me
left
some
field,
Kemp.
but see, like, so
Let him get right. Like, you have to try something at this point. This is 2 years. This isn't just a little slump. This is a guy falling off a cliff.
At what point do we just realize that maybe he's not this bad, but he's certainly not the first-round draft pick that you thought was going to be a cornerstone of your team?
His year of success, where me and Tyler thought he was going to be amazing, and I'm sure many others did too, looks like the outlier right now.
It does. I remember about halfway through last season, I was saying I would be shocked if by the end of the season Bryson Stott wasn't hitting what he normally does.
Yeah, same.
He's not going to be a 25 home run guy,
No.
but like he'll turn it around. He's too smart of a hitter. He sees too many pitches. Like he's a good player, and he didn't. And it was explained as an elbow thing.
Be like a bordering on a great second baseman.
A poor man's Chase Utley. Right?
He worked counts. He had a good eye. He understood the strike zone. Like, I thought all these things were going to get built on, and it's going the much opposite direction.
This portion of the program, by the way, brought to you by GLAT Hair Restoration, GLATHairMM.com. You can text or call them, 610-980-4000. You can text them, 610-980-4000.
What do you say, Dr. Glatt?
What do you say, Dr. Glatt, who has since passed away? So that's why it's GLAT Hair Restoration
Yes.
by Morgenstern Medical. Yeah, so there's 208, and this is from Jeff Kerr on Twitter.
Jeff does a nice job.
Of 208 hitters with 100 at-bats, Stott's 198th in batting average. That was heading into last night's game. Where he went
Oh,
over
my
4.
God.
So, and there it is for your visual. So you have,
It's brutal.
again, Schwarber can be streaky. He's not a high average guy. He's your power guy.
Yeah.
Bryce Harper's been hurt. Let's look at the rest of the lineup. But
By the way, real
Alco's
quick
been very good.
to divert for 1 second, did you see the picture of Bryce Harper and How to Train a Dragon last week? He's doing promotional work for How to Train a Dragon, and he's like out on like a sandlot.
Yeah, I saw it.
My man looks like he's like 47 years old.
Did you
That's
see?
a hard 32, John.
It's a hard 32.
Did you see the commercial that they made
Yeah.
with him in it? Oh my God! It is so poorly done.
We got to get off the raw milk here, Bryce.
It looks like it's made in the 80s.
That is a hard 32, man. I saw that picture. I was like, oof. All right, anyway, continue.
Why? That's what happens when you're training to be a professional baseball player since 15. Think about it.
A lot of miles on those tires. Oof.
No doubt about it. But like, so you need guys like Bohm has turned it on. He's been really good since May 1st.
Yes, he has been.
Brendan Marsh, in a role that's probably better suited for him as a platoon player, has been good again. Since
Still can't. He'll never hit lefties. We have to. That's what it is. He's a platoon player, ideally.
Right. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. He's been good since since May 3rd when he's come back from the injury. Like Castellanos has been good. He's been consistent. Right, other than where he said the topper.
He is what he is. This is the worst version we've seen of him in Philly. He's horrible defensively. He is what he is, and you can live with that.
They need his production.
Yeah,
honestly.
like he's at least a constant.
Yeah.
You know what you're getting.
And he never misses games, as we learned after he was benched last night. And then so you look at Stott, and it's like, dude, you were supposed to be one of the guys. You were supposed to be one of the guys.
Yeah.
And part of the reason why this offense has struggled at times is, like, Trey Turner's hot right now. He's carrying the team offensively. Bryson Stott has been dead.
Yeah, he's absolutely the biggest problem. Outside of the bullpen, and we'll get into that, it's a separate issue, but offensively right now, Bryson Stott is the biggest issue with this team.
All of Trey Turner's home runs this year have been on the road. He has 9 home runs all on the road.
That's
which
bizarre.
Is weird.
That is bizarre because a lot of people call CBP a bane box. You know?
Look at the grand slam Castellanos had over the weekend.
Yeah.
I thought that was a line out to the left fielder. And it ended up going out for a grand slam. So it is here's more Castellanos. He talked to the media, which was interesting. I give him credit for facing the media. To me,
He's good like that, yeah.
Castellanos is a lunatic, by the way.
Yeah, and I respect it. I like that. I like that little bit of a nut in the clubhouse.
Here's what he said after the game, or before the game. I wasn't happy about it. I spoke my mind. He said that I crossed the line, so my punishment is I'm not playing. And he kind of left it at that.
Yeah.
So as long as both of them can move on from it, which I feel like they can.
I think they can. You know, he's Italian, right? Castellanos. He was a little passionate. He came off the field. He was fired up.
He's a lunatic. He's a flat out lunatic.
It's like Anthony's mug he's got over there. It says, "I'm not yelling. I'm just Italian."
Right.
It's like, you know, Castellanos should have came into the next day and just gave him that to Topper and been like, "We're all good. My bad."
And to your point, in a clubhouse, Major League clubhouse, where you play 162, you're with each other all the time. You need different personalities to kind of.
Yeah.
Castellanos is that he's the lunatic on the team, and everybody knows it, and they probably get a kick out of him. I remember before when he first signed. Do you remember his first press conference after he signed?
It was at the I just hit baseballs and like I could have a real job. Was it that one?
I don't. All I know is that it was like, wow, what the. And I was going down to spring training, and we were trying to get Castellanos.
Sure, he's a great quote.
As an interview, and the Phillies were like, "Can you do us a favor? Like, can you not have him on? Like, I just don't know what he's going to do. We don't know what he's going to say. We just met him, and it was that." And I'm like, "Yeah, I don't really want him on after that anyway." And as you've seen since then, I want nothing to do with him with an interview.
Yeah.
Holy crap, man!
I love his interviews. Like,
well, he tries to show you up. He shows the
he's intimidating. Like,
holy crap!
But he
man.
also like tries to get philosophical at times. He tries to be like an artist at times.
He's an interesting dude.
He is very interesting,
and he's a great dad. And I love everything that he brings to the team.
I wish he was a little better defensively, and he didn't have to be subbed out in that situation. But it is what it is.
Hey, listen.
I mean, it's the right move to put Rojas in late, to move Kepler over, and to have Marsh in there and left. That's a good defensive outfield. So, like, the logic by Topper, which was the root of this problem, was sound.
Yes.
Like,
dude, how many times have we seen where you're in the 7th or the 8th inning, it's a 1-run game. He already had his at bat.
The last out.
You substitute him, you bring in the better defensive, and then you're trying to get a win, which, by the way, they won the game. So
that's lost in all this. All anybody cares about is what he said.
No, Rob Thompson, USOB. Not Bryson Stott or anybody else.
Yeah.
Fire Rob Thompson. He's soft.
But I think, if anything, I guess the Rob Thompson is soft people. Like, I think Rob Thompson's hard.
That's not a soft move.
No, that's a hard move.
Some people will say he's soft because he can't take it. Like, he should be able to take something verbal from his player. No, you don't.
If you get shown up in front of your staff, you have to do something.
If the reaction from when he comes out of the game and whatever he said, whatever happened, if the reaction from the players are like, wow, like, what the hell is that? He obviously crossed the line. If Rob Thompson says he crossed the line, I'm going to have to side with Rob Thompson on this one. He's not a guy that tries to make anything about himself. He's very much a player's manager. I think maybe sometimes to his detriment. And if he decided, hey, I got to make a move, like, believe me, the front office was involved in this. Like, they discussed it. Everybody discussed it.
Everything's a collaborative effort down there.
Yes.
And I'm sure Rob didn't make it alone. I'm sure, a Preston Mattingly or a Dombrowski or whoever, Sam Fold, was consulted. And we're like, yeah, Rob, you got to do what you got to do, man. Well, have at it.
Was the de facto GM Bryce Harper consulted on the decision?
He might have been struggling without his raw milk down in Florida. Oh, no, he didn't go on the road trip. I'm sorry. He's back home.
Ooh, do I sense a little frustration with Bryce?
No, not the player. I'm just worried he's never, like, I'm worried he's already plateaued.
Yeah. He probably has.
And it's a long contract.
It is.
And look, I don't regret a second of it. You make that signing 1,000 times out of 1,000. You want to, like, I think the Phillies are right for not, like, bending down and giving him more guaranteed money in more years.
Why not? Let's extend him for 10 more years. He's going to play until 50.
So I think the Phillies are making the right moves with him, but I am a little worried that he seems to be hurt every single year now. And he doesn't opt for surgeries. And look, you can't make athletes get surgeries in the offseason.
But he tries to play through it, and it hurts. It hurts his.
And how long has this wrist now been a problem? The back was a problem when he was younger, and when he got maybe there's some alternative methods you could take care of yourself.
Yeah,
instead of playing through everything.
Homemade Gatorade that he was making and
TikTok baker in the
TikToking it out.
Coffees that he makes.
Yeah.
The barista, Bryce.
Those banana breads look good, though. I will say that.
I like him though. That's the problem.
I like him. We need him.
He's awesome.
He's great, but dude, he's injured a lot.
When the offense is struggling and your MVP is not playing, it does get frustrating for sure. Trey Turner's stepping up.
Trey Turner's playing well, and Trey Turner gets, I'll say it, overhated on, I think.
Oh, and I'm guilty of it some of the time as well.
Sure, and I get it. $300 million warrants that. It puts a bullseye on you. But
it's weird, man.
He's played half of his time in Philadelphia as a near MVP candidate. It's like people just forget about that and only focus on the bad and the botched balls and all this.
No, it's the botched balls.
Yeah.
And who cares? If he's an offensive player, who cares? If he played left field, I don't think anybody would say anything. Right?
Probably not.
Because
Castellanos is probably a worse defensive player.
Oh, for sure.
Turner just has more errors that are optically
shortstop.
in your face.
Shortstop.
Yeah. Oh my God.
He was a third baseman. Castellanos was a third baseman when he was coming up. Yeah, Castellanos was a third baseman coming up. There's a reason why they switched him to left field. He didn't play a lot of third base because he can't.
Yeah.
Right?
So I like Trey Turner ultimately.
It is weird the hate.
He's like an Embiid hate. Great player who's in this hate circle.
Oh, don't bring up Embiid, man.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
He's
mentioned
not
him.
near that. Trey Turner, Embiid, hate?
Well, kind of. Over-hated on is my point.
Oh, I don't think Embiid's overhated on at all.
Yeah.
At all. At all.
I mean, he's possibly the most talented Sixer we've ever seen, and people hate him.
Right. No, you're right. You're right, and I'm there. That's me.
Yeah.
He said, because when Tyrese Maxey has to call him out at a team meeting that says he's late for everything, and then the team leaks it, that's all I need to know, bro.
Yeah, that was bad.
That's all I need to know. The team put it out there publicly, in my opinion, because they're trying to. They're like, what else can we try with this dude? That's a. I'm gonna use the F word. That's a problem.
How many F words do you think get dropped today in 12 hours? Yeah. Let's get a little subscribe and like for Johnny's near F word there. Huh?
There you go. Yeah, subscribe, like, donate. Again, we're trying to raise money for Big Brothers Big Sisters. bbbs.org/ALLCITY, or click that banner up there like Jamie talked about. All right, so listen. I don't talk a lot of hockey, but when the Flyers haven't had a goalie,
John.
when Flyers haven't had a goalie since Bernie Perrant or Pelly Lindbergh, and Ed Snyder trades him away because he had that, and now he's Cups. Is it the Vezina?
Yeah.
Is that what he's winning? So he wins another one. So we'll talk about that for a second, which was very interesting.
He's going to be a top 10 goalie of all time.
He's a Hall of Famer.
He's a Hall of Fame goalie. And I looked it up last night because in true Zamboner fashion.
I saw you.
I'm actually going to be on the Flyers show today.
As you should.
Yeah, man. Billy Matt's chopping it up. Looking forward to it. Kelly Hinkle's going to be in. I think Devon's with us on the Flyers portion of today.
Listen, that's all I need to hear is Devon's doing Flyers.
Yeah. Can you name one of the players that Sergei Bobrovsky, future Hall of Famer,
Patrick
two-time
Roy.
No. He was one of the top 10 goalies of all time, though. He was traded for. You got any?
I have no idea who he was traded for.
Anthony Stolarz.
Who was a goalie prospect.
Who was the backup goalie to Bob last year, I believe, on the Florida Panthers. Fourth-round pick Taylor Lear. And fourth-round pick Justin Auger.
That sounds like a mucker and a grinder on the fourth line of the AHL.
You traded away perhaps, arguably, a top 10 goalie of all time based on success and awards and cups for three guys that made zero contributions to the Flyers.
We're supposed to be talking about this on the other side. We just did the segment.
Oh,
right here.
I'm sorry. There's plenty of more of a hatred.
No, I mean, so that's coming up also.
I missed the tease there. I'm all jacked up on caffeine.
Ace Bailey's a loser, and I don't want the 76ers to draft him at all. I'm 100% in on Edgecombe. We'll give you the latest on that in the ESPN mock draft that came out yesterday. That's all coming up. And again, make sure if you want Club World Cup tickets, DM PHLY Sports, our social medias. Keyword soccer in your direct message. Winners will be contacted later today. The Stream-A-Thon, 12 straight hours of this, brought to you by our good friends at TrueMark Financial. Back in 2 and 2. Do not go anywhere. All right. What do we got? GLAT hair restoration. Jamie's wearing a hat, and I would not recommend him going the
shame.
But for everybody else out there, if you're losing your hair, and you could be in different stages of hair loss, whether it's like you're Phil Martelli bald, or you're just starting to go bald, or whatever it was. Like me, I was just starting to lose my hair, and I said, you know what? Let me try this. It seems like a decent idea. Very few things in life to where your expectations are exceeded, and the expectations are exceeded. If you look at my hair right now, it would not look like this if I didn't go to GLAT hair restoration. I'd have a shaved head and I'd look scary, right? GLAT hair. Jamie doesn't look scary. He looks fun with his head. All right. GLAT hair restoration. So we talk about restoration. It's not just about restoration. It's about innovation. You may have noticed if you're losing your hair, you probably have triggered some algorithm on Instagram or YouTube or somewhere where you're seeing a lot of ads for hair loss. You get sprays, you get shampoos, you get foams and creams and all this other stuff. Trust me, don't mess around with that. All right, GLATHairMM.com. GLAT hairmm.com is the website. You can see lots of before and after pictures. Their number to text or call is 610-980-4000. 610-980-4000. Or if you want to reach out to me on my social medias, just slide in my DMs. If you have any questions, I can even hand you off to my friends over at GLAT Hair Restoration. 610-980-4000. GLATHairMM.com. All right, Ace is the place for losers like me. Ace Hardware Home Services. Now, Jamie, can you fix anything?
Very minimal when it comes to electricity, plumbing. I usually bow out. HVAC, I bow out. I can do
I hope so.
Yeah.
Can you change the filter in your HVAC?
Oh, yeah, I did that this weekend. Yeah, I can mount a TV and put a fan in. Stuff like Yeah. Like, I know my limits. And
I can't mount a TV.
No?
Nope.
It's not that bad.
I can hang a picture frame.
Okay. Could you install a ceiling fan?
Oh. But here's what I can do. I'm a laborer. So I landscape my yard outside. I'll carry bricks. I'll carry whatever you need. Right?
Yeah, there's only so much time. You need some pros.
Right. You need pros. Ace Hardware Home Services. I wouldn't dare try to do anything like that. Jamie maybe goes to a YouTube video and he tries. But
that's being an adult is just going to YouTube. And hello, YouTube.
Well, I try, but it's just like it doesn't. The mechanical inclination, it doesn't click in my head. All right. So if that's you, how about Ace Hardware Home Services? The power of the Ace brand, striving to be the best, most trusted provider of home preservation services. So we're talking about residential maintenance, installation, home repair services. That includes plumbing, heating, cooling, and electrical. Free estimates on equipment installation and replacement with trusted advisors and options that are best suited for your home and budget. Emergency services are available. Your toilet's overflowing. And it's Saturday afternoon. What are you doing? You're not waiting on Monday. AceHardwareHomeservices.com. Get started on your next project today. Service you can trust and satisfaction is guaranteed. They will make it right no matter what. Visit AceHardwareHomeservices.com for all that good stuff. Hoo-ah, we are back. It is the Stream-A-Thon here on PHLY. Jamie Lynch with me for the first hour of the program. Anthony, I'm sure, will be coming through like the Incredible Hulk.
Like a bull in a china shop in the near future. John, I just got texted that we've already gotten some awesome donations this morning to Big Brothers Big Sisters of America. Vince Pellegrini, let me know. So big thank you to everybody in the chat here donating. If you're able, just hit that donation button. $2, $5, whatever you can spare. It all goes to a great place. John, 100% of the donations go to Big Brother, Big Sister. YouTube doesn't take a cut. Google doesn't take a cut. This is 100% donation right to Big Brothers, Big Sisters of America.
You're not taking a cut?
No. I brought it up in the meeting, and I got shamed.
Well, that's one of the things when you deal with big national things, and it's like, all right, well, like a certain percentage of it goes to administrative costs and all this other stuff.
This is 100%. This is a YouTube initiative for donations
100%.
of approved places, so please help out if you can. We love you.
Jamie will also show his feet as well for donations. So.
That's independent of his OnlyFans page.
Yeah,
right?
Correct.
Feed Finder, John. Feed Finder on the Big Husky Boys
You're
section.
not on both? Oh. Thank you, Andrew Fraser. I did not I was not aware of
Your
it.
big thick toes.
Anthony and VG try to shame me for wearing flip flops at work, and I say, "Hey, soldier, eyes up here. Stop
Right.
looking at my feet. I'm not a piece of meat."
Yeah,
Working 24/7.
I'm okay with flip flops to work. It doesn't. I know violations. Greg is
There's
a little
a
bit.
generational divide in flip flops, and I think I'm at the high end of it.
I'm there. I'm with you.
Yeah, I think me
Yeah.
and you were like straddling the line of like,
And those guys are the other.
yeah,
the other
they're right on
tier.
the other side.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He doesn't even like exposed neck. So I
Yeah.
mean, he's just a weird
He's
guy.
odd. Yeah,
yeah.
there's issues going
He's got
on.
some
with-
screws loose.
Yeah,
there's no
there's
doubt
some
about
of
it. Don't tell him I said any of this. Good thing it's not on the internet
Yeah,
forever.
he's not
Right.
listening right now at all.
All right, so let's. Can you pop that up on the screen? I saw. So Jamie put out, and this is where I actually saw it last night because I knew that there was a decisive game, but I wasn't honestly paying
I was
attention.
watching, I was doing a little prep in the kitchen. I had Solo, the youngest daughter, last night. So I was just watching some Stanley Cup finals as hockey guys do, John.
How about that? So Jamie put a couple things out there, including this. I think this is where I saw where like, oh, so they won. But Bobrovsky going on to what he's become is what? Top 2 worst trades in Phillies history. In Philly history, is it the worst?
There's 3 that come to mind immediately, and he's one of the 3.
I don't know how it wouldn't be.
He's going to be a Hall of Famer, right?
He's won Stanley Cups.
That's inevitable.
He's won individual awards.
At one of the top 2 hardest positions in sports, right? Like quarterback and goaltender, you got to give it to.
And the Flyers have not been able to find a goalie.
And-
Which just I think is the cherry on top of everything.
Yes,
which,
absolutely.
you remember how it went down?
Yeah, Ed Snyder basically made the call because
Bobrovsky was a rookie.
he wanted Brizgalov. He wanted a proven veteran. But Bob had okay. Was 2 years he was here, right, or a year and a half. But he was solid during that time. Like he showed. It wasn't like he was like some scrub. He was allowing growth. Like he showed flashes of being a player, and they just gave up on him because Ed Snyder,
Was so desperate to win.
He was so desperate for a cup that he made the call and brought in the veteran nut job, who's still being paid by the Flyers, mind you. I believe until next year.
He's the worst.
He's on a Bobby Bonilla type deal.
Yeah.
You cut the
Because they
cord.
bought him out, and then they could pay him later on. Yeah, here's what you do. Because at the time he was doesn't have his age.
Undrafted Russian homegrown goalie in your system, and it's what 23 years old.
Yeah, like here's what you do.
He's
just the backup.
I know you're not paying him anything.
It's not like they got this great bounty of goods in return. He's 23 when they traded him. He goes to Columbus that next year. His rookie year, he's 28-13. Now they were good teams.
Sure.
Right, so that also plays into it a little bit. But still, and listen, I don't know a whole heck of a lot about hockey. But his goals against went up that second year. Maybe he regressed a little bit. His first year in Columbus, he is a 2.00 goals against. I know his first year. First year.
It's the worst trade in Philadelphia sports history.
What are the other contenders?
Ryan Sandberg goes on to become a Hall of Famer. You gave up on him for nothing. And I think the Charles Barkley trade, right? Well, you can get into your Fultz and Tatums. You can get into some other stuff down the line. Cliff Lee, after leading you to a World Series, you gave away for nothing. But I think it's Sandberg, Barkley, and Bob trades are the 3 worst. And I think the Bob's the worst.
Barkley is like, so I almost
Tim
have to.
Perry, Andrew Lang, and Hornacek.
Yeah, the Sixers
And Hornacek was like okay,
but
yeah,
he's not gonna come here and do anything for
Barkley
a bad
goes
team.
on to MVP the following
Went
year.
to the finals. Yeah, it's bad. I mean, the one thing the Sixers should have said is like, hey, listen, you ain't getting Barkley unless you give us Kevin Johnson. Otherwise, we're not making the trade. You don't have to trade him. But like at that point, they felt like they had to trade him. I almost look at that trade kind of differently. It's like Kurt Schilling. The return for Kurt Schilling, who should be in the Hall of Fame if he wasn't such a loser. Travis Lee, Vicente Padilla, who was good for a short period of time.
I played poker with Vicente at the Borgata once down in AC.
How drunk was he?
I think he was kind of locked in. He had a cowboy hat on at the table. Yeah.
Was he smoking?
I don't think so.
Really?
And I was like, wow, the flotilla, the Padilla flotilla.
He was from Nicaragua.
Yeah.
So you don't know what he went through growing up in Nicaragua. But he was apparently, I thought he was like a lunatic, Vicente Padilla.
I had hope for him. Like he showed flashes.
You know what? It was like Vinny Velo.
Yeah.
He peaked pretty much right from his first start, and then from there it went downhill.
Once Velasquez had the 20, what was it, 18 Ks, 19 Ks, something like that game.
Yeah.
Was it 20? He might have had 20. Once Velasquez did that, I was like, all right, I'm riding. I'm going down with the ship
It's
with
like,
this guy.
how do the Astros trade this guy? Ha, ha, ha. Oh, that's how.
Oh, he does this once a year, and he looks great, and then that's it.
Wow. What a start that was. Yeah, so, I mean, but it was obviously a horrible trade, and he wins another chip. Last night.
And I asked ChatGPT because now that's the lazy way to search sports information. I found 6 goalies, and I believe there was 2 more that ChatGPT missed, which was, I think Bernie's in this category and Sawchuk, but there was only 8 goalies prior to Bob that have won 2+ Vezinas and 2+ cups.
Yeah, he's an all-time. Like you said, he's a Hall of Famer and he's an all-time player. What the hell you say? All right, so
yeah, John in the chat brings up the Moses trade. A lot of people's had that one last night. Julio Franco, Joe Rockhead. Joe, I saw you donating to Big Brothers. Thank you. There's a lot of contenders.
the Von Hayes trade,
5 for 1.
right? But like, if Julio Franco's the one player that you lost on, like, okay, Julio Franco was he was good, but no, that was not a good trade. It was more about Von Hayes didn't live up to to what he was supposed to be, but that was a bad trade. Sure, and Moses Malone. I mean, you got back Terry Catledge, or did you trade? No, you traded Terry Catledge with him. You got Jeff Rowland back, whose knee was cooked. Yeah, that was a really bad trade.
Yeah.
And that signaled the end of that era right there. All right, speaking of the 76ers, ESPN mock draft has the Sixers taking VJ Edgecombe. It certainly is picking up steam. Quote, the leader in the clubhouse currently, according to the mock draft. And I'll read you what the rest of the bubble was. It says, with Bailey losing momentum after refusing the visit, initially unsatisfied with his search for a proven pathway to development. However, Bailey is scheduled to work out in Philadelphia at the end of this week, and we'll see if he's able to sway the tides in his favor. The feedback from his interviews at the draft combine in Chicago was not all that positive, with some teams expressing concern about his lack of preparation and focus. NBA executives say Bailey has been polarizing in internal front office conversations because of questions about his feel for the game and lack of polish, creating a wider draft range than initially anticipated. This guy's the biggest boom bust in this draft.
Yeah.
And I want nothing to do with him at all.
It's probably too risky for the Sixers. And if he goes down to be a great player, 4 years from now, you're just going to have to swallow that pill. I think he's too risky. Daryl Morey, Elton Brand, that front office is very much in win now scenarios, or their jobs are on the line.
He's on the hot seat, Morey.
Yeah. I don't think you can take Ace Bailey. As much as I'm enthralled with that wingspan and height and body type and ability to get a bucket.
Ben Simmons.
Bringing him back?
No, that's what it feels like. It feels like a Ben Simmons player. Like, he could potentially turn into that. Like, you don't know.
Ben Simmons is one of the famous couldn't lead a bad, or his team to an NCAA tournament type of guys. And when you look at Ace Bailey and Harper, it's like those are 2 of the top 5 recruits in the country, and they couldn't get a bad Rutgers team anywhere, really.
Yeah. And the fan base can't take that right now.
No,
you can't have a guy.
Guaranteed.
The Edgecombe is a safer pick. See, here's what I think this team needs right now more than anything, because Daryl Morey's not trying to set up the next regime, because if things go poorly
he
this year,
doesn't care about 5 years from now. Right now, he cares about the next 2.
Correct. Right now, you have to create a culture, a winning culture.
Yeah.
And I'm looking past the Embiid era, because I think that's going to be over soon. But you're talking about a guy, and this is Edgecombe's book is high motor, gym rat. All he cares about is playing basketball and winning. And by the way, you're not talking about a guy that lacks on a skill set. Oh, there he is. What's up, wild man?
What are we talking about? Hemorrhoids?
The next man himself.
No, we didn't talk about hemorrhoids.
Kegel exercise.
Talk about MySpace. Talk about MySpace earlier. But
fungus.
all right, let me make my point real fast.
VJ Edgecombe here.
No,
I love VJ Edgecombe.
and listen, Jamie. I mean, I've watched a ton of tape on you. You know, everybody watches tape on YouTube.
Yeah, I watched the 3-minute highlight package.
I watched 19 minutes. There's a 19-minute out there.
This guy's an expert.
He dunks over everybody. He finishes at the rim. He's a really, really good player. So you're not talking about. Remember when the Sixers drafted Evan Turner, and you're kind of like, and that was a bad draft.
The other day.
Did you
Trying
really
to get him as a mystery guest?
What did he say? F you?
He didn't get
No
back
response.
to me.
Like Evan Turner was considered a safe pick. It just wasn't very good. Edgecombe is not. Like he may be a safer pick than Ace Bailey. I don't think he's a safe pick. I think the kid's going to be a stud, and he helps.
Oh, my
he
man.
helps set the culture
Are
that you need.
Dude, if you watch him play, right away.
He's a college hoops degenerate.
Right away,
here.
he comes in. He plays good defense. He's a hard worker. He contributes to your team. His floor is high, and his ceiling is. If he improves his ball control and create his own shots a little better. I mean, a kid can shoot. He shoots almost 80% from the free throw line. Everyone's like, he
good
can't
indicator.
shoot. Yeah, he can't shoot.
Yeah,
his athleticism is just insane.
He
He gets to the rim a lot, but he doesn't finish well. He's got to finish better at the rim.
I mean, the YouTube tape shows, I guess, all the times that he does finish at the rim.
Yeah, he's not great finishing at the rim.
I mean, like, I worry about if you have question marks with a 19-year-old that thinks he already thinks he's a superstar, Ace Bailey. Like
he's going to be 19 in August, I believe.
He's that 19.
Young. Yeah.
So he's young. And you have to take that into account.
Sure.
And it's not that I'm rooting against the kid. There's a lot of red flags from the minute that the Sixers got that third overall pick. And I'm like, all right, I don't watch a ton of college basketball. Everything that they said was exactly what we talked about. Wingspan, athleticism, has a chance to be the best player in this draft, also could be a bust.
Yeah.
And in the NBA, I've seen so many players that come along that have all these measurables. And if you can't put it together, that's a problem. The Sixers can't get a guy that can't put it together.
We've been through the story before, too, with these kids who play at bad teams, don't achieve at the college level.
Yeah, he brought up Ben Simmons.
Yeah, Jamie's just talking about
I mean, there's Ben Simmons, there's Markelle Fultz.
Sure.
Jamie's one of my only witnesses. Me and our buddy Brian, as gambling degenerates, did a scouting report years ago because we watched a lot of Pac-12 basketball late at night gambling.
Late night, get your money back.
And we were the only two people anti-Fultz when that draft came out because there's just not, he didn't look right on the court half the time. And you gotta judge that. He wasn't an achiever when the ball wasn't in his hands. He didn't look happy. This Edgecombe kid, everything you hear about him, he even played, I don't know, he played with the pros at some camp or something and just blew everyone away with his work ethic and his athleticism.
Yeah, Scott Drew just joined the Sixers show last week and raved about the kid. He was just like, he's a culture setter. He's a hard worker. He's in the gym constantly. Like, this is his life.
Especially in a city like Philadelphia where we're analyzing everything, and you're the third overall pick. So
yeah.
We're not missing on this pick, Ace Bailey.
Yeah.
And look what happened with Markelle Fultz. He was a deer in the headlights from Jump Street when he came in here.
Well, Bob Cooney will tell the story later. Like, his workout when he came in for the Sixers was so bad that they
straight up and draft him.
They shut it down early. They didn't want the media seeing how bad his workout was. So, like, the indicators were there before they took him.
Yeah, Danny Ainge was just rolling around on his couch in his office laughing.
Laughing at big collars.
This dummy's going to give us a first-round draft pick. We still get the player we want.
Can I say, like, at the worst, maybe VJ is a Iguodala. I mean, that's not terrible. He's like a good defensive guy, contributor right away.
Solid starter, potential all-star.
Yes.
At the very least, solid starter. It all did. Kyle Lowry, if you remember Kyle Lowry at Villanova, I mean, I could shoot threes better than Kyle Lowry at Villanova. He could not shoot.
No.
Right.
But you saw what he brought to the table.
Yeah.
The dude was all about business. He played defense. He was a friggin' bulldog. He's more athletic and bigger than Kyle Lowry, this kid.
Way more athletic. He's got way more cake, though.
He's
caked up. Yeah, that's one of the biggest asses in NBA history.
Like I said, he's bulldog for a reason.
He's got that only Cardinal Doherty edge, too. You can't teach that. Got on the edge.
Yeah.
You
cake.
Take a kid out of Northeast Philly. You can't.
No, it's barely Northeast Philly, but yeah.
So is that the line? Is he right on the edge of North and Northeast?
Because I went to North Catholic. He was a Cardinal Doherty kid, so we're on the edge. We're like lower Northeast Philly. But,
right.
Yeah.
Right.
So I would see him. I saw him play a couple times in high school. Never thought he would turn out to be the player he was now.
He wasn't like blow you away.
No, I was like, this is the kid going to Villanova. I was like, he was good, but you wouldn't think like stud. But man,
he's a Hall of Famer. It's unbelievable.
It's crazy.
I guess he will be a Hall of Famer, right?
Well, basketball's easier to get in. It's a different.
It's not NBA. It's all hoops.
Right.
There's some Team USA stuff, right? Like he did some of the non-Olympic.
For sure.
Oh,
Yeah.
Man. Thank God Jamie's here classing this show up. I have never go join him and talk sports. We always talk weird things.
Right. Now, is lower Northeast, is that similar to lower Delco? Like the difference between Delco and lower Delco.
So what's lower Delco?
Where's the Delco pooper from?
The Delco dumper's from lower Delco.
That's Ridley, right?
That's Ridley
lower
in that
Delco.
area.
Yeah.
My wife's from Broomall, which is like
Oh, that's upper?
Well, middle, like maybe upper middle Delco.
Lower Northeast is like Olney, Feltonville, Juniata Park.
Juniata Park. That's the borderline.
Frankfurt. Yeah.
Which is more likely to have the Delco pooper of the Northeast, the North or South?
Oh, definitely the South. That's definitely like a Feltonville thing.
Where was the Swiss cheese pervert from? Was he Mayfair?
He was Mayfair.
No, he was in Mayfair, but he lived out near Norristown.
Oh, he did?
Really?
Yes.
Monaco coming in.
He was he lived in Monaco.
What's that story?
You don't know the Swiss cheese pervert?
For the people who don't know about the Swiss
Jamie,
cheese
I was-
pervert.
I was just gonna
My
say-
friend found him before the cops did.
I was just going to say,
Yeah,
When the
buddy
Del-
Victor at Philly Mag found him before the cops did.
Fiorello.
Really? Wait, I guess you're right. When that story happened, or when the Delco dumper thing happened, I was like, I brought up the Swiss cheese bandit, and
Pervert.
Tyler didn't remember it. No one knew what it was.
Swiss cheese. He wasn't a bandit.
Do you know it, Andrew?
I don't know the story.
A guy
If you can like me, I'd love to hear it.
Just Google Swiss cheese pervert.
No, we can say it.
You can flash the picture.
No, yeah, you'll see the picture of him.
A guy was driving around like the boulevard in Northeast Philly with his pants down and a piece of Swiss
He would
cheese.
call girls over to the car.
And they'd look at the Swiss cheese and his pants would be down.
Oh, man.
So someone got a picture of him. Yeah, Google it. There's a picture of him where he's holding it up. You got to pull it up and put it there.
Kick off a 12-hour stream talking Swiss
No,
cheese
there's a
pervert.
picture. He's got this smile on his face, holding up a piece of Swiss cheese. It's,
He wanted to crank it while holding cheese or something.
so people are like waiting for the bus to go get home from work or something, and this dude is his pants.
He looked like a human thumb.
He did. He looked like a fatter Chip Kelly.
Dude, Victor is going to Norristown with his family. He's like, hold on, I got to work on the street. Parks a couple blocks away, knocks on this guy's door
And he
with the
answers.
picture and says, hey, are you the Swiss cheese pervert? And the guy says no. And he's like, you sure? You look just like this picture, dude.
So someone tipped him off and said,
You think he's a diehard? Oh, that's great. You think he's in the chat right now?
Oh, I hope.
Oh,
I hope.
so I'm sure, like, listen, he probably had a, I'm sure he had a long day at the office at the law firm, and this is the way that he blew off some steam.
Who wins that battle royale? The Swiss cheese pervert versus the Delco pooper. I mean, which one is?
Delco Pooper.
That's something else.
Ooh,
That
yeah.
was. They were both national stories, though, right?
Yeah.
I listen. The fact it's a woman that with guys and their penis, I don't think you can discount anything. what a guy would do.
That's fair.
A woman,
The Delco poopers.
yeah,
the
they're like
Pooper
that's,
wins.
that's unbelievable.
You can't teach that.
No.
Vomits diarrhea on
Yeah.
On demand.
Yeah, Pooper wins.
On demand.
100%.
On demand.
How do you do that on demand? I'm still like fascinated by that one.
That's for sure. She's trying to get home.
You can't teach those skills. I mean,
No,
that is
you can't.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
Coming up,
I'm getting out of here.
our Bet Parks parlay of the day.
I think I got a winner tonight.
Yeah, we have Andrew Fraser as a soccer winner. I'm not even going to try. We have that, and we have a lot more. As this is Stream-A-Thon brought to you by our friends at TrueMark Financial. We're going 12 straight hours. We're almost done the first hour of the program. It continues for another 11 after this. Anthony's coming up at 9 o'clock. Do not go anywhere. Philly with Jon Marks. We are back after this. There we go. All right, let's talk about Bet Parks for a second. Listen, the Bet Parks parlay of the day is coming up here in a second. But that's the great thing about Bet Parks. You can do so many different things on it, right? So you're talking about in-game live betting. In baseball, you're talking about home runs, strikeouts, RBIs, total bases. Tyler's like 10-1 in his last 11. He doesn't ever miss with these
He's a
things.
machine right now. I gotta ride the hot hand.
Bro, he's doing like total. He's like total bags for this guy.
Love
like,
that.
Like, who is that?
Love
I've never
it.
even heard of him, Tyler. What's wrong with you? And he gives an analysis on. He's like, well, since May 1st, he's batted 355, and he's like, holy crap, man, you're like, you're a freaking savant. So everything on the BetParks app, that's where you get it, and it's not just BetParks. It's also their online casino. Okay, so you like live dealer blackjack, roulette, everything, whatever you need, they have right there. Blackjack, roulette, craps, poker, baccarat, hot online slots, and new users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Go to betparks.com, download the app right now, and enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino at your fingertips. You must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, Maryland, or Michigan for BetParks. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, Rothman Orthopedics, if you're in pain, right? And a lot of guys out there probably watching right now that you went golfing over the weekend and the shoulder is still sore. The elbow is still sore.
Nick, our man, he's saying his back's all jacked up from the golf outing on Saturday. Gotta
what
get over to
happens.
Rothman.
And he's not even old.
No.
Nick's what, 20s?
Yeah.
Mid-20s?
Yeah.
Oh, he's in trouble if his
Yeah.
back's already giving him problems. But if you're a weekend warrior, if you're getting old like Jamie and I, you don't have to live with everyday pain. If it's preventing you from doing stuff, being active, playing golf, whatever it is. I had this problem. I had a shoulder injury, and I didn't do anything for a year. I was like, oh, it'll get better on its own. It didn't. It got worse. So then I go to Rothman, and it's so easy. They wrote me a script. They're like, you have a frozen shoulder. 6 weeks of physical therapy, boom, the shoulder's been great ever since. And that's legit. So if you're living with pain, you don't have to continue to live like that. How about enjoying life, right? RothmanOrtho.com/PHLY. You can make an appointment. And we're talking about 30-plus convenient offices in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Florida. Rothman Orthopedics, they have a doc and a team laser focused on every body part. So whether it's your elbow, your shoulder, your back, knee replacement, hip replacement, ankle, whatever it is, you're not going to find better. RothmanOrtho.com/PHLY. RothmanOrtho.com/PHLY. Hoo-ah! We are back. STREAM-A-THON brought to you by TrueMark Financial. Again, we're trying to raise big-time money for Big Brothers, Big Sisters of America, and we're very passionate about this. We're partnering everybody here at ALLCITY, all of our different networks. It's ALLCITY Spirit Week. We're trying to get to our goal of $10,000. Please donate. The donate button's right there on the screen. $1, $2, $5, any amount will be 100% goes right to Big Brother and Big Sister. And the website is bbbs.org/AllCity.
I saw a big 50-piece.
A
by
50
Anonymous.
pounder?
Yeah,
All
by
right.
Anonymous. Wow.
Really?
Did you ever see the Curb Your Enthusiasm Anonymous?
One of my favorite episodes.
The art gallery donated by Anonymous.
Joe Peppertone. That's the Joe Peppertone jersey, is it?
Yeah,
Is that
when
the
he
same
mixes
episode?
it up
At the dry cleaner?
That's a heavy hitter episode.
Oh, that's a great one.
Oh, I love that.
I
one.
remember all of those parts. I don't remember as it being the sum of the episode.
That happens with Seinfeld a lot. You don't realize like
A lot of things go on.
a lot of things happen in one episode, and sometimes you'll get like a 2 or 3 parter that's like all classics.
We went away we went to Kalahari, the water park.
A little $15 donation just came in. Thank you.
Ooh. Oh, awesome. Nice. Jamie's got
Kalahari,
distracted. Have you been there?
No, but I feel like it's in my future.
So, and there's a hotel, a huge hotel that's like attached to everything. It's great. We went up with other families with like my kids.
Yeah.
And so it was awesome. We had a great time. But these damn kids, all they do is watch YouTube.
Yeah.
And they watch it all the time, and their iPad's always in their face. That's not my kids.
We only let Skylar, the oldest, watch YouTube on Sundays for a controlled amount of time.
That's it.
But like you can see why like kids are obsessed because they control it. It's like short attention span. You know, it's crazy.
So we come back from that. All they want to do is watch YouTube. They don't want to watch their shows or whatever. So for like a good 2-week period, all they want is YouTube. And I'm like, we're not watching YouTube anymore. This is crap. So I'm trying to find something that they can enjoy, we can watch. I went to Full House. For everybody out there that's like, well, I
Cut it out.
like Fuller House, don't watch Fuller House. The original Full House, we finished the first season.
Is it great?
Oh, it stands the test of time. It's laugh out loud comedy. Now it's cheesy.
Yeah, of course.
And my kids are like, why are they laughing and clapping? And then I have to explain the live studio audience portion.
Yeah, the track.
And I'm like, it's not a track, it's an actual live studio audience. It's not like
The
Big Bang Theory.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to say, like, they're
Back
actually
in my day, Andrew, they recorded
Right.
in front of live
right.
audience.
That's why you would hear say Cheers is filmed
believe
in
it.
front of a live studio audience. So I'm trying to explain to them, they have this big stage and they have a set and they're actually filming each scene and people come and watch it live. So they're like, what? Like, this is weird. But the show's unbelievably awesome. It really is. It's been fun watching them.
That's fun.
But, yeah, it has.
And it's funny to look at it in hindsight, knowing who Bob Saget was.
Total dirt ball from Abington, Pennsylvania, by the way.
Abington,
really dirty comedian.
Oh, Bob Saget.
Yeah, he was funny, man.
It's really funny. So the next thing I've been talking about, I was like, what about and I know that it doesn't hit the same, the Cosby Show.
Oh, yeah.
My daughter's 9.5, 8, and then the little girl, like, whatever. But like, I'm trying to find an 80s TV sitcom that isn't, because there's a lot of kissing and making out with Uncle Jesse because he meets
because he was a Mimbo.
He certainly
Aunt
was.
Becky was an item, though.
And then once he meets Aunt Becky, then that kind of
she married you remember Massimo Clothing back in the 90s?
Yeah, yep.
She married the Massimo Clothing, like, fortune guy.
Well, didn't she get?
And then they got busted for paying off their kids to get into USC.
Yeah, she got busted for.
Yeah, it makes her hotter, right?
It makes her something. I don't know.
Doing a little time for Aunt Becky.
Anyway, yeah, I mean, listen, she loves her kids, I guess you could say. All right. Let's do our Bet Parks parlay of the day. Oh, turn around 2 hits. If Black Gritty is in the house, he can come up here, Black Gritty, for a couple minutes
come
here.
on in here.
Before Anthony charges the mound. Coming up here in a second. So is that what you had yet? You had Trey Turner plus 1.5, so you had 2 hits. Led off with a home run.
Yep.
What do we got, Jamie?
Let's get a little like and subscribe, a little thumbs up here for Mr. Black Gritty in the house. Am I leading it off?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, you take it.
I fired this in this morning. I'm taking Phillies on the run line tonight, minus 1.5. In Ranger, I trust. Ranger Suarez over 5.5 Ks.
Strong.
Ooh. Nick Castellanos, home run.
Very strong.
Juices that 3-legger to plus 1,700. Casty gets his revenge tonight in his home state. And he says, take that, Topper.
That's plus 1,700. All right, give me your parlay there, Andrew. What do you
Manchester City. Wydad FC. Club World Cup is playing tonight.
Is that in Philly?
That's in Philadelphia. It's actually at noon today. I'm going to go
the
over.
late shot afternoon soccer?
Yeah, they're actually having a lot of problems with it.
Popping lately.
Yeah, problems with like attendance and people going to these games and like really early, and it's bad. But anyway, over 3.5 goals for Man City. That's what I'm taking.
Holland?
Erling Haaland.
Yeah, Holland putting one in the cage today.
Oh, he's putting 2 in.
Andrew Frazier's undefeated in his soccer picks.
All right.
Yeah, he's Mr. Soccer worldwide.
At least on this show.
am.
And by the way, if you want Club World Cup tickets, once again,
These things are not cheap, John.
they're not.
These tickets are going for like $300 a pop.
Right?
Yeah.
And you have a whole fistful of them.
Yeah.
Just direct message any of our social media pages, and use the keyword soccer. Winners will be contacted later today, Jamie.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So you can do that throughout the
PHLY
STREAM-A-THON.
Sports, PHLY Sixers, PHLY Fly. Hit them up. DM the secret keyword.
Right.
You're in the running.
Right.
Soccer. Keyword. Is
Soccer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not keyword is the keyword.
Yeah.
Right.
The keyword.
Yeah.
Being soccer.
Just wanted to make that clear.
So Jen, as somebody that's Jamie Lynch is married, you.
I'm in these streets. I'm single adjacent. You know what I mean?
But you also have a baby mama. So
yeah. Shout out to the kid. She's graduating tonight. I got graduation.
Oh, yeah?
too. That's right.
What's the line on tears?
Oh man, her mom before, noon, after, like she cries at like lunchtime. So it's gonna be the waterworks.
What about you?
Me? I'm not crying. She's graduating from my high school. Got alumni. I'm bringing my diploma. You know what I mean? So we could sign. I'm gonna embarrass the heck out of her. I'm bringing the drone out. You know what I'm saying? She's like, Dad, if you bring the drone, I'm getting all the shots, man. So I'm like 4 cameras. I'm gonna be that dad. I'm gonna be embarrassed.
That's awesome.
I almost cry thinking about it. Just thinking about you. You may make me cry. Just your daughter graduating tonight,
dude. So I'll tell you this. I took last night. I took her out like 9 o'clock. I was like, I got felt nostalgia. Like, come on, let's take a drive. We took a drive. Went out to Arby's, got some chicken tenders, and I was like, yo, you got to graduate tomorrow. And I felt like looking at her like she's an adult.
Finally hit you.
She's about to be 18 years old next month. Like she's an adult. Like my job is done, guys. I did my part.
Wow.
That's on you. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
right.
I'm getting her windows tinted. I'm getting her some AirPods and telling her to stay safe in these streets. It's a wild ride right now. So I'll probably cry though.
Yeah.
Jamie, you would agree that men should take any victory in their life in their marriage as like you really like you're like, all right, like I'm gonna hold this. It's satisfying to get it because I never get a victory in my marriage. Like the woman always wins, right?
That's why I'm single, because I got tired of losing. You know what I mean? I'm a winner out here. I'm not a loser. Like, I'm a winner. I don't whack a winner.
I win it here. I officially got one yesterday. So my 2 older kids are like they're like with food or whatever. Like they're a lost cause. Like I'm not even trying. They won't eat like steak or like some burgers. My one whatever. But so my youngest daughter like will pretty much eat what I give her, which is awesome. But she was eating mustard because the other kids won't touch mustard because my wife is like, ew, mustard. So she turned Bella against mustard. She was eating like ham and cheese sandwiches with mustard. And I'm not like overly like a mustard person, but I like Jamie. I'm sure you like a nice mustard with a ham and cheese or a Lebanon bologna or whatever.
I like ham a lot when it's like pressed and warm. When it's cold, I'm like
You're not a deli cold cut ham.
Oh, not really.
I love ham sandwiches.
Yeah, I can do
A little bit of mustard.
I like ham. I'll do the ham.
But ham's
I love
better
ham
than when it's heated
That's
up.
why I had a cordon bleu. I had the ham on the chicken.
See, like a
with
cordon
the
bleu
Swiss
on
cheese.
me.
That,
I like
that
that.
was jamming.
But I
I
like
gotta
that.
do mayo. I don't do the mustard.
Ham with mayo? Oh,
Ham and
man.
cheese with
I
mayo.
want my kid to try things. I don't want my kid to be anti-mustard or anti-mayo. I want him to be like acceptable of general things.
Of course, yeah. You want them to try things. So she doesn't like mustard anymore. So last night I was making steak. We were having steak salads.
Nice.
And my wife and her entire family are the well done family.
That's
That's
my baby mama. That's terrible. I had to fix my
My,
child.
my dad was that way.
You go to a steakhouse with the whole family, it's like, oh, well, I won't be eating for 45 minutes because.
Because I gotta char that thing.
Right, and it's like, you want it butterfly? Like, no, you can't butterfly it. I'm like, oh, great. So you're eating a cut of steak this thick and they
Yeah.
can't butterfly it. I'll talk to you tomorrow when we have dinner.
I'm a medium
right?
rare man,
So,
so it pains me.
I'm medium. I don't need.
Medium's fine.
Medium, but like a nice medium. So last night she doesn't. Well done though. No, well done. Because Liz last night was like, "No, it's so rare," and I'm like, "It's medium. It's just how she likes it." So she finally threw in the towel and said, "Okay, I won't try to turn her against well cooked." So I won.
What kind of
won.
steak?
Congratulations.
It was a sirloin steak.
So that's how I got my daughter. I took her. We got a filet mignon and I got a medium rare, and it was bloody. She's like, "I'm not eating that." I said, "Bite this," and she's like, "Oh my god, it's so soft." And after that, it was blood. Like she's like, "Look, don't cook it. Just bring the cow out to me," because everything was so chewy
I'll
before
slaughter
that.
the cow.
Because
Yeah,
her
that's
mom wants everything well done. When I gave her a filet, she was like, "This is life." I was like, "Yes, and we can afford it. Let's go."
Crack some salt on there. Let those.
Oh, baby.
Man, like, I
My
ain't had
daughter,
breakfast yet. Y'all
I'm
about to
kind
have
of
me
the
wild out.
opposite. I'm screwed because she's got an oyster palate. She likes crab and lobster and steak. Like,
I'm not
I
surprised.
am screwed. This girl's gonna put me in the poorhouse.
Hey, look, she won't be dating for a while because high school kids can't afford that. So you're on the right track.
Yeah, I'm
right
screwed.
there,
That's going to be unfortunate.
Yep.
All right. Well, is Anthony he hasn't charged the mound yet, so I'm sure he's going to be sliding in here in a
He's ready
second.
to go. We got Bob Cooney, VG.
Bob Cooney is here. It's my favorite thing.
It's gonna be a lot of fun today.
But when back in the old DNL days, when it was at its height, when Barkham would start the show, to be like, Ed Barkowitz is here. Bob Cooney is here.
I'm gonna go give Cuz a hug before he gets on and gets busy.
Yeah. Give him a hug.
Ed
There is.
Barkowitz doing a little gambling writing for our site as well.
That's right.
Yeah, Eddie B. He's the man.
Yeah, it does a great job. He always did a great
He
job.
wrote a. I'm forever indebted to Ed Barkowitz because he wrote a feature piece when my dad passed in the paper. And
Did he really?
Yeah, he interviewed me and my sister. I have it framed. It means the world to me. So Ed Barkowitz is aces for life in my book.
By the way, I use on my daughter's softball team. There was a guy that you played lacrosse with in high school. His name's Nick. And what I should have done was take a picture because I mean, listen, Nick with the Catholic school, right? Oh, gee, Nick. But yeah, he was like, "Hey, you work with Jamie Lynch. Tell him I said hi, Nick." And I'm like, "Okay."
Yeah, I'll have to think about that, Nick.
Yeah. Next year when softball starts back up, I'll take a picture and I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, so Ant's going to slide in here. So can you give us a schedule for kind of what we're looking at for the rest of the day? Obviously, everybody's going to be here. All the shows are going to be here.
Yeah.
We're going to be commingled. Like you said, you and Devon are doing Flyers talk.
Yeah, Bill. So there's going to be at least one host from the show that they're on in that time slot. Meaning Bill Matz is going to be here in the 12 o'clock hour. Bo Wolf is going to be doing the 2 o'clock hour with the Eagles. I believe Devon is doing the 3 o'clock hour, and then it's kind of like
Musical
a
chairs.
shuffle around that. There's some really cool stuff today. Coming up next is obviously me, Bob, and Anthony. Everybody's welcome to hang out. 10 to 11, we got Anthony, VG, Bill Matz, and Bo Wolf coming in, so that's going to be a fun hour. 11 to 12, we have the writer's block. So you journalist nerds, you want to catch this one. Anthony, Charlie, Rich, and Kyle hacking it up.
Oh, my God.
12 to 1 is the Flyers. Me, Devon, Bill Matz, and Kelly Hinkle are going to be here.
There he
From
is.
1 to 2, I'm really looking forward to this one. Bo is going to be hosting Fran, Charlie, and Derek for the draft analysis and how they scout players, their hits and misses from the past. That's going to be fun. 2 to 3 is the Eagles show.
That's awesome.
We got Bo, Kyle, and Devon hacking it up during the Eagles today.
Love it.
3 to 4 is the Sixers hour. We're going to have Rich, Derek, and Fran in that hour. 4 to 5 is F around and find out hour. I have a couple game shows.
That's awesome.
We got Johnny Goodtimes coming in to do a staff quiz.
That's great.
Nice, Johnny.
5 to 6 is the producers, behind the scenes people. We're putting them in front of the camera and letting them do a show. Yeah.
Fraser and Joey.
And then 6 to 7, we're doing a little Phillies pregame into a 7 to 8 watch along with Tyler.
Fraser will sing.
He loves singing.
He's a singer.
He's a songbird.
What does
This
he say?
guy every day. Can I just tell you about this guy every day? Now, first of all, he's home now because he's got this setup like it's ABC, 6 ABC in his
Black
house.
Gritty set him up with all the right equipment. It looks great in his house.
He looks fantastic.
Yeah.
He looks fantastic. But then he comes in, he's slumming it, right? The other day, comes in. And I'm watching him. And he slinks, right, to the bathroom, because you know he's got to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, he's got a long drive here.
Right?
Yeah, I get it.
Goes to the bathroom, and then he slinks like he's a cop against the wall, so I don't see him.
Well, I know you see me. I was just trying to get the hell out of there.
Look at this guy. He doesn't even want to come say hello.
Yeah.
I don't see the guy for weeks. I don't even get a wave. I get nothing. On God's.
It's a little bit of an awkward situation walking in, seeing a show live. I will give him that.
You've been doing it your whole life.
Yeah, I know.
What's the difference?
Yeah, but you don't like it, and it's also during your
want
opening segment. I know, but still.
Seriously,
But you'll yell at me, and then I come in when that's the case. But yes, I did slither to try to get out because I did have to get out of here.
I know. You're like, let me him not see me. Let me him not see me.
Yeah.
What's up, brother?
How are you?
You doing, buddy?
By the way, and we've been killing it with donations this morning for Big Brother, Big Sister. We thank everybody out there.
Thank you guys.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It's going to be awesome.
Isn't it great? I love this setup out here.
This is a lot of fun, and Jamie has promised not to say to you what Nick Cassiano said to Rob Thompson because he doesn't want to get sat down.
I think Castellanos was probably just like guilty of playing while Italian. You know, he got a little hot in the moment. He's probably spewed off, showed up topper in front of the team, and then it's like your mug over there. Like I'm not yelling, I'm just Italian. Like sorry, you know. He was hot.
You know what?
I like that. I like that passion.
Do you?
Kinda. I mean, you can't show up your manager in front of the team.
Yeah, he's prickly.
Yeah, but you
He's
know
he's a lunatic, which is fine. But there's a line you can't. If Topper's going to sit him down after 236 games or something, he must have said something pretty up top.
I'm sure he said something about it.
I want to know what it is so bad.
Well, there's one person here who can find out.
I know who that is.
We're working it.
You know who that is?
He's right next to me.
Yes. Joey knows.
Yeah.
Because Nick loves Joey. Nick loves He does.
I know.
So
Look how nervous Joey looks that we're talking about this right now.
Gonna have to get the inside scoop.
Yeah.
So Nick loves Joey. In fact, we're going to be doing a segment. This is going to be awesome. Where Joey's like a celebrity skateboarder.
I heard.
Like he's a
did not know that.
skater. Right? I don't want to say it right, so it's not corny. He's a celebrity skater. Like big time.
Travel in the world.
Yeah, he's Sweden, like he's
Japan.
Yeah, he's everywhere. So we're gonna do a segment, skating with Joey or something along those lines. He hates the title, but something along those lines. And the first guest is Castellanos.
That's it. Send him out with the skateboards, and there he is. I could totally see Castellanos and Joey chopping it up.
Yeah. You took him to the skate park? Yeah.
Nick Castellanos, you took him to the skate park?
Yeah,
Nobody skaters. No.
Yeah, they're in their own.
The skaters aren't gonna know Castellanos.
And he does look like he could be involved in.
Where's the chocolate?
Yeah.
He's got that vibe to him.
So if we do release some information of what he said, it wouldn't have come from Joey. It was never.
Even there's only one person that would actually know him, because he loves Joey, loves him.
That's awesome.
He calls him up to go swimming because Joey's parents have a pool.
That's awesome.
Oh.
So Nikki will go over to
So
go
Nick
swim.
has cannonballs in Joey's.
fell asleep with the chair.
You're not on the air.
Oh,
you
dude.
know this by now.
Yeah, I think.
Get the headphones from Frazier. You don't need them. He's going to sing later,
Is
Frazier.
Castellanos a can opener man or a
Frazier,
cannonball
get the
man?
headphones.
I'm can opener.
I'm a can opener all
I'm can
day.
opener. I'm not flexible enough to
Yeah.
get both legs up.
Yeah, go ahead. Now you're on the
Last
air.
time he came over, he like passed out on like the float. Like him and my dad were both just passed out, just floating
That's
around the pool. And we were just like, "You guys okay?" They were just both just drinking all day.
Is this an off day? I hope that he's drinking all day.
Yeah,
or-
yeah, it's an off day.
Okay, all right.
It's an off day. He's a funny guy though. It's so funny that he just like is like so comfortable just doing all
There's
that.
only one person. He might say that to Topper, but he ain't say that to your father.
Yeah, that is true.
That's where he draws the line.
He wouldn't say that to his father. His father, nah, he don't say that to his father.
Well, Anthony, this has been it's great. It's a great idea. I love doing stuff like this, and you know, it's nice to have everybody on at the same time and doing it for 12 hours. And of course, it's brought to you by TrueMark Financial. And if you want these Club World Cup tickets, just DM all of our social
Great
media.
tickets, man.
Yeah.
Dude, all right?
Yeah.
Like, these are club
Great tickets.
I know. In fact, I'm so excited by them that, you know, that we're giving them away. In fact, we'll have the winners. How are we doing it?
Keyword, yeah.
Keyword DM any of our accounts. Keyword soccer.
Yes.
And that gets you enrolled.
Yeah.
And then we'll
do a random drawing.
random drawing.
I
later
love
on.
it.
And we're giving away Phillies tickets today, Sixers tickets today, Flyers tickets today, World Cup tickets, not FIBA World Cup.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we got it all. We got you
Club
covered.
World Cup, I love it. I got a big, I'm not in tomorrow. I got a big World Cup meeting.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
It's going down. Philly's the epicenter of
Yes.
World
We're
Cup.
going to be hooked up, man.
How crazy is that?
It's awesome.
Yeah, it is awesome.
Did you see the Brazilians? How cool were those people? Partying with
At the Reading Terminal? Did you see the Reading Terminal video? Oh, it's awesome.
We need
had the bonfire
the
by the
flare
river.
game in the NFL.
Yes.
I think the link would benefit for some green like flare.
Oh, that would be awesome.
bonfires.
Yeah.
What was the World Cup game that was down in Miami? The world what do they call it? The World Baseball Classic, whatever it is. Remember, you had two Latino countries that were, and it might have been like Puerto Rico and Dominican Republic or something like that, and they were going nuts. And there's a different flavor when it comes to the international fans.
Dude, the baseball
Yeah.
is, I covered that series, the Caribbean World Series. It's called the Caribe. And I was down in Puerto Rico for it. It was unbelievable. I went to the DR, the whole place. Like, how they sing, the food was awesome.
I can imagine.
Like, it was unbelievable. Like, everything about it. I was like, this is baseball. Like, they were freaking out.
It's cool.
You
And,
would love
and it's going to be like this all over the city, which is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Bob's going to slide in here.
Yeah.
All right. And appreciate it, brother.
Thanks, buddy.
So this is again, this streams all day long. So you don't have to like click off and then like you did with me and then go to Anthony. So you're going to get a short little video in between.
Quick
and then
transition, and we're going to switch it up to the Anthony show. Yep.
All right. Anthony and Friends is coming up next, everybody. We'll talk to you. Anthony's next to you.
You're on.
We're live?
Yeah,
There's no intro or nothing?
This is a continuous stream. We're just going with it.
All right. Continuous stream. I like it. This is STREAM-A-THON. PHLY STREAM-A-THON 2025. Love it. So this is a great reunion of sorts. We say, VG, you good? All right. VG's got the good hat on today. But this is a great reunion here. This takes us back to mornings and having so much fun with these two characters. Of course, my man, Bobby C., Bob Cooney, one of the legends of Philadelphia media. And my man, I see him every day, love him every day. We've been going back for, I don't know, 30 years.
Yeah.
The bro.
But don't age us that much. I think it's only 20. I think we hit our 20-year mark
20
recently.
years?
Yeah.
20 years.
Felt like 30.
You and my wife around the same time. So, my two loves.
Your wife is the greatest, right? His wife is the best, right?
Yeah.
Right? Addie's just a sweetheart. She's so except
You're still horrified by the driving.
she may be the worst driver that I've ever
Well, she inherited it
been
from
in
her
the car.
mother. Yeah.
I never put it this way. I'm pretty unfazed. It takes a lot for me to get phased. Like, I usually don't care about anything. Like, I'm like, yeah, whatever, live, let live type of thing. I got in the car with her. She was driving me home from.
I think we went from Old City to South Philly, not that far.
Right. It
was that bad.
Yeah, it was literally 5th and Market to, I think, Delaware Avenue, wherever I was at the time.
Wasn't far.
And it was the scariest drive. I actually thought, I've been in New York City cabs. I've been in cabs in London. I mean, Rome.
Yeah.
Right? Like, all crazy people. Nobody is crazier than Addie.
Never knew this. I never knew this.
Like, scared.
It was a particularly bad one that day.
Yeah.
I think she's gotten better.
Like, I was gripping the things. Like, and Anthony was just born proper. I'm like, I don't want to check
Praying
that
to
out.
God.
I hope I see him again.
I remember looking back at Jamie going, bro, like, you let her drive?
Do you let her drive anymore?
If it's a family trip, I usually drive. If she's DD, I'll certainly let her drive.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I was going to say, that's the DD piece of it is a huge piece.
I'll give it up to her there. Yeah.
All right, let's a couple things. One, are we allowed to tell people what you're doing?
No.
No? Okay. All right. Well, I wanted to.
I'm sitting here with you. That's what I'm doing.
I know, but I wanted to give.
No.
Okay.
Not yet.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
soon we'll find out what
Yes.
Bobby is going to be doing. And we love him. Great sportsman that he is, Bobby C. Legend in this day in Philadelphia media and all of South Jersey.
Thank you.
Everybody knows you in South. It's amazing. Like there's a
Dude, we played
6 degrees of.
It happened at the golf outing on
Separation.
Saturday.
Yeah.
We met these two guys in the bar over at Valley Brook. Sure enough, Bob's like, "Oh, where are you from?" The guy's like, "Oh, South Jersey." They found somebody they knew together in like
My
4
buddy's the coach over here at this high school.
I know him.
My buddy's the kid over here. My other buddy's over here. I drink with this guy over here.
Well, that's not hard to do, but we're very parochial over in South Jersey. Yeah, we stick together and, we know each other. So, and I've been lucky enough for my whole professional life to work in Philly. So I got the best of both worlds.
Yeah. Well,
According to me.
and the best is your father. So I still love his father because his father was a great newspaper man.
Yeah.
And your father didn't drive.
No, my father didn't drive. Got so many great stories. The night that Bruno got shot.
Yes.
Right? So my dad covered the mob for the Daily News. Bruno got shot. We get a call at home. It was a Friday night. And they said, Cooney, to my dad, you got to get in the office. Bruno got shot. My dad hangs up the phone, calls Pete Dexter, says, get your ass over here, come and get me. Pete Dexter, another legendary journalist in Philadelphia. Dexter pulls up in his Jeep, picks up my dad. He goes to the office. Oh, no, I think they went right to the house where Bruno was, and then they went to the office.
They go to the crime scene, yeah.
Yeah, because Bruno was left in the car for so long.
Yeah. That Daily News. That Daily News pitcher.
were
It was
the-
one of the legendary pitchers.
Yep, exactly. I still have it in the house.
Dexter, man. Now Pete was living in Philly, so he drove over to grab your father. Come
For
back.
some reason on Fridays he would always drive my dad. I don't know what the dynamic was, and I was a young kid, so I really didn't pay attention. But yeah, Dexter in his Jeep, always picking up and dropping off my dad on Fridays.
Dexter was one of these like legendary writers. He wrote a book called God's Pocket, which was an incredible book. It was, you know, this whole kind of look at parochial South Philadelphia,
Yeah.
Grace Ferry. And it was a whole Grace Ferry kind of piece and about this neighborhood and the enclave of this neighborhood. And to this day, I mean, if you're a Philadelphian, you should read it. The criminal piece of it is they turned it into a movie.
Really?
And they shot the movie in Pittsburgh.
I saw that movie.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Philip Seymour Hoffman, right?
Yes.
He's in it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a great
Early
movie.
Phillips
I
Seymour?
went nuts. Yeah, like, I mean, I was like, oh my God. Philip Seymour Hoffman and God's Pocket. And they shot it in Pittsburgh. Like, that's like shooting it in the foot. You don't give it a chance. Like, Philadelphia is the most aesthetically, I get it, tax credits, whole thing, cheaper.
Yeah.
But it was such a great book. Like, that time, I'm still fascinated. I wrote a TV series about that time.
Yeah.
That I just can't wait. I'm praying it gets picked up because it's such an interesting time period.
I was like Pete Dexter. So Bruce Springsteen wrote a song and had a line in it that had an asterisk next to it, and he took it from Pete Dexter's book, and he alluded to it that my claim to fame, because I was a Springsteen fan, I was like, yeah, in this song he quotes a guy that I know, and people were
cool.
totally
What song
impressed.
is it?
It's called Waist Deep in the Big Muddy. It's called Poison Snake Bites You, and you're poison too. I think that's the line that he took from Dexter.
Poison
A
snake.
poison snake bites you,
And you're poison.
and you're
too.
poison too.
That's cool. That's good. I like it.
Learn something new every day.
That's pretty good.
We're here for you, James.
Thanks, guys.
You're
I got a lot to
welcome.
learn still.
Yes. Yeah.
No, I mean that's all part of it. I know. I love it. YouTube, working with YouTube was always fun because do you want to talk about frickin' frack, right? Like Andrew, you would have loved it because the first of the two of them golf every day.
Yeah.
Right. Beers every day.
That sounds great.
I mean,
Fit some
seriously.
work in somewhere.
Every day.
Sign me up.
Like,
Right?
Bob would go, King, beers?
It's 11 a.m. We're in Ballard Kinwood. It's
No,
like,
it was like 8 a.m. It's like 7 a.m. Like doing a break. Beers today. Lunch? It's like lunch for him, man.
Bob's the all-time lunch guy.
4 pints.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
No, I'm not wrong with that. I'm saying I
I don't know how
appreciate
many
it.
times we would get done our 6 to 10 a.m. show, and Jamie and I at 11 o'clock would be standing in front of a place waiting for him to unlock the door.
Ballard Kinwood wouldn't open until like 11, 11:30. Sometimes we'd be like standing outside the Chili's or Fridays, like AI, like let us in.
Please.
I'll never forget listening to you guys in the morning one time, and you both were drinking non-alcoholic beers. That was like one of the funniest things I ever listened to.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
I think there'll be some beers had here today.
Alcoholic.
We used to drink a lot of. We remember we had the cocktails come in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, remember the guy used to bring in the stuff for Christmas?
The coquito. No, the coquito.
Yeah.
He's the
They were
best.
delicious.
Yeah, they were.
Right?
What's
Gabe,
that?
I think it was Gabe.
Yeah, Gabe.
Gabe brought in these things. You would have loved it, phrase. It was rum, vanilla ice cream, or whatever cream. It was.
Yeah.
There's like coconut in there.
It was
really good.
Unbelievable.
You
Like
have
the
to shake
tastiest-
it up and then
tastiest
pour it.
thing in the
Yeah.
world. But it was one of the tastiest drinks ever.
We should get that for today.
It was.
We'll send Joey out to get the stuff.
Yeah.
It's a Puerto Rican drink. It was
Like that.
Anthony and I were allowed to taste on air.
Yes, of course. The
Jamie
taste.
was not
Because I was
he was
technically
behind the
operating
board,
the board,
right?
yeah.
And it's written in like our contracts or something like that. That if you were behind the board,
FCC
you
violation.
couldn't.
Right.
Right. Yes.
Right.
That's me and Anthony be like,
Well, I can definitely taste here behind the board. So
And then we were doing how many years for you? I'd get Oscar to bring in tequilas.
By the way, they're reopened. I just saw them on
Yes.
somebody on social media was tasting a cocktail there. I was like, oh man, we gotta
We're
get
gonna-
back.
he's going to come in.
Oh,
Yeah, he's going to come in.
tequilas is the best.
Oscar's going to come in.
where
bring-
I had never gone to tequilas. I don't think.
So
Seven
written,
Tequila
we're right off of
Locals.
Rittenhouse. Yeah.
Okay.
Right on between right on Locust Street.
And I got
Great.
family in South Philly now.
Oh,
Kyle lives on
Kyle,
South
that's right.
2nd Street.
Yeah, yeah.
He's right among the mummers.
How's he doing?
Great. Just got back from Italy.
Did he?
Yep. He spent 8 days in Italy. A friend of theirs got married, and then they did they were in Lake Como for the wedding, which
Oh,
is,
my
yeah,
God.
right?
God bless
And then they just went south. They did like Florence and Rome, and I don't know where else they hit, but he said it was just phenomenal.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's fantastic.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, your Kyle is like Massimo.
Yeah, yeah, they're the athletes of the family, right?
Like, they're like,
Well, Anthony's an athlete too.
no, but like you had the little one. They're like, you know.
We used to always compare stories,
Yeah,
remember?
yeah.
So they're just that love of sports and that, just fun
Plus,
personality.
you're always with like Anthony now's in high school, right? So
Yeah.
They don't
How
want
the
you
hell did
around.
that happen?
you know, I know. I mean, you were there when he
Jeez.
was just a ball of fire on his
Yeah.
head. And so he's in high school, right? I'm not coaching him. He's
Yeah.
playing St. Augustine. So, but the little one, I coach everything, and he's always with me. So my wife, the two of us bicker constantly. And I don't know if you did that with Kyle. Like you would always he break, busting balls.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
'Cause he's a little ball breaker, right? And he don't know when I'm
From
serious.
you? A little ball breaker? No way.
But it's funny, like you're always with, like, all right, we had 2 practices last night, plus we did football workouts.
It's your happy place.
Without a
You
doubt.
love it.
I do love it. I do. It's phenomenal. It's the greatest.
Real quick, I don't want to interrupt, but I know you're competitive, and we're doing this Big Brothers Big Sisters fundraiser today. There's a little donation thing right there in the chat. I got the updated standings across the markets right now. You want to know where we stand?
Yeah.
PHLY, because we want to win this, right?
Oh my God, yeah.
We got to show Denver, Chicago, Dallas, and Phoenix what's up here.
Who's boss?
We're in second place currently.
Okay.
We are right on the heels of Chicago. Chicago's closing in on $1,000 in donations. The goal is $10,000 for all of us for the week. Very obtainable. We're right on their heels at $805.
Oh, we're gonna.
Oh, we got that.
So we can take Chicago
Yeah.
down. We've extended our lead over Dallas in third, Denver in fourth, and Phoenix in fifth. So we got to win this thing. All right. So make sure everybody today in the
Help us.
stream help us out, make us the best in the company.
It was a solid.
Yeah, and
because
helping
we
out
wanna-
Big Brothers, Big Sisters of America.
Listen, I and you know how bro knows me inside and out. So like,
Let's get the competitive fires going here.
I purposely want Philadelphia to win in a big way.
Oh yeah.
Because I always bust. Like we have, like our corporate office is in Denver, so I'm constantly busting on Denver.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Like,
Yeah.
like I'm always talking about how Philadelphia.
We gotta
like,
win.
You're like the reason why this company exists was Philadelphia.
I'm sure they love hearing that.
can't
too.
lose, we can't lose to Chicago. I mean, like, come on.
That's good work by them, but we're gonna beat them.
Nah, it's good.
Rodney
But-
McLeod just got inducted in the Hall of Fame for Big Brothers Big Sisters.
Yeah.
And we got Philly roots. Let's go.
Yeah, I
Marcus
mean,
Allen.
yeah.
Do it for Marcus.
Do it for Marcus. Let's do it for Tommy. Do it for Marcus. All right, let's take care of some business, and then we'll get into. We got the brain coming up, and then I'll get some sports stuff. I want to just.
Dude. Bob, Stott, Sixers. Like, there's so much going on right now for late June.
I mean, honestly, what it was on my brain is this Sixer thing. I don't know what, and I got to talk
You
to
got
my
to get
man
Bobby
over here.
C's brain picked.
I don't know what to do.
Honeycombs.
I figured it out this morning.
Yeah?
You
Came
got a
to
plan?
And a lot of it has to do with you, with Jamie Lynch. The Sixers pick will directly be because of Jamie Lynch's inability to pronounce names.
Really?
Yes.
So you're going to go Edgecombe?
Knipple?
He's
There it
doing
is,
Knippel?
right there.
KK?
Con Knippel.
Con Knipple.
But it's spelled K-N-U-E-P.
Dude,
So
Knipple,
Jamie's gonna be
Knoble,
knobled
Knobles.
all over the
Oh, yeah.
place.
Dude, I don't want. Listen.
I don't want him either. I don't want anybody. I don't care anymore.
Unless he's the second guy. I like him as
He's
a second.
a third. Probably, you're exactly right, but he's probably even
No.
a third or fourth guy,
No,
right?
I mean second draft pick. Like
Oh.
like unless you can unload and you know what, I want Harper. Is who I want.
Yeah.
I want them to trade up for Harper.
No, that'd be nice, yeah. Yeah, but it is, like these guys were talking about earlier, it's amazing you got 2 top 5 picks on the same team and they were a 500 team. That scares me a little bit. A little bit.
Yeah, it scares me about it in a big way. But
Ben Simmons
we saw that-
PTSD. Markel Fultz PTSD.
Yeah, no. But I think it's more of an ace thing.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, he's not getting rave reviews. No.
Harper feels like a lead guard.
He's
like an
seems
NBA
like the guy.
lead guard.
Yep. Yeah.
So, well, we'll get into it in a minute. But let's talk about some of our friends, shall we? Yes, friends and partners like Cherry Hill Jeep, a folk dealership, right? I'll tell you, you know about the folk dealership in South Jersey?
Who'd you meet? Is that what you said? Guess who you met at the
No,
dealership?
no. Do you know?
Oh, I know it. Yes, I'm sorry.
You know
yes.
Folk, right?
Yeah.
So
Some
the owner,
athletes going on there, huh?
Charlie Folk, is
He went to the wrong high
great
school,
guy.
but he looks like a good recruit.
Dude, he's a stud. We had him in the other day. Charlie Folk, St. Joe Prep quarterback.
He went to what school did you want him
Well,
to
he
go
lost.
to?
I mean, he lost to
LaSalle?
LaSalle last
Oh, my
year in the
God,
regular
he
season.
did
That's not a big deal, but some people, care about this stuff. Just saying,
He's a great kid.
Yeah, he
Great
seems like
kid.
it.
A great kid.
Yeah.
Anyway, his father.
We got to go to Prep LaSalle this year.
I'm in.
All right.
And the dealership is, they've been in the Folk family for years. Great people. I tell you that Cherry Hill Jeep is part of the Folk dealership family. One of the dealerships in South Jersey has been on the market leader, or has been the market leader since 1967. Dante runs it. So you got to go see Dante. All right. They have you covered. They the best prices. You're going to get a cuz discount when you tell Dante. They got that Jeep Grand Cherokee this month is their hot vehicle. All right, the most awarded SUV ever. It was named Motor Week's best midsize utility vehicle for the past 2 years in a row. It's a 2024 IIHS top safety pick. All right, you also have the most luxurious and functional pickup truck on the market. That's the VG truck. That's the 2025 Ram 1500. All right, the most coveted award in the pickup truck industry, Motor Trend Truck of the Year. All right, so tell them, go see Dante. Tell him I sent you, PHLY. You're going to get an additional $1,000 trade-in and the cuz discount. All right? You can drive home your new Jeep or Ram truck today, just minutes from all bridges, 24/7, cherryhilljeep.com. I know people buy Jeeps and Ram trucks elsewhere. I just don't know why. Please. All right? Now let's talk about Parks Casino, Street Road, Ben Salem.
Is this the singing portion of the
No,
show?
that'll be the next one.
Okay.
This is the
So I'm going to go to my office for that part.
Well, you're not going to sing?
I mean, hear a songbird of a generation over there? No, I'll skip out today.
Frazier's a singer, huh?
No, dude. Great singer.
Really?
Go spend my theory. Irish people can sing.
Well,
you
we
sing,
don't know.
Bobby?
We're too drunk to know any better. You can't wait until I leave to sing. He's got to belt something out before this hour's over.
Do something real quick while I look up the read.
What do you want?
Sing me a song.
You want
Come on, Spider.
Song.
Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality.
I love this.
Dude, the
We
dude,
have Queen playing at Park, so that's why I did it.
the dude,
Look at you.
The dude's unbelievable.
That's incredible.
He's a showman. He's a sing and dance man.
He's like Jesus and Fergie combined.
Thank you. I'll take that.
He's a sing and dance man.
Yeah.
He really is. He's terrific at it. Hey, listen, fighting tonight, Florida. Who's on the hill?
It's Ranger versus
Suarez.
Who's pitching for the stinking fish? I don't know.
You can bet
Some
on.
dude.
But Ranger over 5.5 Ks. I like that one tonight.
Do you?
I like Castellanos to go Yabo, a little yard shot, a little revenge at Topper.
I
Plus
don't know.
510.
Missouri goes for the Marlins tonight.
Yeah.
Plus 510. Castellanos is going to get back.
He just doesn't have the power.
I know.
I mean, that's the only problem. But listen, I can say.
That's why it's 5-1.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. The Lizard last night did not get to the strikeout.
I got to bring something up on the other side.
The Lizard?
They said something during the broadcast last night that that caught my attention.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He wasn't tipping again, was he?
No.
Second runner on second base?
We'll get to it.
All right.
It's not what you expect.
All right. So check out Fightings tonight. You got the whole thing. And then all the casino. Like VG loves all these games. Live dealer blackjack, craps, roulette, baccarat, a whole nine. All the hot slots like Huff and Puff. That's his favorite. The favorite Jetsons. What's your favorite? Benny the Yeti. Check it out. The only app and Sportsbook will recommend the Bet Park Sportsbook Casino app. New customers get up to $1,000 casino bonus back. BetParks.com has all the details. You got to be 21. You got to be in PA, New Jersey, Michigan, Maryland, Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, we got the brain. All right, VG, you got to be part
Yeah,
of
I'm
this.
gonna bump out real quick. I'll hit you with this because when it comes, if I had
Why are you
known,
leaving? Don't go over you.
well, I'll just hang out. I want VG to trash talk the brain.
Just
Well, yeah,
It's one of my favorite
sure,
dynamics.
sure,
All right,
sure.
Mike.
Relax, cuz. Just sit there. You ain't got to run in your office.
I'm not going to the office. I was just gonna sit
He has
He's got
his
a
own
big-
office, huh?
Yeah, he's got an office.
Yeah.
He's
Nice
slinking
corner
to the
office.
Yeah, it is a corner office.
I know. He had me in there for a talk one day.
Yeah.
Great view. Great view in there.
Yeah. No, he's got an office and all
I
things.
know. It must be nice.
I have an office.
I know.
This whole place, you just commandeer any room's your office. You just walk in and make it your office.
That's, you know.
You got like 12 offices here. You just pick which one you want on which day.
Yeah, I don't like to have one off. I don't like one
No.
spot.
No, me neither.
Right?
No. No.
I feel like I'm in jail.
Yeah, no.
I just don't like it. All right, time now for the brain.
Brain. Red, the brain finder.
La Brain. Hello, La Brain.
Good morning, my friend. How are you?
Good. Now, you are in Boston? Or
Yes,
where
Boston.
at? Are you going to the
Boston.
Cape? When are you going to the Cape?
Yeah, well, yeah, we're gonna go. We're going to Cape Cod. Which other one? There's Cape Cod and Nantucket. So we're gonna do, I think, 2 nights in one night in the other. But we're in the Encore Hotel now. A very nice hotel, by the way. We're here.
Here's the brain for Encore Hotel.
If he's not wearing swag from Breakers,
Got free nights, man.
He gives the shout out.
Hey, man, God
Nah,
bless.
I got free nights. But anyway, yeah, we're going tomorrow. Tomorrow we got Cape Cod for 2 nights and then Nantucket for 1, or it's vice versa. I don't know. It's vice versa.
He's a Nantucket guy.
Oh, yeah.
No. Funny thing is, I'm
Nantucket
not.
guy. Yeah.
No, not at all.
You don't
No,
think you
that's
are,
false.
but you are.
That's false.
Well,
It's
I'll tell you
false.
what.
I'm
He's
not.
not, but his
That's
wife
false.
is.
Correct.
Your wife's Nantucket.
She is. I'm
She
not.
fits in there. I agree. I
She
don't think
fits
you're
in there.
Nantucket.
Nah, I think
I'm not
he is.
Nantucket.
I think he's
No.
a closet Nantucketer.
I'm not.
He's a fan.
I'm not a I would admit it if I was. I'm not. I'm going to be kind to my family, but I'm not a
No,
Nantucket
he's not.
guy.
His wife is. You don't understand.
He's Nantucket by association.
But his wife.
No, I would just want to eat like chicken and
there's
pizza and like be left alone the
Yeah,
entire
his
night.
wife.
Like I'm
just
like,
wants
come
to
on,
watch a ball game and all. Like that's
exactly,
who he
and
is.
just stuff my steak with,
But his
with
wife.
unhealthy
I mean,
foods.
God bless. You know, when you got Dolly, walking around, you got to do
like that.
what Dolly wants, right, cuz?
Anthony, I got to tell you something. I mean, that is wisdom that
Sure.
like VG just doesn't have for whatever reason. I don't.
Yeah,
get
I'm
it.
shocked. That he doesn't know that.
Come on, where's your Penn education? Come on, dude.
Well, you know what? Here's the deal.
I
He's
dined with him.
married
He's
to the
he's
pagan.
Nantucket.
He's married to the pagan, who's just a soul of the earth, scientist, brilliant, and she's a witch. She's a good witch.
She's a good witch. Yes. Yeah. It's not.
I'm married to.
I'm married
She's a black
I'm married
magic.
to-
No, but she's a good witch.
Yeah.
That's good. She does
Anthony, I'm married to an expensive witch.
She's the wicked witch of South Beach, or the good witch of South Beach.
Yeah, she's the good witch of South Beach.
There you
Exactly.
go.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to our contest.
Oh,
By the way,
jeez.
dude, speaking of Miami, the freaking Panthers were ridiculous last night again. I almost felt bad for Edmonton.
Yeah, and look, I gotta give. I mean, Florida's just. I mean, different level, man.
It took their souls.
Different
They did.
level.
They did.
They're
Reinhardt
just
gets 4 goals.
4 goals. And I'll tell you what, it
Unbelievable.
depresses me because I thought the Flyers might be 2 years away. They might be 3 or 4 years away.
I mean,
If the Panthers keep that stuff together, that team together,
Flyers 2 years away?
Bennett's going to leave.
yeah, 2 years away from being contenders. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that Rag going to be here in 2 years?
Yeah, 2 years. No, I agree. Well,
You know
not
what's
this summer.
interesting?
Next summer is when they're going to hit free agency. So next, they're going to be a playoff team.
Okay.
They're walking like this, man.
Bob doesn't think so. Bob's
Flyers.
Bears. Look
You're
at
not-
him.
you're not-
He's
you're not
he's
pulling for the
anti
Flyers?
us.
Not yet, no.
Dude,
not yet.
I am.
But I agree with you. I was watching the game last night. When they got up like 3-0, I did feel kind of bad for Edmonton.
Yeah, it was. I mean,
After Draisaitl
McKee's
and McDavid, it's kind of like
they're out there like every other shit.
Exactly,
Right?
right?
Something happened.
Yeah.
I mean, I got to tell you. So, Bouchard was horrible last night.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how many times did he give away? Giveaways.
Evander Kane can't keep his wits about him. He
No.
loses
No.
control every time.
Yeah.
But it was funny. So
Playing like Evander Holyfield.
I brought up Bouchard to Jonesy,
Yeah.
and he's like, "Yeah," he goes, "He's a little too one way for me." Right? Like,
Oh, yeah.
and it was interesting because he was right. Like, this is early in the playoffs. I was talking about Bouchard. He had a great game, whatever. He's like, dude, listen, he can go off offensively, but he's so rough on the other end that he costs you. And he cost him last night. I'm like, Jonesy's right. Jonesy's right about him.
That's why he's the prez.
That's right. Anyway, I'm gonna miss. I love the hockey playoffs.
Yeah, they were good. There's a
Anthony-
10, but I hate the way it ends.
Yeah.
I'm seeing pictures right now, 9 a.m. at that elbow room in Florida, giant party going on.
Yeah.
Must be
Anthony,
nice.
quick question for you. Did it
buddy.
remind you a little bit the Panthers, like the way the Cavaliers were with LeBron, where they wouldn't even the regular season, they didn't even whatever. Then once the playoffs started, they went to the finals every year. Like the Panthers, they weren't even that good this regular season. They were. I mean, they were okay. Were they coming third in the division?
Right.
They weren't even that great. And then to the playoffs starts, it's like, okay, time to wake up. Now we're gonna kick everyone's. You know what? I kind of felt like that's what the Panthers were. Like they were just waiting for the playoffs to start. They had Marshawn. It's like, okay, now it's our time. Yeah, this 82.
I mean,
games we
Bennett,
played.
it's funny because Bush said this about Bennett, that somebody's going to give Bennett a ton of money, and he's not going to produce until the playoffs. He's like, he's a playoff money player. And that's who he is. In the
Conn
regular
Smythe
season,
last night, yeah.
he's not going to do much, And listen, as much as he gets the constant, Marchand,
I was surprised Marchand didn't get it.
I would have taken Marchand. Marchand was their soul, man.
Yeah, Brain, do you know what Bennett was going into the series for Conn Smythe?
Oh no, I don't. But man, it had to be a high
Had to be a
number.
hefty payout.
Yeah, it had to be a hefty payout. Had to be a hefty payout. But look, he played great too. Look again, it's funny. You just watching that. I thought through 4 games, we had the one, and I thought was maybe an anomaly when Florida dominated. I think it was what game was it they dominated? There was game 3. Game 3, they killed them.
When Edmonton melted down at the end. It was 1-1, and then Edmonton had all those meltdowns. Remember, started all the skirmishes.
Yes,
it was 6-1, and that
So
to
I
me
thought it was
was
a one-off.
You're right.
But I thought it
the
was a
series.
one-off maybe, but I
Yeah.
was dead wrong. And then Edmonton got fortunate. They were down 3-0, get a Hail Mary win in game 4, and then just blowout. Look, and
they scored late in the first period too.
They're the better team.
Again, those goals at the end of periods just kill you.
Do you think if they switched the goalies, the series would have been different or no way?
Nah.
I don't think so either. I agree with you.
I don't know why Edmonton. This is 2 years in a row now, or maybe 3. Skinner's just mediocre in that.
Yeah.
They just made no upgrades.
Yeah. I mean,
You know what's weird? How come hockey
goalies
goalies are never drafted high, guys? Can you ask Jonesy that? Like, how come theoretically people say, "Oh, a hockey goalie, not quite, but is sometimes worth like a quarterback"? Besides, like Rick DiPietro years back, oh my God, Roberto Luongo. There's been so few.
One of the reasons is they're late to develop.
Okay,
like
it seems like teams don't put a premium on it, like they should. But I would feel like teams should put much more of a premium on a goaltender than they seem to. That's just my amateur take. From like you see in football teams quarterback no matter what.
Well,
I'll tell you what.
I'll get a direct quote for you from Jonesy.
Yeah,
we'll get a direct quote from Jonesy.
Yeah, it just seems like they don't put as much of a premium on it as I think that they should, because I think having a good goal. You're right. You look at Edmonton, and again, not saying they would have won this series, but I think you definitely saw a big difference when you have an average goaltender and a Stanley Cup.
But you know what the problem is, though, dude?
It's hard to win.
Here's the problem: is that Winnipeg was the best team by far in the regular season, and Hellebuck, what did he do in the playoffs?
It was horrible. But here's the thing: he didn't play well in the playoffs. And it's funny. My hockey guy, by the way, it's funny. I told you about. He kept telling me all year. He's like, I'm not saying this guy invented hockey's clearly not, but he kept saying to me, he goes, Hellebuck, he goes, I think he's maybe 9th or 10th best goalie. He goes, watching the playoffs, you'll see he's not going to be so good. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, watch and see. He's not crazy elite. He goes, he's not like an all-time great at all.
Right.
And he thought he was very overrated. And then watching the playoffs, the guy was horrible.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Again, I'm not a. I
They're,
like the
they're like,
Astros,
you know what? They're like closers, dude. That's what
yeah,
they
like
are.
closers.
They're just
Good,
like
good comp by
closers,
you.
man.
Good comp
Hey,
by you.
I get this article. It's a few years old, but it goes back to 2004. Since 2004, as of like 2020, there were 18 goalies selected in the first round. Only 5 of them have even started for a team in the
Wow.
NHL.
That's Anthony's
Wow.
point, though. That's what Anthony was saying. I guess they don't develop.
Yeah.
I guess it's like I guess it's just too much guesswork for whatever reason. I guess it has to be the reason. There can't be anything else in that.
5.
Right?
Was Patty
Oh,
Waugh?
Yeah.
I don't even think they're anyone substantial.
Wow. That's
Crazy
amazing.
stat. That's a crazy stat.
It is.
Wow.
It's nuts. It's nuts.
I would never have guessed that in a zillion years.
Edinger of Dallas, he's one.
Ettinger, yeah. He's up and down.
He is.
Ettinger, yeah. He's up and down. Yo, dude, tomorrow night I got you and Bobby C here, so let's suss out the about Game 6. Do the Pacers have a miracle in them?
It's listen, again, this team has fought hard and they don't go away and they're there. Now, again, Halliburton, is he going to play? Is he not going to play? How healthy will it be? I remember, Anthony, the Game 7 of the Nuggets Thunder, Aaron Gordon, they said had an injury that was a 6-week injury and he ended up trying to play. I kind of get the hunch, so to speak, that this is a serious injury for Halliburton and he's probably just going to try to gut it out. But I don't think he's even close to remotely being healthy based on what I'm understanding. Look, I mean, it's hard to just count out this Pacers team because they've just, every time you do, they say, all right, do it at your own peril. But I don't know. I mean, because he is their best player in theory. And if he's not 100%, let's say it, against a team that's very, very solid, I just don't know. What's
interesting?
The Thunder, yeah.
And Bobby knows him well. Bobby's very close with TJ McConnell, and
love TJ.
There was a point in that game where like they're there, and
right there.
You're not. I'm not saying you would start TJ. Like TJ makes his bones against the second unit, right? But down the stretch, looking at Halliburton, I would have went back to McConnell as my lead ball handler.
There was a play where
I agree with you.
Yeah, Halliburton was cutting through the lane. He didn't have the ball. It was a situation where he gave up the ball and he was cutting through the lane to get a pick to get out to the 3-point line. And as he's trying to make that left-hand turn to get out to the wing, you could tell he couldn't even turn.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how hobbled he was. Yeah. If things were normal, TJ, put him in at the 6-minute mark when you're down like 12, 14. I was struggling with it. As much as I love him and all and how good he was, that night, and he's been in this series, I understood why they didn't kind of go to him. That's the norm. But you needed a shot in the arm. He was the shot in the arm all night.
And again, because he was feeling it, and because Halliburton was so banged up, that's why I was thinking, you know what, I would have went back. The minute I watched Halliburton, right, like I would have gave it 2 minutes, and then if I'm Carlisle, I would have went back to TJ, only because Halliburton can't move.
Yeah, and they're an up-tempo team, and if a guy's not moving in the tempo they want to play, that's not good.
I mean, I know the name is Tiates. You see what's happening on the court. TJ was surprisingly effective.
Yeah.
Anthony, do you know he was at halftime? Halliburton had 0 points. Do you know what they made his second half over under for points?
No.
Let's take a guess.
I'll say second half over under. They probably messed up and probably went with the algorithm, so they probably made it 10.5.
Well, no. Well, yeah, his over under for the game was 16.5.
I mean,
they made it 8.5. They made it 8.5. Yeah. And I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, because I hit that for a max bet a few times. Like, I'm like, the guy's not, how can you make it the same thing when the guy is just clearly not? I mean, this isn't, you have to be intelligent to see this. This isn't like hard stuff. This is first grade math. And to me, that was just utterly silly. Then they finally took it off the board.
Yeah.
Because it just should never have been up because he clearly wasn't right. Now, if I'm Indiana, if he's not right, again, to you guys' point, I think they're better off just not even trying to play him because I think a hobbled Halliburton, wouldn't. I'd rather him not even tried, to be honest, because
I agree.
he was almost a negative out there. Not his fault.
Yeah.
But that's how I see it.
No,
So,
I'm with you. I think, I think they're going to play. They're going to hang for 3 quarters.
Yeah.
I could see him hanging for 3 quarters.
For sure,
I could see Obi Toppin going off tomorrow. He had a quiet game last game. I could see Obi Toppin going off tomorrow. Keep him around, and then it's just too much. And it's just too much SGA.
Yeah, and Jalen. I read something. Jalen Williams is the 12th highest player on the Thunder. Did you see that?
Is that right?
12th highest. Yeah, 12th highest paid player on the team. Yeah. I don't know when his contract comes up because I guess he's making league minimum. I don't know. But that's the team that you look at their future guys.
Oh my God!
Now again, not that there's some all-time great team.
How about Holmgren? Holmgren played
young
his ass off the other night.
I love Holmgren. I think Holmgren's. I'm a big fan of his. But they have so many. All their players are young. Everyone except. By the way, that trade they made was a good trade with Caruso for Giddey. Caruso wasn't going to do anything for the Bulls. Giddey's at least a young guy. It was a good trade. You see, and it's really helped the Thunder in these finals.
Oh,
and in these
he
playoffs.
can defend. My God,
I don't know if they would be here if it wasn't for
shorts.
Caruso. If they had Giddey and they didn't have that extra defender, they may not have. I mean, they easily could be down 3-1 or up 3-2 against Indiana. Totally. They may not even beat in Denver.
Yeah.
So Caruso's been terrific for them.
All right, boys, let's get to the contest.
Brain, you jinxed me 2 days ago, dude. You was like, he can't lose at soccer. I haven't won a soccer bet yet. It's all you, Brain.
Well,
You're like he's like a warlock. I think he's a wizard.
I jinxed myself
yesterday.
I jinxed myself yesterday.
Yeah, you had who?
Horrible day for me yesterday.
Inter tied and Dortmund tied. How does Dortmund tie?
I don't know how either one of those teams tied.
Exactly, because
it doesn't make
he
any
put
sense.
A curse on us.
Doesn't make any sense to me.
PG, I root for you. That's not true. I love you, man.
I was 1-3 yesterday. Bad day.
Man City's going to lose tonight. Watch.
I'm like 54 and 52.
54 and 52. Man City's going to lose?
No, I'm just in the what's going on right now.
I'm taking a break. I'm not touching soccer today.
Brain, what's your
horrible
record?
For me yesterday? I went 0-3. God, I told you I was be a pitching coach for Emerson Hancock.
Yeah,
Kyle Hendricks. 6 innings, 2 hits, 9. Kyle freaking Hendricks.
I know.
Guy hasn't had a good game since like the World Series.
But here's the problem, though. The Yankees are in such a funk.
I know.
In baseball, you almost. And I was going to say this to you yesterday because I'm like, dude, because I did tell you that I'm like, Yankees are struggling right now.
They are.
To me, rule one is when a team's in a funk, don't go near them until they get out of it. And then, in a week or two, they're going to hit the ball. Judge will be hot again. Then go back to them, but not now.
Well, look again. He pitched a great game, and then I lost the whatchamacallit one with 2 outs. The Braves ended up with 5 runs. Peterson against the Schwellenbach ended up 4-1. And then, but whatever. It is what it is. New day, hopefully a better day. And same thing with me and VG. But I'm going to start it out. Listen.
Yeah, we're going to be all over the same games. I'm pretty certain that Brandon and I'll be all over the same games.
Parks combo play of the day. Listen, I got to obviously take the Phillies. We knew that. I'm taking the Phillies. And it was like, okay, do I take over 8? Do I take under 8? Right. And I saw like the plus on the over was plus 165, on the under was plus 200. So I'm going to go under 200. My rationale is I just think Rangers going to allow 0 or 1. I don't think the Marlins are going to score 2 runs tonight. I really don't. So if he allows 0 or 1, I'm right on that. Even if he allows 2, Phillies probably don't think are going to get a 7 spot. They could, but I'm going to take Phillies Parks special combo play today. Phillies and under plus 200. And I'm going to start it out. I'm going to take the Phillies laying a half run. My first bet, Ranger against a bad pitcher laying a half run. You don't really lay any juice.
Yeah.
I'll take my chances. The Phillies are winning after 5 innings. I don't like their bullpen. Hate the Phillies bullpen. Hate, not dislike. Hate.
Right.
I mean, today will be okay with the bullpen. Everyone is available today.
The Rangers will probably pitch 6 innings, so 7 innings maybe even. But I just don't. I don't like the Phillies bullpen. I just don't. I don't trust it. I don't really ever want to be involved. So I'd rather lay a half run in the 5-inning line. My first bet.
All right.
I'm keeping it simple. Tigers, run line, Pirates, minus 1.5 runs, minus 135. Scooble's on the mound.
Scooble.
Can never argue that. You can never. I mean, it's like I'm going to take VG. I'm going to go same game. I'm going to take under 4 in the 5-inning line because Scooble's going to allow 0 or 1. And he hasn't been as good as Skeens, obviously, but Haney's been very, very consistent all year. He's really had like maybe only a couple bad starts ever. And I think he'll allow. I don't think he's going to allow 4 runs. I mean, if he allows 3 or less runs, I think I have a very good chance of winning this bet because I know Schoolboy ain't allowing anything.
Well,
I'm going to take under
the
4 in
other
that
thing
game.
too is you got
5 and 1.
Haney, you got a lefty, and he neutralizes Green and Meadows, and
He's a solid veteran. He's a
and-
decent veteran
and
pitcher.
Carpenter. Like their 3 best hitters are lefties.
They're not as good against the lefties for sure.
So
for sure.
I think
so I'm going to make that
good.
my second one.
I'm gonna grab I'm taking Lodolo and the Reds. Money line. They're at minus 131 today against the Twins. Ober's on the mound for the Twins.
Bailey Ober.
Bailey Ober. I'm going to again, another 5 inning line play. Another guy who's probably been right now in the National League, Zach Wheeler, you want to say? This guy's right there at the last, after his first 3 or 4 starts. Chris Sale. I'm going to take Chris Sale, last year's Cy Young winner. I'll lay a half run, laying no juice against the Mets. Paul Blackburn, no thanks.
Right.
Again, when Chris Sale pitches, it makes the Braves a very, very tough team. Braves, another team with a bad bullpen, but after 5 innings, they should win this one 4-0, 4-1. Take the Braves laying half run.
All
right, another one of my simple no-brainers. Cardinals run line versus the White Sox. Sonny Gray's on the mound. Run line is minus 114.
So 1.5.
Almost did that
you're just
one.
laying 1.5 across the board.
These have been
I almost did
money
that
all
one.
year.
But VG, the 2 that the Scuba one I almost did, and the Sonny Gray one I almost did as well. I was very close on both those because I like both those. I think they're both good plays. On the last one, Anthony, I was almost embarrassed to say it on the air after what you were saying, which I can't argue what you said. You're right. I can't help myself. You cannot help myself. I'm going to lay a half run on the 5 inning line with the Yankees with Ryan Yarbrough, who's been very, very consistent against Jack. What's his last name? Jack Kokkanowicz, who's just been brutal. I'm just, again, I guess I need to be conked over the head one more time, and maybe this will just happen again. But I just feel like this game will be 5-1 Yankees, something like that. So I'll take my chances. And then tomorrow, when you're like, Brad, I said to you, you can't take a team that had scored 0 runs 8 straight games until they at least score a run. I'm like, now, Dad, I've learned. I'll say you're right.
Well, I'm going to tell you one. I'm going to make one prediction off that game. Trout home run.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's certainly possible.
Well, only because of profile. Because Yarbrough, he's not going to get fooled by Yarbrough's slop.
You're going to go against the Yarbrough man?
Yeah. He can't break it. He couldn't break the
Good one, vibrator.
You want to talk about rag arm? I mean, he's a rag arm, and Trout doesn't play that. Trout's such a disciplined hitter. Forget injuries aside and all the other stuff.
Yeah.
The dude is a disciplined hitter. So Trout will go yard tonight.
Quick question for you guys. 2 things. You're Trout. Would you want to be traded? You're the Angels. Would you trade him? And do you think he's even tradable?
Yes, no.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
I think you want to get traded. I think they want to trade him.
The money. I mean, the problem is the money. Listen. I mean,
maybe it could be rejuvenated somewhere else. Sometimes Anthony, you've been sports for sometimes. Sometimes it just goes like
stem
that.
cells and bionic muscles and bone.
I don't think it's Joel Embiid. You think it's Joel Embiid? Do you think he's as bad as Embiid? I don't get that. You do think it's as bad? You think he's Embiid?
How old is he now? Early 30s?
32.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I've always had one eye. I love Mike Trout. I've always loved him. He was always. I love the kid. I mean, every which way.
He's about to be 34.
Oh, okay.
And here's the thing. Yeah. The problem is that now I would take him if not for the money, but he's still got 6 years or something.
1, 2,
does he have that much years?
5.
He has that many.
5 more years.
5 years
at 37 mil.
I mean,
so they'd have to pay. They'd have to pay at least $15 million a year.
Yeah, I mean,
at least.
Much. And for this, it's not like they got an endless well.
No.
Because you're taking a flyer on him.
I would he's a free agent. What does he get? What does Mike Trout get? Today he's a free agent. How much does he get a year?
He's not getting
15, 18.
Yeah.
Yeah, a 1-year deal.
Okay.
That's it. Yeah.
That sounds fair. Yeah, I agree with you guys. I think that sounds reasonable. But he's a guy I've always just kind of rooted for.
Because if he could just stay healthy for half a year, I mean, he's your answer.
He still has 13 home runs, Anthony, and only
No, dude, I
35
know.
games.
That's why I'm telling you he's going to go yard tonight. Like he's
Yeah.
like I follow him, right? And
Yeah.
he's one of those dudes that he just understands hitting so well that a guy like Yarborough who is going to kind of speed you to death, right?
Yeah.
Lull you, and it's sneaky. Like it don't work with him. It doesn't work with
No,
him.
Trout's got
I hear
38
you.
hits this year. 11 of them are home runs.
Yeah, right? But how many
Wow.
games? You
Yeah,
know, like-
he's got 166 at bats. Yeah, it's amazing
Wow.
how
And
few
he still
games
isn't
he's
playing
played
the
over the years.
outfield, right? He's just DHing. I don't think he's in the field right now, is he?
I don't know.
No, they moved him. I think they moved him. Yeah,
He was
no, they
playing
moved
some
him.
field.
Because he had the bruised
Yeah, he
knee.
was playing the field.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had the bruised knee. It's just weird for a guy. It's weird. It just kind of happened so fast. He was on this pace that, quite frankly, I don't think any player in baseball through his first 8 years had a higher WAR than him. 9 years, whatever it was. I think he had.
Oh, yeah. He was
highs,
on
like Babe
all-time
Ruth,
great
whoever.
Mickey Mantle pace.
Yeah,
Right, like the all time. It would be like LeBron James if he just after 9 years just became
Broke
bad.
down. I mean,
Oh,
that's
broke
the
down.
problem.
Yeah, broke down. I shouldn't say became bad. That's not fair. But yeah, it just broke down. I guess you just never know. But one of the best lines in sports is the best ability is availability, and sometimes we forget that, right? But if you can't play, it's like the Sixers know that with Embiid. If you can't play, like how valuable can you really be?
who
And
told
I guess
Mike
it just
Trout that
happened
Harry
to-
Callis died? This kid right here.
Oh, yeah?
Get out.
He was. I was
Wait, for
covering it-
real?
I was covering it. The NBA was on. I don't know if they were on lockout, whatever it was,
Wow.
and I was doing a story on Mike Trout, and he was playing high school ball. And during the game, I got a thing from my editor saying, "Hey, Harry, get back in the office as soon as you can. Harry Callis just died." And I interviewed Trout after the game, and I was like, "Yeah, Harry Callis died." He's like, "Oh, get the hell out of here!" Yeah,
Wow.
so that's my
Wait,
claim
wait,
to fame that I told Mike Trout that Harry Callis.
Wait, Mike Trout wasn't playing when Harry Callis announced?
No, he was still in high school.
Wow, it's been that long since Harry passed. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at the
Wow.
last 6 games. He's DH. I don't think he's played the outfield since May, since he had an
moved
injury.
him
Oh,
into
okay.
field
All
there,
right.
right?
He got a knee
I thought they were
injury.
going to.
Yeah, but he got hurt, and he was playing it up until he got hurt.
Yeah.
And my guess is they'll move him back at some point.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I mean,
That
you
team's
hope so,
almost
but-
500, Anthony. Look at that team's pitch. I mean, look at that team's pitching staff. I think they're like 33 and 35 or something like that. And they don't have one pitcher that's. I don't know how they're doing.
You know what
mean,
they are? So they got the kid Zito, the shortstop, is a good
I
player.
love him. He's been
Right.
terrific.
He's a good player.
He's their best player right now.
And then they're sneaky, right? Like they got like that Adele will hit
Yeah,
got some
Adele,
power.
Ward's got 18 home runs.
Ward's got
Yeah,
power. O'Hoppe.
Now that could be a guy that could potentially be moved. Taylor
There's
Ward,
always
like,
a pain in the ass.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
I mean that's the kind of team they are.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
like they're
they're pesky.
Yeah, they are. They are.
Yeah, they're
All right, my
pesky.
brother. Fantastic.
Appreciate you guys.
We love you, buddy.
Always
Thank
appreciate you
Brain.
guys. VG, today is going to be a good day.
I hope
Today's
so.
gonna be a good
Win
day
some
for
money
you,
for
man.
these people.
All right, brother.
There he is, the brain, La Brain.
Hey, can I just do a
You
quick
have
shout
a,
out?
you have a soccer play for us?
Earlier today, I
World
picked
Cup?
on Jon Marks Show, Man City versus Wydad FC. I have them over 3.5 goals
Is the game here?
today at 12. Yep,
Today, 12.
at noon. Yeah,
Oh, fantastic.
so in about 2 hours. But real quick, if I can just do a quick shout out, our donations.
Yes.
Ever since we said we want to be number one.
Yeah.
Oh well, are we
Let's go.
almost there? So we got Eddie Wright, $10.
Nice.
We
Thank
got
you,
Joe
Eddie.
Lucan, $15.
Yeah.
Oh,
We
thank
got
you,
Pete
bro.
Kurz at $20. We got Anonymous for $100.
Oh, anonymous.
We got another 30 from Anonymous.
Nice.
We got Futz at 10.
Yeah,
Thank you,
fuck.
Fox.
And let me scroll down real quick to see if anyone else. That's it so far.
Thanks,
But
boys.
Yeah, nice
we're
work.
getting there.
Good job.
Woo! Thank you, guys. That's beautiful, man.
Joey rocking an Italiano Phillies hat.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. What do you expect him? What do you expect? Kid's Italian. No, yeah, I know you're getting that. You're getting that all day long. All right, let's take care of some business. What do you think there, Brain? Take care of a little business action. I'm going to tell you about. Did you do it? I missed it. All right.
Yeah, you did. You're good.
All right. I'm going to make sure because the bro is like the, I made the bro king type of thing, king of content. So any kind of little, and he's he's such a corporate guy,
He still has that producer in him.
right?
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
a corporate guy,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So
That's why he has The Office.
any little detail, like he's a stickler. Like you got to give it, let it breathe. I'm
He's,
like, all
he's the
right,
big eye. He watches everything.
you know, all right. There he is, Mr. Corporate
He's in a
bro.
meeting. He's in a meeting.
He's the corporate man. Got to let it breathe. Yeah, I had to let the ad breathe.
Yeah, that's right. That's good work by you. Our penalties have gone down. You're killing it.
Yeah.
Thanks for taking that second breath.
Yeah. I normally would fight doing it on purpose.
Yeah.
But, you know.
I appreciate you.
Yeah. Appreciate you.
Look at it. You see this guy drinking Capri Suns over here?
There's nothing else to drink.
Oh, dude, I had one earlier.
Did you really?
Oh, it took me back to like when the kids were little. Yeah.
There's Propel.
Oh,
The most irrational packaging ever.
great. But you can play with it when you're done. Like you can suck it in and stick the straw to your tongue and walk. You can blow it up real big and throw it at people. And
That is true, Bob. Yeah, you can't,
Right,
you can't do all
right.
that.
I don't know, dude. I could never. I never had one,
They're
and
like
I
two
never
cents.
will.
They're 2 cents, and it's all sugar, and you still need a drink afterwards.
Yeah, because it doesn't quench your
I
thirst at all.
can't
No, it's
imagine.
horrible.
I could never just do it as a grown man.
Yeah.
I couldn't hold that.
I had so I had the youngest by myself yesterday, and I took her out for ice cream, and I actually thought of you as I was sitting there licking my ice cream cone. Would you ever do the ice cream cone in public as a man?
Yeah.
Yeah?
We had an argument.
Yeah.
It
Because
was.
Trey Thomas, our friend, would not.
I
He
was
was
just gonna
vehemently,
bring that
he
up.
was vehemently
No, he
anti-ice
wouldn't let
cream.
his wife. Wasn't that what it was?
It might have been both,
I thought he wouldn't let his
but he
wife.
definitely wouldn't.
Okay.
No,
And I thought of you because I
didn't-
was sitting there eating my rainbow jimmies, you know?
Yeah, no.
Sprinkles.
No, listen.
Rainbow
No,
sprinkles.
no. I'm only anti-cone with a good ice cream.
Okay, fair.
Good ice cream doesn't
Needs
belong
to
with a-
stand alone.
Yes.
I do
right?
like a little bit of the crunch texture
Yeah.
added to it.
No, but if you got these homemade ice creams,
Yeah.
like these,
You know,
big
oh,
things-
Yeah, you can't mess with
I was
that.
getting soft serve. like,
No, yeah, exactly. He's.
But a
He's
good
right.
ice cream deserves
waffle
to
cone?
stand alone.
That's why you're a great
Right.
foodie.
Yeah.
Right.
And then get the cone if you want it.
All right.
No, he's wrong. He's just wrong. He's wrong. Listen. He's got no taste whatsoever. None. But you're listen. Massimo, there's a place, Dippy's,
Ooh.
that we'll go every once in a while. I go, Dad, you want Dippy's?
What's your order?
Yeah. I get the vanilla cone chocolate jimmies.
Are you a soft serve? Do you
Yes.
I like a swirl.
The swirl's nice.
Yeah,
The
the swirl's
swirl's
nice.
good. I
Yeah.
thought
With
about
the
the
rainbow
rainbow
vanilla.
chocolate dip where it hardens on the outside. You know that?
It's nice too.
Those are good. Yeah.
Once in a blue moon, I get a hankering for it.
Yeah.
The hard shell.
Favorite ice cream? What kind? What flavor?
Because
I'm a
I've
chocolate chip mint guy.
transitioned old in my life. I was first chocolate chip cookie dough, and then
Yeah.
I had a cookies and cream phase.
Yeah.
Now in my old age, I've transitioned to black raspberry.
Ooh.
Wow.
Yeah.
What company? Byers or Briars or
I like
Turkey
Ben
Hill?
Jerry's.
Yeah, I knew he was a Ben and Jerry's
Once
guy.
in a blue moon, I loved it. Down Wildwood, there's this place, the Seashell Ice Cream Parlor.
Ooh.
And once in a while, like I take the kids, like that's a treat. Once
Yeah.
in summer,
We got an a la mode in Ocean City. We had.
yeah,
Oh.
like there's like there you get those ice cream parlor, like the parlor,
When it's alive.
And you're
with the
waiting for
water. You gotta get a water.
Yeah.
Like, that's all right.
Vanilla bean.
Yeah, but I usually like the Dad, I like the coconut. I'm a
Coconut?
coconut.
Oh, I don't like
Ice cream.
coconut.
Yeah. Coconut, I'll
Really?
do. Strawberry, I'm a big strawberry man.
Yeah, strawberry's underrated. Neapolitan is underrated.
I
in
love
general.
that. That's my favorite.
Yeah, that's a good item.
Yep.
Neapolitan.
Yep.
No, it's not.
You're weak.
You're weak, co-man. You're weak, co-man.
What's wrong with strawberry? Yeah, I love
Yeah, a
strawberry.
little strawberry and chocolate together. Oh,
Yeah. What do you eat? What ice cream do you eat?
Cookies and cream.
Cookies and cream is strong. I can't.
Mint chocolate chip.
Swirls.
You know my
He
Anthony
looks like a
eats?
Rocky Road man.
Cherry vanilla.
You like cherry vanilla, but you don't like strawberry. What sense does that make? You freak.
nothing.
You're a freak.
Pink strawberry ice cream. Oh.
First of all, it's not pink, all right? Second, if it's the right way, it's done with the strawberry infused.
Correct.
I trust you on the gin and tonics or whatever you make with the strawberries. Out on the ice cream.
You like cherry vanilla? It's the same thing. It's cherry and a strawberry. It's the same thing.
Strawberries
You're a freak, all right? You're
Bunch of nice organic cherries yesterday. I'm not popping strawberries in my mouth all day.
which one? I like it. I
Yeah,
love
a
the
nice
strawberry.
strawberry, fresh.
Yeah, I'm with you,
Oh,
man.
elite fruit.
We always have strawberries in the house.
Elite fruit.
Yeah. I love the strawberry.
Yeah.
Big fan.
Yep.
VT doesn't know fruit.
Herbs. I'm an herb.
You are. That's right. You're an herb guy.
I'm an herbs man.
You're an herb guy. What
I
do you know
trust
about
you when it comes to herbs. Yeah.
You're bad at fruit.
Yeah.
Oh my
Grated
God.
herbs.
Bad at fruit.
All right, you want to hear my Lizardo complaint from last night?
Yes.
Yeah,
What
I'm
is it?
curious if anybody else caught this.
Don't go nowhere.
All right,
I
all
just got to take care of business.
Jesus, man.
All right.
And Bobby's got to go soon.
Do we
Gotta
do
kick
it
him out.
again?
No, you're good. You're good.
All right. That's right. We're
Oh,
gonna do
yeah,
it again because
Breathe.
I have to give the commercial again.
Oh, yeah, let's take a break.
All
All right, so
We just did it
transition
like
again?
10 minutes ago.
Let's do it again.
Okay.
Okay, I'm following his lead here.
Mr. Corporate.
All right, 1 second.
Corporate middle manager. All right, here it is.
Thank you.
3, 2, 1. Let's talk about getting you back what you love, especially this summer. So whether you're biking by the Schuylkill, chasing the kids through the sprinkler, tackling that hiking trail that you really want to do, it's tough when your body doesn't cooperate. And that's where Rothman Orthopedics comes in. From aches and pains after a pickup game, old injuries flaring up during summer adventures, Rothman's team of experts is here to help. They have evidence-based care, a commitment to restoring your mobility. They're going to get you back out there stronger than ever, okay? Don't let pain put your summer on pause. Visit RothmanOrtho.com/PHLY to book your appointment today. Get back to doing what you love. Pain-free. That's right. Rothman Orthopedics, getting you back to your summer game is their mission.
Yo, and let's talk about Ace Hardware. You got an outlet?
Ace.
You got an outlet you said you fixed last summer? Well, Ace Hardware Services got that person because now they're not just the helpful hardware folks. They're also the helpful home service and repair folks. From plumbing to heating, electrical, cooling, they've got trusted pros to keep your house humming all year long. Ace Hardware Home Services, they're bringing the helpful home, the helpful you love from the store now to your front door, from Philly all the way to the Jersey Shore. And you know, what does Ace bring? Ace Hardware Home Services, they bring the right tools, the right people. They bring experience. They got local plumbers and techs that handle everything from repairs, seasonal maintenance to installations and upgrades. They bring understandings. They listen to your goals. And the job isn't completed until you're totally satisfied. You can spend more time doing what you enjoy. They give you free estimates on equipment installation and replacement with trusted advisors and options that are best suited for your home and budget. Their service you can trust and satisfaction is guaranteed. Ace Hardware Home Services are local. Their teams live and serve in the community and dedicated to keeping their neighbors comfortable in their homes. So visit Ace Hardware Home Services online at acehardwarehomeservices.com to get started on your next home repair project.
All right, Ace. All right. What's your lizard?
So the Jesus he's been good, right? You know, he's had those 2 blow
love
up
the
spots.
lizard, right.
Yeah, I'm a lizard guy. But last night, early in the broadcast, they said something that caught my attention. Now, the lizard is a die-hard Florida Panthers fan. Was at the Cup last year. He's from the Miami area. They said T-Mac last night, talking to Lizardo today, he said, I have to pitch fast tonight because he wanted to see the game.
Oh, stop. Really?
They did.
Now,
He was rushing through the game?
Now, you know what?
now there's a devil and an angel on my shoulders here.
The devil says,
Screw you, Phillies take priority over everything.
No, the devil says you should have bet the under strikeouts because he's going to pitch the contact.
That's the true devil. The angel goes, oh, he's a sportsman. That's cool.
Oh, I love it.
But
No, so what?
No.
he's altering his game
No,
plan.
you're reading into it. Look, you asked me that question. I go like this. All right, listen. I'm Lizardo right now, and I go, yeah, I'm going to pitch fast tonight because I got to see that game. Totally kidding around. There's no chance over fast. Yeah, no chance.
I'm with Bob on that one.
Pitch the contact.
Part 2 of that.
Yo, guys can pitch the contact, get out.
They can, but
Part 2 of that. It was his mother's birthday party at a Miami restaurant last night.
Yeah.
He had a lot of motivation to get out of there.
Yeah, I'm with the bro.
I got
Some conspiracy going here, man.
here with the lizard last night.
Yeah, but I don't
No.
care about any of it. So what? It's one star.
I hear you.
He's the lizard.
All right.
Yeah, but after his 2 bad outings and then having a good game and then doing this, I feel like that's bad for his look to be.
It's not bad for his look.
It's not good optics.
He's fine.
Good optics.
Leave the lizard alone. Lizard's good.
I think you're digging too deep into the lizard.
Getting out of there for the Stanley Cup?
Nah, he can see the whole
I
game.
love it. I love it. I go lizard, man.
Get out of there, lizard.
Yeah,
Live your life.
No problem, man.
Yeah.
Pitch the contact. You don't need to go strike out 11. Go pitch the contact.
How'd that work for him?
Yeah, it's all right. Could have got some help.
Well, they stink.
Yeah.
They stink?
No, they don't stink. They relatively stink for what they should be. Like, does anybody here believe they're going to make damage in the postseason right now? The bullpen stinks.
I can
Bryson
confidently
Stott
say
stinks.
I don't know, but
The
I'm
outfield
not going to
stinks.
confidently say they stink.
I think so.
Wow. Talk to Otto over here. Hold on.
Well, I mean, Otto might get some time. Bryson Stott should be sent down.
Who's good? Like who's
Trey Turner's good
no,
right
no,
now.
who's the National League team that's complete and good?
They're competing for regular season wins. Like, listen, what matters here is the postseason. Do you think this bullpen? And look, there's going to be additions to the bullpen, and maybe there's an outfield change.
It could be Sanchez in the bullpen, Suarez in the bullpen,
No.
Abel maybe in the bullpen.
So, wait a second.
Outfield
I did
stinks.
something the other day.
Bryson
Over the
Stott's
last
hitting
6 years,
since May 1st.
The outfield
Stinks
does
right now.
stink.
over the last 6
But Otto's
seasons,
here.
one team has played 600 ball in each of those seasons. One. Okay.
I don't care about
No,
regular
listen.
season.
That's
Yeah.
the Dodgers. The Dodgers.
Yeah.
You don't care about the regular season. But how do you, what have the Dodgers
they
done?
do
They won the
care.
one World Series.
Yeah.
Like that's what I'm saying. You can't say they stink. You can't say they're
They
not
stink
going
in
to win it.
relativity to what they should be.
They're playing 589 baseball.
Yeah,
Yeah, what should they be?
Over the last 6
This
years,
bullpen is atrocious.
12
Joe
teams
Ross
have played
is
600
Bryce
baseball.
Harper's hurt. They had Zach Wheeler was out.
Bryce Harper
Nola's
looks like he's 47 years old right now. He's getting hurt every 3 months of at this
Jamie
stage in
had
his
a
career.
headshot the other day that he showed me. He's like, look how
Jamie-
old he looks.
He's taking
Jamie's in a
Here,
really
VT,
bad
take
headspace.
mine. I got to get out of here.
Yeah.
Yo,
You
Bob.
guys are the best.
Love you, buddy.
Love you.
My
Be good,
man.
all right?
My man.
I'll talk to you soon.
See you, Bobby.
We'll figure it all out.
Love it. Bob Cooney, baby.
Bryson Stott's got to get sent down. He's got to get his groove back.
Yeah, dude, I
He's
don't.
got horrible at bats right now. He's got 3 options left. Use it. Give him 2 weeks down there to see some balls.
You
hit.
don't need to send him down.
He stinks.
I don't disagree, but you
Huh.
don't need to send him down.
Why? Why have options
Because
if you
what
can't
does
use them?
it do? Like the other day,
He's got to go rope some AAA pitching and get his
actually,
groove
over
back.
the weekend. He actually had good at bats. They weren't full, but he had good at bats.
He's hitting 188.
He's not-
This is 2 years of regression.
Well, dude, that's the other part of it. The other
He
part of
might
it is
not be that good.
right,
Yeah.
but you don't have any other answers.
You got Edmundo and Otto. Give them 2 weeks. See what they can do.
He's on a second baseman. I
He
love
played as
Otto.
much second baseman as he did third.
Dude, you
I'd rather
can't
see
put
him in
Otto in the
outfield.
middle
Why not?
infield.
Nah, I'd rather see him in
No.
He literally played it in the minors. Now they're trying him out in left field. They're in desperation mode. They stink.
Oh, stop.
They're in desperation mode.
Oh, man.
Stinks.
They
I'll let both
stink.
step into my hot takes.
Wow, man, you are anti-Phillies. Look at that.
Where's Bill? Bill, you want to come in and hop in here?
Look at that. Look at that.
They stink.
Here we go, baby. The Stream-A-THON continues from the all PHLY Flyers show. Mats! Our man, Billy Mats. And of course, from the all PHLY Bird show, the great Bo Wolf. What's up, my boys? How about this? Fun day today.
Really fun day. Yeah. Looking
Everybody see,
forward to
like,
this.
Everybody's coming in. We got Newbeck. We got Handsome Rich here. Everybody's
Everybody's
here.
Kyle, you can't beat it. This is what we envisioned when we all got together to do this project. I think we envisioned something like this,
Definitely. Yeah.
right?
No, I was definitely.
It's like a wrestling stable, right? We can
Exactly.
freebird rule it, right? Let's just defend our
tag in and
titles.
out.
Just
Whoever's there is there. Yeah. No, I've definitely wanted to get a little bit more crossover going, and I'm looking forward to today. This is a lot of fun.
Well, and the other piece of it too is like you're really good, so you're really good flyers, right? Obviously, but you're also very good general. And in fact, I have a meeting with the World Cup tomorrow, so you'll be filling in for me tomorrow.
I will be on for you tomorrow. That's right.
Yeah, so you'll be like he does that, and you have that thing about you too.
Well, thank you.
Where you transcend football,
Yeah.
right?
I like that. You can be my agent.
I got you. I'll be negotiating with myself, but
I'd
actually,
like
I'm
to
not.
see who would win. I would like to see how that would go.
How would that
I
go?
don't
Yeah.
make that decision.
Yeah. How would that go?
How would that go?
You, the agent, versus you, the decision maker. Who's going to win that battle?
The agent. That's why I'm not the decision maker.
There you go.
That's what I realized. Oh, wait, nah, it's not for me.
What's this world?
That's
Can we talk about the
CEO.
World Cup thing? Or is
Yeah.
this, we don't want to.
No, I mean it's fine. What we're doing is there's going to be a lot of fun next summer, obviously with the World Cup, and they're going to be doing these fan zones, and we're trying to be one of the staples of the fan zone.
That'd be great.
So they're going to do these fan
Love
zones.
the World Cup.
There's one right by Lemon Hill, and right by the Art Museum.
Okay.
There's going to be that whole area is going to be turned into a fan zone for 40 days.
Love it.
All right.
So
all right.
we're going to be broadcasting there every day. And
Skinny's going to be nuts.
then there's going to be one in Atlantic. We think there could be one in Atlantic City.
Okay.
So that's where I'm going to be tomorrow, kind of figuring that out.
I mean, just like Monday, you saw all the people in the city wearing their flamenco jerseys, right?
Yes.
All the people who came in for the Brazilian
Brazilian.
team. When Rachel and I went to Rio for our 10th anniversary last summer, went to a flamenco game in the Maracanã, like a religious experience.
Are you serious?
Brought me to tears.
You
Truly
went?
brought me to tears. Yeah.
Wow.
This huge stadium, and it's a slightly different fan culture than Philly. They're playing like a minnow. They're playing like a bad team, and they go down 1-0. And instead of my reaction is like boo, like what are we doing here? And instead of that, like the cheers that had been going, like it's a rolling chant the whole time. It just gets louder. It's like
That's
they're
awesome.
trying to will them into
I don't think I have that in me.
It's the Trey Turner thing.
Yeah, but it's a little bit less like I think the Trey Turner thing was kind of treating him like a child a little bit. Like this was more like this is just who they are. It's like
All right.
we are part of the team.
That was a
and we have been
departure.
punched in the mouth. We have to help them come back.
The Trey Turner, that was a departure from who we are. Like that's why it was a big deal because
Right.
that's not us. I don't know if I have that in me to like see one of our teams go down 1 to a minor league team and
Right.
go, oh yeah, go get them boys.
Yeah, exactly.
I think I'd just get mad. That would
Well,
be
maybe that is part of it though. It's like the anger is infused into the raised voice of the chants. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's beautiful. I think that's pretty awesome. Have
So
you?
anyway, that was just one team from Brazil, and you see all the jerseys all around the city.
What was
Imagine
the
what it's going to be like when
team-
there are.
You remember?
World Cup.
Remember when the Eagles were down there, and what was the team that they were worried about because of the colors?
Oh, I think it's Corinthians, and I forget who their rival.
But that's the same league
yeah.
as Flamengo.
Palmeiras
Same
or
league,
something
yeah.
like that, right?
Palmeiras.
Or
yeah, I've heard
yeah,
of that.
something like that. Yeah.
I
And-
think they could be in the
yeah.
Club World Cup. Palmeiras.
Yeah, one of them.
They are.
One of them
Yeah,
is
they
Palmeiras.
are. Yes, they are.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's pretty
Corinthians.
cool.
I think I read that at St. Augustine. I'm pretty sure. In my limited time there, I
that's right. That's
read
what it
that
was,
book.
Did you go to St. Augustine?
I went for 1 year. Yeah, I went as a freshman.
No way.
Yeah. Turns out I'm not that good at sports and really missed women. So went back to public school.
So it's an all boys. People don't know. It's an all boys high school. My son Anthony goes there.
Yes.
Yeah. Are you gonna be kidding me? Where'd you play?
Hockey and lacrosse.
Nice.
Yeah, it was like the 7th defenseman on JV and realized like I missed public school.
Where'd you want to go? Clearview?
Clearview, yeah.
Yeah. With Tunis.
Yes, that's right.
Was Tunis? He was older than you.
I think he's a little older, yeah.
Yeah. That's cool. I like it. Bo, let me start with you for a second and talk about the landscape. Because one part of the thing is I'm going to talk about the Philadelphia 4-for-4 landscape.
Yeah, sure.
And I don't know. I have not enjoyed this off season. Like it's been such a pleasure. Like everything, I've just enjoyed everything about them. Like they are so good. That game was so good. Like that team last year. I mean, dude, you could argue they were the most dominant team of this century.
I think so. I think if you are measuring it as like how good they were when they got to the Super Bowl, I think you can make a really good case that it's one of the 3 to 5 best teams of all time. They didn't lose a game after the bye, after the first 4 games of the season when Jalen Hurts was healthy, right? And they didn't lose a game all season when Jalen and AJ Brown played together, right?
And then we
And they're the best defense in football.
right.
Oh, just also the best defense. Just throw that one in there.
I mean, I don't know. Like when people think it's crazy, oh, they're going to repeat, right? But when you think about the teams who have or come close, they have the same recipe. Like they're as good as the Chiefs repeated. Like they're not. They weren't better. They're not going to be better than the Chiefs were 2 years ago.
Well,
Or as good.
you think about it on both sides of the ball, right? On defense, what is great is that they are so young, and you would think that with the last year being the first year under Vic, that the guys who are coming back are going to be even more comfortable in the defense because what made them so good last year is that everybody knew where they needed to be. They're going to know that even more this time around. There are, the defensive line. You're hoping that some guys jump up a little bit, and that's where the guesswork is, right? On offense, it's all about stability. They haven't really added anybody to the offense, and I think it's reasonable to be like, okay, Saquon can't have quite as good of a season.
It can be better.
That's right. They go 3,000 yards. The offensive line, unlikely that they'll be just as good. But on the flip side, you have, okay, well, maybe we're going to be able to lean into the passing game a little bit more. AJ and Devontae didn't get the ball enough last year. Jalen can throw a little bit more. They can do some different things. So yeah, I mean, I think they have a realistic chance. It's just that so many things change over the course of a football season. They got to get through it first, right?
How do you see the carries being disseminated?
I think they got to pull off him a little bit, and I think it's less about okay, we need to give Will Shipley this amount of touches, and more just like we need to throw the ball a little bit more than we did last season.
Yeah.
Take some time away from Saquon.
It's just such a different what they did last year, and it works because they have the #1 defense. But it's so different from what we've seen of other champions, where it's high flying passing attack. Like you have a top 3, A-dot offense. Like that's how you do it. And it was so different. Like I think the offense can hit its stride, even if say it's not the #1 defense, say it's just top 10. The offense can make up that difference this year.
I mean, over the course of the season last year, the offense probably underperformed, right? And so as long as they get to like top 7, and then the defense, goes to like 5th, I think you're fine. We'll see. We'll see what Kevin Patullo does as the play caller. That's an unknown. We'll see what the defensive line does without Milton Williams and Josh Sweat and those guys. But I think there's every reason to be expecting that this is going to be one of the best teams in football again.
Yeah, I don't think we realize because we've never seen it. Like what's the greatest team that you've seen?
Greatest Philadelphia or ever?
No, Philadelphia.
Just in Philly. Man, I mean, this past Eagles team was dominant.
Right,
17 team before the Wentz injury, and then it's like, does that really?
No,
but that's what
I mean, any sport.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I mean, I've seen 3 championships in my lifetime, so I'm trying to.
Right.
Like who even
go Smarty Jones?
Yeah, of course, Smarty Jones.
Good one.
No, but that's the point. I don't think we recognize greatness. Like the best team I saw was the 82-83 Sixers.
Okay.
Right? But the year after, they were completely fat and were disinterested.
Mm-hmm. I am trying to remind myself about the way we talked about the Eagles going into that 2018 season. They come off the Super Bowl, and that offseason, it's like, but
it was different dynamics.
They replaced Vinny Curry with Michael Bennett. Like the roster looks even better now than it did then. They're going to be even better than they were last year. Everybody was talking themselves into that. I do think it was different. Like this roster is better than that roster was, but it's easy to get caught up in that. And we know players. Football is very difficult over the course of a season, and if a couple injuries happen or a couple guys get fat on the hog, but I think that the way that this team is wired, the way that AJ talks about, the Super Bowl is fine, but my purpose comes in the day to day. Like that's great. We know that Nick Sirianni is not going to be like any less manic about making sure that they try to win every single game. Howie cares about every little detail. He's yelling at a Delaware State staffer at minicamp the other day because he's stepping on the field. He's not taking any steps back. So, this team cares very much about not having a let off. Jalen, the way that he's wired, all of that stuff, I think probably plays to their favor.
I want to ask you a question, and then we're going to go. We got, you have Mike there too?
Mike is coming up in 2 minutes.
Okay, great. We're going to take care of some business too. But I want to get into our ever-changing 4-for-4 fan, all right? So, how would you characterize the fan base now?
I think the Eagles have and forever will rule the realm. Like that is, it's not even a sport; it's our civic religion. But it is. I think it's a little bit more compartmentalized than like the 4 for 4 always was. But it's because we have, like, all the organizations are in such different places. Like the Sixers trying to figure it out. Like, okay, we still have pieces. How can we make this a champion? Can we? The Flyers amidst a rebuild, and the Phillies just. Yeah, we're going to be one of the better teams, but can we get over that hump? Like they're all in such different spots.
Are we less angry though? I want more of the personality.
No, us as people, I think, after the first Super Bowl, are far less insane. That said, I mean, after 4 weeks of the Eagles season last year, Jalen's gone, Sirianni's gone. How do we get Belichick? Like it did happen, but we ease back a little bit more.
I think so. I do. I think he's right. That 17 was like the cure to some degree for a lot of people. But it doesn't take long for that anger.
I was there opening night 2018 when we booed the team off the field and at halftime.
They deserved it.
And yeah, absolutely, they suck. But I do think we are no longer throwing D batteries at anybody like that. Our reputation, that thing that we hate whenever it gets brought. Oh, you booed Santa Claus. Like that's not us anymore.
All right, sit tight because we're going to be joined by Mike Sealski coming up in just a minute, and we'll all kind of the great comments. And we have an opening, new opening.
We have a brand new opening for Mike.
So
Mikey
has his own opening.
Get to debut it right here on the STREAM-A-THON.
I think that's fantastic. I love it. I need VG. Did he roll?
He's somewhere.
He was right over. Where'd VG go?
He's hanging out with bro.
We got commercials, man. Where you going?
I could do a read for you.
Come on, dude. Oh, you want to do the read?
What do we got?
Yeah, Bo.
All right.
Yeah.
Who's singing?
I'll sing. I'll solo.
All right.
I'll solo act.
All right. How about Empire? Let him do Empire.
1-800.
All right, hit the transition.
You go Empire. Wait. Hold on. He's got to hit the transition, or the bro will have the conniption.
All right, you're good.
3,
All
2,
right.
1. Bo Wolf.
Here's how we talk about Empire. There's one way to know and spot an Empire employee out in the wild. They're just looking down. They never look up. They're always just looking down at the ground because we're talking about flooring experts at Empire. That's all they care about. You don't want to go to one of these big box stores
good, man.
and you're talking to somebody
Way better
about
than
flooring
Greg.
who's like, working on plumbing yesterday or whatever it is. No. Empire today, flooring experts. That's all they care about. They're the best in the business. That's all they do. And the good thing about Empire today, they're not going to be like one size fits all. Okay, this is the flooring that's going to work for you. No. They're coming to your house because they're looking at what fits the decor that you've got. What goes well with your furniture. Come on, Empire is the best.
Yo, VG.
Here's what you need to do. If you're looking for Empire,
crushed you,
if you're
man.
looking for floors, schedule a free in-home estimate today because some things are just better at home. PHLY listeners,
Take note.
$350 off when you use the promo code PHLY. You heard that right. $350 discount, VG, with code PHLY. Restrictions apply. Visit EmpireToday/PHLY for full details.
Yeah. We should have Bo call in to do the reads.
Really? Dude, he just smoked you. I mean, smoked you.
He smoked me in trivia the other night.
I mean, nothing, man. He rocked you, man.
I'm getting new floors right now.
I mean, seriously. All right, let's talk about Parks Casino, right? On the show, we love music. Excited to tell you who's going to be rocking the Excite Center at Parks Casino. Our casino of choice, located in the Philly suburbs, so close to Jersey, New York, you name Delaware. All right. What is that noise?
It's the headsets when they get taken off and put back on.
All right.
Yeah.
July 3rd. You ready for this, Billy? July 3rd. Gary Clark Jr.
Oh. Here come old flat top, he come grooving up slowly.
Nice job.
Outstanding.
Right? Pretty good. Saturday, September 6th, UB40.
Red wine.
Like Bo Bang. September 20th, the Australian Pink Floyd show.
So you think you can tell heaven from hell?
Dude, he's good. Bo sang too. He sang Red Red Wine.
I mean,
All right. How about the revivalist roots rock with a modern twist, and the tour's called All in the Family?
Yeah.
You know,
It's a good band.
you don't know the revivalists?
I don't know any songs off the top of my head.
How
they're
about
better. They're better in person too.
how about October 4th, Kansas?
Carry on your wayward son. There'll be peace when you are done.
All right. How about Friday,
Don't you
October
cry
10th? The Psychedelic Furs with guest Gary Newman.
Gary's good. You got to see Gary live to appreciate him.
Paul's son-in-law, I believe.
All right. No singing?
I don't know any
Psychedelic
psychedelic
Furs.
first songs.
All right. VG would. Yeah. All right. Friday, October 24th, Everclear.
Oh,
What's their one song?
Come on.
Out to the Breakers, right?
VG rules this
no,
spot.
Everclear is what's the Everclear one?
Saturday, October 25th, Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen.
Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy?
Fat bottom girls, you make the rockin' world go.
Oh yeah, Bo.
All right. September,
Father of Mine, Everclear?
November 15th.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Bill Murray and his Blood Brothers. That's right. Tickets at parkscasino.com. Got to be 21. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right. Now joining us, he has his own Open. The great columnist and writer, author, Mike Stielski.
He's the writer sports fans read. Stielski, Stielski. Who's the writer that can't be beat? Stielski, Stielski.
What do you think?
I thought after my domination of trivia last week, you'd have to come with the Wire theme song, Way Down in the Hole, because when you come at the king, you best not miss.
Wow! Wow! Hey, listen. Now the Brain wants a rematch. He said that Andrew put up the wrong Sutter picture.
The twins.
He put
Raleigh twins. How did I not
put
know?
up the Ron Sutter, not Rick, and Brain said it threw him off, and he thinks that that's the difference.
What is this, like the NCAA? Like my victory gets vacated or something? Come on.
The game never took place.
Listen, to me, you wear the crown, all right? Like, you're the king. You're the champ. But you owe the guy a rematch. That's how I see it.
Anytime. It was great. It was a ton of fun. Brain's great. So anytime we want to go back and do it, I'm up for it.
You are a true champ, all right? True champ. All right, let's get into this discussion for a second about who we are. Since this is a big day, STREAM-A-THON for PHLY and what we do here, you're perfect, all right? Because you know how I feel about you. One of the great voices that this city has, and in addition to being an incredible writer and storyteller, you're a great voice. You have a great conscience. It's what makes you a great columnist. Great columnists have a voice and a conscience, which is why I think you're perfect here for us. So, Mike, we're talking about the landscape of 4 for 4. How would you describe us? How would you describe who we are now, both the good and the bad?
I think it's different, Anthony. I heard a little bit of your conversation before I came on. I think the fact that sports coverage and media are so fragmented everywhere now has affected Philadelphia a little bit in that I'm not sure how many people, let me put it this way. I'm not sure there are as many people now who are 4 for 4s, who are, following every single Philly sports team all the time in the way that there used to be. I think there are more people who are, homing in on the Eagles, and then there's another segment that's homing in on the Sixers, and another one on the Phillies and the Flyers, and so on. And so I think you get you can answer that question in different ways depending on what team you're talking about, right? Like there's been this aura of good feelings around the Eagles pretty much for a while now, and certainly in the aftermath of the Super Bowl. The Sixers are a completely different story. The Flyers are different from that, and the Phillies are different from that again. I guess Bill kind of said that. So, I don't think there are as many people who are like you and me, who grew up consuming all of it all the time for all the teams in town. I think people find their team, find their sport more often, and focus on that.
Well, hold on. Would it be that you have Eagle fan? Everybody's an Eagles fan. Like you can't tell me that not everybody's an Eagles fan, right? And then it's like I like baseball the most, or I like hockey the most. I like basketball the most. Like of the secondary, and let's face it, if the Eagles are the sun, you know, you're fighting for the moon, right?
Right.
And you know, I think that could be a revolving door. But are you saying that it's just like you're just an Eagles fan and that's it? Like, is that what we have right now?
I'm saying back in the day when I was a kid, okay, not to go old man on you, and I suspect you feel the same way.
You and I are contemporaries. I'm a little older, but we're contemporaries.
I expect you feel that. I had the same baseline of knowledge pretty much for every team in town.
Yes.
I knew basically the same thing. Now, through, let's say, a podcast like Bo and Zach's, okay, I can choose which sport I want to drill down on most, to learn the most. I can listen to Bo and Zach talk about who the backup left tackle is going to be, or I can go find film to watch how the Eagles free Devontae Smith on a particular pass play. And if that appeals to me more, then I focus more on that, and my knowledge in that sport and of that team is increased compared to like watching the Sixers run sets to try to get Jared McCain at open three. And I think that makes a difference.
Yeah, I want to dig in on the media aspect of this, Mike, and the landscape of how media has changed and how much you think that has changed fandom in the city. You know, whether that is the amount of 4for4 coverage you might get at a paper or on a TV channel or somewhere like this, or is it that everything is more bifurcated now?
I think more than one thing can be true, Bo.
Sure.
You know, I think take last night for instance. Okay. The Phillies, Rob Thompson benches Nick Castellanos, right? There was a time when there would have been half a dozen to a dozen Phillies beat writers down in Miami, all of them pushing everybody in and around that team and in that clubhouse to find out what happened here.
What did he say? What did he say?
What did he say? What does it mean? All of that. And quite simply, we don't have in the media landscape now the bodies or the money to have that many people down there to find out. You know, the Eagles are an exception to that, right? Everybody covers the Eagles and everybody spends money to cover the Eagles. I also think that the tone of a lot of the coverage has changed. A lot of that is due to social media. I'm not telling you guys anything you don't already know. Like, people can rant and rave on Twitter or Facebook or Instagram, wherever they want to go. I think the tone on the talk stations, generally speaking, is much more positive than it used to be. Some of that is a function. Some of that is a function of the teams being better. Some of it is just the way things have changed. Some of it is a lot of it, I think, is the sensibility of the people who are now hosting those shows as opposed to the ones who hosted them back in the day. And I think Anthony knows what I mean here.
Oh, yeah. It was, I mean, Mikey Mish used to call me Jolly Charlie because I was like, watching the Eagles during the Reed era, I'm like, all right, like, yeah, I agree they need better receivers. All right, then they get CEO. Like, I don't know. Like, I wasn't mad at the world, right? Like, I got to watch Iverson. I was like, you know, like, yeah, did I want Paul Pierce? Yeah, there was things I bitched about. But overall, it wasn't like everything sucked. Like, the world was coming to an end. Right? I don't know. Like, to me, I've always been, and I think you're the same way, where I love each season to me is a book, a novel, right? And I like to just follow it, man. I love sports, and I like to read it. I don't want to fast forward it. I want to read it. I want to enjoy it. I want to soak it in. Sometimes I may like the ending. Sometimes I may not.
Yeah, it's everybody's favorite TV show is your favorite team, right? Like, all day long you're thinking about it, you're clocking in, you're clocking out, you're following the characters, you're reading like fan theories or whatever it is, and then you get to watch the game, and that's what it's all about.
Yeah,
Mike,
I go ahead, Bill. I'm sorry.
No, I just want to know if you thought, you know, I feel as if the tone has definitely changed in the way everyone covers the teams. Do you think it's a response to how the fans themselves have softened? Like, it's a chicken and the egg thing. Which happened first? Did the fan, okay, we've actually seen championships in the last 30 years now. We can all take a step back. Or is it the way the teams were covered kind of made everyone go, maybe we don't need to threaten the coach who got to 4 straight NFC title games? Like, which one was it first?
That's a good question, Bill. I do think it's softened in part because the teams have been better, particularly the Eagles, right? The 2 Super Bowls make a huge difference, as Bo said and you guys said. I do think the other aspect of this, too, is that the decline of, for lack of a better term, independent media and the fact that you have, so many outlets now whose finances are tied to either being a rights holder with a league or a team, or just based on the success of that particular team, has changed things. Look, back in the day when the Inquirer and the Daily News were flush with advertising money before Craigslist came along and there was no internet, if Stan Hochman or Bill Conlon or Bill Lyon wanted to rip the Eagles or the Phillies, people read it because what other alternative was there? Like, who was allowed to have a public opinion about the Eagles or the Phillies back in the day? It's totally different now, totally different. And I think that's changed a little bit of the way people process those opinions, right? Like, I get accused all the time of I must have the opinion I have that's a negative opinion about the Eagles or the Phillies or whoever, because that'll help me financially. That's clicks, that's this, that's that. The idea of like my coming by my opinion in good faith is totally gone. And I think that's gone for everybody. People just presume that if you are negative, you are doing it because you have something tangible to gain from it, as opposed to just calling it as you see it.
Yeah. No, you're spot on. The other aspect is, too, with I think, and it's a shame, but newspapers losing their status as the town's conscience. Like, I started talking about you. I think you're a great columnist because you look at it like you're our fan conscience, right? Like, you're completely objective. There's no no rooting, none of that. You could separate yourself and be the conscience. Like, every entity needs a conscience. The businesses need conscience, and the problem is that when PhiladelphiaEagles.com is more clicked on than the PhiladelphiaInquirer.com, there's a balance of power, and they don't need you, right? Like, that's the thing. Like, these teams don't need media the way they used to need media for Gate and for everything else. So now it becomes a cheerleader contest to get more, to get access. Like, it from the Eagles standpoint.
I mean, there's also a larger than sports, just general distrust in media that's a part of the conversation here as well. Yeah.
Yeah, no, but Bo put his finger right on it, right? People are going to read what they want to read, and to a certain degree,
if they're reading at all.
If they're reading at all, right? Or they're going to watch TV or watch this social media feed. And the role that you're describing, Anthony, is like trying to get a kid to eat his or her vegetables, right? Like, it's challenging to do. The other aspect, too, and this is a topic that's kind of come up in some pieces I've read lately, is the fact that, more and more of these leagues and these franchises, are content to have a smaller, more devoted audience. It costs more to go to games nowadays and to subscribe to all the streaming services and networks that allow you to immerse yourself in these sports.
Yeah.
And these leagues are saying to themselves, you know what, if we price out some people, if we're the NFL and we decide in the middle of the season, you know what, that week 16 game that was going to be on a Sunday afternoon, we're moving that to a Monday night now and rearranging all these fans' lives, and they have to change plane tickets, and hotel reservations. Doesn't matter, because there are enough people who have that money to pay it that the leagues don't care, and the TV money will come in and all of that. So it's much, much different than it was.
And now, the whole thing has changed. With used to be, cast a wide net, and now it's drilled deep.
Right.
Like that.
Right. That's 100% right, Ann. And I honestly, that's something I keep in mind when I write about any of these teams or talk about any of these teams. I'll admit, like, I don't dig as deep as Bo and Zach do on the Eagles on their podcast, right? I listen to it all the time. I love it. but they're putting in a kind of work and trying to reach a kind of audience that I'm not necessarily in one of my columns for the Inquirer trying to meet. I'm trying to meet like the aunt who like thinks Jalen Hurts is cute. Like there's part of that too. I want her to read too.
Yeah. Aunt Jenny.
He's good looking. There's no doubt about it.
Oh yeah. I mean, he walks past me in the locker room, I freaking fall down. Oh my God.
Let me get into the role of generations. All right. So this is a good one. Like Billy and I tease each other over Tocchet, right? Like I love Tocchet, right? Like now, I can't in good conscience lie to Bill and say that part of my love for him emanates from when he was here and growing up watching him be that guy. Now, I can make an intelligent argument and say that he's a guy that players respect. He's a guy that means his word means something around the NHL. We talked to JR. You played it yesterday. JR talked about Tocchet. But, like, I love the fact that Tocchet is a part of the Flyer thing. I love that. I'll be honest with you. I eat it up, right? They went away from it, and they needed to. I get it. I get Holmgren failed and Clarkey failed. But I love being like, this is the Flyers. I want to get back to that. He does not like that.
It's not that I don't like it. If it ever worked, I would love it. Like if Rick Tocchet is the coach that makes this all, give me a Rick Tocchet tattoo. Let's do it. But it's just like I've never actually seen it work. That's my issue. I saw Rick Tocchet in his second stint here. It wasn't the 100-point, 200 penalty minute guy. It was, wily veteran who had a couple of good seasons at the end of his career. Like, I never got to see that, and I've never seen this team's plan work. And so I'm a little skeptical. That's all.
No, your skepticism is right. But my point, I'm really more diving into the whole lineage. Like, I'm a believer in lineage, right? Like, when you establish a brand, like be true to who you are. And the Flyers, to me, have gotten that over the years. Now, again, they didn't win it, so I get it. The Eagles, Jeffrey Lurie established that. He established it. And and people laughed at him when he said, we want to be the gold standard. They laughed at him. And now they're the elite of all the elites for this century. The Eagles could easily, I can make the argument that they're the best franchise of this century, along with the Patriots in Kansas City.
And I think, to that point, Howie learned the lesson from Joe Banner, right? He has been less willing to cast aside the veterans as they approach 30, and he's been willing to extend your Fletcher Cox's, Brandon Graham's, Lane Johnson's, Jason Kelsey's, keep them here. Now, maybe those guys were better bets than, Doc was when Banner let him go, but Howie has definitely learned that lesson and has talked about he cares about the passing of the torch, right? Having Jason Kelsey with Cam Jurgens together for 2 years so he can watch and learn, and having these guys learn from Brandon. Nolan Smith is now going to take the mantle from Brandon Graham. He cares about that lineage. We talked to Todd Harrimans on our show yesterday. He's still got Lane. Lane is still there, who he played with, and there is the connective tissue between. They all played for Stout, right? But it's like the passing of the torch where it goes. For instance, we've talked to Vinny Curry about this. It goes Trent Cole to Vinny Curry to Brandon Graham and now to Nolan Smith. They care about that sort of passing of the torch.
Yeah, I think what you guys are talking about are two things: institutional memory and context. Like, I would share Bill's total skepticism about the Flyers hiring Rick Tocchet if this were 2014. If they were still spinning their wheels under Clark and Holmgren and still not understanding how to manipulate the salary cap and work within the constraints of a salary cap, and they thought that bringing Tocchet in was the right thing to do at that time because of the Flyers connection. It's been 11 years since then. They've gone away. They've tried other stuff. This is a new regime. So you give them a little more grace when they say, okay, we're going to bring back this hero from the team's past. Same thing as Bo said with respect to the Eagles and the way Howie is banking on re-signing veteran players to a degree that Joe Banner did back in the day. That's the skepticism you guys are talking about with respect to, let's say, the Flyers, still holds with me with the Sixers. I wrote yesterday that if I were them, I wouldn't draft either of the kids from Rutgers, Dylan Harper or Ace Bailey, because I still have post-traumatic Ben Simmons and Markelle Fultz syndrome. You know, two guys who were on terrible teams in college, and everybody said, no, 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 don't worry about it, don't worry about it. Well, there was reason to worry about it. So the context of all that matters.
Yeah, it does. The other thing I want to bring up to you is the fan, like the young fan versus our middle-aged people like us. And because I look at my kid, and I mean I'm gonna be honest with you, my little one plays 3 sports. He actually played hockey too, so he played all 4 sports. He loves them all. He loves playing them all, right? But he's got no freaking loyalty to Philadelphia. And it kills me because I'm the ultimate, right? Like,
right.
I'm bare my soul here. Like, I feel like I'm fighting the devil for my kid's sports soul. And this is my Massimo, right? Last day of school today for the little bastard, right? And like last night, he doesn't watch games. Like, he watches bits and pieces. Like,
I think this goes to the media conversation, right? That's how he's consuming it, right?
I go, Dad, what? Come watch the game with me, right? He likes the Panthers. What the freak you like the Panthers for? Right? Like
hey,
it drives me nuts.
My older son is the sports fan of the 2 sons I have. His 4 favorite teams are the Calgary Flames, the Atlanta Falcons, the Miami Heat, and the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Dude, it drives me nuts. Like,
that's wild. He's got to be the only one in the world.
See, I always think kids now follow players, not teams. But to have just 4 scattered teams seems insane to me.
Well, here's the thing. He found those teams when he was young. He was fixated on the colors red and black.
I
when
appreciate
he was really
the loyalty,
small. Yeah, and he has stuck with them. He was the only happy person in the Philadelphia area in October of 2023 after the National League Championship Series. But that goes to your point, Ant. Like, none of these kids are closed off to those other franchises in those other cities, in those other sports. When you grow up reading the Philadelphia Inquirer every day or watching Channel 10 or Channel 3 or Prism, of course you're going to be a Philadelphia sports fan. Of course you are. You don't have access to much else. It's part of the reason that the Cowboys were America's team, quote unquote. It's because they were on prime time all the time.
Yeah. It's what we're seeing though is the lack of civic pride.
Yes.
I talk to him constantly. My oldest gets it. My oldest is Anthony. He's all about the Eagles. He plays football. He likes. He's not rabbits. The little one's a bigger sports fan, which really bugs me. But I'm like, dude.
But he's probably consuming on TikTok or YouTube or whatever it is.
Right.
It's just he's watching highlights, and then you see okay, I like the way that Anthony Edwards plays. Now I can just follow him, and I can follow the Timberwolves.
I know. It drives me nuts. I'm he just turned 12. Like, I think back to when you and I, Mike, were 12 years old. We were like the biggest Philadelphia geeks. Like, you knew. I could close my eyes and write every roster for every team. All 4 of them. Give you the 12th man to, the 50th guy on the roster. You name it.
Yeah, that's why we had that trivia battle last week with the brain. We knew all these guys who were the third line center and the backup point guard. But, Bo kind of hinted at this. Following sports is so different now. You see the leagues themselves. How often, for instance, does the NBA play up Celtics Lakers or Celtics Sixers? It's not about the individual franchises and the provincialism of those franchises. The idea that fans just want to see the Sixers or the Knicks do well. It's, I want to watch Steph Curry. I want to watch Anthony Edwards. Same sort of thing with Major League Baseball. Can you see Shohei Ohtani? Can you see Aaron Judge? That's the way sports are marketed now. It's the way these leagues want these sports marketed now because of fantasy sports, prop bets. It's much more atomized and individualized.
It's the truth. And the other thing is, I don't know how much we actually enjoy watching games anymore. That really bothers me. Listen, I enjoyed the NHL playoffs immensely. I watched almost every game. Between NBA and NHL, I consume a lot. Nighttime is my time. I just go downstairs and I watch the game and blah, blah, blah. I don't know that people watch it.
I don't think they watch it the same, and I do think it's younger than us. It's very much a second screen situation.
Yeah.
You're playing on your phone, and you got the game on in the background, right?
Like
Yeah.
reacting to the game on Twitter more so than actually watching it.
Yeah, I was just going to say, speaking for my son who's 14, like he's very numbers oriented. So he's constantly like looking at stats on his phone in real time to see, oh, here's what Sam Reinhart did by scoring 4 goals in the Stanley Cup final last night. He's the third player to do X, Y, and Z, or et cetera, et cetera.
Oh, second shot.
Yeah, so that's what he's into. He's not into just sitting there and watching the drama of the game play out.
It drives me nuts. Like, to this day, I don't tweet during games because it's too distracting to me. Like, I don't want to tweet during the game. I want to watch the freaking game. I may text with my cousin as deep as I'm going to go, right? Like, I don't like to tweet during the game. I want to freaking watch the game. I want to pay time. I love the game.
And don't give away your content. This is all stuff you're going to say the next day.
Come on.
But people don't. I don't think again, I go back to my kids and I'm going. We watched Mike, whatever it was, NBA Finals, World Series, NHL Finals. It didn't matter if Phil was playing or not. We watched the game. We watched it. Like, you knew it was coming on. You watched it.
Yeah, but what other options did we have, Ant?
Well, exactly. Right. Yeah.
You know, like
you had to get up to turn the knob,
Right. Once it was 5-1 Florida last night, boom, I'm putting on Netflix to see if there's a new comedy stand-up special I can watch or something like that. And I've got my phone with me and I've got my laptop in my lap because I'm getting some work done.
Well, listen, I get it. Kids are playing video games and that's it. I mean, that's, we had the rudimentary video games where
we had Pong and Donkey Kong.
You know,
you have to stand up and set it up again. Change the angle. Your TV options were that or TNT or whatever.
Exactly. I don't know about you, but like I played them now with my kid. Like he and I go battles, like the show we do. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Madden.
That's your game.
I'm good. I'm not bad. I mean, he'll win most of the time, but I got it. The college football. I outthink him. College football.
There we go.
There you see, you're like Chip Kelling him all over the place. I'm sure.
Exactly, but it is so interesting how this whole thing.
Yeah, and I think honestly, Ant, it leads to there are some great aspects of it, of this new media landscape and the way people consume sports. I think there are some downsides to it too. You don't have as much storytelling.
No.
This is the big complaint about the NBA right now is that they're ESPN doesn't do a whole lot of storytelling about the players and the coaches involved in the finals because they spend so much time talking about numbers or allowing Kendrick Perkins and Stephen A to get their 10 seconds of insight.
God. Between freaking hot takes and numbers, I would have blown my brains out.
I also do you feel the thing about the NBA Finals where the presentation doesn't look like the finals anymore. It just looks like a regular season game. I totally feel that. But
Bomani Jones said this the other day, and he was 100% right. At some level, a sporting event has to tell you that it's important.
Yeah.
Like, that's what's great about the Masters. CBS tells you the Masters matters.
Yeah.
And ESPN is not telling you that the NBA Finals matters.
No, and the other issue, the storytelling piece really irks me because the problem is that media became, I don't need to go to the game. I can cover the game from my house, right? And I can come up with all kinds of numbers and make numbers dance because I don't know the intricacies of the game, and I don't need to be in a clubhouse or a locker room, and the numbers are something I can have access to. So let me cover the game, come up with a website, come up with a blog, and this is how I cover the team. And that became popular. And the issue is we don't know anything about these people who play games. Like the great storytelling of these guys doesn't exist.
Which is also hand in hand with what Mike said about the diminishing media budgets of the legacy media. Like they can't afford to send as many people to cover the game.
Right, and the teams don't want us in there. Like I remember writing about this during 2020 during the COVID NFL season. If you guys remember, the Eagles' first game that season was in Washington, and they lost. They had a big lead and blew it. And they had a wide receiver named John Hightower, who had a terrible game. He like dropped a pass that led to an interception, and just awful. And in another time and place, like Bo and I and other people would have been in the locker room either after that game or later in the week to talk to him about what happened out there. Like, give us some background. Have you ever experienced anything like this before? And in that situation, for obvious reasons, it was just like, oh, he's a bad player who dropped a couple of passes and then he was gone before the end of the year. And there was nothing beyond that. And I think that hurts a little bit too, in that these guys, these athletes now, whether you're talking about men or women, WNBA, NBA, whatever, are conditioned to see us completely as either in the tank for them or adversaries. There's no like, hey, I'm here to listen to you, and I'm going to write what I honestly think or what I honestly see, and you may not like it, but at least I'm coming at you in good faith. It's either we're going to make you look like the greatest person in the history of people, or we're going to kill you and never have to set foot in front of you to answer for it.
Exactly. And what happens is these teams are, they don't need you. They're such control freaks, which I get. But, like, I'm going to be inside baseball here. I pitched the Eagles last year to let me go and spend a day with Sirianni at his kid's game. His kid's baseball game. His kid plays in a league that my son plays, a year old, right? So I know about these dads. So I wanted to write a Father's Day story. I said, dude, listen to me. I'm not even going to talk about football. I just want to talk about fatherhood. It's something I'm very passionate about. All right. Here you are, the head coach of the Eagles, but you're a dad, right? And you're a sports dad. What's that like? Like, let me go hang out with you and let's talk fatherhood. Two men. Like, now, what's the downside of that?
They can't control it. That's the downside.
Nah,
That's the downside.
But the upside is people actually read it because it's different, right? And they go, oh, wow, man, that's pretty cool that he's got his son's game and blah, 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 blah. And he's just like me. Because what's missing is humanizing people. Like, these people you see aren't humanized.
Yeah, you're 100% right. In sports, the thing is, sports needs stories. Sports needs heroes and villains, too.
Yes.
Carson Wentz, for example, became a villain in this town. In part because there was reporting revealing things about his interactions with teammates or the way he handled Nick Foles winning the Super Bowl or whatever the case may be, that, guess what, drew more attention to the Eagles and the NFL. More people became interested. It didn't necessarily reflect well on Wentz or maybe other people in the organization, but it got more eyeballs on the games and more, more interest in everything. And that matters too. If all you want said about your team or your athletes is that they're all wonderful, okay, well, that gets boring after a while, doesn't it?
Totally right.
Yeah, I think the athletes, and like I always go back to the humanization aspect. Like, you know what Dave Hackstall doesn't want? To see the picture of him wakeboarding every time they lose a game. Like, and that's what it's like. I think they don't want to become.
I was going to use that example,
Bill.
Yeah.
I had to. But like,
that's okay. But that's a great example, though, Bill. I give the Flyers a ton of credit for allowing me to do that, to spend 3 days with him and show who he was, right? For good, for bad, whatever. Here's Dave Hackstall like he really is, like you've never seen him before. A lot of stuff that Bo has done over the years in the Eagles locker room where he asks these offbeat questions of guys that aren't related to football, it gives you some insight, some genuine insight into who these guys are and how they think. And that's what people want. They don't want the obvious, I'm only saying this because it will curry favor with the team or an agent player. They want you to talk about and write about and cover these teams and athletes honestly and openly. And everybody would be better for it if that were the case. But we're not in that time anymore. I don't think.
Yeah.
So you don't think that there's any room for any of those pieces ever again?
Oh no, I think
Because
I think there's room for it.
I think there's room for it. You just got to work maybe twice as hard to get there as you once did.
Let that be a lesson.
I'm here to learn, Ant. I'm here to learn.
Get out. Break the ball. Mike, I love you, dude. It's just always.
Thanks, guys.
It's always great having this conversation with brother. What do you got going on? Tell us quick. And look out.
Quick, just working on the Rocky book today.
What do you got?
So
Elaborate.
Elaborate. I'm writing start a chapter 3 about Stallone's first professional acting gig, and it involves Pablo Picasso.
Wow.
Cut his ear off.
He did not cut Stallone's ear off. No, he did not.
That's good. I can't wait for this book. I'm sorry I glossed over your quip, but I'm so immersed.
That's okay. The more of Bo's quips we gloss over, the better off we all are.
That's for sure.
Like, I'm good at ignoring him. Like, some of them were too good to ignore. That one, But
not my best.
This book is going to be a Philadelphia treasure. It should be required for Philadelphia school children.
You really are the best agent. This is, I mean,
Dude,
fantastic.
He is, yeah.
If I'm passionate about something,
I got to wire him thousands of dollars every time I come on the show.
If I'm passionate about something, I want the world to appreciate it.
Amen.
And we're living this process with Mike from afar, and I'm rooting for him.
Do you have like a daily word count that you need to hit, Mike? What's your process?
Yeah, I write as much as I can each day, fitting it in with Inquire stuff and dad and husband stuff.
Yeah.
So I know, to answer your question, Bo, I know the number I have to hit by the date I have to hit it. So it changes per day. Some day I get 1,000 words down. Some day I get 200. That's okay. As long as I know what I need to hit by when I need to hit it, I'll be okay.
And are you just like, get the words on the page, I will circle back and go through this 5 more times? Or is it like, are you editing
I'm going to go
as you
through it 5. Yeah, I'm going to go through it 5 more times. I wish that it was easier to get the words on the page than it is. I tend to bleed.
Yeah, I don't think you can have these writers that say they go, I need X amount of words a day. Then I question the quality of it, because you're only some days I'll sit and write from midnight and I look up at 6 o'clock in the morning, right? And other days I'm like, I can't get 3 sentences down.
Yeah, it sounds terrible to say, but it's exhausting. Like, it ain't digging tunnels, right? But
no, but it's mental gymnastics, man. It's rough. It really is.
Yeah.
When you're done a project, it's like, wow. And then you have this weird withdrawal from it.
Totally.
Well, it's also all consuming. Like, as you're walking through your day, like that's all you're thinking about. Yeah.
Yeah, that's 100% right. Like, I did this big piece a couple of weeks ago about connected to Rocky, about this boxing manager who was connected to Burgess Meredith, and he was murdered. Like, I got that off my plate, and it was like, oh, thank God. And then within 4 days, I'm like, all right, what's next? I got to do something. Like you said, Anthony, the withdrawal is 100% accurate.
What's your next piece, next column?
I got to write tomorrow. I haven't figured anything out yet. We'll see. We'll see. Probably something Sixers or Flyers related with the drafts coming up, but we'll see.
Yeah, Sixers. Ugh. All right, brother. Thank you, buddy.
Guys, thanks so much, man. Really appreciate it.
Great stuff, Mike. Michael. Great stuff. Mike Sealski. We're big fans of Mike on the show.
We got to get out of here, huh?
Why?
Isn't there another thing coming?
I guess. I don't know.
We got a whole writer's show that you can talk more about writing and.
Yeah, no, I know. We're going to relax. Let it breathe. Let the thing breathe. I'm like my boys. I don't want to rush my boys. I enjoyed the
I was like 90% on that Dave Haxtell wakeboard. I was like, I'm almost positive this is Mike. I'm going to throw it at him. And really happy that came through.
Yeah.
It's the stuff I can and can't remember. Unbelievable
No,
sometimes.
you landed. You landed well. Nice job. My brother, keep up the great work.
Oh, thank you, Anthony.
All right. Thanks, buddy.
You too. I think you're going to make it in this business.
You think so? I hope so. Tomorrow, Billy, in for me, Well, I'm
Oh,
at my
yeah,
World
baby.
Cup meeting, so good stuff, bro. Thanks, buddy. Bo, love you, brother.
Thank you, sir.
How's the baby?
Great. 2 months any day now. Very exciting. She's been great.
You just like you go around the neighborhood.
She's been our easiest baby, our number 3. Yeah. I mean, it's like she knows that she's the third, and there's not as much time for her.
Real quick, because this is something like we
Best sleeper
like
we've ever had. Yeah.
does your wife kill you to leave and go to the suburbs?
No, she wants to stay in the city. Yeah. We are
You're entrenched.
as long as we can. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting because my wife was like, after number 2,
Yeah.
it was we're out.
Well, I mean, we'll see as everybody gets bigger if we can still fit, but
Right.
we're good for now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful, man. It really
The
is.
best.
God bless you, buddy.
All right.
Thanks. Keep up
Thanks,
the
guys.
great work, man. The
See you
great
guys
Bo
later.
Wolf. He'll be on a little bit later on. Billy will be on a little bit later on, of course, as we hang out here. What do we got, Andrew?
We're giving away tickets. You talk about the World Cup. We got Club World Cup tickets to give away. If you want to get your hands on them, all you got to do is DM PHLY Sports. That's on all of our social platforms. And the keyword is soccer. But these aren't the only sets of tickets that we're going to be giving away today. We got Phillies tickets. We got Sixers tickets. We even have Flyers tickets. So we're doing a lot of giveaways today. So keep an eye out for the little corner bug that'll be popping up. And yeah, you'll get them. But we have another show about to begin here. So I'm going to throw us on a transition so they can set up.
What?
Because we got to change the graphics and all that stuff.
Okay.
This is live television. No
All
breaks.
Right. All right. Let
So
me see it.
We'll see you on the other side.
Well, welcome back. Welcome back. It is PHLY Stream-A-THON all day today. All of your favorite PHLY personalities and journalists are here as we just celebrate 4for4 landscape. We celebrate our teams. We celebrate just creating content for you guys. And I love the group that we have put together here at AllPHLY, allphly.com. And don't forget, please do us a favor. and subscribe to us, to all of our shows. It really helps with the algorithm, and it helps with being able to produce such great content that these guys do, man. They really work hard, and we're thankful to have them. We're also part of Big Brothers Big Sisters, so that's our fine partnership. We love Big Brothers Big Sisters, so anything you do to donate there, we appreciate that as well. So welcome in right now to this group. I got a writers group. I love this. I love it. We were just, in fact, having this conversation with Mike Sealski, and having great writers that we do here. I want to continue a little bit. We'll dive deeper into their beats, and but also what they do. And of course, to my far left, Kyle Newbeck.
Yo.
From the All PHLY Sixers show, Charlie O'Connor, who does such a great job for the All PHLY Flyers show, Rich Hoffman, who does such a great job with the newsletter every day that you read, that you should subscribe to, and of course does a little bit of everything. Look, does some Sixers, a lot of Sixers, Eagles, and Phillies. I mean, you name it. He's a 4 for 4 man. What do you say, buddy?
What's up, man?
Now I'm going to start with you, Rich, because you're part of the fact, like you grew up in this world. Rich's dad is the great Rich Hoffman, who was a columnist for the Daily News forever, a great columnist, who's now an author. His uncle is Pat McClune, who you see on my show every Thursday, right? Like, that was his guy, man. And Pat was the editor of the Daily News. And even your fiance or girlfriend?
Girlfriend. Yeah.
Girlfriend is the great columnist.
Alex Coffey, yeah.
Well, writer. She's doing a different.
She's doing features now. Yeah, she does an occasional column once in a while, but mostly feature stories. Yeah.
Well, I love Alex, and not as much as you do, but I love Alex's work.
I sure hope not.
Well, the way it came out, I figured let me edit on the fly. I love Alex. I think she's so talented. And when I broke into the business, Alex's father was a terrific writer in New York.
Big Wayne.
So I worked for the Post. He worked for the Daily News. So it's all kind of intertwined here. You had no choice but to get involved in the business.
I had a choice, but I decided to do it. It was cool. My dad did not put a lot of pressure on me to do anything. He actually kind of talked me out of it, cuz
I
to
would
be
have
honest,
done that.
it's because the business compared to 20, 25 years ago, it's harder. I mean, there's not as much money in traditional newspapers and outlets, and things are changing. Obviously, we have kind of adapted where we kind of have a hybrid model here where we do writing, which is cool, but we also do a lot of talking and a lot of podcasting.
A lot of video storytelling.
A lot of video stuff as well. So he kind of tried to talk me out of it, but I wanted to do it. And I mean, like the Daily News was my family business growing up. And I always thought, I mean, you had Bob Cooney on earlier. Like those are my guys that work for the Daily News. Dana O'Neill, we have Les in a decent amount. Those people who both wrote in the Daily News, but also they were on Daily News Live, which was kind of its own unique thing at that point where I'll never forget, like, my dad, and I think Les, I talked to him about this too, when they were like, yeah, we had a good job, like the paper was doing well, but we weren't like famous. And then we started going on once a week on Comcast Sportsnet, and everybody knew what we looked like. They didn't know the byline. So it's cool that I think we're kind of taking the baton from them a little bit. They don't have the same type of thing at NBC Sports Philly. They still have shows and a lot of talented people.
Of the next iteration of NBC Sports. It's kind of like, when that company kind of fell, right? Because that world, the dynamics changed, and we're kind of the next iteration that we're digital in this way. But I want to ask you, Charlie, and I want to get to you, Kyle. What made you go this path?
Well, I do not have the background that Rich had. I don't come from a journalism family or anything. I just come from a sports background. I love sports. I grew up in Philadelphia. I grew up in Northeast Philly, and I figured out pretty late in college that I wanted to try to go this route. late, so late that I never worked for my high school newspaper, didn't work for, the Collegian at Penn. But I came to the conclusion that this is what I wanted to at least try to do. And I lucked out in the sense that when I graduated college, which was 2011, it was very much the height of the blogosphere. So I took a job, a full-time job working in marketing. I was first a sales rep, then an account manager, and that was my, 8 to 6 job. And then I wrote on the side. I knew that the Flyers and hockey, that was what I was not necessarily the most interested in, although I love hockey. I loved hockey back then. It was my number one, but Eagles were right there. It was just that I felt like I could bring a more interesting perspective to the table for hockey that I could football. Like everybody knows football, not everybody knows hockey. So it's like, okay, I'm going to go the Flyers route. Love the team. I'm really into this burgeoning analytics scene in hockey, which was kind of everybody knows baseball with Moneyball and whatnot. Well, hockey was sort of at the infancy stage in that time frame, in that like late 2000s, early 2010s. So I'm like, okay, I have that. I can bring that interesting perspective to the table. And then I just wrote. I wrote as much as I could, and slowly but surely got a bigger following, moved up the ladder, and then eventually in the late 2010s, I got the job writing for The Athletic, and it's just been full time ever since.
Kyle?
Charlie and I both just kind of stumbled into this business, is what it kind of sounds like to me. Because I had a very similar story to Charlie. I do not have the ties that Rich does, but I thought I was going to be a teacher for most of college. If you can imagine me and my truck driver cursing in a classroom with kids.
Yeah.
So thought I was going to do that. And I remember growing up, my dad works in finance and mortgages, and talked a lot about like he likes his job in the sense that makes a living doing it, but it is not like, oh, you wake up every day and you're just like over the moon about like I'm passionate about it. And it just kind of stuck in my mind for a long time. And I was like, well, if I don't feel that way about teaching, especially when you're teaching kids, right? You're trying to
Right.
bring people along.
Right.
Like, you can't do that. That's a disservice to those kids and to yourself. And so I sat down and thought about it. This was like 3/4 of the way through when I would have graduated, and decided, "Oh, I'm going to go a different path." I didn't know what I was going to do. I enjoyed writing. Like Charlie, was never on a school paper, was never on any of that. I actually got into that stuff, and then just took 75 different internships. Like worked on the morning show at WIP with Angelo Cataldi, who I tell people all the time, super influential in the sense that I think I've told this story before. First day I showed up at WIP. I got there for a 6 a.m. show, and I got there probably 4:45. I was like, I'm over an hour early. That feels like the right time to be here. Like, I'm make a good impression. And I walk in, Angelo is like knee deep in a notebook full with all kinds of stuff. I introduce myself. He goes, "Don't ever show up later than 4 a.m. again." Because he's like, we have prep to do. We have 2 hours worth of pre-show work to do every single day, and I need you on that time. And that sent a message to me of like, that people want to do this job or jobs in this realm, right? But you see the people who are successful, and it's just like, well, they just are successful. They've just always been there. And you don't understand until you're actually in it and you see it and the inner machinations. What does it take to get there? Like, what does it take to put on a show that is super successful? That is like people, whether you liked Angelo's opinions or didn't, why are you there? It's because he puts a lot of thought and work into why it's there. So that's been my kind of guiding thing as a writer, as a podcaster. I worked at Philly Voice for a while. They gave me a full-time shot to just cover the Sixers and throw myself into it, and super grateful to them too. But yeah, it's just, you cobble one thing together after another, but you love basketball. That's really what drove it for me.
And so basketball was your, like passion. And if I said to you, you get to cover hoops the rest of your life, are you good with that?
Yeah, I'd be happy with it. Now, I don't know if I want to specifically cover just the Sixers forever, just because I think my wife would like to live somewhere other than Philadelphia from time to time. She's more of a let's see the world, let's see different things. But yeah, like sports to me, or covering sports for me, is so great because you get to meet people from all these different backgrounds, right? Like we're covering the draft right now. And oh man, it's getting loud in the background.
Yeah, a little hotter. Little higher. Yeah, there you go.
You get to meet kids who are, country kids. You meet kids who are, come from basketball lineage, or you meet kids from overseas, and you meet kids who are well off,
Yeah,
who aren't well
the
off,
culture of it.
and like so you all bond around the same thing, but you get to learn about other people's cultures, and and so that is why sports are so meaningful to me. It is about the game, but it's about everything else that converges on that too.
You're probably region, right? Like you're knowing your family. I mean, you're Philadelphia.
Yeah, but we all started in the same spot. Like, I do have those ties, but we all were blogging for SB Nation. That's how it.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about your path, but I'm saying your external influences.
Oh yeah,
and it was all about 4 for 4 and these teams, and just so happened that your whole family basically was in this world.
I will say though, because and I think these guys are people who did this path very well. Like at some point, in like the early 2010s, you kind of had to pick a lane, right? I think at that point, the demand for the generalist, which is cool because you're doing it, and now I'm doing it with the newsletter and all those things. There really wasn't a demand. Like the jobs, people wanted experts in their sports, right? And I think
totally. I mean, look at it's funny. Schefter and Woj, like I was contemporaries with those guys. Like Woj,
Woj was an old school columnist.
Right. So Woj was a couple of years older than me, right?
Yeah.
He worked for the New York Star Ledger. And I'll never forget it, right? And Woj was a good columnist. I worked for the Post. It used to drive me nuts. I couldn't do one sport. I hated doing one sport. Like I did a baseball beat. I wanted to blow my brains out. Like I loved it. I loved the sport.
Oh, I couldn't do baseball. I'm with you.
Were you on a beat? Because were you on a beat full time? Like
yes, I did the Mets full time. Then I did.
That's hard work. Man.
Then I did the Yankees. Then I did. I did the Knicks for a little bit. I did the Giants. Like filled in for a while, and I liked football.
Too many games in baseball, man.
But you know what it was? Like I liked the variety, and I liked storytelling. So I needed I love when I was the Inquirer. I'm like, I'll go do Calgary and Edmonton and do that trip. Like I love that stuff. Like to me, I there's so many sports are so vast. Like my favorite beat probably because I did a lot of college football was probably that. But that was a sport, right? So it was like, hey, 1 week I'm in Clemson, 1 week I'm in LSU, 1 week I'm in Penn State, and it was variety.
I would say, and I don't want to speak for Charlie, but I think one of the advantages I've found, other than you just get closer to the subject being on one beat, is you develop over the years a rhythm, right? Like, it's the beginning of May, draft lotteries coming up. June is the draft. July is free agency, and you just have all these milestones that you can prepare better for, right? Like, okay, if it's All-Star, what kind of feature do I want to write around this? Or you look at the schedule drops, and first you do hey, what's the record going to be after 82 games? But it's also hey, Jimmy Butler's coming to town. Maybe I can get him for an interview, or this road trip is super meaningful. And so that's where I just in terms of as a job, I feel like that's what you get better at is planning ahead.
Totally.
And saying, you just develop a real rhythm throughout the year.
Yeah, and I think something that's, and I don't want to speak out of turn, but something that's maybe a little bit more unique about hockey, not the sport, but the fans, because hockey isn't as prevalent, especially in the United States, as football, basketball, baseball. The fans are more demanding of the people who cover.
Yeah.
They need the people who cover to be experts, or else they will just dismiss you because their view is that hockey fans absolutely have an inferiority complex because they feel like it's the undercovered sport in comparison to the other three.
And
because of that, you have to, as a writer, almost have an even higher degree of expertise on the team, on the sport, than with other sports, like, I mean, I know football. How could you not know football if you're a sports fan in the United States? But not every sports fan in the United States knows the intricacies of hockey.
I agree.
So as a hockey writer, there's almost even like a higher barrier. Like you can write a football column and be a casual football fan because everybody knows football. Like I could write a football column, might not be as good as the football column that Les Bowen would write, but I could write a football column. But I don't know if everybody could write a hockey column because not,
I agree.
or at least not a hockey column that would meet the demands of hockey fans who hold their writers to such a high standard.
I'd be a cliche machine with hockey. I'm like, man, they need some more jam. Like, I'd be Peter Laviolette.
The only thing is, though, that the hockey thing is so interesting because the accessibility of the biggest people make it more fun.
Yeah.
Like, listen, somewhere along the line, the NBA became the NFL, right? Where it was not always like that. Like, this world where they protect Joel Embiid like, he's a damn, government witness, right? Like, you don't go near him. You only got a little bit of it was never like that. I mean, I used to text Charles Oakley like everything. Mark Jackson, I would call him on the phone, this is pre-text or whatever it was, but like we would talk. Like I would talk to him all the time.
Yeah.
Like, dude, what are you doing? I went on a boat with Reggie Miller and Mark Jackson, like on an off day of the Eastern Conference Finals.
That might be an off-show discussion at some point. Don't want to get you in any trouble.
No, but it was like, and now like what frustrates me, like at least with hockey, like you got guys that listen, they're going to talk to you. They feel a duty to talk to you to make sure the sport gets out there, right?
So,
which is why I still think hockey's a great sport. It pisses me off the way the NBA is.
I think some of that speaks to what Charlie's talking about, right? Like the NBA has been big enough for long enough that, when I was growing up and like Jordan is the guy, right? But Jordan was also riding it was like the NBA really broke through because of Magic and Bird in the 80s. Like that was a big, watershed rivalry and moment for the league. And Jordan also had the big marketing machine behind him at a time when there still was like a monoculture, right? Like if you turned on the TV, you're all watching the same thing.
Yes.
Like we're all watching the same channels at the same time.
Yeah,
Like
you're right. The monoculture is exactly the way to describe it.
The 98 finals are still by far the most watched NBA finals ever. It was like, tens of millions of people
covered it,
watching
baby.
one game because it was all a shared experience.
Yeah.
And now that it's all fragmented, but these guys are all making, crazy money.
Well, that's the difference.
It's like they protect their personal brands and they're not so much worried about, hey, what does this mean for the NBA? It's like, what does it mean for Team LeBron? What does it mean for Team Curry, Team Joel Embiid, like whatever that is? And like, who am I to tell them they're wrong? It's all a marketing business thing, but it does cut off some interesting storytelling potential.
Oh, in a huge way. Like you referenced that period. So I'm a young reporter, and Mike's God, right? I'm looking up at Jordan, going, "Oh my God, he's God!" Like he was the man. He was cool. Like I mean, I did a story for the Post where I followed them to 4 different cities, and I watched the people find where the hotel the Bulls were staying at, and I chronicled this whole thing when they got on the bus and how they were just this rock band. It was just a great fun piece, man. I loved it. Mike was playing cards upstairs in the middle of the night. He had a whole room. He had a whole floor, right, at the top of every hotel. Like the suite floor.
He's the prince. You got to keep him away from the public.
And they would have card games going all night. Like it was, and then he got out, play golf, and I mean the stories are legendary. But he was so cool. I remember asking him when I got the job because I was working in Chicago, asking Jordan, "Yo, can I come out and I just want to hang with you while you golf?" Like he's like, yeah, no problem. Like literally said, and he's the biggest guy on the planet at that point. Yeah, come, you can come. And I sat on a freaking cart. Of course, I had a wife beater on, and he made me go buy a. He made me go. It wasn't a wife beater. I had a tank top. It was a white tank top. It was 1,000 degrees, and he looked at me, started mocking me. and goes, "You got to go buy a shirt. Like you got to go buy a golf
He
shirt."
can't come around with Michael Jordan looking for
I didn't. I was 20, whatever it was, right? And so it was a funny story because I had earrings and tattoos back when it wasn't really fashionable. And he's looking like, look at my boy, right? Are you nuts? He was mocking me. So I went and expensed it for the post. It was, of course, like $400 back then. They gave you time. Like
I do think, to your point, though, Anthony, like part of it is on the writing and reporting side is these guys, and rightfully so, right? They want you to put in the work early, right? When they're 19, 20, 21 years
Yeah.
old. And a lot of them are just, frankly, not that good at that point.
Right.
They're developing, right? They're just like a young writer would be. They come into the league, they're figuring things out. And if you give them time and you give them grace, right? Like just talk to them about the ups and downs. Like the guys who stay for a long time remember those things, right? Like I have a good relationship with Joel Embiid in a way other people don't, because I covered him when he was a young
Right,
guy. I covered
right.
him when he was going through the whole, he missed 2 seasons
Sure.
and his foot is broken and then he's got to get another surgery. And so like, if you give guys grace, they give it back to you. Like I still think a lot of the old, tricks of the trade and just like basic human empathy
Right, like just
ends up working.
being a good dude, like
Yeah.
being upfront with people.
And if you're gonna rip him, like I looked up to Phil Jasner growing up, right? Like he was the class of the Sixers, beat all that. God rest his soul. But he was always very tough. Like he was adversarial at times with Allen Iverson, but Allen Iverson will look back and tell you, I respected him because he would put it in the paper. Allen Iverson would open the paper, which imagine a NBA player reading a newspaper these days, or any player for that matter. And he would read it, and then Phil would be there the next day in the locker room. And if you have a problem, you stand there man to man. You can have an argument. You can talk about it, and like that's what I value as a person. Like we talk a lot on these shows and criticize guys, but I will always give them the opportunity to stand in front of me and say, "You're an idiot. You're a this. You're a bleep bleep." But that's what you got.
Well, that's why you're great at your jobs. And all three of you are stand up, and you guys are great writers and great reporters, and that's what makes you really good at your job. Let's dive into your beats, okay? Individually, I'm going to start. I'm going to make you Eagles. All right.
Okay.
All right. Well, I mean, not for nothing. I mean,
okay.
You do Eagles work. So,
I do. Yeah.
So I want to make you Eagles, but we're all going to talk about each of your beats. All right. We're going to start with the Sixers because of the draft coming up.
Okay.
And have you decided on who you want?
I don't love any of these guys enough that I'm like, it has to be this person at 3. I think what I would say is I would guess it would be VJ Edgecombe at 3 if they don't move. I know that's not the most popular stance with the fan base, and I share a lot of their concerns, right? But if you put all these guys in, a bucket after Flagg and Harper and say, all these guys have flaws that could derail them, I'm just going to bet on the kids who I think are going to be the outlier, work ethic, gym rat, all that type of stuff. And VJ is the guy who consistently comes back. Now, what I would advocate for is probably trading down a couple spots with a team who's like really in love with somebody. But yeah, the VJ by default for me. I've gone back and forth on Trey Johnson. I can't get there with Knipple just because I don't believe in the athleticism, although I do think he's very good. Malawach is another name in there, right? Like if you really think you're moving on from Joel, 7'2", crazy wingspan, really good defensive stuff. But yeah, I default to VJ, and it's not because he's.
What would your
anybody away.
preferred course of action be? Would you prefer to move up to get Harper?
Oh,
and
yeah.
how real is that?
If you could do it, I would do it. My guess would be San Antonio is not moving that pick or moving off of that pick unless there is a bigger trade at play, or there are other trades at play, right? So an example would be Kevin Durant. If Kevin Durant's in play for them, and you can trade down 2 to 3, they don't really need Harper. They just traded for Fox. Castle was Rookie of the Year. They trade for Kevin Durant. If they can pick up extra stuff from the Sixers and then reroute that to Phoenix so they're not giving away their own picks and players, maybe you could say, hey, that's how you sneak in there to get to number 2. 1 is impossible. There's 2 is difficult, but if you just bolt them over,
yeah.
there's even crazy Nico Harrison running the Mavericks, I cannot see him
No.
passing on the
No,
opportunity to draft Cooper Flag.
Yeah, you're not doing that. What would your preferred course of action be?
I agree with Kyle. Probably move back. I will say I watched these NBA finals have been pretty good, and the big takeaway for me is that the sport is like harder to play aerobically than ever. Like it's just everybody's so fast and so athletic. Now that really worries me for our buddy Joel moving forward to just because
100%.
it feels like it's very much moving away. But like just watching this Indiana team, like 80% of why they're good is that you're going to get tired before them. It's unbelievable. They'll just keep running the ball up and down. So I do think Edgecombe...
Freaking TJ, right? Like
he's awesome.
Like TJ's been at the heart of this thing.
The best.
Easy to root for.
He was I mean, Kyle was talking about guys that you get in on the ground floor with. TJ was one for both of us where, you know, the team was not very good. That's a guy you kind of talk about. That's a guy who frankly was at that point was just happy to be in the NBA. And now is
great kid.
And now is you know, going to make close to $100 million in his career and is like almost swinging finals games. It's amazing. The thing I will say for Edgecombe, though, just in what I have observed and just listening to those guys, is that he feels like he can play in these games, at least aerobically. He's very athletic. He can get up and down the floor. I feel like he kind of fits in with that style. Now, there are other players who probably fit like that, too. But I do think the league is turning into, man, like you need depth. You need athleticism. You just need to be able to play up and down. And I do think he fits that.
So one last thing on the Sixers, and this is where my frustration lies. So you got to pick a lane. Either you think you're going to win and have a chance to win and go that route, which I think that's their route. And my issue is I think it's impossible to win with Embiid and Paul George and getting through 2.5 months of that, what we just saw.
So I think the point that Rich just brought up, combined with that, Anthony, I think there's better evidence than ever based on how the playoffs are playing out these last few years. Why would you believe the guy who can never stay healthy is going to stay healthy in a league where more stars are getting hurt in the playoffs than ever, right? Like it is a war of attrition basically every year, right? Like go through the list. Steph Curry, Jason Tatum, Tyrese Halliburton in this finals. Dame Lillard was not healthy for the first round series against India. Like there are star after star after star after star who just they're not making it through these playoffs.
It's a war of attrition.
Look, I think Joel is an incredible basketball player when he's healthy.
Yes.
But he's never healthy in the playoffs. He's getting older. Like, I would love for it to be a story that we could tell about he finally broke through. He had the year where everything went right. They got the right depth pieces. But, like, you just look at it's a stamina league. It's a depth league right now. Like, it has gone from being a strong link league where your best player is the most meaningful to a weak link league where your worst player on the floor is more meaningful most of the time.
And isn't that why Daryl Morey ultimately has failed at his job? Because he didn't see the trend. If you're a genius, right, and you're worth $15 million a year, then you got to see the trend. And he failed to see the trend. In fact, he clung to the old trend, which was star hunting, which failed this franchise over and over and over again.
Star hunting and old guys. Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Cus. I think that's a completely fair point. I don't have anything else to say. Yeah. So I don't know how they get out of this situation. That's my thing. I don't know. I think you gotta hope that both of those guys play well and then trades can materialize at some point. But I mean, this is the bottom of both of their values. So
yeah, but I don't build the team going into this draft for now.
No, you pick the best guy. You pick the best guy moving forward and you figure it out later. That's why, Edgecombe, I think Ace Bailey, for all of his flaws, like if you were trying to find a guy for this team, if he would just stand there and shoot threes, I actually think his position fits a little bit. They got a lot of small guys who are pretty.
I love Harper because Harper is a league guard. I think he's Brunson-like, right? I want to build around that. I mean, McCain's a nice story and all. He's an undersized 2. You got an undersized 2 in Maxey. All right? Like, I need one big lead guard, and then Maxey fits perfect next to him. And then from there, right, I'll build around those 2.
I would 100% draft Harper if he was available, or you could trade for him. It just might be hard to do that.
No, I get it.
Pray to whatever gods you believe in.
I'm with you though.
You know.
Lucky Charms, maybe they'll get them.
All right, let's talk Flyers. All right, because I am completely bullish and in on this whole thing. I think they're the next big story in town. It's not going to happen until it'll be in 2 years, but they're going to have. I could smell it. I could see it. I've been around these rebuilds enough to know when something's going to pop. I don't know if it's going to materialize into a championship. I swore Andy was going to be successful as the Eagles coach. I was around then. I saw him. I'm like, this dude's success. I feel the same way about the Flyers, triumvirate. I think they're going to be successful. How do you see it?
Well, I think this draft is huge. Number one, because they have the 6th overall pick. And I do think that they are, the way that they're going to approach this offseason, I don't know if they're going to have a pick this high ever again. This might be the highest pick they have during the Briere rebuild. So you need to nail this pick. You need to get, if not a superstar, at least a clear-cut top of the lineup guy, ideally one who fills a major positional need. But number two, this draft is so important because they just have so many assets. They have 7 picks in the first 48 selections of this draft. So either you go, there's a lot of different routes you could take. They could just make all their picks, and we talked to Danny and Assistant General Manager Brent Flair yesterday, and Briere said, absolutely, we might make all the picks. You can do that. You can make all those picks, but you better nail them. You better get 2 or 3 legitimate contributors out of those 7 picks you have, or you have all these assets. I'm not expecting them to trade 6, but you use the other 2 firsts you have, and you trade them in packages for young-ish players, guys who are maybe in that 23 to 26 range that fit your timeline, because you're not going to have an arsenal of draft pick assets like this ever again. They're going to have picks. They're going to trade for picks. They have some extra first-round picks coming, but you're never going to have this treasure chest of assets. So this is a big offseason for them because, number one, you got to nail that 6th pick. You got to get a legitimately really good player with that pick. Number two,
Which in your eyes is?
The draft is interesting this year because you've got a tier 1 of Matthew Schaefer is going 1, and Michael Misa is probably going 2. Michael Misa probably would be the best fit for the Flyers. Unfortunately, there's no way he's getting a 6. So he's a center, great 2-way guy, high hockey IQ, checks every box they have. He's not getting a 6. They're not going to be able to trade up to get him. Then you've got another tier. You've got guys. You got a lot of centers. So you got Caleb Desnoyers, who is the brother of Elliot Desnoyers, a Flyers prospect. He's a center. You got Anton Frundell. He's a big, gritty, goal-scoring Swedish center. You've got Porter Martone, who's a big power forward wing. You've got James Higgins, who was supposed to be the 1st overall pick going into this year. Disappointed a little bit at Boston College, but still had a good draft year. Just wasn't the draft year people were hoping for. You got those 4 guys. Those are generally accepted to be the 4 guys that are the next best after the top 2. The Flyers are picking 6th. So they might just be in a position where they just take whoever those 4 slip. Or, and this is the interesting thing, we talked to Danny yesterday, and Danny said he thinks there's not much of a gap between, let's say, the quality of pick you get at 2 and the quality of pick you would get at 8. That tells me there are 2 more guys, aside from those 4 that I mentioned, that they believe are very much in that tier. And again, there are guys that are outside of that 4 tier that I like. There's Jake O'Brien, who's a really, really smart playmaking center. Doesn't quite have the playmaking skill of James Higgins, but he's bigger. And he has the potential to grow into being a guy who maybe fits better long-term next to Matvei Mishkov than Higgins does if he hits his ceiling. You got Roger McQueen, who's huge, another center, 6'5", has some injury concerns, but he's an intriguing bet on upside. There's Brady Martin, who's smaller-ish. He's 6 foot. He's not small, but he plays with the physical edge. The comparison he gets, if anybody's been watching this Cup final, he gets the Sam Bennett comparison, who just won the Conference. He's a physical guy guy. He plays with an edge. He's hitting. He plays a little dirty, but he can score. So those are the three guys I think that maybe they could also be in that mix. And I'm not a huge Brady Martin guy. I don't see a center. I like him. I don't see a center. I see a wing. I don't know if he has the hockey IQ to be a center. And I don't see a top of the lineup guy. McQueen and O'Brien, I see top of the lineup potential. And if they went for one of those two guys, I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to it. I just think those two guys have a little bit more risk involved than the other four, than Higgins, Desnoyers, Frondel, and Martone. And again, if you want to take that swing and you're Danny Briere, I'd respect it. I'd respect the swing. You just better be right.
Hey, Charlie, can I ask you a question? Circling back to something that you said. So the Thunder have been in this position where, as you were describing, like, hey, the Flyers have a bunch of picks and they could either combine a lot of these, like combine assets, turn that into something else, or maybe they just stick and pick. And it's been a big debate with Oklahoma City where they've had all these future picks. They've accumulated a lot of them. They look like they're going to win the title. So they don't look like they needed to do anything other than what they've done. But there's been a big debate, like, are you just hoarding assets, right? Are you just, why aren't you combining some of these to really add an impact guy, right? Instead of trying to win in the aggregate and say, well, eventually we'll get one guy out of these many picks. Like, what is the general vibe from the fan base or even just like general hockey fans on, do they feel strongly about they should just stick and pick, like make all these picks? Or do you think there's more of an appetite to say, let's take these extra firsts we have and really go get somebody?
I think there's probably more of an appetite for the latter. I think people would like the Flyers to, whether it's packaging picks to trade up. Now that's hard, but it can be done, especially if, say, you're moving from 22 to like 15. That's more doable than moving from 6 to 2 or 6 to 4. But I think people would like to see them do that. And I think people also would like to see them move some of these picks for help now. Now, again, not trading away a late first for a guy who's 30 years old, but trading away a late first and packaging it with a prospect or packaging it with a position player already on the team, for a guy who's 24, 25,
matches
26.
Their timeline
exactly.
and grows with the rest of these guys.
I think I would say that fans in general are intrigued by that because, and again, this goes back to the way the Flyers are doing it. Now, it looks like they got Matvei Michkov, who looks like he's going to be a top tier, top of the lineup guy. He looks like he's going to be a stud. They got him at 7. They lucked out in that regard. But he's a winger. Generally speaking, if you're going to win titles, you need high-end players at center, high-end players at defense, high-end players in goal. Now, goal, you can get a goaltender in weird ways. They're weird. They're weird. Zvragin could be the guy they got him in the 3rd round. Defensemen and centers, though, generally speaking, if you're going to get elite guys, you need to take them at the top of the draft. And the way the Flyers chose to do their rebuild is they chose not to bottom out. They chose not to do a full-fledged Sixers-like process where they trade everybody away, which meant that they weren't getting, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th overall picks.
Top blue chip type guys.
And I'm not saying they can't do it the way they're doing it. I think it can work. But for that to work, either you have to, get a maxi type pick where you get a guy who you draft way below where he should have been taken in retrospect, which is doable but hard, or you have to make trades. You have to trade for those guys. And it's doable. It's just harder. And a lot of people, understandably, look at all the assets they have in this year's draft and they say, you might not have a better opportunity than this offseason to go out and trade for the guys you're going to need to make this thing work, to get the guys at the positions you need to make this thing work.
We're up against it, but Rich, I know you have a question.
Charlie, that was the thing I was curious about, just as like tying it into all different sports. Like the Flyers, they are not tanking. Like that is how they've gone about it. And you pay attention to the entire NHL more than us. I guess like a couple years into this, like how does that look compared to the teams? There are teams that are tanking in hockey. The Sharks, right, and the Blackhawks, right?
I mean, you could tank without tanking, right? Like your goaltender, like part of it.
Yeah, last year, yeah.
I mean, like, listen, when they traded everybody at the deadline, that was a tank.
Sure.
Without overtly, like, by the way, it was halfway
more of an old school tank.
But am I wrong that these teams are kind of going all in?
Teams like San Jose, Anaheim, those are teams that definitely purposely bottom out.
Like,
and maybe they have. Neither of them have won anything. Anaheim was a little bit better this year. San Jose looks very, very, promising for the future when you look at all the talent they have. but they still do have to put it together and turn. Like, you know, the obvious comparable you can make is Buffalo. You know, Buffalo got all this talent,
all those years,
all this talent. You're like, oh man, they're drafting all these real good guys, and they never could put it together into something that's competitive. And now they might have to go through another rebuild because the last one didn't work. Yeah, so
Sabres are the Sixers.
The Sixers at least won some playoff series. Buffalo hasn't made the playoffs in over a decade. But to answer your question, Rich, it's very much still the jury's out. They lucked out big time with Mishkov because you got a guy at 7 that probably should have went top 2 or 3 in retrospect. So you lucked out there. But they're gonna need to make more good picks.
Like Mishkov is elite of the elite. Like what he's done this year. You see that kid. That kid's star.
The upside is through the roof.
He's unbelievable. Like, I love watching him.
And credit to them for having the patience to at the time, you know.
And they got it done.
They thought it was going to be 3 years, and then they did an amazing job getting them over here in 1 year.
Well, that's the great story of the Flyers, which is forever and a day, Ed, who was always revered by everybody there, was anti-Russia, and this team is going to be built with a lot of Russian talent.
Yeah.
Which is really kind of cool. Anyway, let me take this moment to thank you guys for all the work that you guys do, for being a part of PHLY. I am extremely proud of you and being able to work with you. I just thank you, man. In my wildest imaginations, I wanted this crazy staff that we could do this stuff together, and you guys surpassed it, so thank you.
Building it brick by brick, all of us together.
That's it. Stay tuned. The PHLY Stream-A-THON continues. And do us a favor and subscribe to all of our shows, all of our beats, our newsletters, everything you can. Just hit the subscribe button. It's free. Die Hard stuff, what these guys do for Die Hards is amazing. You really want to be a part of that. And, you know, when you think about the cost for a year, it really is great. So please think about that. And just be part of the family, man. We love you guys, all right? So thanks. Stay tuned. We continue all day. PHLY Stream-A-THON.
Hey, everybody, how you doing? Well, that's good. Welcome to PHLY Flyers and friends at our all-day PHLY Stream-A-THON. My name is Bill Matz. I'm your director of fun and games for the next hour. Joining me today not only do we have Broad Street Hockey's own Kelly Hinkle, we also have Jamie Lynch and from PHLY Sixers, Devon Givens. What's going on today, fam?
Puck guys, big puck guys, me and Devon.
All sorts of
talk puck. Hey man,
all sorts of puck knowers here today.
I used to go in the crease a lot after games, man. It's all good.
Yeah, you did do a lot in the creases.
In the creases, yes, I did.
Yeah, you and Jace. Great Jason Martinez. Awesome to see him on
yesterday. And now we have the other half. So absolutely perfect. We have a lot to get to off the top today. First of all, hit that freaking like button. Do it. We want the likes.
Yes.
Give us the likes.
Subscribe. Donate. Help us out here.
I require likes.
As we figured out earlier this week, there are no super chats. If you want to donate to Big Brothers, Big Sisters of America, you can do so right there below the chat box. There's a donation thing. You can hit it. Give as much as you want. I'm trying to win this all-city.
We're winning
all-city competition. I want to take down those other cities.
Yeah, we're winning this. I think we took the lead over Chicago.
All right.
So I think we have claimed the title. Now we just have to protect this house.
Yeah, just got to build on this lead now, like the Panthers last night.
Elbows up, fam.
And we have some draft parties to tell you about. I have been telling you about ours for the last couple of weeks. Friday, June 27th at Chickies in South Philly. Make sure you go to allphly.com for your tickets. But we also have a Sixers draft party to tell you about.
Next Wednesday at the Boozy Mutt. Yes,
Nice.
the Boozy Mutt. Yes, we
like
get to
it.
hang out from 7 to 11 for the Sixers draft party. It's round one. We have round two. Of course, that will be on Thursday. That will be in studio for us on round two. But the Boozy Mutt, 2639 Poplar Street, presented by Rothman Orthopedics and True Mark. And we're going to have a blast, whether they're picking that third overall or a little trade back, whatever it might be. We will be talking about a lot of action on that night.
So yesterday, Danny Briere and Brent Flair, assistant general manager, met with the media ahead of the Flyers draft. And I actually wanted to ask Kelly about this, but I think it ties in with the Sixers as well. Now, especially since taking over here at PHLY, my Sixers knowledge has dropped dramatically. But Kelly, we were talking before the show about some of the things Danny Briere said, and the thing you liked most is they are not going to, as much as they've told us, they want to be a bigger team. They want to be a more physical team, physically imposing. Size isn't going to come into question. I think that was the thing you took most from that press conference.
Yeah, there were a couple of things that Danny said that I thought were the most interesting. That was the number one for me, was that they made it very clear that, like, yes, size is a factor, but that's not going to be the factor in the pick. So that leads me to believe that if a guy like James Higgins is there at 6, they're not going to hesitate to take him, because Danny said 1,000 times during that presser, we're taking the best player available with 6. We're not going to focus on position at 6. We're not going to focus on size at 6. We're taking the best player available because they know that's what they need. They need high-end talent. The other thing that he said that I thought was interesting was that he kind of acknowledged that with all of their picks that they definitely have the opportunity to make some moves or to move up in the draft or maybe get a player. Like, they seem to be willing to mix it up. So it should be a really interesting draft for us, which means that you should definitely be at the party.
Do it.
Do it!
But
get there.
What I wanted to tie that into with the Sixers is the little I know. It seems as if, maybe the Embiid stuff, all that, but right now they kind of have these two smallish guards.
Yep.
Should size, like, we are just looking at the Flyers going, please just take a good player.
Yeah,
I don't care. But the Sixers are in a little bit different of a roster construction situation. Is size going to be a factor for them? I have no idea who the prospects, but, like, is that a thing you're looking to, like, no, actually they need to take that into account because of the way the team's constructed.
Yeah, size matters here for the 76ers.
Many people are saying.
Many people are saying that, Cal. So the thing with the Sixers, though, is where if we're talking just strictly size and we're looking at where the third overall pick is and the big boards that people have, you're looking at the Ace Bailey part of it where he's 6'8", and he just slides right in as a wing player that fits along those smaller guards. Of course, with Paul George, 6'8", and Joel Embiid, 7 foot, you're all good. But in this case, the measurements of VJ Edgecombe at the draft, where he measured in a little bit taller, so size matters, and that's what people are saying. At 6'5", that helps out. Where it's not 6'6", it's not 6'7", but it is a player with his profile, even at 6'5", 6'6", plays the game a little bit bigger than he is. So with the defensive tenacity that he brings to the game, also being able to switch off on and defend those bigger guards opposite Tyrese Maxey and Jarrett McCain while he's out there, he can pick up that assignment. And that's where it's okay. So while it again may not be the one that you want in the Cooper Flag height, and even Dylan Harper, 6'5", 6'6" at the point guard position, VJ Edgecombe, it really worked out for the Sixers if he is the selection that 6'5" comes into play for him, which fits perfectly with them. And then if you also talk about bringing back Quentin Grimes as the restricted free agent, 6'5", can play both guard positions, has shown to compete on defense where that will also help out. So while you do have those two, at least you have some more height there with potentially VJ Edgecombe and certainly Quentin Grimes should he come back.
So the vibe that I get from basketball, more than hockey, is that there can be a situation in which one player can really change the trajectory of a team.
Right.
Like it's difficult in hockey, I think, for like one guy, unless it's Connor McDavid, to be good enough that you can like just say like, now that we have this guy, okay, now we're a playoff team. Third seems high to me. Is there a guy that you think could like really change the trajectory of the Sixers? Is anybody that good?
No, not.
Okay.
That's why we were going nuts on draft lottery night, where you were so close to get the number one overall pick, which is Cooper Flag, who would change the trajectory of the franchise. But again, Kel, many a nights we crossed paths where we were sitting here and we're both going nuts, all of us, because of how things are playing out.
Because of that season where we have both teams and everyone is rooting for both teams to lose.
Yes, but going in, we weren't supposed to be in that position because we were talking about a playoff team again and potentially, based on their offseason last year, a championship caliber contending team. So this is all foreign to us this year because we haven't been in this spot to talk about the Sixers here. So that one player, though, was Cooper Flag. So in that sense, they're doing so for right now because they are still in win-now mode, whatever that means. They're in win-now mode, but also to make sure you take advantage of three is typically good, that you get someone that will go on, as we talk about trajectory with Maxey as a young player, McCain as a young player as well going forward. So they still have to hit on this pick to make sure that they get this one right.
So to Bill's point in the cross-sport references here, like with the Eagles, where they started getting in trouble was trying to be the smartest guy in the room and trying to reach and go get guys. If they're true to their board, you got to trust them, right?
Yeah.
Like, just take the best player available. Forget the size, forget the position. Like, I know we need a 1C eventually, all that stuff. Take the surefire
They just
thing.
need good players.
You just need good players. You need a foundation that's building up here. So don't overthink it.
And you need good young players when we were talking about the Sixers. And, of course, in the Flyers case, and the one thing that Daryl Morey did say, I know you're about to jump to something else, is that he wanted some young, athletic, long players this offseason because he felt like he failed that last summer when the guys got injured, didn't have those types of players. Yes, exactly. To keep keep their head above water, he didn't have enough of those.
Yeah, and speaking of championship caliber, we got some finality last night. The NHL season has come to a close, and the Florida Panthers, back-to-back Stanley Cup champions, 3 straight appearances. They've won the last 2. I know we were hoping for a little bit of a different outcome. I was really just hoping for 7.
Yeah.
Like the way this series started, first 4 games, like 3 of them were classics.
Yeah.
And then
games
Edmonton,
5 and 6, it was just...
Were they gassed?
I gassed, and Florida is just so good. And, the difference in goaltending.
They should get a guy like that Bobrovsky fella.
That would be a good...
solid insight there.
I have been wanting to do today's main show topic. I've been wanting to do today's main show topic, like who's had it worse over the last, 10, 15, however long. Sixers fans or Flyers fans.
It's a good question.
It really is.
Great
and
question.
To me, that's what it comes down to. It's like we've seen these guys move on, and like the core of the 2011 team has now lifted the cup 6 times. And I think that's the difference.
Oh God,
but,
I never thought of it that
yeah,
way.
just like looking at this Florida team, like talking about, okay, just get as much talent as possible.
Yeah.
Like they had the core, and then they figured it out from there. Like, oh, they have this high-flying offense, and they're a ton of fun. You know what? That doesn't really win in the playoffs. Let's switch out some of these guys. Let's trade Huberdeau for Kachuk and figure it out after you accumulated the talent. But, Kelly, I just want a little about Florida before we move on to the main thing. They are unquestionably the favorites in the East next year. Now, they have 3 big free agents.
Again.
I bet you they retain 2 of the 3.
I bet they're keeping 2, yeah.
I can't see a team in the East. It's hockey. Anything can happen. Like, it's pinball out there.
Yeah.
But, like...
Is it the most anything can happen sport?
It just...
Probably,
I
right?
think there's a lot more luck than people want to acknowledge.
Any goalie, even like a mediocre one, can just go
Stand on his
such
head,
a
spin some nickels on his forehead.
Can go on such a run that, oh yeah, well, you know, we were better for 6 games, but we couldn't score, so the other team won. Like, that happens so often, but just they are the best team since when? Like, I know we just saw Tampa go to 3 straight, so it's like, all right, we just saw it happen. But now they've won the 2 consecutively, and it looks like this team is going to basically stay together. They are so freaking good, and I don't see it, at least in the East, coming to an end anytime soon.
So I do feel like you could, it's all going to depend a lot on what teams do to try to improve their position from this year. Like, for example, if the Maple Leafs make intelligent moves rather than just like going out and trying to find big bruisers because they think that's why they lost, like they could have a potential.
They're going to get one of the Florida free agents without question.
Oh, for sure. So, I mean, like they could make some moves, I think, that could have them as kind of like a real competitive team in the East next year. A lot of that also falls on the goaltending. Like, I just don't... I don't think that we ever acknowledge, like, this final at the end of the day was Sergei Bobrovsky,
a $10.5 million goalie,
Stuart Skinner, and Cal Pickard.
A waiver claim.
Yeah, like I don't know if Edmonton was ever going to overcome that positional discrepancy. Like, it's just too big, and it's going to be very difficult, I think, for any team to find a goalie that's capable of being as good for as consistent a time as Bobrovsky is. Like, maybe the Rangers can do some stuff. They have Shesterkin. Like, he's really good. Like, maybe if he is hot, they could do something. I don't know. But it's hard to look at the way that Florida is constructed and the fact that, like you said, I think they're definitely going to keep at least 2 of those 3 guys.
Because of tax reasons, Kelly.
Because of taxes, naturally.
Is this
stinking Florida?
Like, is this? I feel like this is a hockey-specific issue.
Yeah, do they talk
we
about
don't
taxes
hear
in
about,
basketball?
like,
Yeah. Does anyone
like the
talk about
tax-free
taxes?
states. Is that a thing
Really?
in other sports?
Dallas, Miami, Texas, Miami, Florida.
Even baseball, too.
Baseball.
They talked about the Texas Rangers throwing around those 2 huge deals, and people will do the side-by-side state comparisons to, like, Ohtani, who
Okay, so it's not just
defers
us.
some. No, it's not just you guys.
Okay.
All right.
So he defers a lot post-taxes so that he can go back to Japan and not get hit with the state tax and yada, yada. The Rangers apparently were credited with some of that with the, their big acquisitions and Simeon and all those. Florida, Miami Heat are always coming up because of the weather and the tax-free.
Like there's this combination for the Florida team specifically, like everyone in the NBA wants to just live in Miami.
Yeah.
And also no state income tax. Like these things combine. Like Florida in hockey, it has everything. Everyone, like, yes, we don't pay state taxes. Also, there's
no one's looking at us.
No one cares.
Yeah.
I go to the grocery store.
I go out to dinner with my wife.
Listen, wearing my rings. Ain't no one know I'm a 2-time Stanley Cup champion. And like it's just all, and the weather and all, like it all just kind of combines. But it has become such a conversation in hockey. Like I feel like I don't hear it about the other sports nearly as much.
Yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing in the NBA when it
feel
comes
a
to
little
that.
better.
Yeah. So, but how? Just to be a little ignorant, to the question, how did they do it? How did they put this together?
Okay, so I'm glad
for
that
the
you
two?
asked.
And why didn't the Flyers hire somebody from their organization? Is my question.
Yes.
Okay, so I really want to dig into this.
When they hired Chuck Fletcher, I saw the fire burning in her eyes.
Because I have a follow-up for the NBA to your
So here's the thing: the NHL is a league full of copycats. No one's at all interesting or creative in any way, shape, or form. So they're all going to look at this Florida team and be like, how do we copy that exactly? And they're going to take the wrong lessons, because here's the thing that nobody talks about anymore. Do you remember when Florida was called the Computer Boys?
Yeah.
Like their AGM is one of like the leading
They're
groundbreaking
an analytically
analytics
driven
guy.
team.
They
just also are dirty.
They're fourth.
I love that combination. I love it.
Their bottom six. Their bottom six that they pay practically nothing is like scoring more than anyone else's bottom six, because you have one of these like dreaded nerds is the guy in the front office that's making these kinds of moves, and it's not just like And what NHL jams are going to do is be like, oh, we need big boy. We need big boy smash. That's how you win in the playoffs. That's what we need to take away from this. Not like we need to have intelligent people who are looking at things outside of like box stats and what you can see with your eyeballs and like creatively putting together a team that has depth and has like scoring threats like up and down the lineup. And it's just like, I know in my soul that all they're going to do is we need Matt Tkachuk. That's the only thing that we could take away from this.
And the Flyers are in position to take advantage of that. Like,
yes.
Someone is going to want Rasmus Ristolainen, and he's a fine player. But they're going to, oh, he's 6'2" and hits everybody. He's going to win us a cup. No, he isn't.
No, he isn't.
He's actually never been to the playoffs. Like,
really?
He's never been. And he was, what was that, the 2011 draft?
What is he, Corey Perry all of a sudden?
Exactly.
The opposite?
It's unfreaking believable.
It kind of is bizarro, Corey Perry. That's really funny, yeah.
The finality we here got in Philadelphia after last night is we no longer have to say the Flyers are picking at 6, 22, and then 31 or 32. We now at least know
31.
They'll be picking at 31. And I gotta give it to Danny, because last year it was they had the 32nd pick, and it was they just kind of deferred. Like they didn't get anything for giving Edmonton that pick, but they get Edmonton's first next year. All right, and look at that, they traded up one. So I gotta give it to Danny. Well done. The worst possible outcome didn't happen. He could have had the 32nd pick again, but he moves up one. So I do have to little victory there for Briere. I got a bunch of that in my notifications last night. Like another Danny win. It's like, you know what? I'll give it to him. He moved up without giving anything up.
So you guys tell me. You talk about the blend of analytical versus kind of like old school, dirty type of guys that you need. What is the Flyers' direction? Like, are they a blend of the two? Is the answer somewhere in the middle? Is there one path that's better than the other? Like,
and
talk
who's
to me
what?
like,
Talk
to me like I'm five
is
here.
Is Briere one way where Jonesy's the other?
Yeah.
Or
Are they a good mix?
So.
I think it is a good mix. Like, Danny Briere, like we've heard Keith Jones, he's told us in our conversations with him, he's like, we need to get bigger. Like, we know that this team needs to be bigger and more physical. And to some extent, absolutely. But also, the general manager is 5'8", and one of the best playoff performers I've ever seen. Like, led the 2010 playoffs in scoring. Like, had basically every playoff of his career one of the better scorers.
If you give me a bunch of small Danny Brieres, I'm good with that.
So I do think they are a blend, and like the way Danny came up, like he went and got Comcast sent him basically to business school to get his MBA.
Right.
And like he's learned in different parts of organizations.
I love
like,
that.
What a perk.
I think it is like they do have a good blend. I don't know if they're going to be a Florida, like a copy of Florida. Like I don't think that's in the cards just based on how they're built already.
Yeah.
But they're gonna
again,
they do recognize they need some of it.
You don't have to be, right?
I don't think you do. Yeah, like there are other ways to do it, and it's hard to see that when this team has won 2 in a row. But the Flyers, I think, I mean, like to be clear, you do need the players that the nerds say are good, and you do need the big smash guys too. Like you definitely need both. You can't field an NHL team that's all dudes that are 5'8" and shorter. Like, it's not going to work. But there needs to be, and we've said this a million times on our show, like, the priority has to be good. Like, get
100%.
good players.
Yes.
If you have the choice between a mediocre player that's 6'3", 250, and a really good player that's 5'8", 185, you need to take the good guy right now because we don't have enough good guys.
And figure it out.
And it does seem like, based on what we've seen so far, that Briere is willing to prioritize talent over size, because here's the thing, you can find a big dude anywhere. They're everywhere in the NHL. You can fill out your bottom of the lineup with a bunch of big smashy guys, but it's real hard to get players that are good.
And the market, like, okay, what's the problem with Mitch Marner? Well, he doesn't really perform in the playoffs. He's going to be a free agent and get $14 million.
That's fake,
like,
by the way. He's got like a point a game in the playoffs.
like,
people are so
there
weird.
will always be that market. Okay, this guy doesn't quite fit, so we're going to move. Someone will want that guy because he's just good. Like, we're seeing it happen in real time. Like, when July 1st comes, Mitch Marner is going to be the highest paid player in the league history.
I'm waiting for the takes of like I wouldn't want to sign Connor McDavid because he can't get it done in the playoffs. He disappeared. He disappeared in games 5 and 6.
Couple of Western Conference Finals. But that's the like we're going to give Florida all this credit for being awesome, and it's like but David really came up small. Like, well, which is it? Like, are they this amazing team, or did the other guy just ess his pants?
So Ed Wright in the chat says Florida's build began in 2013 with Barkov. Are we going to look back
5-6 years from now and say Michkov was
I think so.
was the building.
Yes.
That is the building block I think that this team is going to have to stand on.
They absolutely, just based on their plan, like they have the 6th pick. This is the highest they plan on drafting. Now it could always
Is he the most essential flyer since
like could always go the
Lindros.
other way.
Lindros?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No pressure, kid.
Especially just in terms of like building around.
Yeah.
Like Claude Giroux was a happy accident.
Sure.
Like Bob
Yes.
Clark went up to the podium after 3 straight guys they wanted to draft got drafted and
Didn't know
forgot
his
Claude
name.
Giroux's name. He was
Yeah.
like, wait, who?
He was, in
yeah,
the cup
Claude.
run, he was a third-line depth player. Like,
in
he
terms of-
wasn't the guy.
In terms of a guy
Yeah.
that they're going to build around, Mishkov first since Lindros.
Yeah.
This sort of pressure and this kind of building block. All right. Speaking of, I don't have a segue. We're just going to take our first.
Our clients are the building blocks
Yes.
of our
Yeah.
company.
There you go.
Yeah.
See,
There you go.
I have other.
That's the good
this
stuff.
is, Now I have other radio professionals with me, and I don't look nearly as good at this when other people know what they're doing. All right, we gotta take a quick break, and we're gonna lead it off with our friends at Bet365 because whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. From their 90 million users worldwide to their almost 800,000 live stream events each year, and you know I love those early payouts. Say you had Florida on the money line in what was that game 4?
I did not.
Say
I
you
did
had
not.
them. They get up the 3-goal lead. You win. Boom. No problem. You cash that out, and then hey, Edmonton came back. You got to sweat it out. No, you don't, because with Bet365, you get those early payouts across the NHL and now the NBA as well. And we have breaking news from our friends at Bet365. New customers now get $150 in bonus bets when you bet just $5, win or lose. All you got to do, you got to sign up, use the code PHLY365, deposit $10, and place a bet for $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, whether your initial bet wins or loses. Bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, player props, futures, and more. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 21 or older and physically located in PA. It works in Jersey, too. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER. While we're here, I got to tell you about Cherry Hill Jeep. That's right, because if you're looking for a Jeep or Ram truck, there's only one dealership in South Jersey who has been the market leader since 1967. As long as the Flyers have existed, Cherry Hill Jeep, they've been in the lead. My friends at cherryhilljeep.com have you covered on the best selection, but more importantly, the best prices. And just because Memorial Day is past doesn't matter. They are celebrating Memorial Day savings all month long. So slide into a Jeep Grand Cherokee this month. Not only is it the most awarded SUV ever, it was also named Motor Week's best mid-size utility vehicle for the past 2 years in a row. Back-to-back champs like those Florida Panthers. That's in addition to being a 2024 IIHS top safety pick. Or you can always maybe pull away in the most luxurious and functional pickup truck on the market today, the 2025 Ram 1500, which just received the most coveted award in the pickup truck industry, 2025 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. So stop in today and tell them PHLY sent you, and you'll receive an additional $1,000, $1,000 for your trade-in. I know people buy Jeep and Ram trucks elsewhere. I just don't know why. Drive home in your new Jeep or Ram truck today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at cherryhilljeep.com.
Did they get tired of you saying Mitsubishi?
That is pretty cool.
I think
Couldn't take it anymore?
I think they're done with me mispronouncing the other car. So
Yeah,
it's just going to be. It's always going to be Cherry Hill Jeep now. I can't say
think it's great.
Mitsubishi.
Can't say
Apparently,
Mitsubishi. You say Mish.
Mitsubishi.
Mish. Mitsubishi.
Is this wrong?
Say it again.
Mitsubishi.
I can't take it. It's too funny.
Mitsubishi.
Mitsubishi.
Yeah, so you can say all the hockey names, but you can't say Mitsubishi.
What is that
Mitsubishi?
You can't say the hockey names either. It's a running gag.
I'm Captain Mispronounced.
The things
so,
I
I love to see
say.
others struggle.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm there
Part
too.
of
Yeah.
your charm, honestly.
Yeah, no. Like if I said it right, what fun would that be?
None.
Listen, none at all.
I sometimes I get some of the handles for the names on Twitter and all that stuff where I'm
our
all screwed
mailbags
up.
are
I'm like,
those
you know
bad.
what?
Super chats. I'm
Kyle,
like,
you got that one.
Charlie Kelly, you
said
gotta read me this
name, man. I don't need
Baseball names I butcher. Oh.
And that's when it's an athlete's name is the worst because now everyone's like,
Well,
you
you
don't
don't
even
watch
know
the
his
game?
name. Like, no, man, I don't know Seattle's third line that well. I'm going to be totally honest with you. Like, it's not something I have.
And
down.
you're my hockey guy?
Jeez.
I got it. Don't worry about it. Mr. Hockey right here. I got it. And I'll say Mitsubishi for
that
Bill.
was
I got it
amazing.
covered.
Cherry Hill Jeep today.
There you go.
They're done with me.
How do
trying
you
to
say crayon? Do you say crown or crayon? Because I always get roasted because I'm a crown guy. And
Yeah.
now that
Crayon?
And now that we have kids, my wife like sends me dagger eyes anytime I'm like, oh, grab the crowns.
My niece yells at me for water.
Water.
Like, you're
Yeah, my-
7.
But see-
Stop correcting
Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
My mom and aunt are big water people.
kid.
Yeah.
I'm a water person.
Exactly. Yeah. It's like,
Yeah.
oh,
We all
you're
have our
super
things,
smart
Bill.
here. You are, 7-year-old. Say
Like that corrective
water.
stuff ain't gonna play in school. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
No narking, kid.
That's right. You're gonna call Uncle Bill soon for that. Yeah.
All right. So today's the thing I wanted to get. I've been wanting to do this for like 2 years. Who has had it harder, Flyers fans or Sixers fans?
Me
Like
personally.
we can go back. We can go back as far as really you want because the teams kind of had their golden era in the same kind of time. The Flyers win back-to-backs in '74 and '75, lose in the final in '76. They've been to a whole bunch. They went to a whole bunch and lost in the '80s, a couple of times since. The Sixers, they win in '83. They lost in '77, '80, '82, '01. And that's kind of really, like, they haven't maybe had the postseason success, but I feel like the Sixers have had a prolonged run of relevancy that has escaped the Flyers the last, 15 years.
So naturally, when you talk about something like that, obviously 2001 comes up.
Yes.
But in between that, you also go into the rebuild. And that's where we are right now. Talking
Joel
about the
Embiid's what,
Flyers.
his 10th year already?
Yeah, he's in the year 10. He was drafted in 2014. Lucky at pick number 3, but it hasn't worked out the luck way that you really hoped it would. But
10 years.
So the rebuild is where you really go to and you talk about this era of Sixers basketball until they get past where you want them to be, which is past that second round, get to the NBA Finals. It's always going to come up of the fact that the rebuild. And then, Kel, when you were talking about how certain teams, you can't do it one way versus the other. And then the Sixers did their rebuild. Oklahoma City also did their rebuild. And here they are where they just collected talent. They just collected a bunch of talent.
Did they ever take 3 centers in a row?
They never took 3 centers in a row, at least at the top. At least at the top. But, yeah, so
why was Sam Hinkie considered a war criminal and Sam Presti isn't?
Because he was the first one to really do it that way, and it didn't look good. Yeah, and maybe it was also the big market, where the Sixers are the market, and Oklahoma City is that smaller market, so you can kind of get away with it. And so trial and error of how the league wants to handle it and go about it. So yeah, I think a lot of it does just simply go back to the rebuild and how they went about it. How things happened from Burnergate with the general manager.
Oh, that was so funny.
Right?
Oh, that was good.
That was a good time.
Yeah, it was a good time.
I'm still waiting for the
until
30
it
for
wasn't,
30. Yeah.
Right? The missed draft picks that when you do build all of that capital, you miss on the number 1 pick with Ben Simmons while it worked out for a few years. He flamed out. It didn't. Markelle Fultz, another number 1 pick, did not work out. And Jason Tatum is now the one on the back end who won a championship, is a superstar in the NBA. All of that stuff. So I think that it's one of the tougher ones to just talk about, which is why I know you guys do a lot of what if, we do a what if of things that they missed on.
Yeah.
And the missed draft picks, the traded guys, the players who are in NBA right now. TJ McConnell, currently an undrafted role player playing a real role on the Indiana Pacers. That was a Sixers guy.
What is the Flyers Tatum Fultz situation? What's the worst one?
Is it Kane?
Yeah, like that is just
because
losing
that
out.
one, like
that's the one that always stands out to
on
me.
the front of everyone's mind.
In
Is it Nolan Patrick?
Yeah, like 06-07, the Flyers went 22-60
Maker
and lose the
McCarr
lottery
right after him.
And I think Chicago was like the 5th worst team, and they get Patrick Kane, who goes on to be one of the great players of his era,
and beats the Flyers.
And like,
right.
I was standing on the ice when they were skating around with that cup for NBC.
Like, defeated them individually, but I think like the Sixers have like the misses. You can go all the way back.
Unquestionable.
Yeah, like you could go back to the Larry Hughes draft, like all the way back then. And what if we got this guy? What if it was Tatum?
You can go back to the the late '80s, early '90s, where Charles Barkley, Brad Daugherty, they wanted.
Sure.
And they decided because he did not have a good workout with the owner in his driveway.
Yeah.
On concrete.
Yeah.
That he decided that he did not want to take the number 1 overall pick, and there you go.
Well, that sounds like a choice.
That's a good choice.
And I think like the Sixers have had like, oh man, we just messed up that draft. Whereas the Flyers, like I said at the top, they've had the guys, and then somehow, some way, they've gotten away. Like Sergei Bobrovsky.
Oh, just a Hall of Fame goaltender he gave away because the owner was itchy to make a move and go with the vet?
Because
like that type of thing?
His rookie season in which he
was
excellent.
good.
He was excellent.
He was good.
And they couldn't, like they tried to ask him, like, hey, what's the most games you've ever played in a row? And like he couldn't tell them because he didn't speak any freaking English. Like, his girlfriend couldn't get a freaking green card. And like
he was undrafted too.
Yeah, like you found this guy.
You
found it was this thing you needed so bad.
Yeah.
And then one off season, the owner just goes, yeah, we need to go pay Brizgalov. So Bob goes, well, trade me or I'm going back to Russia and you lose me for nothing.
Yeah.
So
And,
that's
like,
what
you
it
have
was. It
that
was the
guy,
ultimatum.
And now he's won 2 Vezinas as the best goalie and he's won 2 cups. Like
Unbelievable.
there's 6 guys ever who've done that.
Hey, go back to
Bernie is one of them.
Go back to for the Sixers with Iguodala, who became this Olympian and 4-time NBA champion.
Perfect role player.
Perfect role player for what he did, and he found that in Golden State, where you go back to again, can you beat the Golden State Warriors? Can you duplicate? No, because there's only one Steph Curry. But you put the other pieces around, and one of them just happened to be, at that time, he was supposed to be one of your franchise key pieces, not in the role of the face, but maybe your 2 or your 3. He goes there and finds the perfect role with the Golden State Warriors and is talked about as a Hall of Famer because of it.
And now his kid's getting drafted, going to Baylor,
He's
right?
going to Baylor.
That's
committed
how
to
old
Baylor.
we are.
Yeah, that's
all of
how
a
old we
sudden.
are, guys.
That's when I saw.
That's how old he is, not us. We're good.
The kids,
We age the same rate as him.
Yeah,
the
thank
kids
you, Phil.
getting
True, yeah.
drafted this year are some 06s, but mostly 07s. And I'm like, I graduated high school in 07.
Unacceptable.
No. I refuse to accept this as the reality. But I think, like, who has had it harder? The question comes down to
a great question.
Especially in terms of recent history.
Yeah.
Would you rather be mad or not care? Because the Sixers have given
Mad.
us
I think
so much.
atrophy is worse.
Yeah, like the Sixers have given us so much to be mad about. I was on the air over at WIP after that Game 7 loss to the Celtics where they just didn't show up 2-3 years ago. Just got manhandled. Every caller
that was a Mother's Day Sunday, wasn't it?
Every caller furious. No Flyers calls that day. You know, and like we don't. It's not as if they were the rights holders.
Right.
Like I was driving in, listeing to the other station, listening to the game,
Thank
and then
you.
come back. Yeah,
I was on post game.
I used to care about that stuff.
then I'm on WIP, and everyone's calling up mad about it.
Yeah.
Like Flyers fans haven't even had the opportunity to be mad for the most part in. My God, I mean, 2012. That was a long freaking
That's why
time
it's a
ago.
great question because the expectations that
like
the Sixers have had,
expectations-
the Flyers never really, outside of a couple special years.
Like the Sixers have gotten out of the planning stage.
Yes.
For the first, and the Flyers have seemed to have been in it.
They were
10
stuck in
years.
it for a long time.
So during the process, which was essentially, if I understand it correctly, just tanking
Tear
to
it
get
down.
good players.
Tear it
right.
down, yep.
Which is what a large portion of the Flyers fan base wanted the Flyers to do. Completely tear it down and start from scratch. Was there apathy during that period, or were people kind of like embracing the idea of having a plan and executing it?
It's a large portion of people who love the idea. Another portion that did not like the idea.
I loved it.
Yeah.
This was a tremendous sports radio debate. I mean,
it was unbelievable.
It was the
are you
ultimate.
for or against the process?
Yeah,
and then just go
we
to the
all
phones for
understand
4
it.
hours.
I just didn't want them to do it that way. So yeah,
It's so interesting because hockey fans are obsessed with the idea of tear down rebuilds.
Devon was too rational for sports radio because he would be like, I understand it.
I understand it, but
I
here's
don't
how you
like
should
it.
do
And it was
it.
like,
Because I
where's
don't
your
like
take, man?
That was my take. I didn't like it. Here's why.
Yours was practicality.
Yeah. So, but no, I mean, look at we talk about it, you just named it. There's a name for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's how popular it was and still is today. And there's a lot of people already saying, let's do it again. Because I'm tired of the second round losses.
I can't
I'm
handle
sick
it
of this
again.
part. I'm sick. I don't want it. And I didn't want it then. I don't want it now. This year I embraced it, as we would talk about, because it was a unique
once you're in it,
circumstance.
yeah,
we
like-
were in it of these guys are not going to win. And they need to protect that pick, which no one cared about because it was supposed to be in the 20s at the beginning of the season. Now, hey, you might have to try to keep this one, and there's a pretty good talent pool coming into the NBA from college next year. Do it. Do it now. But for me, the whole thing of tear it down and start over 4 or 5 years of that, I didn't like it.
And that's when this rebuild started, I thought the Flyers were misguided. I wanted to tear it all the way down, start fresh, everything new.
Do your job, Bill, as the general manager.
And fix it. And now, after just a couple years of them, 2 of the last 3 years, they've been terrible.
Yeah.
I can't imagine signing up for 5 years of this. And, maybe if I was able to check out, this is my job, so, you have to.
Yeah, you can't check out.
You're not allowed to check out,
Right.
maybe. But I feel like fans are always up for it until it's happening.
Right, until it's March and you've
the
been
Sixers
slogging through the season.
Had at least the small contingent that got super hardcore into it.
Yeah.
And at least that was okay. There's a plan.
The
and we're gonna
revolutionaries.
we're gonna go from A to B to C here.
Yeah.
Whereas the Flyers has just kind of been stuck in neutral. But I cannot imagine signing up for that now. As much as I wanted it 2-3 years ago.
Yeah.
No, I'm
it's
good.
Difficult.
Let's go sign free agents.
It's
let's
difficult
do something dumb.
because we all do this because we grew up loving sports because you love the sport, you love the competition of it and all, but it's the winning that you love. And when you're sitting there like a season that we were supposed to watch with the basketball team, supposed to be another 50-win season, see if you finish in the top 3, can you compete in the East, take down Boston, and get to the NBA Finals finally, right? And it didn't happen. And they've been getting to the second round over and over again. The rebuild started because they were always that middling team that was in the 40, 42, 44 win range, but you weren't going to win anything. So I understood it. Again, rational. I got it.
Damn you and your rationality, Devon.
I get it. But it all comes down to you want to see them win. So, yeah, they weren't intentional in trying to lose the way that they were, and that's why it becomes such a chore for you guys to have to deal with that. When you're like, all right, I want to see some wins now,
and
let
me
so
feel
bad
good
that-
again.
Yeah, you didn't even tear it down, and you're still sitting in this mud. And so I get it 100%. And with all the Flyer fans watching your shows and seeing how all of your the community reacts to things, it is nuts that the way that you guys have to deal with it, with how they're doing it, and then. The coaches, you think you're bringing in one coach and that one's going to work out. Okay, you go to college and you get this guy. He doesn't work out. Then you bring in a respected Stanley Cup winning coach and his doesn't work out because he's not on the timeline.
He
wants
lost
to
me
win.
with the whole bench and Michkov thing. Come on, stop
right.
it. You
Knock
I'm
it
out.
off.
I'm out.
Yeah, so
Let the
and
kid
that,
play.
so that's where at least the casual in me, even though I'm Mr. Hockey, the casual in me like the idea of Keith Jones and Danny Briere coming in. Okay, there's a plan now.
Right.
There's a plan to it. And how soon will you get there?
Yeah, and I'm happy they finally seem to have this plan because it did seem so stuck in neutral for so long. It's the classic. It's a retool, Charlie. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't, Chuck Fletcher. You're a bad team. You added a couple of guys. You added nobody of any substance.
So
in what way did you retool?
Who did the most damage to the organization in the past 15 years?
Man.
Was it Chuck Fletcher?
I
Was it
would say Ron Hextall.
Ron Hextall?
Yeah.
The end.
Disappointing.
Paul Holmgren. There's a
Like
whole
the
list
end-
of
like
characters.
Paul
Holmgren's tenure was good
was
overall.
so good until it wasn't.
Yeah.
It was like even when he messed up, okay, we gave up a first round pick for Christopher Stieg, didn't work out. You flipped him to Florida, got a third. You got Shane Gostisbehere with that third round pick. He's a first round caliber player.
Yeah.
Even when he messed up, and then a couple of things went wrong, and he started chasing his tail because nobody wanted to admit that they weren't good enough.
Yeah.
It's no, if we just here and there, no. Chris Pronger got hurt. You made some trades you shouldn't have. Things went wrong, and you probably needed to start it back then. And it's just now that they're realizing, we need to rebuild. It's been this long slog.
Hextall. It's always one of your own, isn't it?
Yeah, to be fair, it wasn't just Hextall because
Sure.
he had a plan that made sense. He was trying to rebuild the team. I don't think that the front office at that time
Snyder
wanted him
and
to do it.
Comcast were
they
you
didn't
can't
want
Pulling
him
in
to-
two different
You
directions.
can't
on the
lose.
same page.
And
That
then
kills a team.
Also,
Giroux was good enough to get you to the playoffs.
Sure.
So you're only going to draft so high.
in hindsight, he was not a great drafting GM. Most of his picks
If
were
your
busts.
If your plan is to draft and develop, you need to hit a few out of the park,
Yeah,
and
he
it
didn't
went
hit
the
any.
other way.
Yeah.
they were all fly balls
All
to the
busts.
shortstop.
So, Bill, answer the question. Who had it worst?
I've been
I don't know if there's a right answer.
I don't think so.
It's really tough, and I just think because
the pain is the same.
Like,
it's pain.
Just be like
There's just pain.
Different types
watching
of pain.
these playoffs.
Exactly.
Broken bone versus stitches.
Yeah, like
You know?
watching these last few Stanley Cup playoffs and the Flyers just not even being in them. It's like as bad as losing in the second round and feeling like you have this cap on the Embiid era Sixers.
Yeah.
Like at least you got those runs, and like as much as we'll remember, like yeah, man, if Simmons just takes it to the hole, it's like, but at least you have that. The Flyers, it's like yeah, they just weren't good enough, and we'll see you in the fall again.
Yeah.
Like that's, and
But
I
that
think
pain-
it's been the Flyers that have had it the worst. But
Probably.
I have been like my friend Frankie. I always call him my collaborator. I'm talking
up,
about.
Frank?
Yeah, I'm talking to him about it last night.
What
He's
do you
like,
say,
no,
Frank?
man, it's the Sixers. Like they got out of the planning stage and like had these expectations, and it's just a punch in the gut all the time. I was like, yeah, but I think I'd rather get punched than be unconscious.
Well, I mean, like to take the other side of the coin, I wasn't disappointed in the Flyers this season. Like
No.
I knew this was where we were going to be last season too. Like for the last 5 years, I haven't been sitting here thinking. Like I mean, every summer I go into it being like, yeah, they're making the playoffs next year. Like it's definitely happening, and I genuinely believe that until we get to about like February, and then I'm like, oh no, never mind. But I think that like expecting the team to be good and then them being garbage, like that's way harder. Yeah, that's way harder.
One thing that I didn't account for by the time the season came to an end, and Colin and Derek had said this, we were debating this one day, was this was, I would say, arguably one of the most disappointing and worst seasons in history. They're like, no, this is the worst in team history and organizational history, and then it's right up there in NBA history of disappointment. When you look back at things. So to your point, yes, if Simmons does this and he takes that shot against the Hawks in Game 7, if he shows up offensively in that run period.
If Toronto didn't have magnets in the ball,
if Kawhi doesn't do that,
if he has the Vince Carter and bricks it.
You mentioned Game 7 of Boston. If you just win in Game 6 at home and close it out, you advance. So we're talking 3 different scenarios that, while, yes, you have those memories, they burn deep. Of people bring those up immediately as to why we're now discussing, should you move on from Joel Embiid? Should you move on to Tyrese Maxey? Is it time to accelerate a retool here
so I'm,
with this basketball
I'm at the point
team?
where probably Flyers fans were with, Giroux. Like, some people probably like, just go down with the ship at this point. Like, you're not going to get a fair return in a trade. I'm at the point with Embiid where I'm like, just go down with the ship. Like, we're probably going down, but like, I feel like we're going to get fleeced in any trade. He's probably only going to play 40 games a year. Like, I'm just like, just go down with the ship, whatever.
I'm not there yet.
I want to continue this conversation in a couple of minutes, but first we got to pay some bills, and I got to tell you about Golden Nugget Jewelers, because for the past 30 years, Golden Nugget Jewelers has operated out of that very same location at 8th and Chestnut, but customers from all across PA, Jersey, even Maryland, NYC, from all over, they've come to Golden Nugget to find the perfect engagement ring or wedding band. And why? It's because they have the experts that give you that personalized shopping experience. Take it from me, I have been on that engagement ring hunt before. You don't know what you're doing, guys. You have no idea color, cut, clarity, what any of this even freaking means. You just want to make sure, hey, I'm spending the most I've ever spent on anything. I don't want to get ripped off. I want to make sure this is as great of a ring as it can be, and that's why you got to go to Golden Nugget Jewelers, because they have that vast selection of engagement rings, wedding bands, along with other high-end jewelry like watches, sparkling diamond necklaces, bracelets, so much. And when you get that engagement ring, you'll receive a final cleaning and written appraisal with every purchase. Golden Nugget Jewelers, they've been a family-owned and operated business since 1987. You know you can trust them. You deserve an expert and the best price. Golden Nugget Jewelers, where Philly gets engaged. Visit goldennuggetjewelry.com today to learn more. And while we're here, got to tell you about Ace Hardware Home Services, because they got that. That's right. If you have an outlet you said you'd fix last summer, guys, give it up. You're not watching one more YouTube video. You're not watching one more YouTube video and then becoming an electrician. It's not going to happen. That's why you got to go to Ace Hardware Home Services, because not only do they have the tools and the hardware to get the job done, they've got the person to get the job done as well, because now they're not just the helpful hardware folks, they're also the helpful home service and repair folks. From plumbing and electrical to heating and cooling, they've got the trusted pros to keep your home humming all year long at Ace Hardware Home Services. They're bringing helpful home, the helpful you love from the store, now to your front door, from Philly to the Jersey Shore. I love this read. So visit Ace Hardware Home Services online at acehardwarehomeservices.com to get started on your next project. Close YouTube. Not now, but if you're trying to learn how to fix something, just go to Ace.
Just go to Ace.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware folks.
Hey, the commenters want to know who's winning back there. Bo has the lead.
All right.
All
Yeah, we don't have the leaderboard up here anymore. I wanted
It's
to,
in the back over
it's
there.
in the
It
back.
has changed.
So
Derek is now the leader
Derek
at
is-
151.
What?
151.
148 was the previous?
148 by Rich. Kyle had 145, I believe. I'm still stuck on 143.
Oof. So Cooper DeJean and Reed Blankenship played a lot when they were in
No
here
shot.
recording.
One time I hit like 10.
They asked what the record was.
Yeah.
And I told them, and their jaws dropped.
Exactly. They don't want none of
the
this.
heat.
They don't want this. No, they don't want this.
Yeah.
You guys are
those
more than
exciting
welcome.
mics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Close personal friend Brenna, of course, of Reed and Cooper
Yes.
now.
Yeah, they
could tell you
keep
they don't
trying to
want the
steal my
smoke.
producer, and I won't allow it. Damn it.
Yeah,
They will
knock it
be-
off, professional athletes.
Exciting L's if they try to come in and challenge us on the Papa Shop.
Kelly, I wanted to bring this up to you just as that 2011 core.
Yeah.
I didn't at the time, 12, 13-year contracts, whatever the hell they were.
Yeah.
You know, Richard's deal would have expired after the 2019-20 season.
Wow.
And Jeff Carter's would have expired
Wow.
after 21-22.
Wow.
Like, they could have had this group together because those two won 2 cups together in L.A., and now Bob,
Well, they're
a pair
still-
of cups in Florida.
They're still paying Briz
Yeah,
till
they're
next
still paying
year.
Briz.
Next
So,
year,
yeah.
right?
2027.
Yeah, that's good.
There's a Broad Street Hockey article scheduled to go out. Through the blog changing hands, like SB Nation, and now it's Kelly.com.
Now it's just Kel. Yeah.
Yeah.
We have to keep it going at least
It has
until
to stay
that
alive
freaking
at least
thing
until that
publishes.
thing posts.
That's awesome.
Is blowing that team up the worst thing that's happened to us in the last
So
20
last
years?
night
I
I
think
threw
it
out my Bob take to
Yeah,
the
of
hockey
course.
universe. And people were like, well, he wouldn't have developed here the same. They didn't have the right teams in place. None of these teams were Stanley Cup. There's a scenario where he stays and that core you're talking
Yep.
about stays.
Yep.
And the Claude Giroux kind of gold on top cherry, all that stuff converges into a better title run, right?
That's the thing. Imagine, 2018 Claude Giroux instead of 2010 Claude Giroux, like with those guys.
And Bob
and Bob and net. Like that's 100% a contending hockey team. And they just completely borked it.
And that's why I think it's been harder for Flyers fans, simply because we watched, we had the guys, and now they are, the Flyers are, in the grand scheme of things, kind of irrelevant. Like we were talking about the 4-for-4 fan on Gargano earlier this morning, and I just don't think there's that much. Like we have so many of our commenters, so much of our core audience, they're Flyers fans, and they're not from here.
Yeah.
They're not.
You guys are big in Canada.
4-for-4. We're huge in Australia and New
I
Zealand.
love that.
But I just feel as if they have fallen off the face of the earth in Philadelphia.
They have, for sure.
They've become irrelevant to a point. Now it's coming back. Matvei Mishkov and the new era of Orange, and everyone loves Jonesy. It's coming back, but the Sixers have at least been in the public consciousness for the last 15 years in a way that the Flyers haven't.
I feel like there's definitely more Sixers casuals than there are Flyers casuals. At this point,
100%.
the Flyers are down to the sickos who live and die by every game and pretty much nobody else. And it's going to take them a little while, I think, to get back to having just people casually turning into a Flyers game on a Tuesday night.
I am that casual fan, and I can tell you the last 2-3 years, I haven't been watching as much.
No.
But,
why would you?
But Michkov gave me a little bit of that.
A little something, yeah.
Yeah, something to stake a flag into. Who's going to be his counterpart? Who's going to be his Draisaitl to McDavid? Who's going to be that guy that goes with him? Is it Zabragin? Is it a Jet?
Maybe it's Jet.
Who? Give me some hope here.
I am.
Give me a lifeline.
I am hoping it's one of the goalies that they have, because that just changes so much
That
for a team.
changes everything.
Even the Florida Panthers, now they do have, again, the tax advantage, and people want to live in Florida.
Come on, Josh Shapiro, step it up here.
That does work for them. But even Bobrovsky on what is kind of a bad contract. It wasn't a great contract when he signed it at the
real
time.
bad for a couple of years.
He's good enough that it doesn't really matter if he's on a bad contract, because goalies have such an outsized like impact on the game. So I'm hoping the other guy with Mishkov is Zavragin or Carson Bjarnason.
I hope so.
Because
Bjarnason, I like that
yeah,
name.
Bjarny,
I'm
man,
in.
it's going to be fun.
I'm in on that.
But like, there's not
Mitsubishi.
Yeah, you can say Bjarnason, but you can't say Mitsubishi.
I don't know what it is.
There you go.
Yeah, like,
Crush that one.
I'm hoping
I got
it's
nothing
that.
on Bjornsson.
Because like we've seen it with the Sixers. Like, okay, they have the 1A. Like, getting that second guy is so hard.
But see, they've had the 1A, and then they've had a 2, another 2, another 2, and it just simply again has not happened from the Simmons piece, Jimmy Butler coming in, James Harden, who again was a big part of that series 3-2 advantage going into the Game 6 against Boston, but also flamed out in the Game 7, and Tyrese Maxey with where we are right now, spending the money and last summer to get Paul George. So they've had the 3 guys, and they still have been unable to. But that also goes to the rebuild, Kel, of do you need 3 superstars or do you need 2 superstars and a collection of talent where you have the depth that you mentioned a little bit earlier? And so that's where it comes in the play of, do you do it one way versus another, and what is the right way? The right way is you winning.
That's the thing. The right way is the
You
one
win,
that works.
and you make them conform to you now. Where now you're talking about them trying to rebuild to stop you. So that's where this whole thing is fun. It's interesting, frustrating at the same time with these 5 years for the Flyers and all. And then to the casual part. We've all sat here. We've all talked on radio in the way of, yeah, we're on the radio, and then the casual Flyer fans. The Flyer fans in there, and they don't want the casuals to come in sometimes. Why are you not talking about them as much? And it's a whole weird dynamic between, to your point, of the Sixer fans. Where I'm like, come on in, let's talk about it. But
everyone wants hockey to be mainstream, and then when someone starts talking about it, they get mad.
You can't.
Yeah.
Like,
Don't talk
you don't
about
know
it.
who was the MVP in 1993?
I don't, but I'm enjoying this.
Like, it's really fun. Like, watch a hockey game. It's cool, man. I definitely should have hit this before there were 7 minutes left in the show, but for everyone who hung till the end, thank you. You get a little bonus here. Ooh. We have a ticket giveaway to announce.
Do we?
All you have to do to win a pair of club box seats for a Flyers game this coming season. Name the date. All you have to do is just DM the PHLY Sports Twitter account with the word Flyers. Very simple.
Can I enter?
Keyword Flyers, and you are entered to win a pair of club box seats to a Flyers game this coming season.
Yeah.
Make sure you do. Yeah, sure.
She's my
Why
burner.
not?
Yeah.
Put down Brian Colangelo. You'll be good.
That's. I would get giveaways from WIP from Big Daddy Graham, and he was like, just put it under a friend's name. I'm giving you 2 tickets. Hey, don't use your own name.
Just give it to a friend.
You got a friend, Mike? All right, it'll be under Mike's name. Like that. But yeah, DM the word Flyers to the PHLY Sports account, and you are entered to win the tickets. I want to know if, because our co-host, Charlie O'Connor, he was on the writer's block before this.
Love Charlie.
He believes, and he is not a conspiracy theory guy, he's a numbers guy, but he has this belief that all of the bad stuff that has happened to the Flyers and Sixers over these last 15 years started in the summer of 2010 when the name of the building went to Wells Fargo Center.
Yes.
It's a cursed building.
Now that it is gone, now that they will have a new name.
Xfinity Arena, right?
Do you think maybe the luck will change for either or both teams?
I'll let you take this one, Jamie.
It can't really get any worse, right?
Sure can't.
I mean, the Wings have won there. Villanova basketball has won there. Who else we got? The Soul. We're a powerhouse in there. But the 2 major sports teams are more or less cursed in that building.
The Phantoms won their second one in that building,
They
right?
did,
Yeah, because it was during the lockout, so they were using the big building,
I will say it has to get better because it can't get worse.
Sure.
So the Xfinity Arena, we welcome you with open arms.
Xbox.
Xfinity Mobile Arena,
I like
excuse
that.
me.
Someone on new Twitter said it. I don't remember who it
On
was.
new Twitter? That's what
can't-
all inclusive
where it all goes down.
I can't take credit, but it's my favorite name
The
for it.
Xbox. That's not
so far.
bad.
The
That's
Xbox.
not bad.
The Xbox.
Yeah, so we'll get better.
I'll say
Has
this. Will it get better before the new building?
Ooh.
When is that happening?
31.
Oh my God, that doesn't even sound like a real year.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
better get better by then.
It better get better,
Yeah, I'm
I
like,
agree.
that's Hopefully, because like the chances of 2031 occurring are like 50-50.
Seems slim at this point. Yeah.
So it's like I'm really hoping. I think this is how I decided it really that the Flyers fans have had it harder. In the last, let's call it 12, 15 years, what is your fondest memory of the 76ers? I'll throw it to Devon and Jamie.
Fondest
like, what
over
is
the last.
Let's say since 2011.
2011.
Oh man,
wow. Fondest memory. That's a tough one.
I think it's shaded with so many bad things, but like good stuff has happened.
I do want to say 2021 Game 5 against Boston in Boston, but then they came back in Game 6 and spit it up.
Yeah.
But that Game 5 was that series. Game 1, James Harden. Game 4, James Harden. Winning those two. Game 1 without Joel Embiid. That was unbelievable stuff. And then Game 5 happened where Embiid and Maxey go for 33 and 30 respectively. Harden has a really good floor game. That was tremendous. So it kind of basically encapsulates the Sixers. You have all of that.
Yep.
And then you get to Game 6 and Game 7 and can't close
Mine
the
was
deal.
similar, but it's probably when they got Harden.
That was huge.
I was a full believer in the move. I thought it was the best situation they could do.
Yep.
It renewed some optimism for me, and then it all came crashing down. But I think when they got Harden might have been like my peak, like, this is going to be different.
All right, so
we got one of the best
real fast
ball
because
scorers
Bill
ever.
has to get wind this up. What's the worst? Just fast.
I mean, the Kawhi quadruple bounce, I dropped to my knees, put my hands over my head.
That was real bad.
That was
even for me.
But see, the only one that
Mother's Day was
the
probably
reason why
the
that
worst.
doesn't bother me as much is because that was still technically early.
Sure.
There was so much time.
Yes.
Then it was
that
Game
early.
6. It was Mother's
so
Day.
for me, it was Game 6 against Boston.
Yeah.
Okay.
And with the close Atlanta Hawks, you are the number 1 seed and you lose that series.
And the Ben Simmons pass
Best
up.
and
dunk.
worst post 2010, Kelly, for the Flyers.
Post 2010?
Yeah, like because we can't, like, yeah, man, the 2010 run, like the Boston series, all that.
Has
but
anything good happened?
I would say
pick a moment.
Drew's shift against Crosby to win
That
Game
was a
6,
good one.
and
That
that's
was
the
awesome.
first round,
Okay.
and then they get killed by the Devils round
Lavi
2.
called him the best player in the world, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Playoff
And,
hockey is awesome.
It is. I miss
Drew's
it.
hat trick against the Rangers to get into what was that, 2018?
His overtime game winner in the outdoor game. That was fun.
I feel like because they don't have the major disappointments, it's easier to remember the highs than it is with the Sixers.
I feel like
Because it's like, and then followed up by, it was like, yeah, those Flyers teams were no good, so I get to just, like, yeah, Drew's hat trick on the last day of the season, it was cool. They were never going anywhere anyway.
Drafting Michkov was.
That's
That's the
huge.
first time in a long
I
time
was
I
pretty
felt
fun.
like something resembling joy.
I was at
yeah.
the Jason Kelsey event in
Something
Sea Isle for
resembling
that, and like people ran up to me as I'm working,
That's
and
cool.
they're like, "They did it! They did it!" Like that.
Someone-
That really
They did it.
felt like it was. Yeah.
Someone picked me up at the draft party. They were so excited. It was alarming.
Good times. Can we
All
get
right.
some wins now?
All right, yeah,
That's what
let's
we need.
Get some wins.
I want
Nail
to
this pick.
I want to have this debate over whose championship parade was more fun in a couple.
I
of
wanna
years.
do
I was just
that.
gonna
That would
say,
be nice.
you talked
right?
about who had it worse the last 10 years. Who's going to have it better the next 10? I
just feel
have
like-
to put my faith in the Flyers. I think
so,
more than
too.
the
Really?
Sixers.
I just
Yeah.
think because the
I think
Sixers
so.
are on
Yeah.
the like it's gonna take.
Yeah.
At least there's
Like
this
one's
hope
going
for the
this
Flyers
way, one's
now.
going this way.
Yeah.
All right,
So
and with-
I'll be wanting to come on your show soon.
Absolutely.
Yay.
Can't wait.
Yeah.
And with that, that is all the time we have for you on PHLY Flyers today. Thank you all for listening. Thank you for
That was
hanging
fun.
out. The Stream-A-Thon does not end.
Don't go anywhere.
Coming up next, we have the Draft Hour with Bo, Fran, Charlie,
I'm looking
and Derek.
forward to this one.
Good
That
times.
is going to be a ton of fun. I am going to poke my head in the background, give Charlie bunny ears and stuff.
Can you
I'll be
name
shooting on the Papa
Charlie's
shot.
biggest hit and miss of recent drafts? Like, is there one that comes fresh to your mind where he nailed it or he
Ooh,
missed
he
it?
loved Joel Farabee. He
did.
loved, like, that was when they drafted him. He was like, that was the guy I wanted. All right, so stay tuned for that. I'm trying to think of any hits. Like he definitely had he was all about Michkov.
Yeah.
When we were like, they're not gonna take the freaking Russian who ain't coming over. He was like, they will. They love him, and
they got him over.
It all worked.
Insider.
All right, that's all
Yes,
the time.
he
Make
is.
sure you're following us right here on the YouTube page. Hit subscribe. Hit that reminder bell. We'll be back tomorrow at noon. Follow us on Twitter at PHLY_Flyers and follow the podcast wherever you get those. Just search PHLY Flyers. I'm Bill. That's Kelly. That's Devon. That's Jamie.
Thanks for having me, Flyers
Be
fans.
excellent to each other.
That was fun, y'all.
PHLY STREAM-A-THON. We're here for the draft hour. Bo Wolf, very pleased to be joined from left, well, I guess from right to left, but to my left. Derek Bodner, Charlie O'Connor, Fran Duffy. We are 1 week away from the start of the NBA draft, 9 days away from the start of the NHL draft, and what, like 311 days away from the NFL draft? But you've been doing guys
310.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Love that. So we got these wonderful draft minds together, and we want to sort of, have you guys play off of each other and talk about some of the differences in the drafts that you cover, how you think about projecting, 19, 20, sometimes 25-year-olds into their future professions, all that good stuff. But in order to make it worth our while, we need you guys to hold up your end of the bargain. So, we're doing this to raise money for Big Brothers Big Sisters. You can make those donations. And, if you make a donation, maybe you can get a question in that we can address as well. And make sure that you're evangelizing. We want to raise those subscription numbers. So do all that good stuff. Okay. I want to start with, your guys' draft origin stories. So DB, let's start with you. At what age did you fall into the draft rabbit hole? How did this all begin for you?
We don't need to go with age because then people can reverse engineer how old I am now.
Okay.
We'll just say it's been
so
a little while back.
You're 15 years old. Sam Bowie's coming in. You're going him over Jordan.
Yeah, sure. No, it started off at Draft Express. My previous career, I was a system and network engineer. So basically, the way I used to describe that, I used to keep websites online. And I was a big fan of Draft Express, and they kept going down on draft night, and I reached out. I'm like, hey, I can help you out with this. This is what I do professionally. And eventually, Jonathan Gavoni, who's now at ESPN, gave me access to Synergy Sports, which is basically all video of every game everywhere, and their internal note-taking app. And I started reading how they scouted, how they took notes, and how they prepared. And I started just inputting on games that I watched, and I guess the notes that I was taking was good enough. Eventually, he asked me to start writing about it too. So that was sort of how I got started, not only covering the draft, but really sports in general.
And were you, as a kid, always hooked on the draft as a big thing?
Yeah, I would say so. It's always been, I think, both the most difficult part of sports,
sure,
and also the most important part of building a team.
Right.
So it was always, and just watching college basketball was always huge too. So it was a intersection of all of that.
Okay, Charlie, how about you? What was the genesis of your love for the draft?
Yeah, I wouldn't consider myself anywhere near as an expert as Derek and Fran from a hockey perspective.
Yeah, exactly.
But for me, it's been more, at least from the hockey
but
standpoint.
About the same level of expert as me is the.
But from a hockey perspective, I think I took up the draft mostly because I wanted to be as good of a hockey writer as I could be, and most hockey writers in the local and even the national world didn't really focus much on the draft beyond let me do a few features on some guys that the team I cover might pick. So for me, it was more of there's a way for me to differentiate myself from other writers by becoming as much of an expert as I possibly can be on hockey prospects before they're even drafted. And also, it forced me to think more like a scout. I do not consider myself a scout. I am not on that level of expertise. But when you're watching tape and when you're doing research, not only does it force you to think more about what characteristics you personally think translate best, it also forces you to, kind of take the long view on players and think to yourself, okay, like I liked this guy when he was 18. Now I see what he is when he's 25. And I know more about him because I remember him from the start of his career. But also, I'm now recognizing what I missed in his game, both from a good standpoint and a bad standpoint, 7 years before.
Yeah, I do want to get into like the lessons that you guys have all learned over the course of time, and things that you were wrong about, or maybe you have come to weigh more or less over the years. But quickly, Fran, I sort of know your origin story, but let's give it to the listeners.
Yeah, I mean, really, it goes back to I was 12 years old when the Donovan McNabb, Ricky Williams debate raged through Philadelphia, and that was honestly like what introduced me into like the draft and the dialogue around it, and just kind of took off from there. I started that was what got me first invested in it, and then as the Eagles obviously improved, started watching more and more, and the rest is history from there.
All right, so who among you will raise your hand to make the case that your draft is the biggest crapshoot of the three?
I'd guess we probably all feel that way.
That's
would
what
be
I'm curious about.
Yeah.
I actually think that the NFL is probably the easiest of the three because of to me, like with international and with to me, like the levels, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, just my feeling of it, from afar, is that when you have all these different leagues that you're pulling from, like talent deltas and like just like levels of play and rule, like to me, like that's got to make the projection harder, right?
I don't know how it plays out in the NBA and NHL, but I do know that, like, generally speaking, the NFL draft is pretty efficient. Like, the curves of where the best players come from, it is heavily weighted towards the top of the draft. I imagine it's close to that with the other drafts, but you don't often, Giannis going 11th overall or whatever it was. Like
15th is actually worse than remember.
Yeah, I think I might make the case that hockey is the biggest crapshoot for a couple reasons. Number one, the youth of the players. Every single player, there are some redraft guys that were passed over once or twice that come back in at age 20, age 19, age 20. But for the most part, the vast majority of players taken are either 17 or 18 years old.
Speaking my language.
So we're talking very, very young guys. And then in comparison to basketball and football, hockey, college hockey, junior hockey, European hockey, it doesn't have the same scope. It doesn't have the same, with college football, obviously, there are massive college football fan bases. They're on national television. It's easy to watch them. Obviously, in Europe, it's a little bit different, but college basketball is huge too. Whereas in hockey, Canadian Juniors is big in Canada. No one in the U.S. really cares about it. Right. No one in the U.S. really cares about college hockey beyond the diehard hockey diehards. So I would say that it requires more explicit research rather than you kind of just falling into, well, obviously I want to watch the national championship, so I'm going to get to watch every single prospect in Alabama and Georgia that are going to go in the top 2 rounds.
Well, and functionally, because the NHL, because they're being drafted so young, and they also have their own minor league system, like you're drafting these guys before they've even entered that, whereas college basketball, college football function as that minor league system, so you're drafting them once they've already gone through that process and aged up a little bit.
I would say it's substantially harder, and this is one of the reasons why I certainly would not consider myself an expert on the level of these two guys, is it's substantially harder to be a non-professional scout and truly feel like you're an expert on all these kids in hockey versus basketball and football, where it's much easier to access significant amounts of tape from those sports. Whereas, I mean, when I say I watch tape on guys in hockey, I'm watching, 1, 2, 3 games that they played over the course of their draft year, because that's all that's available.
Okay. Yeah, I want to talk process. So when you are, we like to say doing a guy, Derek.
Okay.
When you're
Your
scouting
phrase,
a prospect,
not mine.
when you're doing a guy, what goes into watching? How many games do you have to watch before feeling comfortable in your evaluation? Tell us all about that.
Yeah, I mean, certainly it is, and to Charlie's point, like I do think basketball, I don't know if it's tougher than hockey, because frankly I don't know jack about hockey, but it's certainly like you look at Jokic, 41st pick, Giannis 15th pick, Shea 11th.
Right.
Those are the last 3 MVPs outside of Joel Embiid. I do think there's a pretty direct curve. Like top of the draft is easier,
sure,
but it is like you miss big time on some of these guys. In terms of process, like back in the day when I was what I would say a professional scout for Draft Express, any like first round pick, I would watch at least 50% of their games.
Okay.
Probably closer to 75, especially if I thought they're going to be a lottery type pick.
Yeah.
We do have a lot of tools at our disposal. Like Charlie was talking about, like he might only get like 3 games of tape. We have a program called Synergy back then. We have it now where like it's legitimate. I can pull up any ACB game and watch any Real Madrid game throughout the course of the year.
And you can also filter, like,
just
show me all their catch and shoots.
Yep.
Like,
You can
okay.
filter based on anything. You
Yep.
can also, like, it's, a 48-minute game you can watch in like 50 minutes because they strip everything out. So you can be really efficient in it, and that certainly helps. But, yeah, I would say at least half back when I was doing it semi-professionally.
Okay, how about you, Frank? And how jealous are you of Synergy Sports?
What's that?
How jealous are you?
Yeah, I mean, that sounds awesome for sure. For me, like, I'll usually start a study on a player the year before, and that could then lead. Like, there are guys who I've watched for 3 years, but I think that I usually start in the summer. I'll watch like the guys I'm doing now. I've done like 3. I'll do like 3 or 4 games, in one sitting, and then maybe a couple cut-ups after that. So like all of the guys' pressures against Power 5 opponents, or all of the throws on third down for a quarterback, things like that. But yeah, at the end of the day, I'd like to. It changes by position, but in an ideal world, 6 to 8 full games, and then a handful of cut-ups after that.
Okay, so all of that in mind, balancing your eyes, your own evaluation with what you might hear. Let's talk about, like, who do you talk to? What is your sourcing network like? How deep does that go, and what matters on what you hear about that? So who are you talking to, Derek?
So, like, in terms of, like, what you value from what you hear, like, a lot of the off-court stuff you tend to value from what you hear because you just don't have direct access to it.
Yep.
And I do think we can then, I know this is probably one of your other questions, but we can then read into, you can get bad information that you read too much into and really get yourself down a bad rabbit hole. In terms of who you talk to,
You don't have to name names. I'm not asking you to, unmask
sure.
your scouts,
Yep,
but, Merrill Dory, if he's among them.
I think it's a lot of these events that you would go to, like Hoop Summit, they're teaming with executives and scouts, so it's easy to sort of like make connections there. I think you probably talk to a good amount. I would say in terms of people you trust, it might be like 20, 30-ish. And I think I tend to lean, the more deeper I get into it, I lean less on like the high-level executives because they're normally full of what?
Well, they've got another angle that they're...
Sure, everything is transactional there. Yep.
Yeah.
And you start a little more deeper down the list of scouts and things of that sort. But it's also like you try to get closer to people who knew them in high school, especially for these topics. Like I said, it is tough to gauge a lot of the off-court stuff because everyone either has an agenda or is giving you bad information, and you get very little that you get to watch on the court. So that's where you try to talk to people who played with them or played against them, things of that sort.
How about you, Charlie?
Yeah, I would say for me, I have pretty strong relationships with a lot of the public analysts.
Okay.
So people that I used to be colleagues with at the Athletic, people
Never heard
throughout the public sphere. And I talk a lot to them. Number one, because they're good people, and they have their ears to the ground. They're the ones that are going to junior hockey games, to college hockey games, even sometimes going over to Europe for international tournaments. So I get their feedback on kind of what they're hearing about these guys. I'll talk with people in the game sometimes, not so much scouts, but generally people who are around junior hockey, because they can give me details on watch this guy because even though he's he only scored 40 points in 60 games, it's because he was down the lineup and he's going to have a big breakout year next year. So you get those kinds of updates from people like that. Also, you get feedback on character, because one thing about hockey, and I don't know how this extrapolates to basketball or football, but it's a very small world, and gossip travels around really fast. And you don't necessarily hear the details, but you hear I heard something not great about that kid, so just keep that in mind. And those are the kinds of things that you're only going to hear if you're talking with people who are kind of in those gossip circles. But when there's only, a couple thousand people in the hockey world that are active, it's not that hard to find them.
For you, friend, go ahead.
I was just going to say that's a great point, because a lot of times, when you're talking to a scout, you don't need to know, hey, VJ Edgecombe struggles with his left hand. It's a lot of context-specific stuff and team-specific, environment-specific stuff that I think they can be like, hey, maybe you should look into this a little bit more.
Yeah, is that what it is for you, friend? Do you care more about the people you're talking to finding out about character and off-field stuff than what their evaluations might be?
Yeah, the way I've looked at it, and it changes depending on the person I'm talking to, right? So like the people I'm closest with, I
Right.
feel best in terms
Sure.
of like asking those prying questions. And I feel like I have to kind of like, you have to get to that space with a source, right? So. Definitely try and collect as much as possible. I keep receipts in terms of
I was going to say,
like,
how much do you scout your sources?
No, I scout my sources. Yeah, I definitely try and stay on top of that. And whether that's whether you're talking scouts, coaches, agents, other media personalities, like the whole deal. So just trying to get. And it doesn't mean that they might not even be doing it on purpose, right? In terms of leading astray, but
Some
the
of them
information.
are.
Yeah, some of them are. But some of the people, they might be. They might have just been given bad intel on their end as well, right? So, always trying to make sure I sift through that.
Well, and it's also, it's hard because even if something is making the rounds in the rumor mill, it might not have been that big of a deal. It might be not even rising to the level of something worse that somebody else did that people don't know about, right?
Yep.
It's all incomplete information. So as you are, one thing that I feel like I have believed more late in life is that like the off-field stuff, more like the commitment and the desire stuff really does matter in terms of getting these guys to their ceiling, right? When I was younger, I would have been much more tantalized by like a guy with big tools and like he'll get it out of him. When you are trying to figure that out, like how committed is this guy to getting to his ceiling? What do you guys use as, from what you're watching on film, like approximations for what that might be?
Yeah, it's definitely case by case because there are definitely because I have thought to myself, especially it's this time of year, like during the depths of the off season, where I start asking myself those questions and kind of self scouting my own process. And there are players where we talked so much about like Shamar Stewart, this pass rusher from Texas A&M who didn't produce and there was like not bad character stuff out there, but it wasn't like all like this guy's going to be great, he's going to be awesome. So you try and sift through it, and there are profiles like Stewart's in the past where I'm like, okay, I see it. Like I'm okay. I'm okay betting on this profile. But then there were others, like I wasn't in on Stewart, right? And so trying to like weed through like, all right, has there something that's changed with me that has made me now go on this side of the ledger? Whereas 3 years ago, like I was all in on Jason Oweh out of Penn State, even though he had one sack in his final year, right? So it's tough though. And sometimes it is like an intangible thing that when you're watching, like there's just something about watching this guy's tape where I'm like, the athletic traits are there, the effort is there on film, and even though I haven't heard like glowing things off field, like there's enough where it makes me believe that he's going to hit his upside, and maybe that was just missing from the eval with other guys.
Is that a big thing for your evaluations, Charlie? Is effort?
I would say it varies. One thing about hockey, and it's just very much ingrained in the culture of the game, is that if you are not. It's not that everybody has to be high effort. Obviously, some guys are going to be the guys who are just getting in every battle and they're working so hard all the time and they get praised for it. But there is an element of if you play a soft game, if you play a game where you're avoiding contact at all times, if you're always cheating for offense, you're going to naturally earn the ire of your teammates at every stop because it's so ingrained in the game of hard working and lunch pail attitude. So you do keep an eye out for guys like that who maybe do play the type of game that might make it tougher for them to ingrain themselves in a National Hockey League locker room. And it may work for them, like they may be able to rack up a lot of points, but they may always be, viewed with skepticism by their teammates, and that may mess with team chemistry in the future. So that's absolutely something you look for too. But as Fran said, it really just varies. It varies from thing to thing. Like, for example, skating is a big thing, obviously, in hockey. It's on ice, but some guys, when they're about to be drafted, it's like, well, they need to improve the skating tool. And one thing that I've tended to one way that I've tended to evaluate, like, are they likely to improve their skating or are they likely to stay a poor skater, is what's their background? If they're from a background where, they are not necessarily from a very wealthy family, if they are not necessarily someone who has played hockey since the age of 6, I'm more likely to think that their skating issues are more driven by the fact that they haven't had the ability to work with skating coaches. They haven't had the ability to get all the ice time that kids who came from privileged backgrounds do. Whereas if you're like, for example, Flyers took a guy named Matthew Strome in the 4th round, probably like about 6 or 7 years ago at this point. It's a while. And super skilled. his skating was bad. And the idea was, well, if you could just improve his skating, he could be real good. Well, he was from a family where they had 2 NHLers that were his older brothers, and he never improved
If you
the
can't
skating.
skate by now, what have you been doing with your life?
I'm sure his family probably had him working with so many skating coaches, and it never took. Whereas, like, compare that to, say, a Wayne Simmons, where, you know, he didn't come from a super privileged background, and his skating got dramatically better post-draft because he didn't have the ability to have the ice time and the be able to work with the kind of coaches that richer, more privileged guys could have in their teen years.
It's interesting, and that is a big difference between hockey and the other 2 sports here, where like the barrier to entry, just economically, is a big factor in the projection. What about for you, Derek? I guess on the off court stuff or on the effort stuff, but I'm also curious, like from what he was talking about with skating, are there basketball truisms of this is a thing that we do believe can improve, and this is a thing that probably can't?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because on the one hand, I think the off-court stuff is the most important thing. And it's one of the things when we look at, like, Donovan Mitchell went from averaging like 7 and 3 at Louisville to being an all-NBA player. Trying to predict that is almost impossibly tough.
Sure.
Mikal Bridges, not to, kiss Devon's rear end, but like he went from averaging like 6 and 3 at Villanova to being a, all-NBA caliber player with a huge contract. And the off-court stuff and the work habits is the number one driver of that. But I also feel like we react to really bad information a lot. And like, oh, he slumped his shoulders. Let me define his career based off of that.
Right.
And, it is, in terms of on-court, that is where, to Fran's point, like you keep a scorecard of your sources, and whichever ones overreact or correct in that, you make sure you note that. But in terms of on-court, like I feel like communication in the NBA is really big. And if somebody is really studying the scouting report and is really prepared, they then communicate well. And if somebody is just kind of standing in their own world, I worry about that a little bit. But it's also, I don't want to overreact. Like, I think almost, it's not that I don't want to pay attention to it because I do think it's super important, but I'm really nervous about overreacting to it. Like I said, the on-court stuff I think is real tough. In terms of skills, I think ball handling is tough to improve upon substantially. To Charlie's point, like it doesn't cost a lot of money to pick up basketball at a young age. If you can't dribble when you get to the NBA, I'm a little worried about that. And like body control, some athletic traits like that are tough to improve upon. We just had Sam Vecini on. He's mentioning like, high hips, you can't change your physical profile, so stuff like that. But, for the most part, we've seen drastic improvements in almost every skill set in the NBA. So a lot of it's possible. It's just, are you going to be paying attention to the right things? Are you going to listen to your coaches? And are you going to put in the work?
How about you, Fran? Does it matter position-wise? What are things that you do think can improve? What are things that can't?
Yeah, I mean, definitely changes by position. Though, as Charlie was talking about the differences between guys that come from, highly experienced, privileged backgrounds and entrances into the sport. My head immediately went to Josh Allen because Josh Allen, when he was young, all these quarterbacks now go to all these quarterback trainers, and he never did any of that stuff all the way up through high school. And so that was a good example where, if you had asked me pre-Josh Allen, accuracy is not going to improve. And Josh Allen was not an accurate passer at Wyoming. But he started working with trainers, and then it was he was able to correct a lot of the issues that he had. And so, like Derek just said, I feel like there are examples of guys developing in a lot of key areas. To me, the raw physical tools and body type stuff is the stuff you can't teach, right? So a guy's not going to get too much faster. He's not going to get, too much bigger. You're not going to change the overall structure of a guy's body. Can he get more powerful in time? Can he get stronger? Yeah, there are plenty of guys that get stronger upon entering the NFL, but it's about trying to figure out, is this guy going to – that's where the off-field stuff comes in, because the upside can be sky high, but if you're not going to put the work in to get there, then that upside's useless.
All right. Let's take a little break here to hear from some sponsors. Keep it going. Make sure that you are donating to Big Brothers Big Sisters. We're going to keep this bad boy going. Much more to come on the other side. All right, here we go. Let's talk about our friends at GLAT. GLAT, the GLAT Hair by Morgenstern Medical in Bala-Cynwyd. If you go there, you're getting the care from board-certified surgeons with over 30 years of experience. They follow strict U.S. safety standards and deliver results that actually last. Hair transplants are not just cosmetic, they're real surgery. And if you're considering flying overseas to save a buck, no. Think again. That's not worth your time. Here's the best part of going to GLAT. You can text them a photo of your hair right now, and their team will take a look and let you know what options make sense for you. No pressure, just expert insight. No having to reset your schedule for this first appointment. No. Send them the text, let them take a look, and then you figure out what to do from there. Skip the travel, skip the risk, get real care with a trusted local team. Text your photo or call 610-980-4000 or visit GLATHairMM.com. That's GLAT Hair by Morgan Stern Medical. Let's get that hairline back in the game.
And summer's here, which means the kids are out and about, hanging with friends, maybe even picking up a summer job. It's a perfect time to set them up with something that teaches real-world money skills and gives them a little bit of freedom, the Greenlight debit card and money app. If you're a TrueMark Financial member, you can get a free Greenlight account for your kids or teens. It's a simple way for them to manage their own money, whether it's from a job, allowance, or birthday cash. They got their own debit card, can set saving goals, track spending, and learn how to budget, all while you stay in a loop from your phone. You're still in control, but they get to learn how money really works in everyday life. So before the summer rush kicks in, this is a great way to help your kids build smart money habits that'll stick with them long after the season's over. Head over to TrueMark.com/Greenlight to get all the details and sign up today. Don't miss a chance to set your kids up for financial success.
All right, Charlie, give me someone who stands out in your memory. Give me two. Give me one who was you nailed this, maybe a little bit outside of consensus, and somebody who maybe you were wrong about.
Ooh, good question. A guy I nailed. Damn, this is tough. Well, one guy who I'll say that I definitely messed up on was in the 2017 draft. I really liked Cody Glass, who was taken 6th overall. This is the year when the Flyers took Nolan Patrick.
Okay.
I like Cody Glass a lot. I like the skill. I like the production. And what ultimately happened with him is he got taken 6th overall. Like, I don't get me wrong. It's not like I wanted the Flyers to take Cody Glass 2nd overall.
Okay.
But the way that draft ultimately played out, it was Nico Hischier went 1, Nolan Patrick went 2. Then you had Miro Heiskanen went 3, Cale Makar went 4, and Elias Pettersson went 5, and Cody Glass went 6. And I was like, oh man, they let Cody Glass slip to 6, and Cody Glass ended up being a total bust. And I think the big thing I learned.
Yeah, what was the lesson?
The learn from that was how important pace is in terms of style for a pro prospect, especially at the junior level. So one thing you have to realize about junior hockey in particular, and for those who don't know, the way Canadian junior hockey works is you have 3 major leagues. You have the WHL, the Western Hockey League, which is in the west of Canada. You have the OHL, Ontario Hockey League, which is mostly based in Ontario. And then you have the Q, the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League, which is mostly based in Quebec and the Maritime provinces. It's generally speaking a high skill game. Guys put up ridiculous numbers. You know, you're talking about guys who are putting up 100 points in 60 games. So crazy numbers, you know, unless you're Connor McDavid in the NHL. But the game is played much slower.
Okay.
And skill guys just have more time to make plays. Cody Glass is one of those guys who racked up points because he had a lot of time and could survey his options, could look around. And then once he got to the NHL level and defensemen are just, converging into you at all times. People are back-checking furiously. You have to make decisions faster. He wasn't as effective, and he's not an offense guy. He's an NHL player, but he's not an offense guy. So that was something that I learned that lesson there. God, if we're talking about a pick I nailed, though, I guess one.
You remember the ones where you screwed up
of
a
course.
lot.
Yeah.
Don't you do that as well?
Absolutely, yes, no question.
One that I guess I would
in part
point to.
because you're constantly reminded of it. But anyway, go ahead.
I guess one that I would point to would be Matt Barzal in the 2015 NHL draft.
Okay.
He slipped into the teens, and he was a guy who he was my preference for the Flyers at number 7. He slipped all the way into the teens. The Islanders got him. Now, granted, he didn't become a superstar, but he became a really, really good player, a 1C first-line type guy. And I would have taken him in the top 10. I think in a redraft, he probably goes top 10. I would have taken him over Ivan Provorov, who I also liked, but not as much as Barzal. And in retrospect, the Flyers would have been much better off taking Matt Barzal.
The pace thing you're talking about is interesting because I do feel like there are times when you're watching somebody and you just see that they see everything a little bit before it happens, right? They're sort of plugged into the matrix of the game,
Yes.
of the spacing of the game and the movements. And that's like a fun thing when you see somebody who sees it that way. For you, Fran, who's like your big miss?
There's a lot.
Somebody you learned a lesson from.
Yeah, I mean, the big one would be Patrick Mahomes, who I had severe doubts about when he was coming out of Texas Tech. I mean, I think to me the big thing when you
were
watch
right.
him,
He lost in the Super Bowl.
Right. I mean, absolutely. Who could have saw that coming? To me, when I'm looking at Mahomes coming out of Texas Tech, it was like the wild stallion that needs to be broken. Right. It was like this guy just the way he runs around and just does pirouettes in the backfield and holds onto the ball for 18 seconds and then makes a pinpoint big-time throw, 40 yards across the field on the money, and it's like, man,
NFL
like this
needs to be structure.
Yes, like there's no way that he could survive playing this way. And for the most part, like that, I think that has turned out to be like partly true, right? Where like he went to a perfect scenario where he goes to Andy Reid. Andy Reid reins him in, and look, he has become. I mean, if you watched him last year, he is the polar opposite of that player at Texas Tech. Now, part of that might be why that was a relatively boring offense last year. But I think at the end of the day, that was probably my biggest miss, was looking at Mahomes and saying, like, I just don't know if that's going to cut it. I know I was not alone in that area, but I had severe doubts about that for sure.
And who will you hang your hat on?
The one that I always think of is Tre'Davious White.
I remember that.
Yeah, I was very big into Tre'Davious White. I looked it up really quickly. He was the 27th pick coming out of LSU. He's a guy I would have felt comfortable with, inside the top 12. To me, like, projected as one of the best corners in football. And the question was the athletic upside, but that's what everyone looks at, that position as a stopwatch position. Like, it's all about height, weight, speed. He was a player that to me was like the hallmark of toughness, instincts, ball skills, like that plays at corner, and that played really well for him up until the injury set in.
That brings up another question, which I will get yours in a second, Derek. But we have talked about, like, you feel very good about corners specifically, right?
My projections on corner, right?
Do Derek and Charlie? Do you guys feel differently? Like you can evaluate certain types of players or certain positions of players better than others, maybe?
That's a good question. I feel like guards, because in order to be a good collegiate guard, like you have to have pretty advanced skills.
Okay.
So I think that's a little bit easier of a projection to make, especially, I think the limitations of short guards are pretty obvious at this point. Big men, I think, because just by virtue of being big, they can take longer to develop.
Yeah.
And you can make an impact even if you do not have the requisite skill set to do so in the NBA. I would guess that's probably how I would answer that. But, I don't feel confident in any of my predictions, quite frankly.
Yeah, I would say I feel the most confident in my ability to evaluate centers.
Okay.
Mostly because, the thing that I value more than any other trade is hockey IQ. And if you're going to stick down the middle, you need to think the game at a high level, and you also need to play the game with a serious attention to detail. You need to just have that innate way of finding spaces to make yourself an outlet for your defenseman. Like, I don't know how to evaluate goalies. I trust the goalie people.
Right.
Defensemen, it's a lot about tools, and it's a lot about
Interesting.
There are ways that you think the game as a defenseman that sometimes I can pick up. I don't necessarily pick up as regularly. And wings is mostly just about skill.
Right.
Whereas I feel like with center, like the things that I value in players, that tends to the guys I like tend to also be good down the middle because it just lines up. The skill sets that I appreciate tend to be the skill sets that make you be good at center.
All right, I like that. All right, Derek, give me your who's the one who got away?
So I think whenever my mind comes to this, it's not like the people that I thought would be good who turned out to stink, because I feel like that happens a lot. It's always it's always the stars who end up coming back to bite you, and it's not like the Jokic, like 41st pick. Who cares?
Sure,
a lot of people miss on that. I think Jaylen Brown's the one that comes to mind.
Okay.
Because that 2016 draft was a disaster, and it was really bad, and he ended up turning into an all-NBA, max salary, $60 million a year kind of champion. And I think I didn't even have
his
him.
Basketball Reference page is your homepage here. You're
yeah.
flagellating
Well, I want to make
yourself.
sure. But I didn't even have him ranked in the top 10.
Really?
And it's like I had a lot of concerns. Like, he couldn't dribble with his offhand. He shot 29% from three. He averaged like 3.5 turnovers per game. He was just really bad. And he was one of the ones where I think I really learned that you have to lean into context and research the context and buy into them as people, because he was an exceptionally hard worker. He was in a really bad spot. Their spacing was terrible, and it just wasn't an environment where he was going to look at his best. And he had so many physical tools that if he had that kind of outlier development where all of a sudden he went from a 29% college three-point shooter to a 40% NBA three-point shooter.
It's crazy.
And he bought into a team environment, he could be incredible with that kind of physical skill set. So he was definitely one where it's like, all right, really dive deep into the context, try to figure out why they're struggling. It's one thing to say that they are struggling. It's another thing to figure out why. And that's one where I think you really had to have good sources, and I just didn't lean in hard enough on that.
And how about one where you can pat yourself on the back?
I would say, and to his point, like I remember those way less. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, current MVP, about to win a title, probably. There was a lot of debate with the Sixers had the 10th pick at that time. And I spent a lot of time debating, like, no, they should take him. I think I had him like 6 on my big board. He ended up going 11th, I believe it was, right after the Sixers. And nobody wanted him because it's like, oh, well, he's another guard. There's shooting concerns. Didn't take a lot of threes, all of that stuff. You don't need that kind of overlap. And it was just reinforced, like, no, like, if there's someone I believe in, I don't care about positional overlap. I don't care about any of that. If you think someone can drastically outshoot their draft shot, and look, I don't think anybody predicted he would be an MVP caliber player. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been traded. He wouldn't have gone 11th. But I certainly believe that he was good value at that spot, and he had the chance to really develop into an amazing All-NBA caliber player. So I would say he's probably a hit, and certainly one where you learn to trust your gut and not worry about team
it's
needs or
probably
anything
fair
like
to say that in NBA draft conversation, need and fit seems to rise to the top a little bit more than the other two. The other, hockey must be, completely in the long view, right?
down
You can't factor that in at all.
I mean, I would say it comes into play a bit in terms of like building up organizational depth. And then also if you're at the very top, like the Flyers right now, they're probably going to lean center with the 6th overall pick because you're drafting high enough where it's not going to take that long for the guy to show up. But once you're in rounds 2 and rounds 3, and even beyond that, I mean, you're probably just going to take whoever's best on your board because who knows what your team's going to look like in 5 years when he's ready.
And even then, even if they're coming, you have 3 lines, right? So there's always going to be a path to playing time. Football, there are so many spots.
Yeah.
You're not going to draft a quarterback in the top 10 if you have a great quarterback, but you need to think big picture. Do you think that can be overvalued in the NBA?
I do think, and for the most part, like I think people drafting at the top, they don't really care about fit because
they should.
If you had stuff that you were concerned about fitting around, you wouldn't be drafting 3rd overall. And I think when you get deeper into the draft, you don't really care about fit because it's so tough to get a guy who sticks, quite frankly, after the top 20 picks, that you're just trying to find somebody that you believe in. I think where it probably fits a lot is like the 5 through 15 range. Because you clearly have some talent, although now with the flattened lottery odds, it's not so much of a guarantee. But you have some talent. You have to complement them some way. If you draft someone like the Sixers right now, if they draft Jeremiah Fears, who's like a 6'3"-ish guard, frail, he has to be significantly better than either Maxey or McCain to really justify because he can't really play with either one. So I think there's edge cases where you worry about fit. But also the NBA has just gone so positionless. Like I don't think anybody really cares if you have. It used to be back in the day, like all right, you're a point guard, you got to pass. You're a shooting guard, you got to shoot. I don't care about passing. That's not really the way it is. You're kind of outside of center and point guard. You then just have 3 kind of wing players. So I think it's a lot easier to not care about fit too much. But there are situations like Fears because defensively he can't fit, or maybe like a big man when you already have a center.
But even with Fears, is it? I don't have an opinion on him as a player. But if you think that he is the best player available, and you're just talking about getting the best asset, whether you trade him eventually or you trade Maxey or McCain at some point, like isn't that what it should be about?
A little bit. Like I think it comes down to like confidence level. Like if you have confidence that he is going to exceed your current players, if he is going to be an all-star or an all-NBA caliber player, you take him and you deal with it later. It's just there's like a bar that he has to clear that's maybe a little higher because he doesn't fit.
You mentioned something before, Derek, when you're just talking about, you don't feel confident in any of your projections.
No.
This is, Fran, this is like, you are putting your opinions out there on all of these players. How do you overcome like self-doubt on if you are away from consensus on somebody? You feel strongly about it, but there also has to be like a, man, how good do I feel about this? How willing am I to put this out there and to be this far away from consensus?
Honestly, it's like the cases from early of doing it where it's like, all right, I felt strongly about this and maybe I couched it. And then what I thought was the case, like turned out to be the case. And I'm like, man, well, I wish I was more convicted there. To me, like that feeling is worse than the opposite. So it's kind of just, and I was reading Derek, your piece on one of your pieces on Ace Bailey that you just posted recently. And you talked about like the hit rate just at number 3.
Yeah. It's like 9. I went back and I looked at the last 24 drafts. And I compared the 3rd pick with like the next 5 picks. So like people who'd be realistically in that range and using all one metric. And the people drafting 3rd got the right player like 9 out of 24 times.
Like,
and that's a 3rd pick in the draft.
That's the 3rd pick in the draft, right? And to me, like every
and that's
year,
not even that bad.
No,
right?
But like, that's why when I say like how confident are you in your evaluation? I'm not, because even like the best of the best, the professionals who devote their entire lives to this, they can't be confident.
And every spring when we get to on the NFL calendar, it's all right. Let's redraft last year's draft. And if you looked at if you're ranking receivers right now, you're ranking Brian Thomas Jr., who was a middle of the 1st round pick, ahead of Marvin Harrison Jr., who was the number 3 pick and everybody's or number 4 pick and everybody's favorite wide receiver from a year ago, and 6 6 months later, we're like, oh yeah, he's definitely better, right? And so people get up in arms. I say people as in like fans, readers, viewers, like get up in arms about people that are off the wall in terms of, in their minds, away from consensus in terms of ranking. But then we are so willing to just, all right, now we're going to pivot 6 months later. There's no reason for that. You have to understand that we're going to be wrong. Sometimes you're going to be right.
Yeah, and I think from my perspective, I mean, I really have to couch my opinions because I know that I'm not evaluating as large of a sample as the scouts are. Like I just don't have access to the kinds of even just talking about viewing. Like I can't watch half a guy's games or 6 to 8 games in a 12-game season or however many games they play in college football these days in a season. But I have to more look at my draft boards not as like this is it and this is the end all be all, more like this is my ranking of the guys that I've obviously watched, but also the guys that have the traits that I value. Like I did an article last week on like my 10 favorite players in the draft, and I made it clear that like these aren't the 10 best players in the draft. Some of these guys I have like a second round grade to, but they're the guys that have the traits that I personally value the most, and these are the guys that if the Flyers were to take, I'd be very excited to cover him and to follow him closely for the next 4, 5, 6, however many years it takes for them to become full-time NHL players or bust. But like I just kind of keep an idea of like this is what I like in a player. These are the traits I value, and naturally these are the guys that are going to be higher on my board than they might be on another person's board. Doesn't necessarily mean my board is right. Doesn't mean my ranking is right. It's just that these are the types of players that I value, and therefore I'm going to rank them higher.
You look like you're going to say something. Go ahead.
Well, no, I'd like to avoid this conversation because it's painful. No, but to going back to it just briefly, like if you're confident, I feel like that's when you're confident in your eval, that's when curiosity stops, and that's when you're going to end up missing something. So I think there's like it's almost silly to be confident in some of these things. But in terms of like something with conviction, I remember back in 2014, the Okafor draft. And Porzingis, I had ranked 3rd in like December, which was like 7 months before the draft. And I remember talking to both Gavoni and Schmitz, who's now a scouting director for the Blazers, and they both had him in like the 8 to 12 range. And I trusted their evaluation way more than my own, in part because they have, like Gavoni specifically, who's now the head guy at ESPN, has incredible contacts in Europe.
Yeah.
And so I weighted his a little too more, and I dropped him down to 5th. And Porzingis never got back up to 3rd after that, even though I had him at 3rd before pretty much anyone else. And it really wasn't about anything I was seeing on the court or anything I heard from the people that I talked to. It's just like I'm clearly missing something.
Right.
And because of that, I had Okafor 3rd and Porzingis 4th, and I've regretted that ever since. And I remember I had written write-ups for Philly Mag at the time, and I had somebody email me, and he's like, Derek, I read your write-up
you clearly like this guy
on
more.
both Porzingis and Okafor. Why in the heck do you have him ranked 3rd? And it hurt my soul. And it has hurt my soul to this day.
But that means that he was reading.
Well, true, but I would also like to be right every now and then. And I had conviction. I know I had conviction. I just wasn't, like, nobody else had him ahead, and I just
Well, you say the thing about conviction is where confidence is where curiosity stops. Yeah. I don't know that I necessarily agree with that in this context because you are you are putting out there what is your opinion, right?
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying you should stop doing the work and stop being curious, but it is, to the Brian Thomas thing or whatever.
Right.
It is a reflection. Like, people are reading you, They can find a consensus draft board. They want to know what your opinions are. Yep. Like, it's a timestamp. You're not being held to, you shouldn't be held to being
correct
on every single
thing. Do you not know how the internet works?
Well, I mean, just don't go with those places.
Right.
Turn your mentions off.
Yeah, I mean, but that's to me why people get so up in arms about that stuff. Whether it's ranking quarterbacks in the NFL right now, or if it's pre-draft rankings. It's at the end of the day, it's one person's opinion, and you're going to be right, and you're going to be wrong.
Yeah. All right, we got to take another break. Yep. Back with more on this this very fun conversation about the draft. Tell you about our friends at Ace. If you've got an outlet you said you'd fix last summer, Ace Hardware Home Services has the person to fix it. Because now they're not just the helpful hardware folks, they're also the helpful home service and repair folks. From plumbing and electrical to heating and cooling, they've got the trusted pros to keep your home humming all year long. Ace Hardware Home Services, they're bringing helpful home, the helpful you love, from the store now to your front door, from Philly to the Jersey Shore. Visit Ace Hardware Home Services online at acehardwarehomeservices.com to get started on your next project.
And we'll now hear from our friends over at Art of Words, because a picture is worth 1,000 words, and this local Philly artist proves it. Each piece is made entirely from handwritten words, like every Philadelphia Eagle forming the link, every Philadelphia Philly shaping Citizens Bank Park. And it's not just sports. He's captured Boathouse Row, Reading Terminal, the Philly skyline, the Jersey Shore, and a whole lot more. These are unforgettable gifts for sports fans, for graduates, housewarmings, Mother's Day, Father's Day, any occasion under the sun. And he started selling this art out in Lot K and at Rice's Flea Market, and he credits Philly fans for launching his career. It's available for dozens of teams and cities as well. There's something for everybody. These pieces are total conversation starters. You're going to spot a name, then you spot another and another and another, and soon enough, everybody is reliving their favorite sports memories. This artist has been featured on the Today Show, on ESPN, and in TED Talks. Check it out at artofwords.com. That is artofwords.com. Use code PHLY at checkout for 15% off your purchase.
Charlie, how much do you think, like, the context of where a guy gets drafted in hockey matters to his overall success story?
That's a really good question. I would say that it matters and it doesn't. The way it matters the most, I would say, is if you're a first-round pick, you have to be really bad to not at least get a shot in the NHL. Like, you have to not get a contract, to not get at least a look, because generally speaking, so many people in the organization, whether it's the general manager, whether it's scouts, whether it's the entire front office, they're invested in your success. So they're invested, even if you're underwhelming in, in your post-draft years, when you're in juniors, if you're underwhelming in the AHL, they're going to look for reasons to give you a chance. Whereas guys who were taken in the 5th round, a lot of times, like if the 5th round guy is outplaying the 2nd round guy, they're going to look for reasons why you should stay below him on the depth chart, because they don't want to be proven wrong in terms of their initial evaluation. That said, in the end, I do believe that, like, once you get to the pro level, once you get to the NHL level, like, the coaches don't care. The coaches, like, if the coaches have a 5th round pick and a 1st round pick on their roster, and the 5th round pick is just better, the coach doesn't care who was taken first. He's just trying to win games. So eventually it does get worked out the way it should, but I will say that a 5th round pick, even if he proves to be really good, much better than where he was taken, it's harder for him to move up the ladder as opposed to a 1st round pick who's going to be given every opportunity to succeed.
And is it generally the case in the NHL that, like, the best players are self-evidently good very early? Or is within once they make it to the NHL, are there still levels to their improvement, like, many years over? I'm thinking about in basketball, right? Where, like, Jalen Brunson takes him like 6 years of being in the NBA to become a really, really good player, right? Shea and Halliburton, however long it takes them to ascend to superstar status. Whereas in the NFL, I feel like the best players within the first 2 years are already known as the best players in the league. It's rarer, I feel like, for that superstar leap to happen. What is it like in the NHL?
I would say it's not as quick, but generally speaking, you can tell who's like the superstars, they're generally superstars right off the bat.
Yeah.
They're generally superstars right off the bat. The stars, who are maybe the next tier down, you can tell right off the bat that they're going to be good. Then it just comes down to, like, how much better are they going to get. It's very rare, though, and it does happen, it's very rare, where a guy comes into the NHL, looks like a bust, or looks like he's not going to be anything, and then 5-6 years later, he develops into a stud. Like, one example of that is Tage Thompson, who, big, he had the profile of a guy that was going to take longer. He's 6'6". He was raw. He was a late 1st round pick who was drafted on sheer tools. He ends up getting traded from St. Louis to Buffalo because they basically just gave up on the guy. St. Louis have mostly developed him as a winger. Buffalo's like, after 1 year, they're thinking, we'll try you down the middle, and then suddenly becomes a 40-goal scorer as a first-line center. But that's a rarity. Those happen once in a while. Generally speaking, though, at the very least, you can see by years 1 and 2 that they're going to be good.
What do you attribute that to in the NBA, Derek?
I mean, I think situation matters, but I do think it's a little bit overblown. Like, in the NBA, players, for the most part set the culture. I think, Celtics coach in 2008 might want to take credit for it and put it on his resume, but it comes down to Ray Allen. It comes down to Kevin Garnett. We won't mention who that Celtics coach is because I don't need to say his name anymore. But I think for the most part, like, to what Charlie said, top draft picks are going to get a chance.
Yeah.
Like, you don't draft someone in the top 10 and bury him on the bench. What do you make the most of that opportunity? Do you have the kind of work ethic? You can be drafted at a great organization if you're not willing to work at it. Not much they can do for you. You can be drafted to a terrible organization if you work your tail end off, you can improve. I do think we tend to, I don't want to say make too much out of the organization, but I think players set the culture more than people realize.
I think that's well said. Do you think I characterized that right about the NFL, Fran?
Yeah, I think that usually the guys that are going to be, especially the cream of the crop, usually at least get the flashes early. They usually don't come out and look completely lost. Now, there are exceptions to everything, but usually you start to get a sense pretty early on. Like if we get to the end of year 3 and we haven't seen like the real flashes of a blue chip player, then he's probably never going to get there.
We have talked about this, Fran, the changing nature of the NCAA and NIL. Charlie, I know that not all the best players come from college hockey, but has that changed the draft process at all?
Well, it has. It's beginning to. It's going to change it a lot because the big adjustment that is happening, it's literally happening starting this year, is the way it used to be in the past is if you were going to Canadian Juniors and you were a Canadian Juniors player, you basically were stuck in Canadian Juniors. And if you went to college, you were going the college route. What is happening now in the wake of NIL, in the wake of a court case that made this allowed, players that start in Canadian Juniors now are allowed to go to college.
Right.
So what you're seeing is guys like, for example, Cole Rezhny, who's one of my favorite prospects in this draft. He currently plays in the WHL. He's a Canadian Juniors player. He committed to college for next season. So that is going to change the way, not necessarily the way that prospects are evaluated, but the way that, some teams want their guys in college. The problem with a guy going to college, like Rezhny, when he goes to college, he won't be able to participate in training camp while he's in college because then, you're not allowed to sign a contract until you're done college. Some teams like to avoid drafting college guys because they're afraid that college guy is going to decide, I don't want to join that team, and then they'll lose them for nothing, like the Flyers risked with Cutter Gauthier. So it's so in the infancy stage because we don't know how this is going to impact decisions because it's in the process of happening. But it's a major change that like juniors guys can jump to college after they get drafted, but before they're truly ingrained in an organization. It's going to open up a whole new can of worms on how teams want their guys to develop post-draft.
In basketball, I mean, the best players are coming out after 1 year, so maybe it doesn't matter quite as much, but how do you think it changes the process?
No, I think it matters. I mean, look at this year's draft. You've got, Bailey and Harper went to Rutgers.
Yeah.
Rutgers is not a place that would typically attract that kind of a high-level prospect, and because of it, the rest of their team was pretty much a disaster. So you're sitting there, we talked about it with Jaylen Brown a little bit, where the environment that they're in can really amplify their weaknesses. And you're left wondering, well, what would Ace Bailey look like at Duke? And you don't really get that opportunity in large part because of NIL. And to Charles' point, I don't know if we really know how it's going to impact everything long term, but I think there's definitely a chance it makes your evaluation just a little murkier, for sure.
I like it for college football and for the NFL. For the draft, it has limited the pool a little bit. We've seen the number of underclassmen go from 125 down to, it's cut in half this year. It was down in the 60s. So there's a little bit less talent coming into the league every year. But I think at the end of the day, you're getting more polished products. I think you're getting to see guys in different systems. It's interesting following the teams that are leaning into this a little bit more. Like the Rams, they've been drafting transfer players at like a 60% clip, 70% clip the last 2 or 3 years. Whereas other teams still aren't. They're like, we're living in 2002. We're not drafting guys that transfer. That's a red flag. So I think it is interesting, kind of following that. But at the end of that, I like it. This is also just in terms of all the super conferences and things. I also just love where college is going in that direction from a selfish player evaluation standpoint. I love that it's a random Saturday in September and it's Washington versus Ohio State. We would not have gotten that until bowl season 5 years ago.
Because you read his Ace Bailey stuff?
Yeah.
You drafted an Ace Bailey at 3 overall?
I mean, I'm going on the Sixers show in an hour.
I also haven't published a weaknesses article yet, so maybe hold your opinion until then.
I don't know if I need to see it.
Does the Ace Bailey scouting report remind you of a football prospect?
I hadn't thought about this. This is a good question. I have to think about it a little bit more. That's a good one. Yeah.
Skill, raw.
Yeah, length, skill, raw. Some questions.
Got to be an edge guy.
Yeah.
Maybe it's what's his name? Who everybody points to as the edge rusher who succeeded without sacks.
Oh, Danielle Hunter.
Danielle Hunter.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. That's not bad. He was a third-round pick, though.
Yeah.
This guy's going to, probably
3 overall.
top 6.
That's true.
Well, maybe 3 overall.
Trayvon Walker, maybe.
Yeah. That's a good question. I hadn't thought about that.
Do you guys have any questions for your compatriots here? Is there any shop that you guys want to talk?
Well, I'm intrigued about the transfer element of NIL. So, you don't think that jumping from program to program, that doesn't complicate your analysis of a guy and his skill set and how he fits in different environments?
It can, but it's also good to be able to see them in like different environments too sometimes where, there's players where it's like, oh, this quarterback is in this system that's like a super user-friendly pass game. To go and see him do something different, that can be beneficial. And now there are times where I'm watching, I'm like, man, like I just wish I could see him do something different. So being able to get to see that can be a good thing.
And there are scouts who say they like it because part of the problem with all of these sports is we're talking about teenage or young adult men. How are they going to handle like changing situations, being given a little bit of money, all of that stuff? Well, from an NFL scout's perspective, you get to see a little bit of that, a little taste of that. Like, how do they handle changing programs and having a little bit more power? Are they still committed to the game? They get to see, a sense of that at least when they're scouting these guys.
I also like too, like if a guy was at, let's say he was at Michigan and he was at Stanford, it's like, all right, well now maybe I know someone at Michigan, but I don't know somebody at Stanford. So now, like selfishly, it's like, oh, I have a whole set of sources that I could pull from to be able to get the background info too.
Do you think? Because the guy I'm thinking of here is Quinion, who could have jumped to a bigger program and didn't. Do you envision down the road that teams will be impressed by that, be impressed by the loyalty, or will they at some point decide that maybe that's not a great thing for a guy to do?
Some already are. And I mentioned like there are some teams where they're not taking transfer guys, and when you go back and you listen to the GM and you listen to the coach talk about the pick afterwards, that is often brought up. Oh, this guy could have jumped and he didn't. And so like even now, like as I'm building out the draft guide for next year, there are players where I'm going through interviews and going through quotes, and it's like, all right, let me search Charlie O'Connor transfer portal, and you can hear this guy talk about, oh yeah, I had offers from so and so. I could have taken $4 million to go here, but I wanted this coaching staff showed belief in me. There are teams that were going to eat that up.
The way that you were sort of hinting at, you don't love being reminded of past mistakes or things like that, or the Twitterati or whatever, acting like they're experts on something.
Sure.
When you are watching the NFL draft, do you sort of slip into that yourself? Do you find yourself being like acting like an expert even though you haven't done the work?
No, I think in part because I have a running log of all of my thoughts with basketball. I know if I spend this much time on basketball and I don't know what I'm talking about, why would I believe that I know what I'm talking about with the NFL draft?
You can see the on-ramp, right? Like, I do like an hour's worth of research for the NBA draft, and I feel like I know all I know. I'm like, and I have strong opinions. Like,
sure. No, I mean, look, I get it. Like, we all want to express our opinions.
Yeah.
I do think being in this industry reminds me, like, I probably don't know the NFL draft as well as I think I do.
How about you, Fran?
No, it's the more I've been, the longer I've been covering the NFL draft, the less likely I've been to like jump in whole, both feet and feel really confident about my NBA takes.
But are you guys all just generally intrigued by the the baseball draft? Will you do like the cursory research and just feel like you kind of like just like the process of guessing how these guys are going to turn out?
Baseball, no, but the NFL draft, absolutely.
Yeah. Baseball, it's too long of a delayed gratification.
Yeah.
I can't. Yeah.
I just joined a Dynasty Baseball League last year, and so when we did like the rookie draft for the first time,
I just traded Chase Burns the other day. Big deal.
I'm going through it. I don't know anybody in the majors right now. If you said that if you put the Braves roster in front of me, I'd be able to pick out like 3 names.
Yeah.
But just going through and I'll just read the profiles on players and just say like, all right, like this is a stock I'm willing to buy.
Mm-hmm.
That part of it's fun.
And there's an extreme confirmation bias for me in particular with the NFL draft recently and the Eagles, where when the Eagles were regularly countering public opinion, they were regularly making bad picks.
Yeah.
And now since they have started just like taking the guy everybody wants, they end up taking really good players.
Is that a thing in hockey, like the consensus boards? And are there teams that actually feel like they do better or worse than that, or is it all just sort of come out of the wash?
That's a really good question. I would say that there absolutely are teams that they tend to pick in a way that online fans in particular really like Carolina being the main one, because their whole focus is we're going to take skill guys with lots of strong statistical production in their junior leagues or wherever they play, and our view is that a lot of these guys are going to bust because they're not going to translate, but we're going to get a few big swings, whereas other teams, go more on tools and not necessarily on high production, and the online community is like, oh, they're so dumb, but they're going to find guys that the online community totally missed on. So it's an exact science, as Derek said.
It is interesting. I feel like there's two ways to really get yourself in trouble with the draft, and the one is hurting, and the other one is being contrarian. And they're both equally dangerous, and they're both, I think, something we all fall into. I have talked to people in the NBA who are like, look, we don't get it right as high as you would expect compared to the public stuff, and we sink so many resources into it. Right. It's almost like I almost say it's following consensus, but it's like they don't believe that they can get it that much more right than everyone else.
Well, there's some humility that is required, right? We didn't even get into the analytics part of it and what numbers might matter. Maybe we'll save that for the next STREAM-A-THON. So, thank you guys so much. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah. It was fun.
Coming up in the 2 o'clock hour, we've got the PHLY Eagles show. Kyle Neubeck and Devon Givens going to join me. We'll see if we talk nearly as much castration as we did on yesterday's show.
No shot at that.
Thanks to everybody for watching and listening to this episode. We'll be back in a little bit. All right, we're back. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the PHLY Eagles Show, presented by TrueMark Financial. And today's STREAM-A-THON also brought to you by the good folks at Rothman as well. And as we have musical chaired and mixed things up, I've got Devon Givens and Kyle Neubeck with me today, talking birds. How you guys doing? I have to apologize. I did a little bit of prep for the draft show. Sent those guys some questions ahead of time. I did no such thing with you guys. We're just freeballing it. I'm trusting that you guys know ball here, and we can just sort of freelance.
I think we do, and I'm good with the freestyle of this show. This is fun.
Yeah,
we don't even have to
that's
talk
sort of
sports.
the point, right?
That's the point, right?
Yeah, we don't even have
You guys have both been on the show before too. You've been on the Eagles show.
Should we just spend 55 minutes yelling about them not getting Jair Alexander, or what?
Do you want Jair Alexander?
That's a question more for you, right? I'm just like, hey, that's a guy I know.
That's a guy you know, yeah. I would be more intrigued by Asante Samuel Jr.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, I'm not against Jair Alexander for the right price. I do think that they want Keely Ringo to get those reps, and maybe Dory Jackson as well. And so you don't want to necessarily take the training camp reps away from the guy.
Right.
But, there's a price when it becomes worth it.
And it seems like he took the deal he did in Baltimore because of the Lamar Jackson connection, and at least the spin that's out there is he had more money on the table.
That makes sense.
That's
All
anyway.
Right. Remember that we are doing this today for charity, to raise money for Big Brothers Big Sisters. So it is open there for you to make your donations. Anything will be very helpful and will be very much appreciated. And also, let's boost these subscriber numbers. We're going 12 straight hours here.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah. Show a little bit of love. How'd you guys do on the? Were you guys playing horse at all?
No, we were just shooting around. Yeah, we have our routine.
I made a long one-handed, underhanded shot.
He did.
Okay.
Right before we came on, so people can rewind the stream and maybe see that. Maybe like a 20-footer.
Who do you think's the best
like
shooter in the office?
Shooter?
Yeah. Not Papa Shot, just shooter.
I would put my money on either Rich or Devon.
Yeah, I would say me.
I would say so.
Yeah.
I know Rich can shoot. I know
Rich
Devon is Devon is the one on the Papa Shot machine who, for the longest, played what I would say is the pure way and actually shot the ball. Where Derek and I went through like 18 iterations of underhand, flick shots, whatever it was.
Yeah.
So definitely Devon is in the inner circle.
I have more fun just playing pig or horse than the actual Papa Shot.
Yeah, and then you move the court around so many different times.
Sure.
So
Some
we
of
get
these lights
different
are in dangerous
angles.
spots.
Yeah, they're just annoying at this point. The lights.
You got to shoot it kind of on a line.
Yeah, we don't want a line drive. We want to put some mark on it.
I want to put a little Dirk shot.
Yeah,
Give
exactly.
me some elevation.
That's why when we had it over here, we could at least when we would play horse and we would shoot it off the wall.
Like the off-the-wall shot?
Yeah, the off-the-wall shot was
like
pretty good.
One-legged shot.
The chair
stuff.
deep.
Yeah, we could definitely do the Dirk from this angle.
Yeah.
But then the lighting here is just and the exit sign. How dare they put the exit sign there? We don't need that.
Or we can lift it up.
One day,
we can tape it to the ceiling.
One day, one of these lights is coming down from a Papa Shot incident.
Absolutely.
It is going to happen. It's just a matter of when.
Yeah, so
hopefully it takes out a mouse when it happens.
But
you ain't lying.
That was classic, man. I mean, on the draft night show, and you're just like, oh, it's just their own little playground here.
It's 5-0.
The two of them running around. Unbelievable.
So
shame.
I handled it differently because one night Rich and I were here. Colin and Derek were at the arena. Us three, Bree was here with us, and I saw it.
Yeah.
But I was like, just keep talking. Just let Rich keep going. Don't bring it up.
Yeah.
Because
it's that thing, like you see something in your periphery moving that shouldn't be moving. It's a little bit disconcerting.
It is.
And then I see the one, I see the one just sort of hanging out. But then when the two of them started chasing each other, like they were just like at a party.
So
what the hell?
I mean, we were in
their place of business.
We were in their space. It's late at night.
I know.
This is their time. It's not our time. We're supposed to be out here by what, 5 o'clock?
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
Let me offer a piece of advice to our listeners. Some of you are younger. Maybe you haven't rented your own apartment before. Some of you are older. Maybe I'm looking at a house. I'm looking for different features.
Okay.
The moment you see exposed brick in any listing, mice. It is almost a guarantee.
Interesting.
Because in many cases, it's new property and they wanted to make it look a certain way.
Okay.
Some corners were cut. I have never heard of someone living in a place with exposed brick that did not deal with mice in some capacity.
I think that's generally very good advice. If it's a bit of an older property, but then you're talking about an older property that's probably going to have some.
It's got its own problems.
Yeah. Anyway, no, that's good advice. I remember we had an apartment on 8th and South. Above the bong shop there on the corner, and
one of the many.
And we had a mouse, and we talked to the landlord, and this very very old Italian couple were just like, "You live on South Street. What did you expect?" Like, oh, sorry, like I didn't know.
How dare you?
So,
you
need a cat budget.
But
somebody said we need a bodega cat in here, which would be.
K-Red said that.
I'm pretty allergic to cats, but
I'm not a cat
just like
guy.
a lot of the sniffles and the itchy eyes. And
you a cat guy?
I'm not a pet. I'm allergic to cats and dogs, pets in general.
Good news. Boozy Mutt. Next
Mutt.
Wednesday.
Our draft show. I'll take my allergy
Are you a dog
pills.
guy, Kyle?
I am a dog guy. I have many people who regularly watch our show know I have a big old English bulldog named Louie, who I can't promise, but I believe will be in attendance at the Boozy Mutt next week.
I like that. All right, here's my Eagles question for you, Kyle. First.
Uh-oh.
Having won the Super Bowl, Did that make you like less engaged from the offseason? Did you feel like you are still just sort of in the honeymoon afterglow?
I would say yes, because so the Eagles for me are one of my, as I become more serious and professional covering the Sixers or whatever, they're one of my outlets for the passion and the fandom and to be not really objective, right? It's just like these are my guys and
nice
screw
outlet,
everybody else and all that. And I think when they've won, it's not that I've checked out or I don't care anymore. It's just like, you know what? I don't need to think about them all off season, right?
Yeah.
I rode to the top of the mountain with this group. We all celebrated together. You go to the parade. I was out on Broad Street the night they won, and I'm drinking strange liquids from people I'm meeting in the street and smoking cigars, and I'm just you're trying to focus on that feeling, and I don't have to worry about what's coming next, right? I feel good about the organization. I feel good about Howie Roseman and sort of how he's set things up and the way that he's changed his philosophy in different ways, right? Like their approach to the draft and how he's adjusted. So I don't sit there on draft night and try to pretend to be an expert, like, oh my God, I can't believe they took this guy and not that guy. Like, they've earned benefit of the doubt to the point that I say, there are other sports going on. This is the off season. Like, I'll focus on other things for a little bit.
So in that passionate outlet, who is the person who has like the most starry-eyed view in your mind? When you think about them, you're getting little love bubbles. Is it Jalen? Is it Howie? Is it AJ Brown? Is it Jalen Carter? Vic Fangio?
I mean, it's a little bit of everybody, right? Like, I would never say the starry-eyed guy is the executive, right? Like, really rooting for the suits in the office and the guy who's just manipulating the salary cap and all that, right? Like, what I would say is, I love Jalen Hurts because he just seems to represent a lot of the things that I love about good or great athletes, right? Like just the cool, calm demeanor, the idea that, even when they haven't had their most successful seasons, there have been games where he played really poorly and then final 2 to 5 minutes, pull some magic out of a hat, scrambles for 30 yards, makes a big play. And like, it never has truly felt like they've been out of games with him leading them. And I just think he's somebody that between the success he's had at multiple levels, the leadership that he's shown in college and in the pros, like he's just the sort of person that makes an entire organization better by being there. And I think they've done a really good job at identifying those guys across the board, right? Like there are a lot of guys that certainly they are productive. Certainly they are guys who pop on tape, but a lot of good dudes who are high level at their position, who continue to get better even as they hit, Pro Bowls and All Pros and whatnot. And you need guys like that, especially with basketball. We're talking about a 15-man roster, and really it's like 6 to 8 guys are the defining players. With football, it's so spread out, right? Like you can't afford to say, well, the safety group or the linebacker is like, we don't care if it's an Eagles type of guy. We don't care if he represents like who we are. You need the whole organization to kind of stand for something broadly. So I think Jalen is a good, kind of person and avatar for that.
Devon, where are you on the spectrum of like fan versus analyst? Because you've had to you've had to play both roles as it relates to the Eagles.
Yeah. So with the Eagles, it's harder. Especially when they get to the postseason and you see we all kind of, except for you guys, you can't do that. But for us, I'll speak for myself. But we all just kind of, everybody's focused until you get to that spot and you really say, oh, they have a real shot.
Yeah.
And
do you allow yourself to give in to your inner sicko?
Yeah, more so in the house or at a game where it's kind of in the private area and you give a fist pump just because. Because it's been so few and far between here in the city of all the sports when they've won, from how many breaks they've been in between of all these other, and then you watch these other teams in these other cities every year, and it's like we'll talk about it now, and I know you guys do too. And even with the quarterback conversation before Jalen became Jalen Hurts, and who he is right now as a franchise quarterback, you look at some of these others, even the ones that haven't really done anything in the postseason yet at the time, Josh Allen or Justin Herbert, some of these others, and I remember me saying, I want one of those guys. It didn't have to look like that, but it was just more of winning. And he has provided that. And then the way that Howie Roseman has built the team, it's hard not to kind of go back and, dig deep and pull it back out of, all right, I want to see these guys win and fist pump because of how good they are and how they do it. And then the other piece is just the little small parts that really also play into it where the league is losing their mind. And you remember you asked me on the show of the tush push. Losing their mind. So
I actually love that this has become a thing because everybody hates what Philadelphia is doing and you can't stop it. And it's like, I love that the Eagles are the team that you have a play that they can't stop.
But don't you think at this point it would have been more fun if it actually did get banned?
Yes, because they were figuring something else out. Figure something else out or just simply normal quarterback sneak and you still cannot stop it. And so with all of that, just to bring it back to your question of, I do find myself looking at them in the postseason in particular of, I want to see them win, and I might fist pump, and I want to watch it with my kids and see how they react to it and experience this because we did it. When I was growing up, I watched the Eagles for many, many years.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't wait until they finally got there in the 2000s, and they still disappointed. But now being here and watching it and seeing my kids go and watch and go through with it, and then I think it's pretty clear at this point, like my relationship with Brian Westbrook and watching games with him and him showing me stuff and the relationship I have with him and some of the other guys where now I'm living it through them in the moment of how it's getting done versus when they were there and they couldn't get done and seeing them enjoy and love it as well. So it's just been a whole different thing of how I watch it now to that point of where it's pretty cool to see them winning and seeing them win the way that they do, where Howie Roseman does become now like a cult figure, not just locally, but where everyone else is like, I don't want to do deals with Howie Roseman because of this. Or even him getting the compliments and the respect from everyone else now, nationally, on television, and even just reading other stuff or hearing you guys talk about it, of where they give him the credit of he's the one now. He's a Lock Hall of Famer at this point of his career, and him emerging from that. Him emerging from that closet that year, having to go through all that with Chip Kelly, just to see it all come back in full circle for where it is and to watch them win, I do enjoy it.
Thank you to Kate Taylor for the generous donation to Big
Thank
Brothers
you.
Big
Thank
Sisters.
you very
Follow
much.
Kate
Love
Taylor's
to see
lead
donations.
Appreciate
you
that.
have any self-confidence? To you guys, maybe pivoting from who is like the starry-eyed person in your mind.
Yeah.
Who is the most intriguing person in the organization heading into this season? I mean, it could just be Jalen. How does he deal with success?
Yeah.
But in terms of having to replace the guys that they do on the defensive line and a new offensive coordinator, or maybe it's Saquon. How does he bounce back from what he did last year? Who's the most intriguing person to you?
I'm sticking with the superstar. I'm going to A.J. Brown.
Yeah.
He is so interesting to me.
I think he's very interesting.
Because 2 days after they win the Super Bowl, he's like, all right, I moved on.
Yeah.
What?
He's like, it's completely
It sounded crazy to me, too.
Completely
So I'm with
unfulfilled.
So when you talk about pulling that sicko out of you, that's a sicko professional
it's
athlete
deranged behavior.
that just got to the pinnacle of what we see him losing his mind for, going crazy on the sideline.
Surprised. He was surprised that it felt so empty, that it felt so fleeting.
So he did it already. Now, I know he wants to do it again, but
he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to win the Super. He doesn't want to do it again just to win the Super Bowl again. He wants to do it again just to get into the process.
Right. So I think for me, he's the one that for me is as a guy that's on the trajectory of, when we talk about all the accolades and stuff. I love the fact that they talk about all these wide receivers and they don't bring him up as one of the best in the NFL, like top 5. That kind of
crazy.
It's ridiculous.
He's at least top 3.
Yeah. So for me, he's the one that I am so intrigued by because of that. And then the other part of, you already knew that he was one of the best, and you see him get upset when Jalen throws one over his head, or low throw one for him, or something, or he doesn't get enough targets. But
maybe that's the thing, because he sacrificed last year. They went so run heavy.
Yeah.
Both he and Devontae had way fewer targets.
And they seemed to enjoy it because you kept hearing these things of, oh my goodness, this guy, Saquon Barkley, is so good.
Right.
Okay, cool.
And AJ's definitely smitten with watching Saquon.
Right.
And I think greatness appreciates greatness.
As are we all.
Right. But I do wonder if, okay, he did that last year.
Now
Now
what?
give me the ball.
Now what?
I'm still the best player on the team, and I
Right.
think that he is, no disrespect to Saquon or Jalen Carter or Jalen Hurts. I think A.J. Brown is the best player on the team, or Lane Johnson. And that's, the roster is so loaded that you can say a few other guys.
I agree.
I think A.J. is the best player on the team, and maybe it's the case that this year he's like, okay, I want my year now. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Yeah.
Listen,
Who
wide
comes to mind
receivers
for
are
you?
different, man. So I certainly can see the logic behind that. I would go Jalen Carter, right? Because
Okay.
I think
Like that one.
historically the Eagles, I mean, for decades now, but they've been a trenches team, right? They build out from the lines, and they've invested lots of resources, whether that's picks, salary, whatever, on the defensive line. But they're making it's a gamble this year in terms of what they have on the edges with their edge rushers. And a lot of that hinges on, we think, Howie Roseman thinks, that Jalen Carter is a special player and a special talent and someone who, in the middle of the line, can create enough pressure, can draw enough double teams that not only is he going to make plays himself, he's going to free up everyone around him, right? And like to this point,
And Vic is willing to play him 80% of the snaps.
yes, so he's going to play a ton. He's going to generate a ton of attention, coverage, pressure on every snap he's in the game. And it's still a big bet, right? Like a defensive tackle, there's a reason why teams invest a lot more on the edges generally, except for some exceptions to that. But generally, we'll spend more on the edges than they do on the interior. But I do think that he is a special enough player and has shown that, including certainly that play against the Rams that everyone looks back on now. It's like
Insane.
That was the moment, right? Like that was the moment where it could have been lost. Like if he doesn't make that play, maybe the Rams score there and history changes. But so I'm looking at him because he also has an argument as the single most talented player on the roster, just in terms of the physical tools, the production, just everything. And just love watching that guy play, man. He is just a complete bulldozer.
All right. Good conversation to start the show here. We're going to take a little break, and we'll talk more birds, maybe castration on the other side.
Maybe.
Oh. If you're looking for the most affordable 7-passenger SUV in America, CherryHillMitsubishi.com has you covered with the 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander. And they're celebrating Memorial Day savings all month long on their massive selection of budget-friendly and gas-sipping Mitsubishis. Here's a fact that took me by surprise. Mitsubishi Motors is #1 in customer satisfaction with dealer services among mainstream brands and SUV owners. And that's not me just saying it. That's not the people at Cherry Hill Mitsubishi saying it. It's J.D. Power. You combine that with the best warranty in the automotive business, 10 years, $100,000 miles powertrain, and 5 years, 60,000-mile bumper-to-bumper. Why settle for a lesser warranty and be on the hook for costly repairs down the road? Here's what you need to do. Stop in today, tell them PHLY sent you, and receive a $100 Restaurant.com gift card just for taking a test drive or completing a trade appraisal. I know people buy Mitsubishis elsewhere. I just don't know why. Drive home in your new Mitsubishi today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at SherryHillMitsubishi.com.
My turn to talk with you about making sure you locate all your money properly, and that's through Monarch Money. You ever have an issue where you're looking at your statement and you're, wait a minute, I didn't park here at this time. Why is this parking app and all that there? Why is this money going to this other subscription that you thought you took care of and that's no longer supposed to be there? Or maybe even simply with your phone provider. Whatever it might be, finances can be messy and confusing. Monarch Money acts like your personal CFO, giving you full responsibility and control so you can stop earning and start growing. It's more than your average budgeting app. Monarch Money is complete financial command center for your accounts, investments, and goals. Don't just manage your money. Start building wealth with 50% off your first year for our listeners. And right now with Monarch Money, you can start managing again your finances to build life the way you actually want. Monarch makes money managing simple, even for your busy lives. Track your spending, savings, and investments effortlessly so you can focus on what matters most, making your biggest life goals a reality. The top recommended personal finance app by users and experts with over 30,000 five-star reviews. Financial stress is one of the top reasons relationships fall apart. You don't want that to be the reason. You don't want any reason, but that should not be a reason. Monarch makes money conversations that much easier. Get control of your overall finances with Monarch Money. Use code PHLY at monarchmoney.com in your browser for half of your first year. That's 50% off your first year at monarchmoney.com with code PHLY.
Uh-oh.
What's happening?
Is Devon in trouble?
Got the boss here.
Just had to come in, jump in, and say what's up. What's up, AG? You good? All good. Look at that.
Because you know how they castrate bulls?
Yeah.
It's like a rubber band you tie around them, and then they just ossify and fall right off.
Is that right?
Wow!
Is that right?
I was wondering where you were going. Now I really need to know where this is going.
Had to share that
We
with
had Tom Harriman's on yesterday as our mystery guest. He's talking about the castrate some cows recently. That's a little piece of my knowledge that I know. No, but we told the joke about him. I've never had him. Have you? I mean,
yeah, I'm not doing that.
Maybe right time and place. I don't know.
I'm out.
Not this time, please. Not for me.
I mean,
not in this lifetime
not from
for me.
Chick-fil-A,
I'm good.
No, not from there.
All right, if you guys are allowing yourself to be concerned as Philadelphians about this Eagles team, what is bothering you? What is worrying you?
Well, if we circle back to what Devon was saying about the AJ piece, right? Like, zoom out from AJ. AJ had, if he wants more targets, if he wants this, right? When you come off of a Super Bowl win, when you have climbed the mountain, everyone, it's
disease
this
of
is an
me,
old Bill
the
Simmons
classic,
thing. The disease of me or disease of more, or that's Pat Riley, I think. Is the
no,
one
it's his
that-
Buddy House. No.
Is it? I don't know.
It's not.
It's funneled down from somebody over the years. But the old belief is like, hey, once you win and everybody gets it, you don't know how people will react. Some people are more in the mindset of, I want to do this more, right? Like I will replicate what I did this season. I'll sacrifice for the team. I'll whatever needs to be done. And some people say, well, look, you dream as a kid of winning a championship, right? And obviously, if you continue to win championships, that's great. But now that I checked that off, what if I checked off, Pro Bowl? What if I checked off, 100 catches? What if I checked off?
What if I'm the quarterback, and the quarterback says, I want to win it by throwing the
My
football?
way.
Yeah,
without the straitjacket.
So what I would say is that it's not that I'm concerned that any one person is going to derail the fight to repeat or the fight to just continue contending into the future. But as you go through these roster changes too, and you have to change the fabric of the team a little bit, all these little things can just, they're little holes that you plug in the ship, and you have to be proactive and just aware that that's happening to avoid that becoming a leak that just sinks the whole season.
I'll go with the coaching staff.
Okay.
I'm good with the defensive coordinator. I know what I'm getting there. Now you make a change for the offensive coordinator again.
Yeah.
Kyle just talked about how it plays out with and brings up the quarterback and the running game and all that from a season ago. Does A.J. Brown need more touches? Does his personality overwhelm the OC too, where you're kind of putting that pressure to make sure that, hey, I got to get this guy the football? And then it also goes into the head coach of, can he do it again? Does he do it again? He got his extension now. So he's good. But
I don't know that he's ever going to be good.
Is he good? Is he good enough? And can he press all those right buttons once again? A year, 2 years in a row like this. I mean, he's done it 2 of the last 3, so he should be able to. We should be able to give him the credit that this guy's okay. He can get things done. So I'll go with those two, with the OC and the head coach once again, because it just seems like there's always going to be questions with Sirianni, and fair or unfair, that's the nature of it. He's been in 2 Super Bowls, and we still question the guy.
Yeah.
But he's gotten it done. And then just the new OC, once again, you just said, what, 4 OCs?
4 in 4 years.
In 4
I said
years.
5, but I meant
so when I look at that, does that get in the way, or was this the right hire because the offensive coordinator and the head coach are on the same page, but the quarterback and the offensive coordinator are on the same page to make sure that they keep flowing like a well-oiled machine like they were a year ago?
I think the thing that Kyle said is true, and it's not a fun or sexy thing to talk about, but it's really hard to get to the Super Bowl, right? It takes a lot of little things going right. I think the Eagles, as we talked about this morning, are probably one of the best teams of all time. And yet if Jalen Carter doesn't make that sack in the Rams game, maybe they never get there. And so if just one injury happens that takes you off path a little bit, or if one of the other 15 teams in the conference just has a more special magical season, things could end in the playoffs or whatever, and it might feel like a big come down when in reality it's just a slight margin off of what Eagles fans want.
And I'll add just another smaller one, but something that certainly concerns me, right, is like if you look historically at these huge running back seasons, right, a lot of times immediately after that happens, it's whether it's injuries, whether it's just like the workload that you have to take on to be a guy that's in the 2,000-yard rushing territory and carry an offense like that. It's a physically demanding position that those guys do not generally bounce back well from those seasons. And if you get good Saquon, you can still be an elite offense. But if you get more like hey, he's banged up all season, or he's just more closer to a pedestrian version of Saquon, that could change the calculus for this team quite a bit. But, I'm sure, based on his history, he's going to put himself in best possible position that he can coming off of that year.
Do you want to join us, cuz? We got another headset?
No, I'm good. I just want to say hello.
Okay.
Yeah.
And even if Tyler Steen is not as good of a run blocker as Mekhi Becton, which he probably won't be, right? It just all those little margins. If Saquon's a little bit less explosive in the open field, like the NFL record of 50-plus yard rushes, that's not going to happen again, right?
Yeah. But you look at the offense
Just
and you
natural
say
regression?
It is, which is why we were making such a big deal about you have to bring Dallas Goedert back. Why are you messing with something? Number one, you don't have a replacement. Number two, the guy's still good. So as we saw in the Super Bowl where they decided to try to take away the run and dare the quarterback to make plays, he did. And why was he also able to do that? Because he has talent at the receiver position and the tight end position where you can do that. The offensive line is one of the best, if not the best, in the NFL, where you can withstand the fact that they tried to eliminate what at least got you there as far as that run game. But, hey, man, we just talked about A.J. Brown in the first segment for a reason. Devontae Smith is still underrated as a player in the NFL at the wide receiver position. And if Dallas Goedert can stay healthy, even if he doesn't, we always see when he comes back, he's still a difference maker for this football team. And then we could all get into the whole where I would mess with you, talk with you guys like, yo, man, why are they not giving, Jahan Dotson the football, or where's that coming from? But when it was money time, he went to him twice in the playoffs.
Yeah, it was
and he made big plays. Yeah, so I think that there's enough talent overall with the personnel that even if it's not, of course, it's not going to be another 2,000. We don't think it's going to be another 2,000-yard season, but even if he still gives you good
He doesn't need to run for 2,000 yards to be an extremely productive and, team-driving player.
You're still Pro Bowl Saquon Barkley. You should still win a lot of football games.
He should get the boost from having sat on that couch.
Yes. Correct.
Yeah,
when he did the show here with the other guy. The beauty of it, though, that I love is that we can ask this question off of a Super Bowl victory.
Yeah.
You can ask that.
It's hard for the agitation to really come to a boil at this point, right?
Yeah.
All right, who's the Ace Bailey of the Eagles?
Oh, God.
It was Johnson Gardner-Johnson. So now
Ace Bailey of the Eagles.
Let's figure out the Ace Bailey, the VJ Edgecombe, and the Con Knipple.
Sidney Brown
is who?
Ace
Edgecombe?
Bailey.
Oh, he's Ace Bailey?
Well,
we're talking like toolsy.
I was going to say, who's more idea than player?
Yeah.
Is Keely Ringo more idea than player?
One. Keely Ringo's a good one. He certainly hasn't proven it yet.
Hasn't shown it yet.
I thought I was going to get through today without having to talk about Ace Bailey.
I don't know why.
People just get so mad about. I've had him fourth on a draft board, and it's like, oh my God.
We're a week away.
More idea. I know we're a week away.
Yeah, so Keely Ringo, I would say.
That's a good one.
More idea because it was just so odd that he was so young at Georgia.
I mean, you can make a case for Jahan Dotson, too.
Yeah, but
he's not as lengthy.
But is his role right? Yeah, it's not 6'8". I would say Keely Ringo, but the Jahan Dotson one, another 4-year, even though he did have training camp last year, or at least preseason. Sorry, I would say Keely Ringo.
Who's VJ Edgecombe? Is he Nolan Smith? Like just the dog in him is his
it's
biggest
got to be
deal?
dog, great athlete, but some questions about.
I feel like that's Nolan Smith.
Yeah, I think that fits pretty well, right? Because questions about how he plays the position, right? It's the size, and for VJ, it's the handle.
Okay.
But I think that's probably in the ballpark.
And Con Knipple is clearly Cooper DeJean.
Just does all the. He could
Just
play
a
all.
white guy.
Yeah.
I mean, a
But,
white guy.
but
who
I think
shouldn't
you
be.
like Cooper DeGene. I
Well,
don't think you
that's true.
like Concanipple.
I
so,
don't like Concanipple.
Yeah, so that's,
I mean, white guy from Duke, out. Initials KK, out.
I will say.
Name is Nipple, out.
If I was a less serious basketball analyst, there would be a part of me that would be on our show every day being like, the family full of K names with the last name Knipple is really concerning.
So I did the
From
KK one
Wisconsin
day, and he was like, "No, we're not saying KK on the show. We're not doing that."
Well,
you can't be doing that.
all right.
Everybody in the family? Come on.
I'll ask you a question,
Bad job,
though.
by
So
the way.
his
That's a
dad,
terrible job.
His dad is the original con, so he's the second con.
He's a con artist.
Do you change your opinion on him at all, knowing that his middle name is just the Roman numeral 2?
The middle name.
The middle name is so he doesn't technically doesn't have
Not
a middle
really.
name. It's just the
No,
2.
I feel like that makes it worse.
It really does.
I feel like that makes it like they're hiding that the middle name is actually another K, and
they had to
they
try
just
to
don't
get-
want to make it public.
All right, so let me ask you some more draft or draft adjacent questions. So Devon and I think, are anti-sleeves players in basketball. Is there a football equivalent of a basketball player who wears sleeves under the jersey that you're just like, I see a guy wearing this or doing this, and I can't take him seriously as a future prospect?
Well, there is Derek Barnett used to wear like the baggy long sleeve shirt.
Yes, he did, and it was
underneath.
awful.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's a tough aesthetic
Awful.
look.
That was just another reason to just be
I kinda
frustrated
liked
with him.
I liked Derek Barnett.
Yeah, he was
but,
frustrated.
Yeah, the baggy
always
long
him.
sleeve underneath, tough look. I
Didn't
would
Josh
say.
Sweat do that a little bit,
I think
and then
might
he
have done
finally
it,
went
yeah.
to the more compression.
Yes, I think that's right.
Yeah, right.
Now, I will say I am always in on dreads for a defensive back. I mean, I think that like aesthetically, that's a great look.
And it just says he can play.
Yeah,
You should.
yeah, I agree with that. I feel like I'm liable to be out on a guy with crazy face paint.
Okay.
It's a little bit too much the program for me.
Yeah.
So
place
you
at
would have
the
been out
table.
on like high school Bryce Harper then, because Bryce
Yes.
Harper was a notorious
Yes.
like insane amount of eye black and
Yeah.
all that.
Yeah.
I actually some Kyle lore here. I played some intramural softball in college, and there was a guy who we played against one night who
probably
was like
roided
the
up.
war paint.
Yeah.
And we screamed the whole game, "Hey Bryce, I thought you moved the wood bats, you loser!" Just the whole game. And he dropped like 4 easy center field flies. Those
You
were-
can't be wearing war
I hope I
paint
ruined
and
that
not be
guy's
the best
day.
player on the team
Yeah,
in
come on.
softball.
That was the point, right?
Yeah.
It's like if
Yeah.
you showed up and you hit like 3 home runs at intramural softball. Like, come on,
Unacceptable.
bro.
That's
This
when
is a
you
little
already
too
know that.
serious.
You're like, he can't play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at the wristband, the elbow.
That'd be like if you showed
and,
up with the Allen Iverson sleeve and then you can't shoot a lick. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, you
bro?
got to be a deadeye.
Yeah.
You know who I liked who had that in college was Tony Babbitt from Cincinnati. Do you remember him?
The name sounds familiar, but
No
I'm not
relation
sure
to
I remember.
Lorena.
Good.
I sure hope not.
All right, we're taking another break. Speaking of cash, different kind of cash station. We will be back with more on the
Now
other
you got
side
a big
here.
one for the next segment too. You got to come up with another.
That's
That's
right.
2 in a row.
Well, guys, I thought I'd get through a show without talking about Ace Bailey. But I want to talk about our good friends at Ace Hardware Home Services, because they got that. If they got an outlet you said you'd fix last summer, Ace Hardware Home Services has the person for that job. They're not just the helpful hardware folks. They're also the helpful home service and repair folks. From plumbing and electrical to heating and cooling, they've got the trusted pros to keep your home humming all year long at Ace Hardware Home Services. I actually wonder, guys, do you think they have like a Ace Hardware Home Services mouse removal department?
That's a really good question.
Might want to work on that here at the
We've been begging
PHLY
for a
studios.
sponsor.
Listen, if we're saying, hey, they bring helpful to your home, this is our home. So I think that would apply. I'm going to have to get in touch with our Ace Hardware people. But what we know is they're members of our community who know the ins and outs of everything they do. They have specialists for electrical. They have specialists for heating, cooling, whatever your needs might be. They have you covered. So visit Ace Hardware Home Services online at acehardwarehomeservices.com to get started on your next project.
For the past 30 years, Golden Nugget Jewelers has operated out of the very same location in the heart of Philadelphia. Customers from across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, And even Baltimore and New York City have come to Golden Nugget Jewelers to find that perfect engagement ring or wedding band. The staff at Golden Nugget is highly trained and dedicated to providing a personalized shopping experience. We're talking a vast selection of engagement rings and wedding bands, along with high-end watches, fashion jewelry, and sparkling diamond necklaces, bracelets, earrings, and more. Receive a final cleaning and written appraisal with every engagement ring purchase. Golden Nugget Jewelers has been a family-owned and operated business since 1987. Right there on 8th and Chestnut in downtown Philly. You, yes, you, deserve an expert and the best price. Golden Nugget Jewelers, where Philly gets engaged. Visit goldennuggetjewelry.com today to learn more. A great answer in the chat to the question that you posed, and I believe the correct answer, a quarterback with gloves on his throwing hand.
Oh, yeah. He went with one glove. I said the two. So Kenny Pickett,
Yeah. Out.
Well, Teddy Bridgewater is probably the best example. Like, I loved watching Teddy Bridgewater play.
Yeah, the Warner.
But Teddy two gloves, man. Just can't do it. Can't do it.
Yeah, Warner. It's not. We can't be doing that.
We
No.
had AWOG said excessive midriff showing with the jerseys.
Oh, but I love that for a fat defensive tackle. I mean, show me that belly.
Especially if they pick up a fumble and start, stumbling.
Now, what is the flip side? What is an aesthetic that you're hooked right away? A defensive lineman with no gloves, bare hands on a defensive lineman.
Okay.
Oh,
like
yeah.
Reggie White style. Like
you can see how mangled their fingers are.
I'm just a more badass human being than you are. Like
That's
that, I feel like I'm in on that.
I like the dark shield.
Dark shield's a good one
on the face mask.
I'm also out on tribal tattoos unless they are Polynesian and it's like a cultural.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right, the appropriated tribal tattoo.
Yeah, the guys
Jason
who,
Babbitt. Yes,
correct.
I don't love like the super shiny chains on because why?
Yeah.
And I like chain. I like a nice neck wear, but
especially from Golden Nugget Jewelers.
From Golden Nugget Jewelers, but why?
Yeah.
we know
I hate
you have
when
money.
I see a
You're out
chain
there
on a player and I can tell they didn't get a Golden Nugget.
Yes.
I mean, like, what are we doing?
It's
no
just
football
ridiculous.
IQ.
Yeah.
I think.
What about in basketball? What's a good aesthetic?
So the shooting sleeve for me, a bad one. I hate when it's on the non-shooting arm.
Oh yeah.
What are you doing?
Right. What's the point?
What is the point?
Yeah. Just the occasional offhand dunk.
Exactly, or a floater. I mean, a layup, whatever.
Yeah.
But other than that, you're not shooting. It's really a shooting sleeve. You're not shooting.
Yeah.
Well, I also
Iverson
hated on
wore
Ben
them,
Simmons wearing the shooting
Oh,
sleeve.
yeah,
And like guys who don't shoot jumpers. It's like, what's going on here?
The thing is, Iverson really wore them at first because he had two bad elbows.
Yeah.
And they had wrapped him up, and then it just became his thing. And then it became a cultural thing, and it became, all right, this looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
But you have it on the wrong arm, my man.
Yeah.
You're not shooting.
Okay,
what is
I'll
happening?
give you one
That's a bad
outside of the sleeves we already
Sorry,
established.
Gene Ross. I knew you wear the sleeve. My bad.
The one that I really can't stand is when guys wear black shoes with like all white jerseys and it just looks like it's the most swaggerless look almost every time. And we had Justin Edwards on the show yesterday. Really appreciated him coming on. Hopeful for his future success. He busted out the black shoes a few times this year, and I was like, Justin, buddy, please do anything else. It just reminds me of like a guy who, man. It just reminds me of like a guy who looks like me going out there. Like that's a look that like someone like me would show up at a pickup court and be like, yeah, I got my black sneakers on with my white tee and my white shorts and my white socks, just looking like a fool. So that's one of mine.
For a good part of the year, I would say 75% of the year, Kale wore black Paul George. What was the last one? Yeah, whatever it was, last Paul George. But he wore black.
All right, now I'm gonna spin this. Aesthetically, what's like your favorite thing to watch as a football fan? Is there a type of play that gets you going?
Any deep shot. You take a deep
shot,
go for it. And when they did that against Kansas City up, what was 35-0?
Yeah, the dagger.
The dagger. I was certain that even with Saquon struggling the way that he was, they're just going to run the clock a little bit. They will take a shot at some point, but not this one. The dagger shot or just any deep shot. That's the one for me.
I mean, the anticipation, the ball.
You don't.
there's
You
nothing
lose
like
it.
that.
You lose it
Yeah.
on the television because the camera might not see it. It's
Yeah.
still so far in the air. Who's down there, right? Because of any play formation, it could be Smith and Brown on one side, but then with all the things that work out in between the play, where now Jahan Dotson is on some sort of wheel route going down the sideline. Oh, it's Jahan Dotson that's on the end of that play in the Super Bowl. So I love those. Those are the ones for me.
So I love a well-executed screen to a fast guy, right? Where like the blocking lines up and it's just 0 to 60.
Not something you're going to get with this Eagles team.
What up, B. West?
Oh, and it drives me, it drives me crazy watching them execute screens a lot of time. The other one, and is a much different play, is when I hear the official come over the loudspeaker and it's like, number 70 is an eligible receiver on the play. And it could be a big boy touchdown and a spike afterwards. So that's always, it rarely happens, right? Like most of the time they report as eligible and it's a decoy, or even if they throw it to him, you're throwing to a lineman. But I love that one too.
Can I add one before you throw another one?
No, please.
It's the form tackle that's like a real stick. Because
the Cooper DeJean on Derrick Henry?
Yeah, that one, and of course
Sheldon Brown on Reggie Bush.
Yeah. Because so with the way that sometimes we don't know what's a real tackle, what's allowed in today's game. So when you get that real good form tackle, and then it's a guy like Cooper DeJean who is not supposed to tackle Derrick Henry that way, lift him up and bring him to the ground like that. That's always a real good one, man.
I like just from a violence perspective, a clean shot on the quarterback blindside that he doesn't know is coming. I mean, what's better than that? Yeah. And he just, because listen, the quarterback is so protected. You get a nice just clean shot to dislocate. Oh, that's so good.
Just tee off.
That's great. Yeah. And even along those lines, from just a violence perspective, like when Jalen Carter is just throwing a guy out of the way, that level of physical man-to-man domination is really fun to watch.
I'll throw one more on the defensive side. I love a well-timed blitz, especially coming from the secondary, right?
Free.
Like a late safety just like times it perfectly, and he's in the backfield before the offense knows what hit him. Like, just love seeing that.
You know what else I like is, now that I'm thinking about that, is a clean interception by someone in the front seven. So, So it doesn't seem possible that the linebacker will be able to jump up and pick this clean.
Those always are so crazy to me that they're engaged with another 325 pound man.
Every now and then it will happen with a defensive lineman, and that's insane.
I don't know how they have the reaction speed and hand-eye and all that goes into that.
The best is when they're juggling it in the air, trying to. They did everything else. They did it all and just secure it.
That's good too. I like that
too. Or just a clean interception period where they read the quarterback, they trick the quarterback, or it's just enough studying where they know this guy's going to do this, and then all of a sudden they break perfectly Asante Samuel style.
Yeah, you got to pick it clean for it to be aesthetically nice.
Yeah, man.
And you can't catch in the chest either.
Asante
I want to see
Samuel.
your hands catch it.
Gone. Yeah. The other way. Let's go.
Love Asante.
Yeah.
All right. Who's coming up next? Next is
the Sixers gang.
Sixers gang. Derek, Rich, and
Fran,
I believe.
Yeah. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
Remember, please be continuing to give from your generous pockets. We appreciate that on behalf of Big Brothers Big Sisters, and we want to get those subscriptions up.
Yeah, baby.
Ooh, this is a good one from Davis. The field goal attempt getting blocked. That's a good, but it's got to be a clean block.
So
because just like a little fingertip one where you can't really tell, that's not as fun.
And the rule is, of course, you cannot leap over the center, right? Right. Yeah.
Kickoff return touchdown. That's good.
And it's because you don't see
any
those
special
much
teams
anymore.
touchdown.
Yeah, you don't see those much anymore because of how they changed things.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that Bears-Colts Super Bowl where opening kickoff, Devin Hester takes it to the house.
So good.
And then they just didn't kick to him the
barely
rest of the
got
game.
a first down.
It was like that was the right thing to do because
Yeah.
you're up against Rex Grossman and an offense that can't do anything. But I was like, man, if only they had kicked to him. That's one where I'm like, just as a fan of the sport, I'd rather you have to force them to kick to him somehow. Enough of this kicking around him. It's how I feel about the fouling up three stuff in basketball. It just drives me absolutely crazy.
Yeah. It's no
I
fun.
get it. It's like you're playing the odds and it's strategy.
It's not your job to make the game entertaining. It's your job to win the game. But
exactly,
that's not fun. Do you have any good stories from being on Broad Street during the post Super Bowl?
I'll give you a few. Some of these you can actually go to my Instagram and see these. I was
plug.
walking down Broad, and a woman stopped at I can't remember where there's a Crown Fried Chicken on Broad and maybe like, I don't know, whatever, immaterial. Woman is stopped at the intersection there trying to cross and decided, because everyone's hooting and hollering, to turn around and twerk onto her car horn and honk the horn. And the funniest part is not that she did that, although that's very funny. I posted the video, and a friend of mine from college, who I haven't seen in years, DMs me like, hey, look at my Instagram page. We must have walked in opposite directions and saw the same thing, but because you're in a sea of people, we didn't see one another. So that was funny.
That's very funny.
There was a man who climbed one of the street lights at, I think it was Broad and Pine, I want to say, who looked like the United Healthcare accused shooter.
Okay.
And so people were chanting Luigi at him. That was pretty interesting. We can spare any more commentary on that situation. And then, look, it was just a lot of...
What a hero.
I just walked around for a long time trying to meet up with people, but also I sent out a tweet that was like, hey, if you find me, I got a backpack of beer and let's have a drink together. So I ran into some people, including some people who watch our shows.
Nice.
I ran into Wesley Scher, who I used to blog with a million years ago at Liberty Ballers, who had some cigars. So I smoked some. Nothing is better when the Philadelphia sports teams win, because everyone here is in a great mood.
So can I ask a question off of that? You've now, 3 Super Bowls, 2 wins for you? What's it been like to cover 3 Super Bowls, 2 wins, and then prepare for the next year where they are still good and go in as one of the favorites once again? And we haven't experienced that, so that sucks.
From just
not holding my breath over here, Devon.
From just a covering the Super Bowl standpoint, before we even get to what comes next, I am glad that I have seen. I mean, I'm not glad for you guys that they lost the Super Bowl, but I'm glad that I have seen from a human standpoint both sides of that.
Yeah.
The 2022 loss, man, it's just brutal. Because it's such a long road. It's so difficult to get there. The moment I can picture in my mind is like Sirianni coming up to Jason Kelce, and Kelce's still in his full uniform. Obviously, his brother just won the Super Bowl, so it's even more mixed emotions for him. And he's like taking off the tape, and Nick's like, thank you so much for everything. What a great ride, and Jason's like, it's just so hard to get back. And they got back 2 years later, but it requires so much, like we were talking about before. I will say this Super Bowl locker room compared to the 2017 Super Bowl locker room, this was much more of a party. Now in 2017, it was still the music is playing loud, but at one point Doug Peterson comes in and gives a speech, and they do their team prayer that they've done for a while, and it's a little bit more siloed, the position mates are drinking with each other, whereas in New Orleans, it was like a total, scene, like a nightclub mayhem, to the point where, I turn the corner and I have a lit cigar in my ear from an assistant coach. You've got champagne all over you. This was much more of and maybe it's because it was a younger team, and so that's where they are in their stage of life a little bit more. But this was much more of a true raucous celebration. Maybe it was New Orleans too. In terms of what comes next, that's why I'm curious how you guys feel as Eagles fans about are you even as plugged in as much? Because I feel when your team wins, it's hard to care about the minutia quite as much until the season is back. Then you're locked in. But I do feel like there is maybe a bit of a come down for do you care as much about who's going to be the backup tight end right now until it actually matters?
For me, I didn't answer the question that you had asked, and Kyle went into it. I did. I cared. Of course, joining you guys quickly for the draft, that first night, seeing how things would play out in free agency before that stuff still mattered to me to see how it went. Number one, because you were losing a lot of players. But then also, can you keep Zach Bond? Can you bring him back? The surprise of Saquon Barkley, it wasn't a surprise maybe for you guys, but they gave him the extension, and he got that out of the way. And seeing all of those things play out, I was still invested in the offseason just as much. The OTAs, I want to see, even though Jahad Campbell can't really participate, I want to see it. I want to see what he looks like. And, I'm a nerd about the numbers and things like that of what jersey numbers he's going to wear.
Oh, the numbers king over here.
Yeah, I'm a numbers king. And so, I was still invested, and maybe even more just because they did win. And I do think they can get back and compete and defend their crown.
And I would add on to that like if I am not super plugged in now, it has no bearing on
how plugged in you'll be
as soon as training camp starts and all that. Because Devon brought up sharing this with his kids, right? And like for me, the Eagles are so important to me in part because it's a way I connect with my dad and my friends and my family. And like the Eagles, more than any other team in the city, and frankly by a pretty comfortable margin, really represent the whole city and Philadelphia as a community. And so to me, like a big reason I do the job that we all do and like love this stuff is it's a way to, be in touch with that community all the time. And the Eagles are the most obvious example of it. So yeah, the second that, training camp opens and I start seeing, so-and-so looks great and boy, this guy looks fat and out of shape or whatever. And then you go through, preseason doesn't really matter at all anymore. But like that first game, I'm locked in.
Yeah, I mean, we brought up on Anthony's show this morning, but intellectually you can think, okay, like they just won the Super Bowl. They've won 2 in however many years. Like I will be okay if they don't, win the Super Bowl this year. I have realistic expectations. Versus
I'll be mad as hell
if they're losing, in 2018 they're losing at halftime to the Falcons, they get booed off the field, right? Like, and they probably deserved it, right? We start at scratch, like from a baseline level, you're still going to feel the way you feel.
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah, it's still a good time. Kyle, like you said, you're still gonna be mad as hell, but
that first loss, I will be spitting mad in my house, making
because
the worst dinner my wife's ever eaten after that game at 4:15
Some
p.m.
player's gonna come back where you be like, they shouldn't have made that play, they would have won the game, just like that. So, because I always say it, but we're all, how did it happen?
Yeah.
Here's how it happened, and that's why I'm ticked off right now, or that's why you're reacting to certain things in the post game because of how this particular thing happened in the game that caused them to lose that one.
So even if they lose, you're still going to cook dinner?
Well, it depends on the night, but yeah, that's a lot of ordering out on Sundays, I would say.
Okay.
But
at home, who's doing more of the cooking?
My wife, for sure. Although lately I've been doing more. I've been trying. That's one of my off-season projects is just trying to.
What's new in your bag?
I am making later a lemon ricotta pasta dish with some roasted broccoli and some spicy sausage. So that'll hopefully go over well. We'll see.
Are we talking like the pasta is made of the ricotta?
No, so it's more of like that's the sauce, right? So it's I've been big on the New York Times cooking recipes. It just simplifies everything for me.
Okay.
Anyone who can tell me just follow some instructions. Yeah. I'm good at following instructions. I'm not so good at like if you just handed me a bunch of ingredients and said, "Hey, this is Top Chef or whatever." Like, I'm drowning. I need some guidance.
Okay, but you're putting in the work.
I'm trying.
I respect
anyway.
that.
Yeah.
What's your go-to recipe, Devon? What are you making?
Go-to? I just go easy stuff. Bake some chicken, make some mashed potatoes, and maybe some broccoli, and I'm good. That's my go-to.
That's not bad.
That's the easiest.
Broccoli's a great vegetable, man. Like I ride for broccoli. Easy to make, good for you.
Yeah, whether you just boil it how you boil it and do it that way, or some roasted broccoli.
Give me a food that you hated as a kid that you like now.
I can do the reverse. That I liked as a kid and hate. I'm not an eggs person.
Oh, okay.
For that reason, my mom always made them, of course, but I just didn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
I meant like I would have hated Brussels sprouts as a kid. I love a nice roasted
I think that might be my
I can do roasted Brussels sprouts.
Yeah, I love a roast. Like give me that crunchy, crispy skin. Love that.
Yeah. But I'm more reverse.
Pickles. I used to hate pickles.
I used to like pickles.
I still hate pickles.
I'm not a big pickles guy.
Yeah.
But I mean, I like a dill pickle now. But I used to hate pickles.
No pickles, no ketchup. Those are my two hard.
Even as a kid, you hated ketchup?
my best friend in the entire world. We became friends because in kindergarten, both of us hated ketchup. So I feel like I got to, even if it's like in The Wire,
it's your
right?
brand, yeah.
If it's a lie, we fight on that lie.
Yeah.
Unless it's in barbecue sauce, which it's in every barbecue sauce that's ever been made.
So what do you put on fries?
I prefer like hot sauce, vinegar. Like it depends on what else you're eating with it.
The hot sauce with the ketchup on the fries is good. But you don't like the ketchup. But those
some aioli.
But who is
throw
more
in there.
disliked in the restaurant than the guy who asked for malt vinegar on his fries?
I'm not asking for anything. I'll just eat the fries.
Okay.
I'm not picky. I'll eat lots of things.
I'm picky, so I say no to a lot.
All right.
A lot.
Good stuff, guys. Thank you so much.
This was fun.
This was fun.
Broccoli gang.
Correct.
Anti-ketchup. That's how you make friends
Anti-eggs.
in this world. No pickles. That's how we close on a castration note. So,
oh boy,
love it.
For Devon and Kyle, thank you so much for joining us. We're back tomorrow, regularly scheduled time at 2:00. We got Fran talking about some of his pre-draft scouting reports.
Last minute super chat. What food is your Ace Bailey? Oh no, I'm not.
More theoretical than actual.
Wow.
Beef Wellington.
Sure.
I don't know. I just pulled that out of the thin air.
Something with a lot of length.
Sushi.
That's good.
Sushi.
All right. We're going to hand things over to the Sixers crew. You can get your Ace Bailey answers there. Maybe they'll answer that question on the other
Thank you,
side.
Chris B, for the super chat, by the way.
But everybody else, thank you so much. We will talk to you tomorrow. And as always, we love you.
See you.
All right, welcome to the PHLY Sixers Show, brought to you by TrueMark Financial and Rothman Orthopedics. I've got Rich over here to my right, Fran over here to my left. So we have a couple of new faces for you to yell at for our draft takes. I am very appreciative of that. How you guys doing?
I'm good, man. How is now that we're kind of in your office, in your arena?
Yeah.
How has the last month been? You know, a lot of exciting draft talk, a lot of civil discourse, right?
Yeah. No, look, in all honesty, and like we'll get into this. This has been one of the more heated draft debates that I've been a part of, which is funny because I've been doing this now for, I think it was 2009 was maybe the first draft that I covered.
Okay.
But the stakes are obviously...
You're pretty old, man.
Look, trust me, I feel it every freaking day. But the stakes are very high. Like there's pressure now that maybe wasn't there when we covered the draft earlier on. And there's some very strong opinions. It is great to be back covering the draft. You know, we had that time really from, Ben was 2016. Markel was 2017.
Right.
After that, both because I stopped at Draft Express in 2017, but also the draft it wasn't a big day-to-day portion of our lives where we got out of it. So it's nice to be back. I did forget how strongly people have opinions on this, though.
All right. Let me start by asking you a question to kind of dip my toe into the draft thing, because I actually want to ask Fran about this as well. As you have mentioned, I've listened to enough shows that you think this is a draft with Cooper Flagg in the top tier, Dylan Harper in the second tier, and then a bunch of guys that you can, it depends. It's like an eye of the beholder type of thing, right?
Yep. Great way to describe it.
Is there a player who has, let me ask you, of the players that are available, do you think one player has the highest, let's say, star upside? Let's say, and let me define star as Ben Simmons when he was an all-star.
Hopefully they don't flatline like
maybe,
Ben did.
Maybe Tyrese Maxey 2 years ago, the 23-24 season,
Sure.
Maybe like the 20th, the 25th best player in the league.
Sure, not like Giannis star upside, but like below that.
A low-end all-star.
Right.
Is there a player in that 3 to 7 range that you think has the highest odds of that happening?
I think I'd probably go with Trey. I think Trey Johnson, just his sheer shot-making potential, I think gives him a pretty high floor, but also gives him a pretty high ceiling, like being able to shoot, and specifically the diversity of the shot, whether that's off ball, whether that's shooting off of a screen, shooting off the dribble. He really has every shot in his arsenal, and he's not a complete zero as a passer. Not to bring up any names, but he's not a complete zero as a passer.
Man, you're already getting on it, too.
And I think he has some physical tools.
Ducking already.
I think he has some physical tools that he could grow into. I'm not going to ever say being a good defender, because that takes so much commitment and so much attention to detail that he just hasn't shown up to this point. But I think he at least has, how James Harden, at times you'd be like, well, at least when he switches on to bigger guys, he can kind of hold his own because he's big. At least Trey has a wingspan where if he just commits himself a little bit, he can at least be maybe a neutral on that end.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, I think, Fran, that's something you see in football as well, because I'm kind of torn here where maybe that's a low upside that Trey Johnson becomes that star-level player, and it's, if you're in the tier where you're kind of looking maybe at more high-end starters than star-level players.
Yeah.
Are you drafting for that when at a certain point when the odds of being a star player become so low, I guess is the thing I'm looking at.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's why when you were asking that question, my mind went to immediately, okay, let's say we live in a world, and not to answer your question with another question, Rich, but let's say we live in a world where all five, the guys at the top of the draft all hit their upside. Yeah. Like all of these guys hit. So if you look at VJ Edgecombe, you look at Ace Bailey, you look at Trey Johnson. Mm-hmm. Of those three, if all three were to hit their 100 percentile outcome, who's the hardest to find on a year-to-year basis?
Ace Bailey, no question.
Ace, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I would agree with that. Even as someone who's a noted, we'll just say Ace skeptic.
Right.
As a noted Ace skeptic, I agree. If he hits like 95th to 100, he's and in part because it's just so tough to find guys his size with any kind of two-way ability. Yeah, it's so tough, and anytime you have a chance, you have to consider it, which is why I think we all still have him in our range on our board. It's just, do you have, if he doesn't reach that 95th, 99th, 100th percentile, what does that look like? And I'm, nervous.
So then that, I guess, it's Rich, to answer your initial question then, that would be the way I would look at, because I've just based off of reading DB and talking with Kyle and just kind of the research that I've done, what has me a little bit worried about Ace Bailey is obviously the wide variance there in terms of what the outcome. Yeah, the downside there. But if he were to hit, there is a certain point when you get to 3, 4, 5, 6 where, okay, now the juice is worth the squeeze and the gamble is worth taking. I just don't know if that starts at 3 for me.
By the way, and I think Derek, even though he has become the #1 Ace Bailey hater on the internet, I think you would agree with that, right? There is a point, and it's not too far after 3, where that certainly becomes worthwhile. So one thing, Fran, that I'm curious about if there's something like this in football is that the hardest thing I have, or kind of the hardest part of college basketball in terms of evaluating for me, is when you watch these players and you watch them in a full game, and when I believe Derek has the synergy clips, and watch all of their drives, all of their mid-range shots, the spacing is terrible in college basketball. Yep. And that's just the way the sport is, right? Yeah. They don't have players who can consistently make 27-foot jump shots like they do in the NBA. The rules are different. It's probably a little bit more physical. There's a bunch of different aspects. And also, too, they're not all NBA players, right? You know, you're coming for you're drawing from a much wider pool of players that then get whittled down into the NBA. So when I see somebody like VJ Edgecombe, right? and I see his skill level needs to get better. But I also think his athleticism might play in an environment when he's got Tyrese Maxey's shooting next to him.
Yep.
When he's got Jared McCain's on those teams, those type of things. Fran, is there a thing in football that is sort of like an equivalent of that where, you watch a college game and you're like, okay, these skills are transferable to the pros, but this element of what I am watching, that does not happen in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly is going to be different position by position, but I often think of like running backs, right? Where it's like, okay, there are certain backs where, whether it was the situation or the defense where, maybe they played in an offense where it was a lot of light box counts where it's like, the defenses were so worried about the pass game, everything's spread out, and now you've got wide open run lanes against 4- and 5-man boxes or 5- and 6-man boxes, and now it's like, you're not going to see that in the NFL, right? And so I think that's a position where you kind of have to be tricky with trying to project the production forward. Honestly, it's probably the most applicable when you talk about like spacing and things like that. It's literally what we're talking about, spacing against spread offenses that you would get in college that you don't necessarily see in the league.
Yeah. No, and that kind of like, I think, pushes me into one of the things I wanted to ask you about, because obviously you're much closer to the NFL than we are. We're a little closer to basketball. There is every one of, like Rich mentioned at the top, every one of these prospects has potentially fatal flaws and attributes that, depending on who you are and what you value, might be more attractive than others. So if you're looking here at the list of the players the Sixers could be drafting, we'll again go over the names: Trey Johnson, VJ Edgecombe, Ace Bailey, Con Knippel. And one of them, like Ace, maybe you don't trust his in-game recognition and awareness. Somebody like VJ, who's a little unrefined in terms of his skill level, picked up the game a little late. You're not really confident in the left hand or maybe the pull-up jump shot. Trey Johnson, who just wasn't committed on one side of the floor, which hard to make a direct comparison here with football, obviously, but maybe there's holes in that regard. And someone like Con Knippel, who just doesn't have all the physical tools you would want at that high level. The Eagles, historically, how would they approach that? Like, what would they value? What would they discard? What would they really buy into?
I would say if you were looking at the way that Howie Roseman has approached it over the course of his career, I would say Knippel would be the one that you immediately kind of put him to the side. He would be a tier down from these other three. I would say the most recent few years, Nick Sirianni hear all about dog mentality. I don't know that Trey Johnson, with his one-way focus, I don't know that necessarily would play. And you said, I don't know if that, to me, defensive, pass rushers, where it's they just want to get after the quarterback, but they're not interested in playing against the run. That's where I think of when you talk about a guy like Trey Johnson. And then it gets to VJ and it gets to Ace. Yeah, exactly right. But then, when you get to VJ and you get to Ace, to me, man, the more I've read about VJ and heard about it, even when we were sitting here talking to the side before the show, and we're talking about both players, I think VJ would be the guy that the Eagles would pick. I think if you were looking at all the profiles, I think that would be the one that they would be most interested in.
Okay. I think that's been the underrated part of Daryl Morey's tenure as Sixers general manager. I got to say, the point that the Sixers are at right now, it's not great. And he has had his hand in a lot of these moves. Some of them have just been straight up bad moves. Other ones have been moves that I understand but have kind of blown up in his face. And so, look, that goes on his record as well. The one thing he's done pretty well, though, is draft. Now, he has been drafting later in the first round. So, these hits are Tyrese Maxey becoming an all-star level player. Okay, yeah, that's not going to completely change your franchise, but it's a huge help. It's a huge help, and that's a building block type of player. Jared McCain also, we'll see, right? It was such a weird experience with Jared last year where he was just out of control good for 2 or 3 weeks, and then it got taken from us right away. So, and sometimes you see rookies jump out hot, and you don't know if that will sustain over a long period. But I think a lot to be excited about with Jared McCain as well. And one of the things about Daryl Morey is, people always just bring up the numbers, right, the analytics. But the thing about Tyrese Maxey and Jared McCain, both of those guys had picture-perfect background scores, I would say, right? If, it's the same work that those area scouts do in the NFL, Fran, right? Talking to the college managers, talking to, the chefs in those college programs, the people that, who see these players when there are no cameras on them, basically. And what type of person are they? What type of worker are they? And the Sixers put a ton of stock in that last year with Jared McCain, and that seems to have worked because, look, last year, I don't know, we can't do a redraft based on 25 games that Jared McCain played, but but I think he would go a lot higher in that draft if we did it again today.
Right.
And that was a big selling point where, yeah, of course, he had the skills. He had the shooting skills. He had the ability to run pick and roll. But a lot of it was we trust the person. And it does seem like VJ Edgecombe, number one, he has that box checked.
Yeah.
But the other box I mentioned, sometimes people over-index a little bit too much with Daryl Morey and in the analytics. All those analytical models, I bet you VJ Edgecombe scores a lot higher than, say, Ace Bailey in those. Because he's that type of player, right? He's a guy who, for better or worse, he fills up the box score, he gets steals, he gets blocks, and those players have tended to grade out pretty good in those models.
No, every team I've talked to, because every team has their own analytical models. Nobody really uses anything that is public. Every team has, for the most part, been aces lower than sort of like the consensus in just the analytical models. That doesn't mean that they go by it.
Right.
They're going to factor in their own evaluation, but it does seem like they are lower analytically on him.
We're just saying that. So I'm kind of sitting here and I'm just wondering, that there's a bunch of this pre-draft. There are smoke screens. There are leaks coming from both sides. Probably the Sixers leaking some stuff. Probably all the other teams trying to see if they can move up in the draft with the Sixers. I kind of just wonder if we're making a little bit too much of this, and it's just going to be VJ Edgecombe because that one's staring right at you in the face for multiple reasons.
We do have a month and a half to talk about it. Of course, we're making a little too much out of everything.
Well, you're just going, but you're taking
we have
the
a month and a
reports.
half to talk about 4 different prospects. We're going to make a big deal out of everything.
It was the royal you.
No, I got you.
It wasn't just you.
I got you.
Yeah.
I do appreciate that Devon is done playing Papa Shot, not because it's distracting. It's only distracting to me because I don't know if you noticed this since last time you came in. You're not at the top of that big board anymore, buddy. And I am definitely worried that Devon is going to. Yeah.
Yeah, the big board.
Who
moved
beat
too.
you?
You're also
Back
like
there? 151.
Who beat me?
I did.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
So now I got to protect my turf. So I was a little worried when Devon was shooting because he was starting to get hot.
Is that why you hit the big board from me?
Yeah, no, but I think it's to your point. I do think VJ grades out extremely well on a lot of analytical models, especially when you factor in the role he was playing there. He wasn't on ball maybe as much as he will be. The spacing's not as good as it will be, and he's relatively early on in his basketball career, at least at a high level.
I have a question about VJ real quick. When you talk about like his athleticism and all the different ways that he can impact the game, is that skill set and that athleticism, is that viewed as something that raises his floor or his ceiling or both?
I think both. Certainly the floor. Like, there's a defensive floor that I think he's going to be competent at almost from day one and could be really good at down the line. So I think it certainly sets the floor. I think there's a lot of people that will set the upside based on that as well. And I think you can maybe overestimate that upside a little bit. Like, he just doesn't have the ball skills right now where you look at and you go, I expect him to average 25 per game. Even though he has this incredible leaping ability, he has the ability to really explode near the rim. He just didn't really utilize that in a way that was going to, create a lot of high-value scoring opportunities for himself. Now, I do think the spacing will get a lot better. He'll be able to make better use of that. But I just didn't see a lot of that's a primary scorer kind of guy.
No, I mean, that's some of the projection. So did you study Donovan Mitchell when he was at Louisville?
Sure. His first year did not look like he was going to be a future star. I do think he got to his spots off the dribble a little better, and you could project the jump shot maybe a little bit easier. But what was he, 7-3 at Louisville? Something like that? Like, he was not a high-level freshman.
No, and I mean, he's turned into a guy who, is terrific with the ball in his hands and can just pull up off the dribble. So the tough thing for VJ for me is the star upside for him is if he can actually run pick and roll, and he can pull up, and people have to actually go over the screen, and he can leverage that athleticism to go downhill. He's a long way from that. I think it's fair to say.
Yeah.
As much as I would take him with the number 3 pick. I guess buried the lead on that one. He's still a long way to go from that. I actually think, Fran, when you're talking about the athleticism, I think that gives him a much higher floor. In that I'm pretty sure that guy is going to be a 3-and-D type wing. Now, a little bit smaller, not a wing. But Derek and I always talk about how, most wings who play off the ball, people use that 3-and-D term all the time.
Yeah.
And then sometimes you squint
Can't
at
really
it.
shoot. They're not good defenders.
Yeah, you squint
call
at
them
it.
3-and-D
guy,
because they don't have enough skill to be anything else. Yeah.
You kind of squint at it, and you're like, I'm not sure either of those things apply. Or maybe one of those things definitely does not apply. He shot the ball well off the catch at Baylor. I actually think that part is going to be pretty good, and he's going to be a decent wing defender. But that archetype is much more valuable if he's 6'7", 6'8", whereas, What do you think he's going to guard? 2s, 3, maybe 3, maybe
an
some
occasional
3s?
3. Like maybe like if you look at it, maybe 40% of 3s, something like that. Like he's not going to be. I don't think any of them, either he or Grimes, are going to be like every possession, every lineup defending 3s, but occasionally.
So I have a take. Maybe we should go to a break first, but
I do want to mention one thing. We've had a couple of anonymous donations to the Big Brothers and Big Sisters fundraiser. Appreciate that. If you can, in lieu of any kind of super chats, care about it more this week than we do any other week. If you can donate anything, we would really appreciate it, both because we want to make sure we hit our $10,000 goal, but also we want to beat the other markets, and you could really help out with that.
The latest updates came through, guys. We are in second place, behind Chicago.
It's not good enough. We appreciate you. We want to go higher.
We want to beat Chicago, number one. Dallas is climbing. And we know this living in Philly. Like we don't want Dallas catching us.
No.
So if you want to keep the competitive spirit up, keep Dallas off our tails, help everybody out.
Yeah,
sounds good. I think now's a good time to mention some of those friends that we have.
Let's hear from some of our friends. And first, let's hear from our friends at Rothman. And guys, I mean, we just had the man, Devon Givens, here. And if it weren't for the people at Rothman, would he even be sitting in front of us?
Did you see that form on that pop-shot?
Do you see all the shots he is taking on that pop shot, which has basically become the sideshow to our Sixers podcast? We've become kind of second screen viewing for a lot of these people. And guys, the people at Rothman, they will get you back to doing what you love, and that's especially this summer, right? Whether you're biking on the Schuylkill or chasing your kids through the sprinkler or finally tackling that hiking trail. I know Derek would enjoy that part of it, also the biking as well. Derek's a very outdoorsy person, besides being an Ace Bailey hater. It's tough.
What does that have to do with that at all?
Okay, look, it's tough when your body doesn't cooperate, and that is where Rothman Orthopedics comes in. From aches after a pickup game, I know I got those, to old injuries flaring up on summer adventures, Rothman's team of experts is here to help. With evidence-based care and a commitment to restoring your mobility, they'll get you back out there stronger than ever. So guys, don't let pain put your summer on pause. Visit rothmanortho.com/PHLY to book your appointment today and get back to doing what you love pain-free. Rothman Orthopedics, getting you back to your summer game is their mission.
We also want to tell you about the Hall of Fame app. We've all been there, where your parlay is one lay away, and then a relief pitcher gives up a walk-off bomb in the ninth. If that sounds familiar, the Hall of Fame app is built to fix that. Started by two lifelong sports fans who also happen to be Ivy League grads, HOF makes parlay research smarter, faster, and data-driven. This is not your buddy's group chat full of hot takes. It's a full analytics engine. The HOF app gives you access to advanced stats, historical data, and powerful tools to help you bet smarter. The app is built for the everyday sports fan, so it's easy and intuitive to use. You'll get an idea of your parlay's chances to hit and identify weak legs so you can weed them out before you place them. Whether it's the MLB, NBA, NFL, or NHL, or college sports, the app gives you beautiful charts, clean visuals, and real insight, not hype. They believe anything the books know, you should know too, because parlays don't have to be dumb bets. With HOF, they aren't. With a 4.9 rating in the App Store and over 6,000 five-star reviews, it's safe to say HOF has already helped a lot of people bet smarter. For a limited time, our listeners not only get a 7-day free trial, but they also get 50% off their first month when they use code PHLY at checkout. Just download the HOF app on iOS or Android, visit HOFbets.com, enter code PHLY, and you're all set. All right, welcome back to the PHLY Sixers show, presented by True Mark and Rothman.
So let me tell you, the reason I am also high on VJ, and this might be a little bit too prisoner of the moment, I assume you've been watching the NBA Finals.
Sure.
I cannot believe
Very slow, methodical plotting game.
Dude, I cannot believe how hard this sport is to play at the highest level.
It really is. So I'm going to let you finish. I apologize for cutting
No,
off.
go ahead.
It's amazing how much better India's gotten defensively. Like, remember 2 years ago, they were a complete disaster. They would play this up and down game, but it wasn't real basketball. They were like 28th in the league 3 years running. They get Siakam, a couple of young guys develop. They've just gotten much more competent on that end.
So impressed with their front office, all of their players, really impressed with Rick Carlisle, one of the most, what a career. I mean, when he started as a head coach, and especially when he was an assistant for those Pacers teams that played against Jordan and the Bulls, that is a completely different sport.
Yep, right.
And the fact that he is still just chugging along, adapting, giving his players freedom, as somebody who's kind of known as a little bit of a taskmaster at some point, he has been awesome. And you're right. Like, I remember I covered a couple Sixers-Pacers games, and obviously you watch them, but I remember, like, they would play in Indy when they first got Halliburton, and I knew exactly how the game would go. It would be 140-135 Sixers. The Sixers would win the game. Embiid would score the easiest 50 points you could imagine. They couldn't guard, but they were like starting to develop a style, and they were like they would run the ball down your throat after makes and all that stuff. So to see them just slowly get a little bit better at defense and get Siakam, who would help them in that half court a little bit, it has been very impressive. So when you watch these last two teams, though, I mean, like endurance, depth, athleticism, all of those things, it has never been harder, in my opinion, to play NBA basketball. And I know some of the old heads will say, "Oh man, the hand checking in the '80s." In terms of like lower body and just trying to get up and down the floor, there is a reason that all of these lower body injuries are happening. And these players, it's really just a battle of attrition, right? Like it's really who just is healthy at the end of June. It's very hard to make it through these 2 months. Okay, that is a long way of saying I don't feel great about Joel Embiid's place in the new NBA, right? Because he was not really good at making it through a couple rounds. Even though he had, like, look, Derek and I were front row for all of Joel's career. He had a lot of really unlucky stuff happen, right?
When you break your eye socket 3 times in one basketball career, that's pretty unlucky.
That has nothing to do with the style of play. That's just bad luck. But considering the injuries he's had over the past couple of years, it does seem hard for him to try it's tough to imagine him in this environment. But let's put him to the side for a little bit. If you're banking on what it's going to look like in the future, though, VJ Edgecombe looks like a guy. He can run up and down the floor. He can play in this style of play. I think he sort of fits that style. It's very different than it used to be, man. For a lot of the time we were covering the NBA, it was about who's got the best 3 stars, right? Who's got the best 1 or 2 players. I think that still matters, right?
Yeah.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander looks like he's going to win, Finals MVP. And J-Dub
like they've got their 3 stars. It's just they also have a lot of depth because they were able to get away with their 5-year tank, and some other people weren't. But
sure.
Anyway,
sure. Those things matter, but it's not everything now. I really do think you need 9, maybe even 10 players who can help you throughout a playoff run. Number 1, because you're going to get hurt. And number 2, like you see a team like Indy, they're so good. I'm so impressed with them. But part of the reason I'm impressed with them is that like 95% of their deal is you're going to get tired before them.
Yep.
And they're going to close stronger in the playoffs. So I do think a player like Edgecombe would fit pretty well in that new style of NBA basketball.
Do you want to give a quick shout out to Anonymous? We got a $50 anonymous donation.
Thank you.
To the big brothers and big sisters. Yep. Love to give you more credit, but appreciate that you did it. And you want to remain anonymous? I applaud that as well as Bree hits the soundboard.
Love it, Bree.
Very incredible donation. But no, I do. I agree. I think fundamentally VJ can play in that game. He can play both ways in that game. I think that kind of up and down game can maybe make some of those defenses he has to attack a little bit easier. He can attack against an unset defense, and he could be really good. And I think two-way play really, really matters. Like it really matters to have a guy like that who's just locked in on both ends.
So this is a take I was kind of holding a little bit. I'm a little more positive on the Sixers for next year than the average person.
Yeah. I mean, I understand.
Not like finals positive,
right?
But I don't know, man. I think that when you see all these teams get mentioned, you see like Cleveland gets mentioned and Orlando, which was interesting because they kind of consolidated. They're sort of going with the 4-star model. Their bench is not very good. I don't know, man. I think they have a lot of good players and a lot of things went wrong, and this matters. Like Daryl Morey said this after the season. It's not just the playoffs when having depth and athleticism matters. That was the Sixers' big issue during this regular season. But a lot of that was injuries. And I do think like if you add a VJ Edgecombe, like let's just say like they're 4 guards, right? Their 4 guards, if they have VJ Edgecombe, will be probably Tyrese Maxey, Jared McCain, Quentin Grimes, and VJ Edgecombe. It's pretty good, man. Like I think there are enough teams that'll be dead tired on a back-to-back where that you could kind of just, I don't know. I think if you can get those players around, now look, it all comes down to Joel, right? And if he's, I can't even guess what he's going to do, right? It's like not even fun to talk about him because I don't know. Like I hope he comes back and he's dominant as hell, but we just saw what happened this season and we have no idea. By the way, aren't we supposed to get a Joel update at some point here?
They said he was on a 6 to 8 week timeline. They did not promise an update.
Hasn't that timeline ended?
It has.
Okay. Yeah. So
I don't know if you've noticed over the years, Rich, they don't tend to be all that forthcoming with Joel Embiid injury information. Remember last year when they didn't even call it a surgery, they called it a procedure to address
right.
did they even call it a tear? No, they called it an injury, right? Like they wouldn't say anything.
The thing is, they've had a lot of practice at being able to being able to dance around these issues.
They did. Well, in some cases, legitimately hide with the original.
I don't know. I think next year, and by the way, like I'm not as positive on them long term because they need these difference-making players, and they're probably going to need to wait for some of this veteran money to come off the books as well. But I think they'll be a competent team next year.
Yeah.
I think a lot of stuff went really, really wrong for them, and they completely shut it down for the last few months as well. So that is a very mild take, but yeah, that's what I got.
Well, I guess overall then, Fran, like where are you on what they should do at 3?
I think it should be VJ Edgecombe, based off of just kind of reading through the reports that you guys have done with the Die Hard Draft Guide and talking with you guys about it. Just the profiles that I'm getting, and literally like every little bit that gets added in. Like we were talking beforehand, and Rich brought up you mentioned that you wanted to, DB, that you wanted to watch some of the Bahamas stuff, and I asked, why? And when Rich said, he was an 18-year-old, playing with those guys and trying to qualify for a spot in the Olympics, and he was leading that team in points and going through the numbers there. And it's like for him to do that in that environment as an 18-year-old, I'm like, yeah, like these are the markers that as a people in the NFL, you're looking at breakout age for a wide receiver, or like looking at breakout age for an offensive lineman to see, he's doing this at 18 years old, at 19 years old. That's a huge green flag. Mm-hmm. So I look at that at VJ and I'm like, yeah, okay, that excites me. And then you hear other things from some of the other guys, and you're like, yeah, that cools me off a little bit.
I guess so. Like in terms of, because it's not like VJ didn't produce as a freshman, right? What do you have, like 14 and 15 and 5, 15 and something in that range. I don't think he was completely unproductive, but he didn't have I think a lot of people, when you look at the athleticism, he didn't necessarily translate that at a high level maybe you could have. How much do you value the physical tools versus the ability to maybe use that in game? And I say that, but he contributes in a lot of ways, but he's a little bit of a master of none in terms of just. Especially, it's really the half-court shot creation.
Yeah, I guess that would be the thing, and I'm approaching this from a far less informed angle, right? But
as we discussed in our 1 p.m. show, none of us are confident.
Yeah, I guess when it looks to me, in my limited bubble, looking at the NBA draft prospects, I would look at it as if he's got the tools in his body, right? If he's got the tools to work with, the things like shot creation, him being able to kind of create for himself. I feel like we've seen versions of this guy, come out. The tools were there, but the numbers weren't always there in college. But he was able to still hit that ceiling. Maybe it took 2 years, maybe it took 3 years. You mentioned Mitchell earlier, not a guy that necessarily lit up, as a rookie, but really took that next step. I feel like there's a little bit more confidence in a guy making that projection, especially if all the intangibles are there.
Yeah.
So if I'm excited about a guy's physical upside, and then I know that that there's intangibles there to work with, I've got more faith that he's going to reach that upside than a guy where maybe there are questions about whether or not he's going to put that work in.
It is tough because we mentioned this on our 1 o'clock show where how they approach the sport and how they approach development and how they approach being receptive to coaching and just putting in the sheer out the amount of improvement that they have between 18 and 25 is astronomical for the best prospects in the world, and trying to predict them is very tough because every bit of information that we have feels like it is imperfect information. Either it's a biased source or trying to overreact to maybe body language, because since we're at an information deficit, we tend to oversight the information, the little bits of information we do get, and you can overreact to it. Every person you talk to with VJ glows. And that is one thing where it's one thing to talk to one person. It's another thing when you talk to dozens of people and they all say the exact same thing. You can kind of strip out maybe.
Feels like Tyrese
everybody
Maxey.
has motivations.
I was just going to say,
yeah.
Exactly right. That sounds like Tyrese Maxey.
I mean, and Tyrese Maxey, one of the craziest improvement stories ever, Fran. Because Fran, if you look at his career, usually guys they'll make a big jump in their second year,
right?
In their fourth, like Giannis made a big jump in his fourth year. He became an MVP level player. Tyrese Maxey just keeps getting a little bit better every single year. That doesn't happen usually. Usually they plateau. Usually there's some ups and downs. I know there was a little bit of a down for him last year. That was the first time he experienced sort of any sort of difficulty improving in the NBA. And part of that was the team around him was falling apart too.
Right.
So I don't want to like put all of that on him. But he's just continually like, when he first started, when he was a rookie, he was a bit player, and Doc Rivers probably should have played him a little bit more, but he wasn't ready to be, like a starting level player. Ben Simmons has that holdout. He turns into a starter in his second year.
Yep.
His third year, he becomes like the third option on a really damn good team.
Yep.
And the fourth year, he becomes an all-star who's scored, 27 points a game and is silencing Madison Square Garden. So if you feel like VJ has that talent plus that work ethic, I think that is probably the right guy to bet on. So let me ask you, though, like Derek, the one thing about this draft that we kind of get into the weeds on, all right, I'm going to take this player, I'm going to take that player. Man, what are we doing with this team right now?
What a loaded question.
Like Joel and PG are just here, and I know just 10 minutes ago I was talking about how I'm a little bit more positive on them next year.
You turned quickly.
Well, it's just so weird that they're, I'm very positive on a lot of their younger players. I think McCain has a chance to be pretty darn good.
Yep.
You had Justin Edwards on the show yesterday, like that nice development story last year. I think Bona could be a backup center. Okay, they have two guys that are making $100 million who...
They do.
What are we doing?
I have no idea. There is a report out there that the Sixers are considering a Paul George trade, or they had floated a Paul George trade. This was from, Andy Larson from the Salt Lake Tribune.
Yeah.
Who said on the Locked On Jazz podcast, and I quote, "I do think it's true that the Philadelphia 76ers are interested in trading down to 5, potentially, if they can get off of the Paul George deal." He then goes on to say, "I don't think the Jazz are going to take that offer, but I do think it's an offer that's been presented." And Andy is a well-respected, longtime reporter. Like, if he says that, I believe his sources. I do think, on the one hand, I am not quite as desperate to get off of Paul George's contract right now as I think a lot of people are. And I think if I'm looking to trade from the number 3 pick, I probably am more interested in picking, like if I want to trade down from 3 to 5 or 6, I'm a little more interested in picking up assets. Whether that's, we've brought up Koulibaly. A lot of people bring up 6 and 18. I have less interest in maybe a late pick like that.
18.
Or a future pick.
That does nothing for me.
Or a future pick. But I would, the way I sort of look at it is like, all right, well, if they gave up a pick to get off of Paul George's contract, like a future pick to get off Paul George's contract, would you be excited? Probably not. I don't want to give up resources, the limited resources we have to get off of a bad contract. So if that's my stance, and why would I want to, turn down the opportunity to get another resource to get off of that contract?
Well, the thing about getting off PG is like Joel's still here. Like you're
not getting under.
You're not
cap.
clearing cap space out, right?
And this is also like the bottom, right? Like you assume if Paul George comes back, even if he's not like 3 years ago Paul George, if he's just playing basketball and next summer when he's only got 2 years left on his deal, that's probably an easier deal to get off of.
It was not a fun. I do understand the sentiment from fans that want to get rid. It was not fun, man. Every time he would go up for a rebound, it felt like, oh, well, he's out for 3 weeks because he tweaked his ankle.
How many bone
like
bruises can you get in one season? Seriously.
All right, so I have a couple questions about this this dynamic of a trade down. My first thought goes to if the Jazz are trading from 5 to 3, in your mind, DB, who would the Jazz be targeting to try and get? You're making that move up from 5 to 3. You're taking on that contract. What would be their target?
It's a great question. I think a couple weeks ago you would have said Ace, but I think there's enough smoke that Ace could fall that I'm not sure you would give up or take on a contract here to do that. Is it VJ? Like maybe VJ seems like the most likely?
I think it's just a Danny Ainge smokescreen so he can, if the player at 3 is good, he can say, I was close to... No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's probably VJ, right?
So tell me you follow the NBA.
Huh?
I said, it tells me you follow the NBA if you're making fun of Danny's almost trades.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
He had a heck of a run involved. But then again, all the trades he didn't make ended up working out. So
I mean, he absolutely fleeced the he got the better of the Sixers many times,
right.
For sure. He was going to trade 5 picks for Justice Winslow. So sometimes it's not unlike the Eagles, Fran, with Russell Wilson and
Russell Wilson and Allen Robinson. Yeah, right.
Sometimes the best trades are the ones that are out of your control that don't happen. Yeah.
What's the consensus right now for the Hornets at 4?
There's a report out there that they're big on VJ.
They're pretty big on VJ.
So
Yeah.
VJ
That
is
they
gone
would-
by 5.
I would
You're moving off. VJ is absolutely off the table.
I would be surprised if he got past Charlotte. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. Now the other one, because like 3 and 4, I think there's a very strong chance VJ goes one of those two. The other one seems like it's very much in flux. Like there are still people who would rate Ace Bailey up there, although more and more you're seeing at least public-facing draft analysts drop him down. You know, we just talked about Cavoni the other day, dropping him to, was it 6 at the
6,
Wizards? I think Sam Vecini.
It's really like not that far.
It's not that far, but it's, you know, when we're talking about who's going 3 and 4, it's significant.
Right.
No, I think it could be Trey Johnson at the other spot. It could be Khan at the other spot. It could be Ace at the other spot. It seems like those are 3 most likely, but there's a lot up in the air.
I'm pretty sure the way Gavoni had it was Sixers take VJ, Hornets take Khan, Jazz take Trey,
Right.
Wizards take Ace. Yeah, the trade down is tough, right? Because I think you have to. The only way I would support a trade down is if the player that you were going to take at 3 anyway is at that spot you're at. And now maybe these circumstances, this is the rare time in the NBA when there's a tier of players, right? And it's eye of the beholder. And maybe you move back a couple spots, and the guy that you were going to take, if that's Khan, he'll be there at 5. If it's Trey, he'll be there at 5. But like, if you were going to take VJ anyway, and you think like he is the best pick, like just stay at 3. Just stay at 3 and make that pick. Yeah. And I think people want the Sixers to make a move just because, they can get a future asset, or, there are players that have been thrown around. Like I don't think they're going to go down to what is it, 8 for the Nets for Cam Johnson.
That's too far.
But that's a name that's got thrown around. Herb Jones at 7 with, again, a guy who would be very...
And they just got the 23rd pick, I think they got in the trade?
Guys who would be very good on the Sixers, but this is the most important thing that they have going right now. Like, they got very fortunate with the draft. Not completely fortunate, because as you said,
my heart.
This would be much easier if it was the number 2 pick in the draft. You'd just take Dylan Harper and say thank you very much. I think, well, first off, I think it's been good for content. I'm going to be honest with you, right?
Sure.
Because there's actually been arguments about who is the pick here. But to me, like, the Sixers had a terrible year, and they got a lot of stuff wrong, and it went poorly. Daryl Morey was given a lifeline, and I have said that the one thing that he has done very well as the general manager of the Sixers has been drafting. All right, prove it to me, right? I know this is not the most obvious spot in the world, but you found really good players at much less obvious spots than this.
Yep.
So get the pick right. I kind of have the feeling that one of those 4 guys is going to hit. I know that's stupid. Maybe none of them hit to that level. Maybe all of them are just pretty good starters, right? And they are differing levels of good, and it's not really something that fans really care about because they're all, roughly the same impact. I have a sneaking feeling that one of these 4 guys is going to be really darn good. Sniff it out.
When it comes to the idea of a trade down, I just think that if you're going to make a move to get off of VJ or Ace or whoever it is that you think that you would want to take at 3, I don't know that this regime is in a place to sell hope, right? I feel like you need somebody that can help you right now to make this team better for 2025, right? And so I do think that the best course of action, who do you feel best about from this group of 4? Make that pick and move forward.
But by the way, too, like, as much as we talk about the trade downs, they're going to operate that way. They're 100% going to operate. They're going to say who is the best long-term player here that we think, and they're going to draft that guy.
Sure. The question is whether they believe they can get them while moving down.
Yeah.
But all right, let's go to one more break to talk about our friends. All right, we want to tell you about True Mark Financial because summer is here, which means the kids are out and about, hanging with friends, maybe even picking up a summer job. It's a perfect time to set them up with something that teaches real-world money skills and gives them a little bit of freedom. The Greenlight debit card and money app. If you're a True Mark Financial member, you can get a free Greenlight account from your kids or teens. It's a simple way for them to manage their own money, whether it's from a job, allowance, or birthday cash. They'll get their own debit card, can set savings goals, track spending, and learn how to budget, all while you stay in a loop from your phone. You're still in control, but they get to learn how money really works in everyday life. So before the summer kicks in, this is a great way to help your kids build smart money habits that'll stick with them long after the season's over. Head over to truemark.com/greenlight to get all the details and sign up today. Don't miss a chance to set your kids up for financial success.
And we'll now hear from our friends at Mando, and you might be asking, well, what's Mando? Well, Mando is a man's deodorant brand that is hyper-focused on keeping every aspect of a man's body smelling fresh and clean. And when I say every aspect, I mean every aspect. We're not just talking about your armpits, not just talking about your belly button. We're not just talking about, behind your neck. We're talking your balls. We're talking your butt crack. We're talking your grundle. You don't want to smell like sweat, like grime, like garbage. You want to smell like bourbon leather. You want to smell like Clover Woods or Mount Fuji or Pro Sport. Mando is a whole body deodorant that is safe to use everywhere on your body. All those areas I just listed, it's created by a doctor who saw firsthand how normal BO was being misdiagnosed and mistreated. It's clinically proven to block odor all day and control odor for up to 72 hours. And those are not just words that I'm just saying. It's, clinically proven. The average man's grundle post-shower was a level 5 out of 10 on the odor scale. With Mando, the average grundle odor, it's at 0 out of 10. If you want to try, it's a huge difference. So we're talking about a very, very high floor here with what your grundle odor is going to be just hours after using Mando. So if you want to try America's #1 whole body deodorant formula right now, you can find them at every retailer. You can go to Walmart, you go to Target, all those other retailers across the country. For the best deals, you go to shopmando.com. Mando's starter pack is perfect for new customers. It comes with the solid stick deodorant. It comes with the cream tube deodorant. 2 free products of your choice. You can go with the mini body wash, the deodorant wipes, and you get free shipping. As a special offer to listeners, new customers get $5 off that starter pack with our exclusive code. That equates to over 40% off that starter pack. What's that exclusive code? It's PHLY at shopmando.com. That's SHOPMANDO.com. Please support our show. Tell them we sent you. Smell fresher, stay drier, and boost your confidence from head to toe with Mando.
Use Mando so you don't stink like Rich's Papa Shot form. All right, welcome back to the PHLY Sixers show presented by TrueMark Financial and Rothman Orthopedics. Look, you were on top of that big board for a long time. I had to send you some very angry texts about it. I've just got to get a joke or two in.
The form doesn't matter as long as you're putting it in the hoop.
Pucks on net. That's all that matters. No, it is so true that the only thing they really you can get cute and trade down, and you can try to get
if they think
additional
Khan,
assets.
if they think Khan is the best guy, I think you probably can trade down to
the one
5
thing
or 6.
The one thing you can't do is screw this up, and it really is. I worry a little bit about Daryl's mindset because I think he gets a lot of credit.
Not guilty.
I saw.
I think he gets a lot of credit.
Karen Reed's not guilty. Everybody, just let me know. Yeah, okay.
A lot of credit, and rightfully so, for his draft record. But how long does he have to see this out? Like, if he has someone who maybe their best years are 3 or 4 years down the line, is he motivated by the right things, or is he worried about how strong is his job? How much rope and leeway is Josh Harris going to give him? I always worry about stuff like that.
Yeah. Do you think that it's almost more important the pick than what they do this season? Because even if I'm a little more positive on them, they probably have a limited upside for all the reasons we talked about. But if they nail this pick and this guy has a Jared McCain level start, or closes really strong and seems like he is a whoever it is, if it's Ace, if it's Khan, if it's Stray, whoever it is, shows a lot of promise. I feel like that might buy Daryl another year. But we entered this offseason with our guy Wendy being like, there is nobody with less job security right now than Nick Nurse and Daryl Morey.
Yeah.
No, and it's one thing if they go out there, because let's say they take VJ, and he's having a fine rookie season. Let's say he's averaging 13, 5, and 3 or something like that. Trying to fight for minutes because you have a pretty set guard lineup, but showing promise, but not necessarily looking like, that guy's definitely our future to build around. And Joel Embiid gets injured, and Paul George is in and out of the lineup, and they win, 40 games. Is the rookie going to matter when it comes to what Josh's decision is next spring? I don't know.
Well,
I truthfully don't know.
Especially if you get closer to being able to trade Joel and Paul George because their contracts aren't as bad, because they're not as long. Even if they do struggle, is Daryl going to be the guy who's going to get to make that trade?
Yeah. Did have another $20 anonymous donation. Thank you all very much. Again, Big Brothers Big Sisters fundraiser. Hit that donate button in the bottom of the screen. It goes to a very, very, very good cause. It is,
I'm telling you, I'm not. I know Sam said this the other day in his mock draft, and Sam is very plugged in. I think he does a great job. I'm not trading down to get off of Andre Drummond's contract.
Yeah.
Yep.
You can get off of that with the second round pick, I think.
I'm not getting off that. Andre Drummond's contract, not good. It's 1 year. It's fine.
Yeah. It is because you get into a point where that second apron becomes a hard cap and you're getting close. But, like, there are just ways to be creative. And if there's one thing I trust Daryl Morey very much with, besides the draft, which they've gotten well, he is creative with the cap. If he needs to clear $5 million off of his books, he'll find a way.
It's tough, man. We're both Daryl Morey believers, and it's been a tough year in those streets, man. There's been a lot of criticism, but, like, look, I mean, they have. I get it. Is my point.
Yeah.
I think he can fix the mess to a somewhat a little bit, but yeah, it's been tough. I mean, it's good to see that Josh Harris, though, with that Wendy report, still knows that the Sixers exist.
That's true. He's been a little distracted over the last couple of years.
Well, that Commanders practice facility did need another wing in there. Commanders, by the way, not going to be good this year.
I think I'm with you there.
Jaden Daniels is good.
Jaden Daniels is awesome.
Sophomore slump like C.J. Stroud. They're too old, man. Did you see that again? I'm going off Twitter clips. That Debo video. Oh man, it's looking slow as hell, friend.
Didn't look great. Routes on air. I mean, but you don't want to overweigh the spring clips, but plenty of overweight there.
We've got plenty of that. We don't have to watch Ben Simmons highlight videos this summer. At least unless they sign him, he could come back. He's a free agent. Ben Simmons on a minimum.
Do you think he plays for a minimum this year?
Probably. I feel like whenever you get off a big contract, you give it one more chance.
Somebody will sign
Most
him.
people. Oh, yeah. Someone will take a chance on him on a minimum for sure. But, like, are you asking whether or not he will get offered more than a minimum or whether he would accept a minimum?
Whether he would accept a minimum.
Yeah, I think it's a fair question.
Right.
And in part because I do think, like, these last couple of years have been really hard on him physically and with the back and the emotional toll that takes on him. But also, like, you have to really want to try to turn your career around and play on a minimum, and we'll see.
What has been your thought on the whole second apron system? And like you have a team like Boston, right? Who they're just gonna have to. Obviously, with Tatum being out, they're gonna take a step back anyway. If they didn't win the title and like had to bring everybody back, they were gonna completely tear that thing apart anyway, right? And you have a bunch of teams where it's just so hard to make a trade now, man.
Well, it's hard to make a trade, and I feel like you have to be like an accountant and a lawyer to even know what's legal anymore. Like, can my team aggregate contracts anymore? Let me go through every freaking transaction they've made over the last 12 months and figure it out. And look, obviously, I spend a lot of time on the collective bargaining agreement. It allows, it gives me a chance to really try to explain that, and I appreciate that. But I do think it's at a point where it's like, it's just too much. It's too much to keep track. Forget even the teams and the flexibility and all that. And I do think there's going to be a lot of discussion over whether or not it crushes the middle class maybe a little bit too much in the NBA.
Totally does.
But to me, it's just like, I think it's a bad fan experience at this point. Like, you really have to be on top of that kind of stuff. And, the NFL is unique in its own way, too. And in some ways, I'm a little bit jealous because it's just easier to get yourself out of a jam. But there's a lot to keep track of there, too. But I think we might have gone a little bit too far. I agree with that.
I think if they keep this system, one of the effects is going to be there's going to be a ton of parity from year to year.
Yeah.
Even OKC, who is set up better than anybody, they're the one team because they're just going to have draft pick after draft pick. So they're not going to have any problems for a little while. But, like, man, they're going to have to pay Chet Holmgren and Jalen Williams $40+ million a year.
Yeah. No, and they're really, like, I think at one point we're all sitting around going, like, all right, when are they actually going to, like, push all their chips in? When are they going to make that big trade to really make that next? Well, they made the next step without making that big trade. And now they're sitting here, and, I think if you were going to predict this new collective bargaining agreement, you would go about it almost exactly like OKC did. You got your big three. You got obviously Shea in that trade. You drafted the others. And now you have how many draft picks they have over the next 5 years? Like an absurd amount. I don't even know what it is, but it's an absurd amount. It's like 15 or something like that. If you were going, if you're going to try to build around that big three, you have to continue to cycle through cheap rookie scale kind of players. And they have enough swings now where they can go, all right, well, in a couple of years, maybe our core is a little bit too expensive. We let them walk. Hopefully these young players that we're drafting can come up and step in on cost-controlled contracts. It is sort of like, they got the benefit of being able to not care about winning for a longer time than maybe a big market could have gotten away with. but also they collected so many assets now that I think they can withstand some of these second apron penalties.
I don't know, man. I just look at the East, and look, the East is not going to be good next year. That's my other reason for Sixers optimism, right?
I mean, that's why Orlando gives up 5 picks for Desmond Bane, because they're like, there's a window there, there's a vacuum.
See, I didn't hate that trade. I actually think he's a very nice fit with that roster.
I don't hate the number of picks, although you would have liked maybe like 3 in a swap rather than 4 in a swap. The unprotected part. Like a lot of times people sit here and they go like, oh, well, we don't have to worry about that because we're good now. And we got a core.
Right.
How many times does that happen where like, yeah, what you think's going to happen isn't actually, I mean, look at the Sixers right now.
Exactly
We all sat here and like begged and worried and sweated that the Sixers would lose their pick, and they had to lose like, I think they had lost like 31 out of the last 35 games or something absurd like that just to keep the pick because of a trade they made 5 years ago where they just assumed, we're going to be good, forever. You look at the top, I mean, number 1 pick went to Dallas. Number 2 pick, all right, San Antonio, they haven't been great, but like they've just had number 1 pick not long ago.
That was my favorite after effect of the Sixers tanking. Everybody's like, we got to flatten the lottery odds. And now that the lottery odds have been flattened and teams like Dallas are jumping up, teams like Dallas, the worst run team in the league for the last 4 months of the season, they get Cooper Flagg. Everyone's like, no, not like that. It's like, will you just make up your mind?
But you've got Phoenix, who trade away like every pick they have, and they're in a lottery. Like it is, you make a lot of assumptions based on health, based off of players developing, based off of stuff that you can't predict, and you think, well, these unprotected picks we gave up, they're not going to matter. But when you give up unprotected, I think Orlando gave up unprotected picks or swaps in 27, 28, and 29, like 3 consecutive years. That's risky.
That's
risky.
They don't have that obviously in the NFL. That would really
They don't
to
have
me,
it.
you have to overpay, or you have to overpay to give up something like that. That would really, really scare me.
They don't have it in the NFL, but they did have a trade this year with the who was it? It was the Rams and who was that terrible trade with the Rams and the Falcons?
Yeah, the trade in the future.
They just gave up their first round pick the next year.
Right.
Next year is supposed to be like a pretty good quarterback year too.
Yeah.
They might not be good. That was crazy. Yeah, that was insane.
It is. I appreciate teams, especially like Orlando, because I think they very clearly see the vacuum, and they're like, we're good. We had the second best defense in the league. Our offense was a disaster. We don't have anything on the perimeter to help us create shots. This guy's available. Let's go out and get him. I think he's almost exactly what they need. I think they still could use a little more half-court creation, but I think he is a very good piece that they're desperately missing. It just, man, they better get it in the next 2 years or so because there's a lot of risk in that.
Sure. Okay. But I look at with these apron
the
teams.
East is going to suck.
I mean, Cleveland, they're going to have to trade one of their guys. They're too expensive. You can't have 4 expensive guys now. Boston's just going to be a shell of themselves next year. We'll see what happens in the following year. The Knicks can't get any better. They've already traded everything, and they can probably give a mid-level to somebody, but that's not really doing anything. The Pacers probably are going to be the best team next year, honestly. Right? They're in the best shape.
Right.
I mean, the Bucks, that's a disaster.
Yep.
They can't get. But the Sixers should be better than the Bucks next year.
Yeah.
They should be.
Even with mediocre health, they should be better.
They should be better.
Yeah.
I don't know. So we'll see. I do not like the aprons though. It's just too restrictive, right?
I have not looked at this at all.
It's just
that's true. Vince has been like, well, have you looked into the NFL cap? I'm like, no, because I have all of this nonsense rattling in my brain. If I start mixing the streams, it gets no.
Fran, it was already very difficult to make trades in the NBA.
Yep.
They were like, let's make it 10 times more difficult. It's just, I don't know. It's
how's the NFL cap? How did you find it? Easy to work with? Do you find it to be too much? Do fans complain about it?
I'm going to be honest. No, the fans don't necessarily complain about it. The general feeling is the cap isn't real because there are some teams that basically just swipe the card and kick the can down the road. The Eagles have been one of those teams, and they've been really creative with their language. There's been actually reports just this offseason that the NFL may work to get some of those loopholes out to basically that would hurt a team like the Eagles, but. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. Of all the things that are in the NFL sphere, the cap is the thing that I put. I don't even bother trying to learn it. I know the minimal stuff, but not the details.
It's not as restrictive as.
Oh no,
that I know
for sure.
Yes, exactly.
It's not as restrictive.
No, and they keep making it more and more restrictive, and it feels like they're just so worried about having a true hard cap. That they're and I actually saw, I think Sean Ford.
It's confusing with the dead money and stuff, especially when you trade and cut a player. That can get a little confusing, but it's not as restrictive. You can actually make moves.
It does feel like they have gotten so close as they could possibly get to a hard cap without the Players Association throwing up their hands and disallowing it.
Yeah. Anyway, I think that stinks, and I felt like I had at least a cursory understanding of the previous CBA. I got nothing.
Well, what's worse now is I have
all
like,
I know is Phoenix can't make like a single move.
it's worse now because I have like 4 or 5 different iterations. So I'm like, wait, is that no? That's how it worked back in 2012. How does that change now? It's very annoying.
Tough one. Yeah. Well, right now the Sixers don't have to worry about that. They just actually have to just like get a decent basketball team on the floor.
Get a pick right.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man, I would just take like a 5 seed next year. I'd be thrilled with that.
Yeah.
I think most people would be after what they just watched.
Just the last 2 months of this season were tough.
Yeah.
Now it worked out. They got their pick. It's all good. But like, man, I just would like to watch just a normal basketball team for a couple months. Just a team that wins 55% of their games. That would be sick.
Rich is obviously on the Sixers show a lot more in the season when we have post games. Yeah, that last 2 or 3 months was brutal.
Yep.
It
was tough.
Brutal.
And I appreciate everybody sticking with us too, because it was not fun for fans either.
All right, I think we're wrapping up here. Thank you guys both for your time. It was great chatting with you. I spent 2 hours with Fran, and it's really interesting to see those how you approach in different sports. Once again, Big Brothers Big Sisters fundraiser. If you can hit that donate button in the bottom right of your screen, we would really appreciate it. I think we've had a pretty good hour here. We've had a pretty good day. But let's make it, as Rich would say, what's your phrase? Let's make it a good day? What do you end your newsletter with?
Let's make it a good one.
Yeah, let's make this fundraiser a good one here, and specifically, let's beat Chicago, because it's always a key. All right.
That was fun, man.
Jumping on,
guys. Appreciate it.
All right, I think we have a game show coming up next. Is that right, Bree?
Is this the one where Chris gets tased? Yeah, I almost want to stay for that. You obviously should be staying for that. I got to go pick my son up. I don't know if I'm going to be able to watch this live, but you should, to make sure you stay with us.
A guy might get tased.
Hello! Welcome back into the F Around and Find Out hour here, where we start cracking some Yards beers.
Oh, they taste good.
Yeah, we got some pale ale sent up from the great people.
Talk.
So were you there that day? Me, Andrew, and somebody else. I thought you were there. They gave us the demo of the Trash Talk IPA before launch. Mm-hmm. And Tom, the owner, the great Tom Kehoe of Yards, was like, what do you think? I was like, this is delightful.
Fantastic.
And now it's canned and come to life. So thanks to Yards for sending up some beers. The happy hour has officially begun here on the STREAM-A-THON. Last I looked, we were still below 300 thumbs ups on this stream, which I think is like rookie numbers. We got to get that up. So let's juice that up. Let's get up to 400 by the end of this.
Fraser, what was that Rita bomb?
Yeah. Will you drink the Rita bomb if we get to 400? All right. Chris owes us some shotguns here. We got Bo anxiously waiting to hop into Quizzo. When I said we got Johnny Goodtimes coming up for staff Quizzo, his eyes lit up, so he's ready. Kyle Newbeck, Devon, a lot of the staff is here hanging around. And let me introduce our Quizzo master.
Yeah.
He is the preeminent Quizzo master of Philadelphia. He's hosted events at WXPN World Cafe. Let's give it up for Johnny Goodtime. Of Shy Vintage Sports. You can find Johnny, of course, doing Quizzo all over town, but you can also check out his awesome store at Shy Vintage Sports in Center City. You guys, I know, have some stuff out at Wheelhouse and other places, John, so we really appreciate your time and you coming up here today. Have some fun.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I know Jamie volunteered to run the games portion of the show.
I was like, let me outsource
at 11
to
p.m.
a pro.
Yeah, right. 11 p.m. last night. He's like, I don't want to come up with these questions.
Well, I was going to ChatGPT for a lot of stuff, and I was like, why don't I just go to a pro, you know?
Yeah, yeah, so glad to be here, excited to be here. And yeah, actually, I will be at Yards. We have a Quizzo coming up on August 3rd. I'm doing
awesome.
Summer Slam.
Love it.
Yeah, coming up August 30th.
Is that wrestling-specific Quizzo
no,
or just summer?
No, that's a dream.
You would think, right?
No, that's a dream of mine. My dream is still to do one at the 2300
the arena?
The arena.
Oh, nice.
And then have wrestling matches between rounds.
That would be
so
cool.
So if we can, maybe that's something we can talk about.
Maybe we got to get Blue Meanie out there. I think he's got keys to the place.
Yeah, I think so.
He sure
I'm pretty sure he'll do it.
Yeah, we can get Vinny Curry behind this.
Yeah.
I think he would enjoy that.
Yeah.
So the real reason I called you in was you have these magnificent buzzers.
Sweet.
So
Yeah.
we're real deal here.
Yeah, oh yeah. No,
Making
it's
me a
big
little
time.
nervous.
Yeah. So what we're going to do, we're going to get to know some of the staff and some would you rathers and some light filler in between.
Oh, it's
right
changing
here
batteries.
is Nick. Now, is it Tuverson or Tuverson? Tuverson. Our account manager here at PHLY.
Nice.
He keeps
Does a
our
great
house
job.
in
Yeah.
order. So Nick's up here. We got VG, obviously, from the Anthony Gargano show. Myself, Jamie Lynch. We're going to be doing a round, 3 people at a time, playing Quizzo. We have the buzzers here to make it official, so Johnny will be keeping score. If you win this round, we're going to bring in 3 more. They are Philadelphia sports questions. And the winner of each round will then face off against other people. We got Tyler Zulli here producing, Brianna, our Sixers producer. We got Andrew and Julia. And everybody's hanging out, having some drinks, having some food, having some good times.
Typical good times fashion is he's checking to see if the buzzers work as the show starts. Yeah, totally.
We said he was the best in the city. That's a low bar.
Yeah,
it's a low bar.
Right. Totally on brand. Totally on brand.
Why I went into this business.
You're like, I can be the best.
There's nobody to compete with. All I got to do is beat ChatGPT, and I'm good.
So we will kick off a little quizzo here as soon as Johnny Goodtimes checks out. The buzzers, how we feeling, Nick and VG? I feel like you have an inside track because you've been at a lot of his quizzo
I
events.
kind of know his brain a little bit, but I have no memory at all. So
No, I was here in January.
I did better than him.
I can't remember
I was here in
anything.
January.
Okay.
Greg had nothing.
Nick, how was your general Philadelphia sports quizzo knowledge?
My general quizzo knowledge is great. Philadelphia sports, but might test me
you
a
hear
little
this?
bit.
I might
I'm
recruit him
excited.
for Quizzo, Bo.
Have you guys ever teamed up, you and Bo at New Age?
We might have to. I mean, we smashed him this week. Him and his softball crew. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you're playing John Q's amateur hour quizzo, so it's not.
This is the real deal.
Is this quizzo host Smack Talk?
Yeah.
I love it. Let's get some blood beef.
Somebody, Monday night, someone's team name was actually, I thought this was a Johnny Goodtimes quizzo.
Nice.
So I guess I can say it. We did quizzo once back in my Manny Young days when I was living with my friends right out of college. One of the cringiest moments I've ever experienced firsthand through a friend. I still laugh when I think about it to this day. We were doing a quizzo event at a packed bar in Roxborough. And my buddy wrote our team name as Team Smegma.
Ooh.
And wrote in parentheses, if you don't know, ask me about it.
Oh,
boy.
And we won a round.
Oh, man.
And the host called him up and was like, it says if we don't know your name, we should ask you about it. And hands him the microphone. And he's like, if you don't know what smegma is the, and gives the medical definition of it.
Yuck.
Dude, record scratch, crickets in that place. People's jaws dropped and looked at my buddy like, what the F is wrong with you, man? So
Yeah, you're a manual. You're not Delco. Come on.
So, that's my quizzo team name. story
Delco,
there.
everybody would have known what it was.
So that's the maturity level of me and my friends.
Good job filling some time while Good Times works at its buzzers. You're a real pro, Jamie. You're a real pro.
It's getting sweaty in here, too.
You're sweating more than the beers are.
Because we had to turn, our AC unit is directly above us. And we had to turn it off because it was interfering with the audio. It's starting to get steamy in here. A lot of man beef up in the studios.
It's just like a regular quizzo, really. Bunch of freaking nerdy white dudes getting all sweaty, ready to answer some trivia questions.
It is steamy in here.
All right.
Are we fully
Greg,
working?
Greg, you're just going to hit the table. You're not going to know any anyway, so it's not going to matter.
Fair enough.
All right, so our first question. Who is the oldest player on this past year's Sixers? Greg first.
Kyle Lowry.
Correct. Greg has one.
Oh, well, come on.
That's good work by you.
What Philly venue opened on January 1st, 1927?
Palestra.
Correct. Greg up 2-0.
Oh, damn, VG. He's sandbagging us.
This is like junior quizzo. Come on, guys.
I was setting the bar low after your January performance.
Yeah.
I was like 1927. And I'm
It's like, Greg's in this group.
I'm
We'll
glad
give
I
him the
didn't
easy
say
ones.
my answer, yeah.
What team did the Eagles lose to in the wild card round in 1991? Buddy's last game as head coach.
It's before my time.
It's not the Bears, is
Tampa.
it?
No, not
The Bears?
Nah, it was. You want to give it a guess?
Packers.
No, it was the Rams.
Rams.
All right. What team was Paul George drafted by?
Indiana. Ooh.
The Indiana Pacers.
Indiana Pacers. Got to remember those buzzers. Who scored 100 points for Camden High School in 2001?
DeJuan Wagner.
We're tied up at 2. The intensity level
Oh, boy.
just ratcheted up a notch.
Sweaty.
All right, Jamie and Greg. Next one to get one right wins. All right, this is a good one. What two players did the Phillies trade away for Ivan DeJesus?
Oh, man.
You have partial credit?
No, not on a game winner. I mean, these guys are both like very One of them's a Hall of Fame player, which made it the worst trade ever.
Is this the Sandberg?
Yep.
And
the other guy's a huge Phillies legend. He was like at the end of his career. He was really pissed off about the trade.
It's not Carlton, is it?
No.
Larry Boa.
Larry Boa. All right, so you each got 3. Yeah.
So we
each got
tied.
2.5.
Yeah, 2.5.
2.5 each. What player on OKC who averages more than 10 points per game started his career on the Sixers?
Isaiah Joe.
That's correct. All right.
Damn you, Sixers, and your luxury tax.
He averaged 10 points?
Yeah, dude.
yeah.
Damn. It was an all-time bad move.
Yeah, he's good now.
Yeah.
It was,
He can
all
always
these
shoot.
guys,
Everybody gets
as
good.
soon as they leave us, they're good. It's just when you're in this.
Yeah, Danny Green. I think that was all tied together, right?
Was that part of the Danny Green deal?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
What SEC team did A.J. Brown play on in college?
Old Miss.
For the win.
Nicely done. Nicely done.
All right, next 3 up. I move on. All right, who's up? Frazier, Bo, Tyler, anybody? Derek? Come on in. Don't sell yourself short.
Going up against Bo.
All right, we need a third.
Oh, man.
Here we go.
I'm screwed.
Oh,
Tyler. Oh, my God. Why is this headset sweaty? Jamie was just wearing it. That's why. Are you producing? Yeah. Oh, nice.
This should go smoothly.
This is gross.
All right, welcome, gentlemen. Let's go down the line. Let's meet our contestants. First, you in the green, sir.
Bo.
Bo, where are you from, Bo?
Philadelphia.
Philadelphia. Great to have you here. Next.
I'm Andrew.
Andrew, where are you from?
Doylestown, Pennsylvania.
Doylestown. All right, the dynamic D. Who's at the end?
I'm Tyler.
All right, Tyler, where are you from?
Bensalem.
Bensalem. All right. Oh, man, we have got a storied rivalry. Philly versus Doylestown versus Bensalem.
Let's do it.
Here's how it's going to work. Doylestown, if you get it right, if you know it, just pound the table because my buzzer died.
I'll pound.
All right. So first 1 to 3 is going to be our winner. Let's see. Let's take it back on the first one. What team name did the Phillies briefly use as a name in 1944?
Blue Jays.
Blue Jays is correct. Strong.
Yeah, Tyler's going to have that one.
Yeah, that's strong. What team did the Eagles trade Nick Foles to in 2015? Bo?
In 2015, the Rams.
Correct. The Rams. 1-1. Before coming to Philly, where did the Sixers franchise call home? Tyler?
Syracuse.
Syracuse, correct. The Nationals. Who did Nova defeat in the 2018 title game? For the win.
UNC.
Incorrect. Back on the board. 2018 title game.
Kansas?
No. It would be, got a guess?
No, UNC, that's what I would have guessed. Yeah.
No, that was 2016. 2018 was the one they won against Michigan.
Oh, Michigan.
Remember, they crushed them that whole tournament. They just slaughtered everybody.
That's right.
All right.
Thank you. Yeah, I can't wait to drink this. Yeah. Who's driving me home if I drink this?
What is that?
It's a strawberry Rita. It's a buzzball. This is like pure alcohol.
Sugar in a can.
Bomb. How many?
Someone's definitely driving me home.
All right. Who scored the winning touchdown in the original Miracle at the Meadowlands? 1977 or 8?
Herm Edwards.
Herm Edwards is correct. Tyler's moving on to the next round. Ben Salem. All right, let's get 3 new contestants up here.
Morning show representative. Is this the buzzer?
All right, we got a third.
All right.
Where's my buzzer?
The table.
Yeah.
What?
All right. Let's welcome today's contestants. Sir, what's your name?
Chris.
Chris, where are you from?
Princeton.
Chris from Princeton. All right. Next up.
Kyle from Horsham.
Kyle from Horsham, and?
Devon from Philadelphia.
All right. So we have 3 highly esteemed contestants. Which one will be the first to get 3 correct? Here we go with our first question. Who played his final NBA game on April 16th, 2003?
Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan is correct. It was in Philly against the Sixers.
I already knew. I knew where it was going.
Who played his final Major League Baseball game at the Baker Bowl on May 30th, 1935 against the Phillies? Everybody in this building's heard of him.
Lou Gehrig?
Incorrect. Devon?
Babe Ruth.
Babe Ruth is
there you go.
correct.
All right.
All right. In what city did Wilt score 100?
Hershey.
Hershey is correct.
Allegedly.
Oh, here we go.
Did you guys hear that story about the basketball? He had signed the basketball that it was his 100th point basketball, and then that person met to his college coach, and this college coach met his high school coach, and his high school coach was like, no, it's not. I have the 100-point ball. And then his high school coach met his coach with the Lakers, and it was just he had signed 100 of them.
Okay.
It was everyone was the 100-point ball. What NASL team soccer played at the Vet from 1973 to 1975?
The Philadelphia Stars?
Nope.
Damn.
Not the Stars. Had a scientific name.
Oh, I know who it is. Damn it.
Yeah, I got nothing.
All right, somebody on the sidelines? Adams is correct.
Right.
There you go.
All right. What Giants head coach went ballistic on the sidelines during the Deshaun Jackson punt?
Devon.
Coughlin.
That is correct, Tom Coughlin. All right, we're tied at 2 apiece. All right, let's see here. What Turkish basketball player did the Sixers take in the 2016 NBA draft?
Furkan?
You got it, Furkan Korkmaz.
I was going to say which Furkan, because there were 2 Furkans the Sixers have drafted.
All right, I'm going to give it to him. Let's see here. In the last ever event at the Spectrum was a concert by what band?
Pearl Jam?
Pearl Jam for the win.
Good call.
All right.
Good fight, buddy.
Good call.
Good job, Chris.
Good game, guys.
Oh, I'm staying? Stay. Okay.
Oh, we're already down? We're already down to our final 3. Do we have new contestants?
Well, then that means we need more contestants. Let's go back, Julia.
Where's Rich? Rich, you want to get back in? Oh, you guys want to go on in, Rich?
All right, so you guys are just coming back for a consolation
round.
consolation
Lucky
round.
losers.
All right. Greg, once again, well, let's meet our contestants. What's your name, sir?
Ethan Hartley.
Ethan, where are you from?
Mount Laurel, New Jersey.
All right. We got Jersey. Greg?
Greg, the great town of Juniata Park.
Is that a town?
No.
No. All right.
I'm Vince.
Okay. Vince, where are you from?
All over.
Okay, great. Here we go. First up, what pitcher threw a no-hitter for the Phillies in 2023? Exactly. This was. I saw this. I saw this. I was like, "Holy cow! I totally forgot about that."
What's this?
Yeah, that was the only good game he ever pitched for the Phillies. He ended up with like a 6 ERA.
He had the
Yeah.
sneakers. Oh, Lorenzen.
Lorenzen.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Might have been some help from the studio.
That's
audience,
all right,
but
that's all right.
we're,
That's
up there.
we're- yeah.
Deserve it. Michael.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And in 1989, what team did the Phillies spot a 10-0 lead to before coming back to win 15-11? It was the famous game. That team's announcer said, "I'll walk back to
Chicago."
Nope. The other team's announcer said, "I'll walk back to that city if we lose this game." And they lost the game. He ended up actually doing it a few months later for charity.
Atlanta?
No. Nobody's walking from Philly to Atlanta. Come on. I mean, I don't think
Hey,
so.
getting ridiculed by the host.
Go ahead.
No, that was Sherman. That was Sherman. Sherman was going to
Take a guess. Take a guess.
New York?
Nah, Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh.
All right, let's see. In 1993, what team did the Phillies play in a rain-delayed game that ended at 4:41 a.m. the next day? Mitch Williams had the
Cubs.
game-winning hit. No.
Braves.
No. Wrong again. We have a certain amount.
Yeah,
a
we're
certain
grinding
amount
to a halt here.
Yeah, a certain amount to get right to win, but there also should be a certain amount you get wrong, and you have to walk off head held low.
I'm pretty close.
I'll walk to Pittsburgh if I get 5 more wrong.
All right, what Philly won the home run derby in 2005?
Bobby Abreu.
Correct. Finally.
Nice
one. In 1927, what Major League Baseball legend got his 4,000th career hit while playing for the Philadelphia A's? He is
4,000?
4,000.
Ty Cobb.
Ty Cobb is correct. He played the last season of his career for the A's. What Philadelphia mascot was introduced to the public on August 21st, 1996?
Swoop.
Swoop. You got it.
All
right.
Is that
3
for you?
Yeah.
That's 3.
Oh, that is 3.
But I
All
lost
right.
the other ones. Let the real 3 winners come up.
That was the wild card.
That was just to save it so I could sleep tonight.
We laid odds on this. I'll go back to my original sweaty.
Yeah, let's place bets.
Tyler might be a slight favorite.
All right, this is.
I would put my money on Tyler. I would also put my money on Tyler. Anthony used to call him the bot for a reason.
All right, so we have made it into the finals, gentlemen. Obviously, the intense.
5 on Tyler.
Obviously, the intensity level ratcheting up a few notches. Let's talk to our contestants once again. First of all, sir, what's your name?
Tyler.
Tyler, you had a big win in round 1, but obviously now all the money on the line, $5. And,
It's big money.
And
That's my gas money to get
right,
home.
Right. So obviously, is pressure going to play a
Yeah.
part in this competition, you think?
It would if Jamie wasn't one of the competitors. I'm a little worried about Kyle. Jamie doesn't
Okay,
bother me.
all right.
Yeah.
Kyle, let's pass it down to you. Do you feel like Tyler's really the only competition up here this
I
afternoon?
respect all my opponents until I beat them, and then I will show no respect.
Yeah. All right. That's that. We got to work on your marketing angle a little
No,
bit.
listen, Tyler's going to kill me on anything related to baseball. So if it's baseball related,
Flyers
I'm
questions
cooked.
from
That
here on
Blue
out.
Jays one, I knew it like somewhere in my brain, but the fact that he just pulled that immediately, it scared me a
Well,
little
he's
bit.
younger than us, so
Yeah,
his brain
true.
fires a little quicker
Yeah,
than
that's-
ours does.
those are
Do you feel
facts.
like you have a chance, Jamie, or do you feel like you're just
I got
here
a
for good
fighter's
looks?
chance. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I got a puncher's chance here.
All right. Well, let's get this party started
These
here.
pale ale certainly help.
What nickname did the 1950 Phillies have? Tyler.
The Whiz Kids.
That is correct.
I knew that one.
So did I.
What Philly pro sports franchise's first ever game was a loss to the Oakland Golden Seals? Tyler.
The Flyers.
Flyers is correct.
I knew that one too because I knew who the Golden Seals were. Damn it! Chill out, bot. He's quick on the draw, man. He's good.
Yeah. Whose late punt return in 2003?
Brian Mitchell.
Wrong.
Brian Westbrook.
Brian Westbrook is correct.
He's on the board.
Wrong, Brian.
Get skunked.
Oh, wow. The momentum has shifted. Who managed his first game for the Phillies in 2018? In the middle.
I don't even know. I just wanted to stop Tyler from honestly, I'm drawing a total blank.
All right, Tyler.
Joe Girardi.
There you go.
Incorrect. Incorrect.
Oh.
Everybody's wrong. Gabe Kapler. Old Gabe Coconut
I had
Oil.
to block Tyler on the Phillies. I had to give us a shot.
I like to blank those years out of my brain.
Somewhere Gabe is per diem tanning right at this very moment.
Yeah, really.
After his famous 14-second scramble against the Cowboys in 2004, Jamie.
Donovan McNabb
No.
to the Cowboys versus the Cowboys. What's the question?
I didn't get to the question yet, Jamie. That's why
Freddie
you
Mitchell.
got it wrong.
Freddie Mitchell.
Tyler.
Freddie Mitchell.
That is correct, Tyler. I mean, what a complete. He not only got the question wrong, he then gave the answer to the winner.
Come on, man. He knew that. All right, so did I. Give him another one. Give him another one. Cowboys, McNabb, Freddie Mitchell.
All right, what do we have? You have 3.
Yeah.
You have 1. You have 1.
Yeah.
All right, we got a few more left. Let's go to 5. Yeah, it's the championship.
Sweaty.
All right, who ran for over 200 yards in the pickle juice game?
Deuce Staley.
Got it. Deuce Staley is correct, up to 2.
This is tough.
What NFL team did Jeffrey Lurie have season tickets to? Tyler.
The New England Patriots.
That is correct.
He's quick on the draw. It's those young fingers.
In 2000.
Pause. Oh, my goodness.
In 2003, the Phillies played their final game at the Vet, a 5-2 loss against what future first ballot Hall of Fame pitcher who was 37 at the time? James.
Tom Glavine.
Nope.
Greg Maddux.
Greg Maddux is correct.
I don't know baseball.
Jamie will lead you there.
I'll take you guys right to the water.
He'll take you right to the water.
You close.
And then, yeah. Damn. The Eagles got Jason Kelsey. The Eagles got Jason Kelsey in the 6th round of the 2011 draft. What bust did they take in the 1st round? In the middle.
Danny Watkins.
That's correct.
Wow.
Well done, Tyler. Well done.
Wow. Pressure's
Well
on,
done.
Tyler.
Or what are we, top 4 apiece?
4
think so.
apiece, and I'm leading them the water with
that
1.
draft is burned in my brain because I remember specifically my roommate yelling, "They drafted a firefighter!"
Is that the same year they took Jaquan Jarrett, too?
That I
What
don't
a
remember.
bad
That
draft.
sounds
Yes,
like,
you're right.
That sounds right.
You're right. At a Temple.
All right. So we're 4-4.
1.
Yeah. And Jamie will probably miss this one and then tell you guys the correct answer as soon as he gets it wrong. What 2 players did the Sixers get back when they traded away Moses Malone? In the middle
Jeff
for the win.
Ruland and Cliff Robinson.
For the win! There it is! Behind!
What a performance. What a performance.
Wow!
I'd like to thank my friends, my family, my wife, my dog Louie.
Louie gets a shout
Good
out.
competition, everybody.
That was a hell of a comeback, huh?
Also, we did extend it. Tyler technically won. He got the 3 first, but it was a final round. So
Yeah, much.
I do respect the competition.
Yeah, and I was glad Jamie didn't get that right because that was my last question. So I was going to be winging it if you missed that one, brother.
I would have had to hang my head in shame if I missed the Sixers one.
Yeah,
too,
that would have been
and
tough
the
luck.
trivia contest.
Yep.
All right.
Wow, I'm sweating, man. That was a high-intensity final round there.
What's the next game?
We have some Would You Rathers, which isn't really a game. It's just like a situation to get to know people. Hold on, let me grab my computer. And we got some Prices Right stuff.
Jamie saved me on the Tom Glavine and Greg Maddux. It's like
I was between those two.
I'll come up for that.
All right.
Anyone else? Anyone else here? Would you rather?
Yeah, get in here, Nick.
All right, I'll play the first one, then I'll bounce out.
And then we're
Would
going to
you
do a
rather,
little chat. Can you beat ChatGPT?
No.
I will put in like who is the
Cannot.
top 5 Phillies of all time, and we'll see what you guys got. The Eagles, Sixers, etc. See if you link up with the machines.
Oh, all right.
All right, a couple of Would You Rathers. Let's just get to know people a little bit.
Let's do it.
All right, some sports ones and some other ones. We'll start first with you, Johnny. Would you rather see the Eagles win one more Super Bowl with Jalen Hurts or have them dominate the NFC East and the NFC for the next 10 years with no guaranteed Super Bowls?
The Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's an easy one.
Yeah, that's
All right.
easy.
I don't know. Some people would take competition.
Yeah, come on.
So
Now,
can
I'm
they
done.
win in the seasons that they're not
These
guaranteed a
are
Super Bowl?
ChatGPT questions.
I want the Super Bowl.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm with him.
All right.
That was a ChatGPT question?
Yeah.
Yeah, see? The robots haven't taken over yet.
You didn't need
That was-
ChatGPT for that one, Jamie.
Right.
Would you rather bring back a prime Brian Dawkins or have the top cornerback in the game on the team right now?
B-Dog.
Yeah, B-Dog, yeah.
Yeah, B-Dog.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you rather beat the Cowboys twice every year but miss the playoffs or lose to them twice and win the Super Bowl?
Oh, come on.
Yeah, lose twice and win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I don't care about losing.
That's an easy one. All right, Philadelphia 76ers, would you rather? Courtesy of Chat GPT. Would you rather keep Joel Embiid forever but never get past the second round?
No, the other one.
Come on, what are we doing? Would you rather have Allen Iverson's 2001 finals run and lose, or a boring finals win with a bunch of role play? All right, we're done with these.
Yeah.
All right, we'll move on to Price is Right. And then I have some USA trivia if anybody wants to participate in those.
You are sweating up here, Jamie.
Dude, it is hot.
My glasses are
steaming
up.
Dude, it's like...
You need like a mini fan.
It wasn't this bad earlier. The temperature in this office has gone up like 15 degrees in the past hour.
It's a PHLY sauna.
Yeah. All right. Over under for a price of Chickies and Pete's crab fries at Citizens Bank Park. I will set it at $15.50.
I'm taking the over.
I'm going to take the under.
I'm going the over, too.
$15.89.
Over. This is an inexact science because I'm relying on internet searches for this. To $18 for a bucket.
What?
God. For a bucket of crab
Is
fries.
that including the cheese?
Yes, I think so.
That's a separate
Cheese takes you to
transaction.
21?
We do not condone stealing here, Julia.
Over under for a price of a hot dog at Citizens Bank Park. Over under $5.25.
Over.
Over.
Everybody wins. $6 is the price of a hot dog at Citizens Bank Park.
Ridiculous.
It's outrageous.
They missed all
We have like the most expensive ballpark in the country, so for food.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm just going to take the over on everything.
A cocktail at Citizens Bank
Over.
Park.
Over.
I don't even care the price. Over.
$47 over.
$23.75 over under.
I'm going to go under
There is
because
a
I think it's like
souvenir
20
cup with that. So
right.
there's a
I think
cup.
it's $23.50 or something like that.
Oh, tricky.
Yeah, this one's a little tighter than the other ones.
I'm going to stick with over.
I'm going to go under for this one.
$24.
Come on.
Yeah. Those cups are pretty good, though. That's a double. I'm sorry. I should have specified.
Oh, the double. Yeah, definitely.
That discounts my
That
answer.
one was my wife gets those, and I yell at her
Put
every
my
time.
point back on the board.
All right. A stateside vodka drink. Standard size at Citizens Bank Park. Over under $16.75.
I mean, I have to go under because it's standard size. So actually, we've got one. So this size.
Yes.
16. Oh my God. I have to go under. If it's over, we should storm the ballpark right now.
So that's all I drink when I go to Phillies games.
Oh, so you know.
It's got the inside
Yeah.
knowledge.
I'm going to go over.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to go under because it's a domestic.
I believe they are $17.50 or $18.
Ding,
Over.
ding, ding. Over.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, for that size.
For this,
outrageous.
$18.
Yeah, that's what's paying for Bryce Harper right there. You drinking stateside at Citizens Bank Park.
That's why I drink in the parking lot.
That's right.
A souvenir soda at Citizens Bank Park. And you get the collector's cup with said soda. Souvenir soda, it's a big boy.
You got to get the cup.
Over, under, $10.50.
Over.
Yeah, over.
Over because of the cup.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah,
You're
the
all
cup,
correct.
yeah.
$12.
$12.
Yeah. That cup is $10.
For Coca-Cola. Yeah.
It costs them 18 cents, but it's $10. A Mac and Manco thin crust pizza over under $19.75.
Over. I'm going to say it's $20.
Yeah, definitely. Over.
I think this is actually kind of a
Definitely
bargain.
over.
It's $20.
Yeah, but it's a personal
personal.
size pizza.
That's
a
like
good
2
point.
bites.
Yeah, but a personal size pizza anywhere is going to be 14. So it's
Yeah.
not like
Yeah, but you can
this.
get
Like
the-
this
it's not
thing,
the stateside.
like it's going to a 4-pack of this is less than $18.
Oh, sure.
You know?
Yeah, definitely.
I have other ones here. Let's move on to the Wells Fargo Center.
No, it's not.
Oh, I'm sorry. The
Yeah.
Xfinity Mobile
Yeah.
Arena, or
Yeah,
the
that's
Xbox, as some people have affectionately
Xbox,
called it.
yes.
Yeah, I kind of like the Xbox a little bit.
I like the FU. It's always the FU Center to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Wachovia,
never-
FU, Wells Fargo. All right, the average price of a hot dog, and again, these isn't an exact science, this is based on internet searches of mine. A regular hot dog at the Wells Fargo Center, over or under $5.25.
So we're deciding whether this is less expensive than the ballpark hot dog.
Yep.
I mean, I'm still going to go over.
Yeah, I'm also going over.
I'm going to do the same.
According to the search, I found the average dog at the Wells Fargo Center or Xfinity Mobile Arena, $5, cheaper than Citizens Bank Park.
All right. Well, yeah. I guess if you're going to watch the Sixers, they got to practically give you hot dogs.
Yeah. A 24-ounce premium beer at the Xfinity Mobile Arena. I got to get used to this. Over under $16.50.
How big's the beer?
24 ounces. Big boy.
All right.
Big yards.
So even bigger than that. Yeah, I'm going to go over.
Andrew?
How much was it again?
$16.50.
24 ounce.
It's a big boy.
Yeah, I'm going over.
I'm going to go under.
It's a lot.
Under?
Different.
The average price of a 24-ounce beer at the Wells Fargo Center is $16.55. That's the average price because I think there's certain like premiums that are probably slightly more, slightly less.
So we won, right? Over.
Yeah, you guys won over by 5 cents.
That was close. Yeah. When you said it, I was like, wait a second. What did I bet on?
Won
by a nickel.
All right, the average price at the Xfinity Center of chicken tenders and French fries. Going to set the line here. Over or under $12.75?
Over.
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 $13.85. All right, and a soft pretzel. We'll round out here at the Xfinity Mobile Arena. The average price of a soft pretzel inside, over or under $7.50.
I'll go under on this. I'm gonna say I'm gonna dabble my toe in the underwaters here a little bit. I haven't done much of it, but I'm gonna try it this time.
$7.50 for the pretzel.
Sounds like a right price, doesn't it?
I'm going to go under as well. Yeah.
How much was the hot dog?
$5.
$5.
I'm going the under.
Slight under, $6.50 on
There
that
we go.
soft pretzel. All right, that was a little bit of Prices Right. You want to do a little, are you smarter than Chat GPT?
Sure, we can try. Probably not, though.
All right, you ready? All right, we will do, let's see. Who are the top 5 flyers of all time according to Chat GPT?
All right, do we want to go down the line? One of us each give
I think
one?
this can be a collaborative effort.
Work together. Well, Bobby Clark, obviously.
Yeah, Bobby Clark.
Giroux, probably.
Bernie Perrant.
Bernie Perrant. Lindros.
Hextall.
That's 5.
Is that 5?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 5.
Okay, sorry, I had to rephrase my question because it took aviation into account.
Did you not hear us?
He hadn't looked it up first.
He was like, no, I'm doing this on the fly here. I was like, aviation, Amelia Earhart, she crashed.
Yeah, Flyers. Come on, man.
All right, Bobby Clark.
Bobby Clark, we said.
Bobby Clark is on the board.
Lucky Lindbergh.
Bernie Perrant on the board. You're 2 for 2. Eric Lindros, 3 for 3.
Giroux.
Giroux gets in there.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure he was going to, but that's good work by Nick. And who was the 5th you said?
Said Hextall.
Hextall.
No. Who? Billy Barber. Nope. He may be. Any final guesses?
Giroux was the extent of my Flyers knowledge, to be completely honest.
Yeah, I'm pretty damn proud of 4 for 5, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I am the same.
Number 5, Mark Howe.
Yeah, I wouldn't have.
Okay, wouldn't have gotten that one.
You're okay with that answer? All right, honorable mention. We got Johnny LeClaire, Rick McLeish, Brian Propp, Ron Hextall, and Tim Kerr. It's kind of a weak honorable mention a little bit, right? All right. Who are the top 5 Philadelphia Eagles of all time, according to ChatGPT?
Dawkins.
Right.
Lane Johnson.
Yeah, but
Ooh,
well,
we got
here's-
Lane in there, huh?
I got Lane in there. Of course I got Lane in there.
I mean,
right,
I
so
guess. Well, now I need to know.
I will tell
like,
you the criteria
Right.
of their search.
Yeah.
Individual dominance, impact on team success,
No, help us out.
fan legacy, and Hall of Fame credentials.
It's probably not on there, but Alshon was my favorite wide receiver in the
Yeah,
past
he's definitely
like, decade.
not.
Definitely not on
Definitely,
there,
yeah.
though.
Jason Kelsey?
Is that an official answer?
Yeah. Kelsey over
Kelsey's
Johnson.
gotta be
Kelsey
in
over
there.
Johnson.
Kelsey is number
Definitely
4
gotta be in
on
there. Okay, all right, we got
ChatGPT
4.
list.
Fletcher Cox?
Fletch?
No. Well, he was around for a long time, but
No, Fletch is a honorable mention.
Wow.
Reggie
Yeah,
White,
Reggie
ding, ding,
White.
ding.
Yeah.
Tyler gets
Reggie.
the number 1 answer on the board, 124 sacks.
Jerome?
Too short.
yeah.
He didn't even get honorable mention.
Wow.
You guys are missing some heavyweights here.
Jalen Hurts can't be on there.
Jalen Hurts is
Saquon?
not on
Not
there.
yet.
Not Saquon, no.
Not yet.
I mean,
One
you know,
is an obvious.
McNabb is,
Donovan McNabb gets the number 5 spot.
Okay.
Dawkins?
Brian
We just said
Dawkins
Dawkins,
gets the number 2
Yeah, we said
spot.
Dawkins.
So you have
Yeah, we said
Dawkins,
that
Kelsey,
already.
McNabb,
And I would put Dawkins over
and Reggie.
White.
So you're missing
Yeah.
one on the board. Not Eric Allen. Didn't even get the honorable mention.
Carmichael?
Not Carmichael, who was an honorable mention.
Steve Van Buren.
Honorable mention.
Okay.
You guys are
Who are we missing?
Concrete Charlie. VG with the Bednarik.
Good job, VG.
All right, according to ChatGPT, who are the top 5 Philadelphia Sixers of all time?
Iverson.
Iverson, definitely.
Joel?
Wilt.
Barkley.
All right, so we got Iverson, you said, right?
Yep.
It's
Yeah.
still building the list. Come on, Chat. Iverson is on it.
Barkley.
List not completed yet. I'm at
Okay.
number 3.
Yeah, Dr.
Was
J.
Barkley on the
One at a
list?
time?
Yeah, basically.
Dr. J.
Dr.
Barkley,
J.
Are you
Wilt.
faster than ChatGPT?
and then Wilt, I would say, is the top.
Wilt is number 3.
Yeah.
Iverson's on there.
Gotta have
Dr. J
Dr.
was
J.
said.
Joel not on there?
Not in top 5.
Number 5.
What?
Joel
Embiid.
Embiid.
Wait.
in there.
Who did we
led the league in
say?
scoring?
Who did we say that's not on? Who did we say just now that's not on there? We said Iverson, Barkley, Wilt. Wilt's not on there.
Yeah, Wilt's number 3. Well, he probably should be number 1.
Is Paul George on there?
Iverson, Dr. J. Right.
Yeah, those are the 5.
All right, for extra credit,
Furcon.
honorable mentions.
Okay.
Who you got
Maurice
for the-
Cheeks.
Maurice Cheeks is 1. There's 5 honorable mentions.
Andrew Toney.
No.
It's too short a career. If he had stayed
The
healthy,
foot,
he would
yeah.
be. Yeah.
Billy Cunningham.
Ding, ding, ding. Number 2.
Kangaroo Kid.
You got 2 of the 5 so far with Maurice Cheeks and Billy Cunningham.
Can we get an era hint?
1, I'm shocked to see, played
Hal Greer.
2000s. Hal Greer is on there. There's number 3. And
Well, you had the Kangaroo Kid.
Yes, 1 Caucasian and 1 more. Bobby Jones should be on, but he's not the one. And one was
who else?
1 was mentioned earlier today, actually not that long ago.
Sean Bradley.
As a perfect role player that grew into a better role with a different team. And I'm shocked he's on the list.
Please don't tell me. Please don't tell me JJ Redick.
No.
Okay.
No.
Let's not get
Crazy.
I mean, yeah.
TJ McConnell.
Yeah.
No. All right, we have Mr. Dolph Shays.
Oh, dangerous.
He's a Hall of
McDonald.
Famer. He's a Hall of Famer. And then we
He
have...
was only a Nationals guy, though. I don't think he ever played for the Phillies, for the Sixers.
I'll
I mean, it
trust you
still
on that one.
counts.
Yeah.
It still
Johnny
counts. It's still the
Goodtimes. Come with the
same
knowledge.
franchise, but yeah, he never played for the Sixers.
And then the final one, Andre Iguodala gets the honorable
Really?
mention.
Really? I would never have
That's a
said
dark
that.
horse.
That is rough. All right, and we will do the final question for the Philadelphia Phillies portion of this. The top 5 Philadelphia Phillies of all time, according to ChatGPT.
Mike Schmidt,
Mike
Steve
Schmidt.
Carlton.
Okay,
Steve
those 2
Carlton.
are done.
Jimmy
Yeah,
Rollins.
Jimmy.
We have Jimmy in there.
Roy Halladay.
We're still
crazy.
at number 2.
Oh, okay.
ChatGPT's pumping them out.
stuff.
We're at
Utley.
number 3 now. So you guys got the first 2. Good job. Jimmy Rollins, number 4.
Okay.
Utley. Howard.
Utley is number 3.
Howard.
And Ryan Howard's number 5.
No Halladay or Cliff Lee. or
Halladay
Hamels?
gets honorable mention. Bryce Harper gets honorable mention.
Yeah.
Cole Hamels gets honorable
definitely
mention.
Cole.
Richie Ashburn and Robin Roberts.
Okay.
Oh.
I think you can go a couple of those guys. As much as I love the big piece, I think that's a little like
Yeah.
I think Robin Roberts and his Hall of Fame plaque probably have a little something to say about it. No, there's definite holes in their game. All right, that's gonna do it for the ChatGPT portion of the show. But you guys are pretty much smarter than ChatGPT. I'll give it to you.
All right,
We're
thank
definitely
you.
faster.
Yeah.
That is true.
Man, it would be really nice to get the air on again, wouldn't it?
It would be really nice. Do you have another game? We got
Yeah,
10
you want to do
minutes.
some U.S. trivia?
Yeah, let's
Absolutely.
do it.
Smart you
Yeah.
are?
All right, Greg, you want to hop
yeah.
in?
Yeah, come on. Don't you have
No,
like
I'm the
decades of
genius at
Quizzo
asking, not at
experience?
answering.
All right. I have to scroll down to get the answers, but so just bear with me a second. We'll start easy.
All right, let's do it.
In what year was the Declaration of Independence signed?
1776.
That's good work by you.
Are we doing that? Are we gonna?
Yeah, you guys use your buzzers. Yeah. I'll set the
doing
table.
trivia style. All right.
Who wrote the Declaration of Independence?
James Madison.
Wrong.
No?
Thomas Jefferson.
Ding, ding, ding. Thomas Jefferson is correct.
Yep.
That Temple education.
No,
Come
no.
on, man.
Oh, no.
Giving Temple a bad name here. Who was the president during the Civil War? I believe that's Frazier with the correct answer. Abraham Lincoln. All right. Who was the second president of the United States?
John Adams.
Correct. Did you watch John Adams on HBO?
I did.
Yeah, it's a good show.
Shout out HBO.
Yeah, or Max, or whatever the hell
Whatever
they're calling it these days.
No, they went back. They went back to HBO.
I think it's HBO Max.
It's HBO Max now. Yeah, they didn't drop the Max. They should have dropped the Max.
Yeah, it's like the freaking Xfinity Xbox Center. Like it's like every year it's something new.
Something new.
Why would you drop one of the most iconic names in television programming? I never know. All right, here's a tough one. In what year did women gain the right to vote in the United States of America?
I'm going to guess 1920.
Ding, ding, ding. Johnny Goodtimes.
Let's go.
Let's
go.
That's a good one. That is good knowledge by you.
pull.
All right, let's do a little geography.
All right, let's do it.
What is the largest state by area in the United States?
California?
Wrong. Alaska.
Alaska is
Oh, that's a
correct.
state.
What is the smallest state in the United States? I believe that's Nick.
Rhode Island.
Rhode Island is correct. All right, let's do a little tougher geography here. Which state is nicknamed the Peach State?
Georgia.
That is correct.
Yeah, come on.
And it ties back to Ty Cobb.
Yeah.
Georgia Beach.
Yes,
Beach.
correct. Which U.S. state has the most national parks?
Utah.
Nick or who hit that?
Yeah, Nick, go for it.
Wyoming.
Good guess, though.
I'm going to guess California.
Ding, ding, ding. Johnny
That was my
Goodtimes
second.
again.
That was
That's
going
a
to be
good
my
one.
second, yeah.
You said it earlier for the biggest one. You should have just gone with the national parks there. All right, let's get back to my geography here. What is the tallest mountain in the United States?
Oh,
Denali.
Correct. Johnny Goodtimes is a damn machine at U.S. geography. All right.
I'm looking at the chat for hints.
Let's get some thumbs up in the chat here, people.
Don't give away your secrets.
Hit
Come on.
that
yeah, where are we
subscribe
looking
I was
button
also
there.
doing the same thing.
Where are we looking on thumbs ups? Are we getting?
We got well over 300. I don't know if
Well, I
we're
know,
pushing
but
4 yet.
well, the 4 is going to give us the bomb, right?
What are we at?
The buzz ball gets the 400?
318? Come on, let's get to
Come
350.
on.
When are we doing the buzz ball?
You'll do it if we get to
400.
350 here. in the next
350.
go.
Yeah.
350.
Well, if we get to 350, we'll tell them we're at 400.
All right, I got to get back to my trivia here. Where the hell did it go? Got too many damn tabs open. What American film studio has a mountain in its logo?
It's Paramount.
Paramount is correct. This is the fun portion of the quiz here, of the Great American Quiz. What U.S. state is known for potatoes?
Idaho.
Yeah, there you go. There's 2 in a row for Frazier. He's rolling now. What popular U.S. dessert is most associated with Thanksgiving?
Pumpkin pie.
That is correct. All right. What is the most populous? That's easy. What university is located in Cambridge, Mass. and was founded in 1636?
What is Harvard?
That is correct.
There's a Jeopardy answer for you, too.
Yeah. What beverage is the official state drink of Kentucky?
Bourbon.
Correct. Good work by you, because I think people would have gone like mint julep or a cocktail. Just bourbon.
Yeah.
Just bourbon. All right. Final one as we're winding down here. Which famous phrase begins the U.S. Constitution?
We the people.
There you go, Frazier. You got
Strong
a little hot
finish.
streak there.
Strong
That's
finish. Nice.
Good. Man, we got 5 minutes to go, and I can't wait to like towel down.
Same. I am dying
up here. Woo! All right, let's see. Is there any other questions we want to get to? That's a good time here, just for fun. How many stripes are on the U.S. flag?
13.
And what does it represent?
The colonies.
Colonies,
There you go. What's U.S. That's a stupid question. What is the name of the U.S. naval base that was attacked in 1941?
Pearl Harbor.
Pearl Harbor, yeah.
Yeah. You would probably be amazed how many people don't get that right.
I'd be pretty sad, but
Yeah. Well, you don't think, like, people
you
might
know,
not
these
say-
kids today, Jamie.
They don't know anything
Back in my day.
Okay. What do we got here? Who gifted the Statue of Liberty to the
France.
U.S.?
Yeah, France.
Ah, that was a Tyler Zulli.
What
yeah.
is it made out of?
Ooh,
Copper.
I was gonna say copper. but-
Copper.
Is it?
Yeah.
Damn. What do you think that thing's worth?
Nothing now.
I mean, well, crackheads are always stealing copper pipes off of people's houses, so you know.
have to melt it down, you know?
It's one giant penny.
Okay. What U.S. landmark is nicknamed the Gateway to the West?
The St. Louis Arch.
Yes, that John Kruk has never been to. All the
really?
years ago, it came up on the broadcast last year or this year that he's never gone to it in all the years in St. Louis.
Wow, that's
Tom
like the
McCarthy's
only thing I did when I went to St. Louis. Like that was the only thing I checked off the box.
The only thing
The
there?
only time I've ever been to St. Louis, the only thing I did.
Yeah. What is the national flower of the United States?
Sunflower?
Ooh, that's actually a good question.
What'd you say?
Sunflower?
What?
Daisy?
Daisy?
No.
It should be lavender or something like that.
No. It's very obvious when you think about it. Really dumb it down to the most basic flower you
not
buy
a
or
rose?
buys. Correct.
Is it
Really?
a rose?
It's a rose? Wow.
Yeah. Let's see. Final one here. I keep saying final one as I'm just waiting to get to producer hour for 4 more minutes.
I got some here if you need them, so just let me know.
What U.S. coin features a torch, an olive branch, and an oak branch?
A quarter?
Dime.
Dime is correct.
Wow.
Did you know that one?
I
you
knew
just
the
guessing?
olive branch. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right, what do you got to round it out? We got like 3 minutes until we hand it off to the producers behind the scenes.
All right, let's see. If let's see what we got here.
Is this still U.S.?
No. Let me
It's Philly
see.
sports again.
No, I'll do. We'll do regular. We'll do regular questions. Let's see what I got. Let's go.
And Peeling Onions in the chat says it's not just copper.
Oh.
So we're going to have to fact check you on that
Peeling
one.
All right, we're gonna go
Tell us the
third
right
largest.
answer.
Third largest city. So I'm gonna give you the state's third largest city. You give me the state.
All right, I like this.
All right, you ready? Mesa.
Arizona.
Got it.
Yeah.
Rutland.
Vermont.
Nice. That's a tough one. Norman.
Oklahoma.
Yep. Grand Forks.
Man, Forks. That's like that's a Midwest.
You lose me in the flyover states.
Wait, what was it again?
Grand Forks.
Missouri.
Nah.
Mississippi.
Nebraska?
Kansas?
Nah. North Dakota.
Not even close. Samsonite. Was way off.
Rio Rancho.
Nevada. No.
New Mexico.
Got it. New Mexico.
Damn it.
Aurora.
Illinois.
Colorado is correct. Evansville.
Indiana.
Got it. Wow. Bowling Green.
Ohio. Kentucky.
Anybody else?
Nah.
What if it's something Kentucky? Yes, he got it. He said Iowa. He was getting ready to say Kentucky, and then he got to the Y.
I put your Brian in the pretzel.
Classic Jamie trivia. He both gets it wrong and gives you guys the correct answer at the same time. All right.
I like this one. This is good.
All right.
We got a text-in question from Mr. Bo Wolf.
Oh, here we go.
What is the acronym for Bank of America?
BOA.
BOFA.
BOFA?
Bofa.
Damn. Roasted.
Bofa.
Got him.
That is awesome. All right, so coming up here, we are live for, let's see here, about 2 more hours coming. No, 3 more hours. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So the next hour ahead, we're going to get our producers who normally don't get the chance to be on camera, the opportunity to be on camera. I think some of the hosts have provided some questions. You're going to meet a lot of the staff here behind the scenes, and we're going to watch them squirm on camera. So we're looking forward to that.
There's going to be no squirming. We're going to have a great time.
And then coming up after that, the 6 o'clock hour, we're going to do a little bit of the Phillies show into the 7 o'clock hour, which is going to be a Phillies watch along with Mr. Tyler Zulli, who does a great job on the Phillies show. Staff is going to be calling in either from home or stay here and hang with Tyler. So we got 3 more hours ahead. Really thank everybody. Some of you sickos have been in here all day, and we can't thank you enough. You guys are the absolute best. For everybody that's donated so far today to the Big Brothers Big Sisters Organization of America, we absolutely love you. We're currently second across the ALLCITY markets right now.
We can win.
We want to get that up, but tomorrow's our
it.
big push. Tomorrow's our big push. But anybody that's donated, thank you. It goes to a great cause. 100% of all donations go. YouTube gets nothing. Google gets nothing. We get nothing. It's all going to the best place for it. So thank you for that.
Shout out to Big Brother. I was in the Big Brothers program.
Oh, you were a Big?
I was a Big
Were you
Brother.
a Big?
Yeah, I was a Big Brother.
No
Yep.
kidding. That's awesome.
Yeah,
That's
my
great
little
stuff.
brother's like 30 now.
Is he?
He's doing great. Yeah. He's
That's
doing great.
awesome.
Yep.
Are they local still?
Yep.
That's awesome.
That's
Good stuff.
wonderful, man.
And a huge thank you to Johnny Goodtimes.
Yeah, man. Great stuff.
If
Yeah,
you're
fun.
a Quizzo sicko, look up his stuff. He's the best. Check out Shy Vintage Sports as well. Let's give him a little thumbs up on that page. We're going to reset, and then we're going to get the producers on screen to continue the stream and keep it rolling here as we're going 12 hours today. Thank you to everybody for effing around. Congrats to Kyle Newbeck for winning the staff Quizzo.
Yeah, Kyle.
And we'll be back in a minute. Don't go anywhere.
And welcome to the PHLY Producers Show, brought to you by TrueMark Financial on this Wednesday evening. I am Julia Hoff, producer of the PHLY Eagle Show and head of production.
Yeah. All right. Oh my God.
Hey, everybody! How you doing? Well, that's good. Welcome to the PHLY Producer Show. My name is Brenna. I'm your director of fun and games for the afternoon. Joining me today are all the PHLY producers.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good. I don't know how to updo that. All right. All right, intro music's playing. Well, welcome into the PHLY Sixers pod. It's Spirit Week this week, and I'm here with my co-hosts, Julia, Brenna, Chris, Nick, Andrew, I'm Bree, super producer Tyler. There it is. Here it is.
Happy Wednesday! It's the Anthony Gargano Show.
Amaze.
I don't even know if my mic works. Oh, there it goes. All right.
Cool.
What's up, everybody? Welcome into Philly with Jon Marks on PHLY. As always, brought to you by Bet Parks. Get in on the Bet Parks app right now. It is Philly with Jon Marks. Welcome to our 8 a.m.ers. We're building a community here. Our diehards. That's about how we start.
Our 5 p.m.ers.
All right. Let's get some more. Shout out Futz.
Friendly reminder, we have a fundraiser going on, so please click that and donate. Thank you very much.
We forgot our drink bucket. Shout out Anonymous. Shoot. Shout out.
Drink bucket.
I love Anonymous.
Yeah. So this is going to be a
Wait,
very,
hold on. Do I get to do the Phillies show? Do I get to be there?
Yeah.
No, so let us know in the comments, Tyler, if you want to pull up a poll to see who did the best impression of their host of their show.
Is there room there?
I feel like I got a little like.
Yeah, here.
There you go.
There you go, right there. Yeah.
So yeah, we're gonna answer some questions. We're gonna have a good old time. So
It's gonna be a lot of fun.
It's gonna
be a lot
only
of fun.
50 minutes to go.
I don't know how they do it.
Yeah, so drop your questions in the chat.
It's gonna be the longest hour of my life.
It is. Again, it's still hot in here, so we're still sweating.
It is really hot.
Woo. It is really hot.
All right.
All right. Let's just go around like quick fire. Everyone knows what everyone does, right? Well, let's introduce Chris and Nick too. So Chris is our head of social media. Nick is our account manager. Want to say a few words?
Yeah. I'm Chris. I'm social media manager here. Do a lot of video photography. Also, Bo calls me Forrest Gump. Let's see. I do a lot of shotgunning beers. Yes.
It was
yeah,
Zach.
I do a little.
It was Zach that did.
Oh, Zach.
Zach.
Sorry,
yeah,
Zach
yeah.
is the
Oh
one
my
that always
God,
says.
Bo. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
But yeah, no, it's excited to be on the show and have you guys get to know me a little bit better.
Cool. And I'm Nick. It's cool to be on this side of the camera. I guess my shows are Excel sheets and Notion.
Nick, somebody in the last show asked who the handsome guy with the glasses and the hat were. So that was just letting you know you got a fan somewhere.
Nick. Okay, well, while we still have some talent here, talent being people on the actual shows, are there any questions from any of our talent directly to our producers while you're all still here before you leave us?
Very.
Bree, you want to take that?
Who's the worst what?
No.
No one's the worst. No one is the worst.
The mice.
No one is the worst.
What equipment would you buy?
Ooh, okay. I don't have enough time. I don't have enough time. We only have 49 minutes, but I would buy a all-in-one like live production TriCaster sort of thing.
We need a teleprompter.
Okay, teleprompter.
I would do like personalized headsets, like colors, like design. I'm just saying, leather, yeah.
Yeah, and that way you don't have to put
Headphones.
Jamie's sweaty headset on anymore.
Yeah, that would be
That's
great.
it. There it is.
I think a working studio computer would be really nice.
Yeah.
Something that actually does its job. Yeah. We're being honest.
Well, we have it now.
Someone.
Which mouse? Not computer mouse, right? I love them all. I love that they're not on my desk anymore. So that's great. We have a little like exciting mouse problem. Yes.
What is each of your favorite project that you've worked on? So that could be an event, that could be a video that you felt really good about the editing. What's your favorite thing that you've done?
We're supposed to like those? Does it have to be here?
Oh my God. Oh, there's CG in the
Andrew's
chat.
become the walking embodiment of you guys
hey,
get
Zach.
paid?
Yeah. Hi, ZB.
Hey, Zach.
Please help us.
We have to answer
hold
Kyle.
on, I got him, Jamie. Let me do my job.
I'll go. All right, I'll go first, and we'll go around the line. I would say the draft easily, just because it's just
that
such
was my
a
answer.
free-for-all, but it's just so much knowledge, and just it's so fun. And anything
Yeah.
goes, but it's just amazing content. And if you haven't checked it out, you should watch all of our draft coverage starting next week at the Boozy Mut.
Come out for our drafts.
Yeah. I think mine would be the NHL draft, because I was going to say NFL, but I think I'll go Flyers draft, because last year we did it at Chickies, and the official Flyers had their draft party there too, so we had no idea. So Gritty came, and we had 250 people or something like that, so it was really cool to see the crowd there and select Chet Luchenko.
So Kyle's question was what our favorite project was, because I know a lot of people in the chat didn't hear it. I would probably say the draft lottery draft lottery party, just because all of you guys came out to support. It was a great show. It was fun. It was exciting. Yeah, I'm going draft lottery. What do you got?
Probably the Exciting Mike's video we just released last week.
The behind the scenes.
Behind the scenes one. It was a lot of fun to do something more long form. And yeah, no, it's just, I'm glad that you all are enjoying it, but yeah, I would say that's probably my favorite one that I can think of right now.
I have to go to the draft summit. It was nice to get out from behind the computer and actually see some of you diehards in person. Celebrate our Philadelphia Eagles.
That was fun.
I think my favorite project would be working with Anthony Gargano every day. I love it.
Baxter, Bart Tice if you're in Milwaukee.
Is he watching right now?
Ooh, okay, Jamie, what was your? Oh, sorry, Tyler.
So we got really put into a unique situation when we first started because the Phillies were like 3 weeks out of being in the postseason, and they made a run in the NLCS. So it was like the Wild West of trying to figure out what worked and what didn't that first like 4 weeks. That was a ton of fun. It was crazy hectic, but like having a team that was a game away from the World Series was a ton of fun. The ending, of course, was not, but I think that first couple of weeks was like we really, really hit the ground running.
All right, sweet. Yeah.
All right.
Should we have any questions?
Do you guys want the questions from the chat?
Yeah,
we
go
have a
ahead.
ton
Let's do
so
it.
far.
The questions.
All right. So let's see what we got. Let's start with. All right, we got a ton here. Let's start from the bottom.
Also, we're definitely willing to like do like something to get more not something, but like within means to get more people to
donate?
fundraise and donate.
Yeah.
So let us know.
All right, so this went via the super chat route. This is from Chase Daniel Plainview. CDP says, "Who is your favorite producer of all time?" I guess probably not in our staff, but who is your favorite producer?
No. Wait, favorite producer?
Tyler, do you have one off the top of your head to like? Dang.
I mean, I think in terms of, for me personally, like to go back to who trained me originally when I got into the industry, he's still at the Fanatic now doing a great job on the mornings. Andrew Salchunas is an awesome producer. I mean, does everything technically properly right. Jamie was another trainer for me. And then I guess by the time I got to the Fanatic, Devon was more of a host, but Devon's like been my mentor for 10 years now, unwillingly probably. But those three guys I think are my three that have really helped me hit the ground running.
Are we going this way now?
Sure.
Oh yeah.
Mine would be Julia. That's my favorite producer.
No reason.
It's respect, but it's really for
Well, I saw that you had the rag, so I knew it would be okay to say that.
Love you guys.
Should I answer this question? I'll go with the political response and say everybody. I know, boo, boo, boo.
Yeah, I second Nick.
Yeah, I don't know. Like,
None of you all stink. Thank you.
like,
Good night.
I'm trying to think the music route. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even think of it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, movie producer,
Music producer.
any type of producer.
Oh man.
Yeah, change your answer.
Yeah, go back. I need some time.
Fred again.
Oh.
Fred again is so fire. I might have
Heads out there.
Oh, that's a good one. That's
Yeah. Saw him live last year. And it was
nice.
life-changing.
That's what I've heard from everyone that's seen him. You guys have an answer? I literally don't have an answer.
If we're going like the literal, I would just say my mother.
Great producer.
Wow.
Julia loves her mom more than the rest of you.
Wow.
But I also love you all.
That was really cool.
Aw. Do you have one, Bruno?
This is gonna Jack Antonoff, music producer.
Okay.
I'll go him. Yeah. I'm a Swiftie. Oh, man, we can talk about that later.
Aw. That'll be an hour 2 of the
Yeah,
producer show.
yeah. No. The last half
That'll be an
hour.
overtime
It's only
of the producer
5:18. We still have 40 minutes.
Don't worry,
Come on.
we've got plenty of questions, guys. Don't worry.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions up there.
All right, next
All right,
question for
thank
you
you
all
all.
comes from Futz. What show would you be the most make you the most nervous to cover?
Wow.
Baseball. Anything baseball.
Like, as a producer?
So I guess, Futz, like to clarify, are you asking as a producer, or if you were asked to join the show as the host?
Which is a host, yeah.
Which one is it?
I don't know. You can take it any way you want, I guess.
Okay.
Do you want to start on that end? Do you
Sure.
have an idea? Do you have,
Or you want to start, Tyler?
The answer is Anthony's show. It's the most intensive. It is because it's 2 hours, because there's multiple guests, because Andrew, you have 700 moving parts. The answer is Anthony's show. It is the most intensive show, and it's an hour longer than everybody else's show.
and I'm going to second that, just straight up.
I would say as a producer, I would agree. If I had to do talent on it, I would say any of the beats, because,
Yeah, definitely the Phillies, only because
Yeah.
I know the least about baseball in general. So I'd be the least comfortable. And I just found in just working in the sports industry for a while, like being comfortable at least about the teams or sports you are working for definitely helps, or at least helps me be more comfortable. So I would just say just because I am the least knowledgeable about baseball, that's definitely got to be.
So to fill you guys in, Futz follows back up. He says meant producer, but host is probably a more diverse answer since Anthony is the most technically difficult. You can answer as a host too.
Okay.
I would have to say the Flyers because I don't know a single thing about hockey.
yeah, I think I would say Flyers, too.
I'd go Phillies.
For the producing portion of that question, I would say all of your shows because y'all do such a great job.
This is
I know
getting
that if-
sappy.
Andrew, are you okay?
I know
Come
that-
on.
I know that if I went in, I would
Come
mess
on,
your
let's be
show
real.
up. I would definitely
Let's
mess
be You
your
real.
show up. Ruin it.
Says
Enough
the,
with the
says the person
emotion.
that covers all of the other shows the most.
For the hosting, I would probably say the Flyers, just because I don't really know hockey that well at all.
Same. Yeah.
Tyler, is there a mic okay on the end there? With their
Yeah.
turn? Okay.
Yep, we're all good.
All right, thank you, sorry.
All right. I'm just going to bounce around a little bit. Go ahead.
What's the best live concert you've ever been to?
Ooh,
that's
yes.
a good one.
Yes.
Taylor
Thinking of like
Eras Tour.
What is it?
Oh, am I answering? Oh, I thought we were going down the line. Oh.
Who's starting?
You're the host of the show,
Okay,
Julia.
no, we're starting the other way.
Okay, I'll go.
Yeah, word it out.
Taylor
Last
Swift.
year, last year, the Mann Center, I saw The War on Drugs.
Ooh.
Fantastic performance. Yeah, great music.
All right, Nick, what do you got?
I feel like Fred again would be a cop-out, so I'm going to go J. Cole, Made in America 2015. Right after
that's a good one.
2014 Forest Hill Drive came out. It was an insane performance.
Oh man,
It's too hard.
it's tough. Either AC/DC.
wow.
At the Izod Center.
Wow.
So
Okay.
this was when I was middle school, I think.
Little Angus Young.
Yes. The Black Ice Tour, or Suga, who is a member of BTS. I saw his solo concert before he joined the military. So either one, I couldn't decide between the two. Those, yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's so hard because I'm thinking, but probably Nothing But Thieves just because they're my favorite band. So even though it was a smaller venue, it was just my favorite performance. But production-wise, I just saw MGK headline. And I'm not the biggest MGK person, but dude, that production was insane. I mean,
I was going to say MGK
yeah.
is Machine Gun Kelly.
Yeah. I mean, the production
name
was just
one
insane.
song, but-
And also, I just saw Olivia Rodrigo, and that was just as good. So yeah, I'll go those two.
Okay. I have a tie for one. Taylor Swift Eras Tour. Absolutely.
Period.
Shocker.
21 Pilots Trench Tour.
Okay. Yeah, 21 Pilots.
All right.
Absolutely no in between.
Can I tell you something?
Yes.
21 Pilots, it's the
Yeah.
first time I ever crowd surfed.
Yes.
No way.
Insane.
Yep.
Yeah, I got thrown right into a
Awesome.
mosh pit and I
Yep.
got
Yep. Yep. Yeah.
What do you say, VG?
Well, they used to run
I don't know
around.
why.
Those lyrics cut deep.
Before they were doing arenas,
They can value
the
up.
drummer Josh was running around like a hamster ball in the crowds, and
Yeah.
like that's what they're known for.
Yeah. Someone
So
stole
cool.
my hat too.
Yeah.
So if you stole it, I'll find you.
Taylor Swift, 21 Pilots.
This is impossible for me to answer. It's really impossible. I'll just like with the most recent favorite, best one. I can't.
I know,
can't
it's so hard all the
possibly
time,
answer
so
that.
hard.
It's just
Do a top three. Do a top
Yeah, top
three.
three.
That might make it hard.
top three. One of my favorite bands, Sunset Rubdown, reunited and came back on tour. That was one. I'd say Third Eye Blind 2 summers ago.
Third Eye
was
Blind is cool.
shockingly
That's a good one.
amazing. They played pretty much like almost the entire album of Third Eye Blind and Third Eye Blind.
Wow.
That's cool.
It was like 2 years ago at the Man. It was so good.
All right, what about recent?
Come on.
Okay, perfect. I'll do that. Okay, all right. I saw Fleetwood Mac once. That was awesome.
my God.
That was
Oh,
awesome. At MSG.
Me too. Oh my God, maybe we were there.
Wow, that'd be my number one.
We'll have to connect about that. Fleetwood Mac was amazing.
We were very far back.
But Stevie Nicks is
still.
touring
Stevie
again.
Nicks is amazing.
She's touring again. It's insane.
Yeah.
Up until about 4 or 5 weeks ago, I would have told you it was the Foo Fighters. But the best show I've ever been to was a co-headliner tour between Trivium and Bullet for My Valentine. They both played albums in their entirety that were 20 years old. Trivium played Ascendancy, and Bullet for My Valentine played The Poison. So it was the Poisoned Ascendancy tour. Really creative guys. But that was the best show I've ever seen.
Great.
Cool.
No, either of them.
And the Backstreet
Tyler.
Boys are next,
Yes.
baby.
Tyler, before we continue, can you put yourself in a little box on camera, please?
Surely.
Thank you. Wow. Oh, sorry.
Get out!
Just want you to be a part of it.
Wow.
Okay.
I think we got a
let's-
bunch more.
any
All
other
right, yeah,
questions?
next question
Let's
for you.
keep
This one
that
comes
going.
from K-Red. K-Red says,
K-Red?
Say Red, number one.
are you a fan of the sports teams covered by the shows that you produce? And if so, how has mingling work with your fandom affected it?
That's when you give the political answer.
Who's going first on this one?
I'll go. Yes, huge yes, big Birds fan. I love all of our Phillies teams, but I'm huge Eagles fan.
Yeah.
What was the second part?
How has it affected your fandom covering the team on a daily basis?
Not really at all, because I feel like I just can't control it, can't control my fandom, so I just listen to the experts, but I still get excited, and they're very cool, calm, and collected, and I am not.
I was gonna say, do you like dissociate, like when you're like from the work portion of it, but in the fandom, or is it just like all meshed together for you?
I think dissociate during like regular shows, but if it's game day and we're doing like
a
post-game show or pre and
You're
post,
in
I'm
it.
like,
You're
oh
in
yeah,
it.
I'm like, I'm watching it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how I am for Flyers too. Like when I came in, I obviously grew up with the Flyers, loved going to games, loved watching them. I knew the least amount of all the sports teams in the city, knew the least about the Flyers. But now I could tell you every prospect's middle name, birthday, great aunt, everything. I'm a walking encyclopedia now. Yeah.
Yeah, I was never really a Sixers fan, honestly. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no. Well, shocker to everyone in the chat. Sorry to break your hearts, but I'm from New York, so you can all crap on me in there. So no, I was never really a Sixers fan, but I love basketball, and growing up, I was just a big LeBron and Dwayne Wade fan. So once they left the Heat, I kind of just gave up following specific teams. So kind of making that thing, the move into Sixers. And then I worked a little bit for the Flyers too, and just because I literally know none of the players and none of the rules, it was so easy to just dissociate between fandom and because there was no fandom there.
Wait, so you worked for the Flyers?
Yeah, I did the game. It was in the game presentation
No
department.
way.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
When I first moved here.
What a fun fact.
Fun fact.
Yeah. Wow.
But yeah, other than that, it's been cool. But meeting the players and stuff, yeah, it's awesome.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Cool.
What about you, Chris?
Different levels of fandom for all the teams in Philly. I'm from Jersey, so
Jets fan.
And you root for who?
So yeah, I grew up a Jets fan, so never really followed baseball. Was a Nets fan, and so I kind of hated them since they moved to Brooklyn. But I
That's a good one.
It's a great question.
so I've always been an Eagles fan, and then I've been a Sixers fan since the Nets left for Brooklyn, and so yeah, I mean I have different levels of fandom for each of the team, and I think I've been pretty good at separating work from my fandom, but so it hasn't really
Can't be that
affected
hard
it.
to do. Your team suck.
Oh.
That is true.
Coming with the heat.
It's already hot.
I'll keep my
Getting
mouth.
hotter in here. Let's keep it
I
cool
will.
down.
I will say what I want to say off when we're not live. But yeah, no. So I think it's been I think it's been pretty easy to separate the two.
Andrew, did you answer? I guess you cover all of them.
Nick was going.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Whoa, shout out Derek for the donation.
Derek.
Have you changed your opinion on the teams that you work in sports? Or do you still have that
Let me get a
fandom
little
that you had
fan
before you
over
got
there.
into sports?
I think I still have the fandom. Grew up a diehard Phillies fan. Got them tattooed on my chest. A little crazy.
That's cool.
I don't
Fun
know.
fact.
I think it definitely comes with like ebbs and flows. Like when they're playing well, it's fantastic. When they're not, my
Ace
job
Bailey.
is forcibly associated with specifically the Sixers.
Ace Bailey? Yeah, that's
not
awesome.
being fun, but I don't know. It hasn't really affected my my work, I guess.
$20 from Kyle Newbeck, Big Brothers.
She's a wave up
And
here.
shout out Anonymous, $20 donation.
Oh, can we do the wave? Mm-hmm. Okay, let's start. Ready? And then it'll end with you, Tyler?
wave.
The
No.
wave? Okay.
It definitely has not changed my fandom. Being that I work on the Anthony Gargano show, we cover all the teams. I love the teams as much as I did before I started working there on his show, and I probably love them more now that I get to know the more ins and outs of the teams, and Drew 4 for 4, 5 for 5. Go Union.
Yeah.
Tyler, did you answer?
I'm probably more of a subtle host than I am a fan. Like, watching the game with me on air is a lot different than watching the game with me as a fan. Like, I probably am a little more calculated, I think, doing shows than I am as just like me going to the ballpark.
I would agree with that.
But I don't think, like, I mean, I've grown up, I mean, baseball is what I've wanted to do since I was a kid, and found out really quickly I couldn't play, so had to change to something else. So this is what I've wanted to do since I was a kid. So it hasn't changed anything. It's just what I love doing. All right.
Good answer.
Love.
Yeah.
This one from Joe, and then we'll get to our two
this
We'll
one.
get to our two
It's so
PHLY
good.
host questions. Joe Rockhead says, questions for the producers. Cuz versus 100 white-collar workers. Who
Cuz.
wins? I
Cuz.
assume he means in
I
a
don't even
fight.
need to see. Yeah, I don't even need to see the
I'm
second
not
part.
betting against Cuz.
Yeah.
Nope.
Don't even need to see what the second part is.
He would say himself he is an ape. He would. He would say that himself. So, yeah.
If anybody's ever been in the presence of Anthony when he gets into like his death grip mode, his hands are larger than people's heads.
It's like the Hulk.
Me
gloves.
VG every day. So I got a bad neck. I'm kidding. I'm joking.
All right, this from Bo Wolf.
What is this?
Julia, who are the PHLY equivalents of the members of the Fellowship of the Rings?
Again, but
Oh, that's a
we don't
great
have enough
question.
time for this.
It's an excellent question.
Don't
by the
have
way.
enough time for this, but I am very interested in answering this. I need to like write things down, think about it for a minute. I
Shoot
don't-
it off. Who
But
would
like,
you
what
think?
does it mean?
Right
Yeah, off the
bat.
cuff. Don't even think about it.
Just go for it.
What is
Okay, okay,
Fellowship
okay,
of the
okay.
Ring?
Lord of the
What
Rings.
is the ring?
Yeah. Oh.
Mary and Pippin.
Brenda just said, "What is Fellowship of the Ring?"
If it makes Julia, if it makes
I'm
things
a
any
Swiftie,
easier
I don't
for
know
you,
this.
Yeah, all right. I'm an Aragorny. I don't know.
Swifties don't know Lord of the
Who would be
Rings.
Mary and Pippin?
Oh, Merry and Pippin. gosh, this is Jamie and
Jamie is a good one. Okay.
no.
Wait, why is he a hobbit?
No, they have the pipe. They like to smoke.
Yeah, they're hobbits.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna,
Yeah,
I'm gonna just do Jamie and VG because they're right together, right there. They're hanging out, and they're in Pippin. They're with Gandalf. Oh my God, this is so hard.
Gandalf the Grey?
Gandalf the Grey or Gandalf the White?
Well, the Grey, he comes to white after the Fellowship.
It's too hard. I can't.
That is true.
Let's make this a communal effort here. Let's make it a communal effort.
help.
Someone said Jamie is Gimli for sure.
Gimli. No, he's not.
The dwarf.
And my axe. Yeah. No, that is cool. I think you're more. Yeah.
Who's Legolas?
Oh.
Yeah, Legolas is the cool one.
I did-
Gets to
I
serve
did-
down the stairs.
You can give it
Helm's
to
Deep.
yourself. It's fine. Like, if you want to.
Have dressed up as Legolas in the past with Jamie's wife Addie.
Oh,
so
I love the picture.
I don't think there's photo proof of that. I would just, because I love the character so much, I'm just gonna say I'm Aragorn, and let's move on.
All right, here we go.
Hey, Vince
I can't do it.
donated
It's too hard.
$20.
It's too hard.
Hey,
Shut up, Vince. Unless anyone else wants to answer. Anyone else has
I
ideas?
can't help.
Okay.
I
All right. Yeah.
I have no idea.
Thank you, Bo.
Thanks, Bo.
All right, Derek asks, because of course he did, Ace Bailey or VJ Edgecombe?
VJ Edgecombe.
Ace.
I'm going VJ.
I gotta go VJ after the Ace news that came out the other day.
Honeycombs.
Yeah, I mean, how many? I just have a feel. I have a thing without thinking too much off the top of my head. I feel like every year we always are wondering or wishing they had more shooting, and I just feel like that Ace's upside as a shooter, it's just worth whatever risk it may be. That's just my gut. I mean, if he does fulfill the potential that people think he has, I think it's what the Sixers have been needing for a long time. As someone who doesn't cover the Sixers, so don't kill me. Derek, Devon, and Kyle.
Bree?
I don't know. I listen to a lot of Sixers podcasts.
I would say you do, yeah.
And with that information, I'll probably go VJ. I'll definitely go VJ.
Good choice,
I would say
good
that.
choice.
I don't know
Strong.
anything about these two, but I'll go VJ for the cooler name.
Strong.
Yeah.
I was gonna say Ace is a pretty cool name too.
Ace is, yeah.
Ace is the place.
Oh. Wow.
There you go.
I'm gonna
Shout
go
out
Ace.
Yeah.
Does it change your opinion if you were told VJ stands for Valdez Jr.?
That changes it. Yeah.
Ace.
I'm going Ace.
Tyler?
The Sixers have been through every
Ace.
ridiculous iteration that they possibly could. Why not take on one more potential nonsense waiting to happen? The upside for Ace Bailey is still too high for me. I'm taking Ace Bailey.
Okay.
Good answer.
All right, next question. Where are we at? All right, Ed Wright says, question for each of you. What is each one of your personal Sixers hell? What moment or player is your personal hell? I'm just going to go right off the rip because this one broke me as a Sixers fan. I still have the photo of Ben Simmons dishing off to Matisse Thybulle burned into my brain. They should have beaten the Hawks. They would have gone to the NBA Finals that year. You can't tell me otherwise. That moment broke me as a Sixers fan. I hated that. Everything about that summer was miserable after the fact because all we did was talk about Ben Simmons for 4 hours straight, 5 days a week. That moment broke me as a Sixers fan. And Devon can attest to it because it's all we did for 4 straight months in the summer.
So for me, I was super hyped about Ben Simmons. And as soon as he got drafted, I bought his jersey. I don't tell this story often because I don't want people to know that I actually owned that jersey.
Did you burn it?
Yeah,
I
where
threw
is
it
it?
out.
Where is it now?
Yeah.
It's gone.
Did you
I
donate
donated
it?
actually.
Okay, good,
Yeah, I
good,
donated
good.
it, yeah. No.
Jamie.
Salvation Army.
Zach Berman.
Oh,
Zach Berman.
50 from Zach Berman.
Thank you, Zach.
The Venmo.
Zach.
If you donate, we will cheer.
Zach.
Let's
Yeah.
go, baby. Yeah, we
Still
would like
got
to
a buzz
be.
ball here, so.
Oh.
Still have 20 minutes.
338.
What's the goal for that? How many? do we need?
400. We get to
$400. and then
chug
you're gonna
this.
drink it,
I do have one.
and then someone can chug the.
I'm not
I'm not gonna
chugging.
chug it because I have to
Baja
produce the next two
Blast.
shows.
Not good,
but
but-
I'll
We're
drink some of it.
chugging?
No, no one needs to chug
Oh,
that. No, no,
thank
no.
gosh.
Oh, Chris said he would. Chris will chug a
I don't know
Mountain
if I'm
Dew
fin- I
Baja
don't know if I'm
Blast
finishing it.
if we also make it to 400.
What are we up to now? Does anyone know?
338.
Oh, let's go to 500.
yeah, we
let's
get to
go.
5.
Let's go to 500.
Hit that like
$500 is gonna chug that Baja right there. You know what to do.
Yeah.
Come on,
Somebody
come on, chug
who's
the
not
wine.
on
Come
air
on,
right now,
guys.
go create burner
Good
accounts.
cause. Come on.
Burner accounts, YouTube.
Hit the like button.
You got $5, right? Come on.
Do it.
What was our personal Sixers hell?
Forgot we were on this.
Yeah. This one isn't really a hell, but more of a awful time period for the Sixers. But when Tony Roten was the best player on the team, not to age myself, but middle school me loved Tony Roten and was so optimistic about the Sixers. But now I am not. So that's my answer.
Yeah, mine is definitely Kawhi's quadruple bounce. Yeah, I was working for the Sixers at the time, and our excitement level and just the vibes went from a very high to very low real quick. And yeah, both personally, professionally, that moment was awful. It was that was the last game. I was a part of the Sixers. That's my last memory. That one's tough. That one's real tough.
I'd second that one as mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll make it quick. I'll just say this season as a whole because it was such a letdown. And there it is.
I'm gonna go Tobias Harris over me. That's mine.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
They traded for Butler on my birthday, and then should have kept him. But
Worst birthday ever.
yeah.
Oh, man.
No, like one of the best when they traded for him.
Oh, best birthday ever.
I was like, hell yeah, and then, yep, now it's gone.
All right, guys, before we get to the next question, I want to give you an update on the poll. Who did the best impression of their show host? 52% of the votes say Brenna.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brenna,
Brenna, Brenna, Brenna, Brenna.
All right, next question is comes from INS. Says, if you could start a podcast for any non-sports related topic, what would it be?
I know
I
mine.
know
I'll
mine.
go.
I know
Yeah, go for it. Go.
Movies and video games.
Yes, yes, yes.
Politics.
Oh.
I don't think you're allowed to say that word on YouTube.
Keyword.
Pretty sure that's
Keyword.
censored.
Sorry. Let me censor
Erase.
myself.
Don't expand on that at all.
No, definitely movies and television.
No F1?
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't know. That's tough. There's more to talk about with movies and television. I think I know more about it. I don't know enough about like the intricacies of F1 yet to like be confident in the podcast. But yeah, no, F1's. I love F1.
Yeah, I would do movies. Or like just regular like gossip, like talk or whatever. Stuff like that. What's up? I can't comment on that because I don't know what's going on. I'll just say right now, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
It seems like you guys have a lot of competition in the movie podcast space. Why don't you
Mine is very different.
All right. I mean, I used to have a podcast back when, and we did like.
What is it called?
Let's find it.
Let's not.
Chat.
And we talked about basically like we had it during college, and then once we all graduated, we decided to change it up and do life after grad since we were all going like to different places and doing different things. So it was literally just about like moving out, growing up, getting like interviews, jobs, like just like post grad school, and so yeah, just like talk like that. Yeah.
Hey, Devon.
Let's go. Let's go. Wait, I think we made it to the 500, guys.
Oh,
we got a chat.
damn it.
Yeah, we got a donation from Vince, 106, baby.
106,
You know what time it is?
What?
Crack that Baja.
Is it?
What?
I think, did we make it to 500? Is anyone?
Oh, no, it's 500 likes. That's what we were gunning for.
No, the 400 it was 400 likes.
400
on
likes.
Buzzball.
We can make it 500.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
341.
Oh, my bad. I misheard. All right.
It's like a carnival. 400 tickets, you get the Buzzball.
I want it.
Yeah.
All right, so Julia,
Brenna-
your podcast?
Oh no, Brenna.
Oh, the podcast? I go dogs.
Oh,
Types of dogs.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, amazing.
Fun facts about dogs.
It wasn't going to be mine. Mine was going to be like.
Was yours dogs?
No, but it was
What?
going to be
Oh,
like.
no.
I had this idea a long time ago. It was like just things that make you like are equally like exciting and also scary. So like technology in the future of technology, aliens, like it can be more like open ended to that. Like things that are like equally exciting but also terrifying me.
Wow.
Things that make me pee with fear and excitement. That was like the title of it.
Wow.
No, it could be anything. It could be like, you know, like viruses.
She said aliens.
Yeah, but like
Right.
the excitement of aliens. Communication, like how far ahead? I don't know. Like, all right, anyway.
100%.
Yes.
Would you
Aliens
listen?
are real.
Yes.
There's no way they're not.
I've seen a UFO. Anyway, let's
Good answer.
I've also seen a UFO.
You have to? Okay, we need to talk about this
Really?
later.
Yeah, we have to talk about
Oh
that.
no.
We can talk about it on my podcast.
I may have seen an alien.
Launching next week.
Launching next week here on PHLY. Oh, the draft show
Dollar
on Wednesday,
dog.
the dog podcast, Sixers
Yeah.
draft show
Yep.
Dogs
at the
and
Boozy
aliens.
Mud. Dogs and aliens will be there on Wednesday, June 25th.
Drops live at 2 a.m.
7 to 11 p.m. at
Well,
the Boozy
Scruffy
Mutt
flying the UFO. We'll find out next week.
here on PHLY.
Tyler?
So actually, Eugene just brought mine up in the chat. I love roller coasters. I would do like
Hell
I
yeah.
probably wouldn't be a podcast per se. It would probably be more like a let's ride type of thing and like go through different theme parks and stuff. I love theme parks.
How do you feel about the King Ka
Oh, that's a good
being
question.
demolished?
R.I.P.
I don't understand that.
Can we be honest for a second? It's not that good of a ride. Can we be honest? It's built for shock. It went fast. It went fast. It went tall. It's not a very good roller coaster.
Tyler, have you ever been on it when it didn't get all the way to the top?
No,
and then
I
it
wish
went
I
straight
could have.
back
That
in?
would have been better.
That makes it a fun
Wait,
ride.
what?
Oh yeah, it's
I've
built to
seen
rock
that.
back.
I've seen it happen.
I've
you.
been
Yeah.
on it when it did that.
Oh no.
And it was
Yeah,
terrifying.
it's
out.
built to roll back. So like in case it doesn't do it properly, it's built to roll back.
That could also be on my podcast too, because that's equally scary and exciting.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ooh. Wow.
All right.
Wow.
Chatter.
All right.
100%.
Oh, I think it would have to be.
Absolutely.
It would have to be.
Without
Oh,
a doubt.
Yeah.
From a technology standpoint? Good question. Yeah, you can figure it out.
What kind of guests would you bring on this like,
Guests?
roller coaster podcast?
Like people
Yeah.
that build coasters, like
See, that's
engineers
cool.
and stuff
That's
that
cool.
build
Yeah.
coasters.
That's fun.
Smart people.
All right, do it.
I'm in. Let's do it. All right, what do we got? Here's a good one. Will Wadsworth. Which of the on-camera crew is the worst with last-minute requests?
What are you guys looking at?
Which
what you're
talent?
talking about.
Wait, which member of talent is the
Yes.
worst with asking
Yeah.
for last minute? Okay, yeah.
Next.
Don't look at me.
We're all
Skip.
across the board.
All right, Megan asks a much more wholesome question. Does this make you want to be in front of the camera now?
Hey, Megan.
If the AC was on, maybe.
Yeah, it's pretty hot.
No, I would still
I
not
mean,
want to be.
with you all,
Yes.
it's fun.
This is
Yeah.
fun. We should
Yeah,
do
yeah,
this
yeah,
again.
yeah.
We should
Something
definitely do
more
this again.
casual where you don't have to talk about any like expertise or anything, you know.
Yeah.
We can do
I
a
originally-
producer pod.
Oh, PHLY producer.
Yeah.
Maybe sales.
Would you?
Would you?
listen
Would you
to
guys?
that?
Yeah. Would you guys
would you
listen to that? Like
Tell
a
us in chat, would you
bi-weekly,
like a producer pod?
like a bi-weekly thing or weekly thing, bi-weekly, whatever.
We won't talk sports. Maybe.
Yeah, just politics.
Yeah, just politics, dogs, movies,
Yeah.
Dogs, UFOs, movies.
Video
roller
games,
coasters,
aliens.
aliens, just only those
Ghosts,
topics.
schools,
Ghosts, yeah.
catch
Yep.
all.
That's it.
I originally went to college to be on-air reporter, and my first class was like, no, I'm out.
What did they? Did they send
I'm
you
out.
out like into the
Why?
field?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, why did you not like it?
I was so nervous.
Okay.
Yeah. And I was like, I have no business being in front of the camera.
Was that
That's
for,
not true. I disagree.
Was
I
that for Temple Update?
No. Good question though.
disagree. I think you're great. Okay.
Thanks.
Next question.
Oh.
Next. Thank God we have questions. We built a rundown, but let's be honest.
All
it's
right.
not-
K-Red's got a couple, so I'll give you another one here for you guys. How difficult is dealing with YouTube? Do you deal with any monetization issues, algorithm discovery issues, technical issues, etc.?
I would ask Vince to come on and answer this question, but I know he's not going to.
Vince,
But
Vince,
you technically are on camera, Vince, because you're right behind Tyler. You're right behind Tyler.
Someone
You are
did
on
ask
camera.
for a hello
Get
from
him
Vince.
over
Just
here.
saying, just saying. Someone did ask.
Woo!
Let's go, Anonymous.
This is Vince, our GM. He's I was going
Vince,
to curse.
Vince,
Sorry, but
Vince.
he's amazing.
Yeah, 1,000 likes.
He deals with Vince
Give him
deals
that
with all
buzz
of that. K-Rad. Vince is the one that deals with all of our like big issues of YouTube. So luckily, the producers don't really have to deal with any of that.
Where's the Vince
monetization
pod?
stuff? Yeah. Vince,
Nah,
Vince
see,
is
the
gonna
Vince
have his own
pod would just be trade Joel Embiid.
Yeah. Or any argument with the Sixers guys, he loves to do that. But yeah, I'd say YouTube in general, like Vince handles all of our issues for the most part. I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless the internet goes down and then no one has any control over that.
Can't do anything about it.
And then Derek, our IT, our in-house IT.
Yeah.
All right, what else we got?
All right.
Next.
Yeah. Where's the?
How do the other producers not envy that Julia gets to work with Bo every day?
Great question. I know it must be really difficult.
I mean, that Lord of the Rings question.
I know.
Was
I know.
Superb.
Yeah. It's hard.
And I'm like,
right?
I have no idea what he's
Yeah.
talking about. I'm like,
It
wow.
must be really hard.
Yeah.
I mean, anytime I get to fill in for you is just
Yeah.
like a gem for me.
Yeah.
You know, I get to hang out with Zach and Bo. You know,
And sometimes Fran.
I mean,
Sometimes
how do you
Fran.
not want to watch Bo make fun of Zach? You know?
Right. No, or not even make fun, but laugh with.
Laugh with.
Yeah.
Laugh with.
Uh-huh.
Because Zach is just so amazing and so unintentionally funny and
Sweet.
just genuine that
Innocent.
like you.
Angel.
Yeah.
We're both
Keep
great.
it going.
Keep it going.
They're both great to work with.
Yeah.
Amazing
All of our
people.
talent.
For
is,
real.
so,
Everyone
yeah.
here really is amazing people.
He's on vacation, yeah. Zach, we miss you.
We miss you, Zach.
Yeah, we missed you all day today, but you're here in spirit,
In the chat.
in the chat,
Thank you for the donation.
and the donations, in our wallets, everywhere.
Yep.
But yeah, shout out to all the PHLI hosts.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Next.
We have, what is your favorite fast casual food chain? A la
Chipotle.
Chick-fil-A,
Oh,
Red
yeah.
Robin, etc.
McDonald's.
Chipotle.
Chipotle for sure.
Chipotle or nothing. That's it.
A casual
Yeah.
food?
What's
Is McDonald's
defined
casual?
as fast
Yeah.
food?
Is McDonald's
In-N-Out.
You
casual?
could be like Chipotle. You could be like
fast food.
Honey Grow. Could be.
But I could get
Yeah,
sushi
sure.
pretty quick. I could get sushi pretty quickly too. Does
Yeah.
that count?
But sushi's
I could
not
get
a
sushi
chain.
pretty quickly.
But it's not a chain, is it?
Acme.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, Honey Grow.
McDonald's?
Oh, I mean, I love Honey Grow. So.
Is that casual?
Sweet green counts?
Chipotle.
Oh, I would do sweet green then because they have those like pickled. Okay. I would say. What? We don't have any food sponsors, right? No. Now is the time. If anyone's watching, yeah.
No, I eat
Chipotle,
like every
as
other
Jamie
day.
calls
please,
it. Chipotle.
please, please.
Yeah.
Chipotle.
Unless you're Jamie and then you call it Chipotle. Chipotle. Chipotle.
Chipotle.
Chipotle.
Jamie.
Chipotle.
Yeah. February.
That's I have a question to interrupt. What is the funniest thing that a host has said by like a misslip that they've said that has just gotten you like that just
my
cracked
goodness.
up?
The whole list is Zach quotes.
Mine would be Zach's Parks Casino read that he broke, and it's really rare when Zach breaks, and he could not. And then everyone lost. It was just.
Do you remember like what was said? Or?
He was reading off of he could have stopped. That was the thing. He could have stopped and he should have. And then he just kept reading off of like the different nights that were happening. And it was just like something. And it was like something on like this other night that was happening. And then he just couldn't even get through it. And then it was lost from there.
There was one time the Flyers were remote and there was like a huge thunderstorm, like tornado warnings and lightning, and we were worried like we weren't gonna be able to like carry the stream. And Bill is like in the middle of, talking about something from his home, and his wife Ava comes in and she's, Bill, like we might lose power, and he's just, Ava, like, get out of here. And she just, we're gonna lose power. She's okay, get out of here. Poor Bill. It's one of my favorite memories.
Bree?
I don't know. I would have to really think about it.
They're all poised and just
They're
never
such pros.
crack under pressure.
I mean, there's always
never-
slip ups, right? But I don't
Yeah.
know.
No slip ups.
Yeah. Sorry,
None?
guys. I don't know.
None?
I don't remember.
I mean, people love when I said bagels.
Oh yeah, Kyle would say bagels.
Pronunciation.
Bagels. I don't even know how to like say it how you say it. Bagels.
Bagels.
Bagels. Bagels. I don't know.
Okay, that works.
Bagels.
Yep. Okay.
I don't really have one.
Or you just don't want to
doesn't
share.
Well, he doesn't really like.
It's cuz watching.
Yeah, he doesn't really. He doesn't really sip up that much, I don't think. Yeah.
No, he doesn't.
VG, on the other hand.
Cuz is in the chat.
We're going back. You guys want to see
Tyler?
me tomorrow?
Actually, this might be the first one I don't know the answer to.
Okay. Well, that's okay.
I'll have to think about that one. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Producers, what ad read refuses to leave your headspace?
Sorry.
It's not an ad read. It's the song that VG made up for back in the day.
Mm.
We're going back. That, I like dream that song.
You know, I think about that song too, and I only covered that show for like 3 days.
Yeah.
And I still think about that.
Why does it stick?
I don't know. It's good.
It is good, yeah.
Because VG made a catchy lingo.
Catchy
Yeah.
too. I was just saying.
The Music Man, VG.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm legally
get
not
Empire and
obligated
something.
Yeah, Empire was gonna
to
say.
disparage our clients.
Yeah. Empire.
Bill will sing the jingle for Empire.
Yeah.
And then Charlie will hit like the today.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So good.
No facts. Literally like
I got,
every
like,
ad
It's
read.
not
Sometimes you gotta,
tomorrow.
like-
It's not yesterday.
Yeah.
It's today.
I also love what is it like? Hands aching.
Back out
Back
of
out of
whack.
whack. Thank you,
Anthony
Rothman.
way, back out of whack.
Back out of whack. Rothman Orthopedics.
What? Yeah. Oh, the
Those
Manscaped
Mando
ones?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The Mando.
Mando,
Yeah.
Manscaped.
Yeah.
So,
Also, True Mark.
not one
Love you.
here, but there was one for years, and all that runs in my brain is, but that's okay. I'm not licensed in your state. And it's Cordell and Cordell who gives you this whole spiel about being an attorney, and then they tell you they're only licensed in Missouri and somewhere else, and you got to seek out the actual person who's licensed in your state. That one will never leave my brain. And then did you guys know the poison control is 1-800-222-1222?
Ah, good to know.
That will never leave my brain.
What is it?
1-800-222-1222. Because if you think it might be poison and you don't know what to do, call 1-800-222-1222.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fun fact.
That was a college radio station read, actually.
That's
I
a
was just
good
gonna
one.
say Cars for Kids.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Cars
Oh
for
my
Kids.
God.
Cars for Kids.
I have to change.
Stop it.
When that comes on TV, I have to change the channel. No!
Okay, all right, let's move on.
All right, who is the most likely host or guest to steal someone's lunch out of the PHLY
Jamie.
fridge?
Cuz.
Unanimous. That's unanimous. Jamie.
Wait, has he? Has he?
1000% Jamie.
He stole. Didn't you steal Cousins' cheesesteak one time?
Yep. Oh my
Yeah,
God,
that's
I remember
funny.
that.
He's frugal. To be fair, though, to be fair though, there is leftover food here
Yeah.
all the time,
Yep.
and unless you label it, like it might be gone. I have a little my separate drawer down there. You have to label your food, otherwise it's a free for all here. But definitely Jamie.
Just blame Jamie.
Might as well get it.
If you accidentally eat anything in the PHLY office,
It's either a quesadilla or your lunch.
Yeah.
oh, all right. Wait,
All
only
right.
4
Next.
minutes left. 4 minutes to go.
One more.
Oh, we're doing
Adam
it.
P., what is your favorite place to get a cheesesteak?
Oh.
Angelo's. Let's go.
D'Alessandro's.
Come on, it's got to be the only answer, right?
D'Alessandro.
D'Alessandro's.
Come on.
Mine's Jim still.
Really? Jim's
When I
good.
could eat cheesesteaks, I would say Jim's also.
Oh, yeah.
But now that I can, I would say gluten-free bread. Oh Brother does a really good
Brothers is
gluten-free
yeah.
cheesesteak.
Yep.
Good.
Yep.
Yep.
You can sponsor us. Thank you.
Imagine that.
You got time for one more? Or
Yeah. All right, one more. Have you guys ever produced or do you produce other shows? If so, were they sports-related, online, TV, radio?
Okay, right.
Basically,
Like in the
what's,
past, or
what's your career trajectory, I guess?
yes.
I mean, here, I helped Tyler with the Phillies.
In the past, I mean, I worked on comedy shows, news companies. Like it's been
Yeah.
a whole gamut of different topics. But
Yeah. This is my first ever producing gig. So,
Oh.
Really?
yeah, I
Doing
was a
great.
landscaper before this. So.
you're doing great.
Oh, fun fact. Fun fact.
Wow.
Actually, I did a lot of stuff, but yeah. that was the most recent thing before.
It's the only one he remembers.
Yeah.
I was an
Yeah.
I was an outdoor guy. Did not do that,
Whoa.
actually.
Okay, that's for the PHLY producer show overtime, which will happen
you have been
another
asked
time.
to start a roll call, by the way.
Yes.
call?
That's awesome.
Wait, real quick. I did want to just sorry to put you on the spot, Ethan. Can you just come say hi? Are you okay with that?
Ethan,
have to be.
Ethan.
This is our intern, Ethan. Today is his second day.
It's his second day.
What's up?
Ethan.
Woo. Okay. Roll call.
Now get out of here.
Now get back to work. Oh, there it is.
We're doing a roll call.
I guess
Roll
so.
call.
Roll call. All right, who we got? K-Red, Joe Rockhead, Brandon from New Jersey. What up?
Whoa.
Eugene, Jamie,
Flying through.
Brandon. Okay, Max Legroom. What up, Paul? Paul? Mr. Twitzer, who loved Brenna's opening.
He thought I was a man.
He loved it so much he
Listen,
thought she was Bill,
it's a
guys. That's how good it
Wow.
was.
I mean, that's why you won that. Yeah.
Matt H. James Bond Flyers. We got a lot of Flyers people in here.
Yeah.
Shout out to everyone who donated.
Mm-hmm.
What do we got coming up next at 6 o'clock?
Next, we have Tyler.
Yep. That's me.
Tyler
Oh,
on the
you want me to tell you what we're doing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Go for it.
So,
Tyler, just for 2 straight hours, Tyler
yeah,
talking.
just gonna look at me.
Yeah.
Act like I haven't done that before, Julia. Anyway, PHLY Phillies pregame show, getting you set for the Phils at 6:40. We'll have a bunch of different guests on, and then we'll do kind of a pseudo watch along. We're also going to play some somewhat trivia, and we will get you into probably the 3rd or 4th inning of tonight's game.
Ooh.
All right. Shout out.
Go Phils. Let's win.
Awesome. All right. Well, we are at the 6 o'clock hour. Thank you so much for joining us. Producers. Again, we'll be on for another 2 hours, so please continue to donate to our fundraiser. We really, really appreciate it. And thank you so much for everyone that's joined us all day today.
Mm-hmm.
We love your support. We love you. Thank you so much.
Peace.
What's up, everybody? Welcome into the PHLY Phillies podcast and our continued stream-a-thon as we head on into the night hour. It's gonna be hard to top producer hour. That was a lot of fun, and now we have to like pretend like we're just gonna do a pregame show and talk about baseball. Tyler Zulli, Derek Bodner, Julia Hoff. Everybody else seems to have left the building in a swift manner.
They all stayed for the producer show, and none of them care about us. Not a single one.
Yeah, that That's a trend.
Yeah.
That's a trend. Anyway, welcome into the PHLY Phillies pseudo pregame show, if you will. We're here from 6 until 8, so we'll do a little bit of a watch along starting at 6:40. Talk about the game heading up into the game from 6 to 6:40. Our entire STREAM-A-THON event and day has been brought to you by our friends over at TrueMark Financial Credit Union. It has been an absolute blast. So before we get into the game, I got here a little bit later than you did, Derek, but it's been an awesome day, and I didn't know what to expect. Like, I've been a part of these before in radio fashion, but I didn't really know what to expect in terms of engagement, in terms of donations, in terms of viewership and things like that. The PHLY family showed up and showed out today.
It really is. And it's on the one hand, it was fun, I think, from our perspective, getting a chance to talk like draft stuff, getting a chance to talk basketball, not only with Fran, who obviously we don't talk to about basketball much, but also with Rich, who I don't talk to maybe as much as I used to when we did a show together. So that was all fun. But it really is like the amount of engagement and the amount of, quite frankly, just donations we have gotten over the course of the day. It's been really encouraging to see. It's great to see. It does make you feel like you're building something that's a little more than just a place to talk about sports and run a business. You're actually building a community, and it's great to see.
We are up to $7,413 of our $10,000 goal across the ALLCITY network. Our Big Brothers Big Sisters goal was $10,000, and we are well on our way with a couple of days left. So I wanted to start today with something I didn't expect to talk about with the Phillies, and obviously it's kind of a moot point as the game happened yesterday. It's 24 hours since this news kind of broke, but we didn't have a chance to talk about it today, and I'm curious your perspective. The Nick Castellanos thing is interesting because Rob Thompson is a player's manager.
Right.
And he seems to be the guy that will not throw his players under the bus. He'll always have his players back. And Nick Castellanos, a lot of people mentioned, maybe properly or rightfully so, was on a pretty strong games played streak. He played all 162 last year. I believe he was up into the 250 range. And was, closing in on 300 probably by the end of the season. Rob Thompson decided that whatever was said, and we'll probably never find out what was said, but whatever was said after he was sat down last night or 2 nights ago for defensive purposes was inappropriate, as they said, crossed the line, and he didn't play yesterday because of it. And instead, Max Kepler started in right, and they started Rojas and Marsh in center and left. Curious your thoughts in terms of, like, you've been in locker rooms. You know that sometimes it's a business and sometimes things get contentious and maybe they do get a little bit personal, but curious your thoughts on, for a guy that seems to be a player's manager, how much do you have to cross the line to get benched as adults?
It's not only, has anybody, because I remember last year, Kelly Oubre, he got in a little bit of trouble because he pointed out referees and he said, "You're a B and you're a B."
Right.
He did that.
Right.
But everybody could read his lips and it was very clear what he said. So nobody even knows really what he said. This was just he said this to Rob? Is that what happened?
Yeah, so it's very vague as to what the actual, obviously I don't think we'll ever hear what gets said, but it seemed that what Rob Thompson said was it was inappropriate and crossed the line. Nick Castellanos commented and said, "I spoke my mind. I was unhappy about being taken out of the game. There's repercussions for this."
I just feel like there's such a gap between I'm going to voice my displeasure and we've got to suspend you even though nobody knows what you did or said.
Right.
It had to be really severe.
So I had a friend text me who is admittedly a Rob Thompson hater.
Okay.
And so I think he was looking for a reason to bash Rob Thompson. And then, of course, Max Kepler makes the error in right field. The comparisons are always going to be there. But he said to me, am I overthinking this for a guy who never holds his players accountable, which I disagree with, but that was his words, not mine. For a guy who never holds his players accountable, why is this the situation that warrants a benching? And my only response was, it had to be something that was so egregious that it crossed the line to potentially personal. And again, we're never going to know. I bet you I haven't seen the lineup tonight, but I bet you Castellanos is probably
if he said,
in it.
that's effing BS, that doesn't get you suspended.
Sure.
It had to be personal.
Sure.
It had to be.
I think that if we got pulled from one of our shows and said to our bosses, that's effing BS.
I tell Vince it's effing BS 4 times a day.
We would be on the show tomorrow, right?
Absolutely.
And today. So it had to be something that was way over the line. And again, we'll probably never figure out what it is, but I am just stunned that it was something that must have been so bad that warranted a benching.
I almost feel like if you're going to bench him, like you almost have to let us know so we can judge it. Because right now it just seems like you're overreacting. No, I can't even imagine what would be said. Like I said, it's one thing if somebody had like overheard it or read his lips and it got out, and then you have to react to that.
Right.
But to be proactive about it, it's wild.
Back in the lineup tonight, hitting fourth. So it was definitely just a we don't do that here type of thing. Excuse me, but the lineup is out. Trey Turner's going to hit first. Kyle Schwarber will bat second, and DH Alec Bohm at first. So no Otto Kemp tonight, who is going to get the night off. Castellanos plays right, bats fourth. Kepler fifth, plays left. JT behind the dish, batting sixth. Bryson Stott batting seventh, playing second. Edmundo Sosa is going to get the start against the lefty tonight. And then Brandon Marsh in center field with Ranger Suarez on the mound. So let's turn our attention to Ranger Suarez, because there's been a lot of conversation about what the future holds for Ranger Suarez. Final year of his deal, is going to be an unrestricted free agent for the first time in his career. Likely probably commands more than what the Phillies are hoping or willing to pay. But there's no denying that Ranger Suarez has been excellent this season so far. He's looking for his 8th consecutive quality start since that one bad start to begin his season against the Diamondbacks all the way back in late April. But he's put together 7 consecutive quality starts. He's 5-1 with a 2.32 ERA. And I'm talking to somebody who I know appreciates the metrics and appreciates the computer numbers and the outliers. When you think about expected ERA, he's in the 94th percentile. When you think about barrel rates and hard hit rates and keeping the ball on the ground, his numbers are off the charts in the 90th percentile or higher. So
you are speaking my language. This is something where, like, I feel like basketball, I want the metrics to be this good and this representative of what's going on, but it's just not. Like, there's too much randomness in the game of basketball, and like there's 9 other people. That's this is one thing I'm a little bit jealous at with baseball. Now, I don't want to cover baseball because the games are too many and they're too long, but it's quantified much better.
There is a nerdiness to baseball that you
I
can
could nerd out if I covered this.
And there's a spectrum on it too, because there's people that are like, screw the analytics, screw the computer, just manage with your gut. I want to manage like it's 1980 again.
Yep.
And then there's people like me who are like, well, his expected batting average is 40 points higher than his actual batting average, and his launch angle is pretty. So probably find somewhere in the middle is success.
Feel like it's all like I have this argument with basketball too, where they're like, "Oh, well, don't tell me about this, and this," or like, "Don't give me this lineup data." It's like, well, but you would talk about what pairings work. We're having the same conversation.
Right.
We just have more data. Like when you start talking about launch angle, it's like, forget the terminology. Is he squaring up the ball? Is he making good contact? We're talking about the exact same thing. We just have actual numbers now to back it up.
I did a video a couple of weeks ago that was like 3 under the radar relievers the Phillies could trade for, and one of the things I kept coming back to was their ERAs versus their expected ERAs, because I picked 3 guys whose numbers maybe not great, but their expected numbers, their batted ball and play numbers are all really, really good. And it says to me they're getting a little bit unlucky and they're going to be better than what their numbers tell you. And I had comments say like, don't care about all this analytic crap. Do they get outs or do they not get outs? And I'm like, isn't that part of the getting outs portion of this? So all of the metrics tell you that Ranger Suarez is good, but even my eyeballs tell me that Ranger Suarez has been really good. So again, the conversation kind of comes up to be, is this the final year for Ranger Suarez in a Phillies uniform? If you had to say yes or no based on money that comes out, in free agency every year and what starters get paid and what starters get overpaid, do you think this is the final year for Ranger Suarez in a Phillies uniform?
I mean, it's hard for me to say because I don't really follow the details of the team payroll and where they're comfortable spending and all that stuff. But over the last 4 years since he's been a starter and moved to that role, he's just been so remarkably consistent. And he had a little bit of a down year a couple of years ago, but for the most part, I trust him more than almost anyone on this team year over year in big moments. Yeah, I would love to see him back. And he's 29 going on 30. So he's you're starting to get a little bit concerned, but it's not really at that age where you're too terrified. Yeah, no, I think I would love to see him back for sure.
I would love to see Ranger Suarez back. And I think the unfortunate part, and it's not fair, but people are going to do it, and I can't fault them for doing it, is when you think about the money and where they are up against the luxury tax threshold and the moving back in picks and things like that, people are going to say, you could have given that money to Ranger Suarez, you gave that money to Aaron Nola.
Right.
Which was a full 2 seasons, will be a full 2 seasons before Ranger Suarez becomes a free agent. It's not a fair conversation, but I understand that it's going to be a comparison. So it's one of those things where if they let Aaron Nola walk, is Ranger Suarez back next year? I think almost assuredly.
Right.
But at the time, Aaron Nola was, I think the justification was he's as consistent as they come. He doesn't miss starts. It's an every other year thing that is pretty noticeable. Every year is good. Every other year is good. Every other year is bad. And you kind of know when Aaron Nola is on, he's the type of guy that you want in the middle of your rotation. Now, the conversation for a lot of people is you're paying him $25 million to be a 4 or a 5, and he hasn't backed it up. Prior to the injury, he wasn't very good. So I think a lot of people, fair or unfair, are going to always compare Ranger Suarez's contract, whether it's here or elsewhere, to Aaron Nola's contract, which was sizable.
It is wild. 3rd in Cy Young, down year. 7th in Cy Young. Next year is where was I? I lost my spot. 90 ERA plus. 4th and then 96.
Yeah.
It's like every other year he's just mediocre, and then he's a really good pitcher.
It's truly an every other year thing, and
Yeah.
it's something I wish I could figure out, because if any one person could figure it out, they wouldn't be sitting here. They would probably be in the analytics department of the Phillies front office. But yeah, so Ranger Suarez gets the start tonight for the Phils. As I said, 5-1 with a 2.32 ERA. And I've said this a lot, Derek. The one thing about Ranger that I love is Ranger is a professional pitcher. Ranger is the type of guy who has a 6-pitch mix. Probably on any given night will use 4 of those pitches. And the sooner that he figures out what pitches 2 and 3 are, that's when you know he's in for a good, because he's always going to use the fastball or the sinker, the most. But he's 29% sinker, 22% changeup, 16% cutter, 16% four seam, 13% curveball. That's a pitcher's pitcher right there. Like, doesn't blow you away with velocity, doesn't blow you away with crazy swing and miss stuff. But when you offer 4 or 5, 6 different pitches, it becomes really difficult to decide what's coming next. Like, to me, Ranger Suarez, I just enjoy his starts because he is the type of guy who takes the ball and you go, okay, I expect a baseline of 6 innings, 3 earned runs or less, and he's going to keep you in pretty much every game.
So I'm asking, when he made that jump to being a starter a couple years ago, did you have confidence he would succeed? And what do you look at when those change that role like that?
So I was always a big Ranger Suarez fan. I didn't think we would see Ranger Suarez to the 8 games the last 7 games this year and the first half of last year pitched. I didn't think he'd ever get to that point. I did think he would be a 3.6, 3.7 type of ERA guy because of those, like, knowing how to pitch. He's not just a thrower; he is a pitcher. I think what he has changed in amongst himself is he's willing to throw the cutter on the hands. He's willing to throw any pitch in any spot. He doesn't back down from a challenge. He's cool and collected when he falls behind in the count. And that means something for a guy who doesn't throw 99 or have, like, wipeout breaking ball. So I expected him to be good. I did not expect at his peak for him to be a Cy Young level type of starter. All right, before we get to our first ad break, because we're going to do that in just a second, I want to welcome our third member of the show, as she's doing a million different things. But hello to you, Julia. First and foremost, an excellent job of headlining and driving the production hour, because you said to me right before we went on, I don't know how this is going to go.
I did not.
I thought it was a lot of fun. I thought you did an excellent job.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, talking about Ranger, I know you are a huge Ranger Suarez fan. I'll ask you the same question. Does it feel to you like we're trending towards maybe this being the final year for Ranger Suarez?
I don't think so. I think he still has, what is that saying? Like, juice left or something like that? Yeah.
Well, sorry, let me rephrase that. As a member of the Phillies, because of impending free agency.
Okay, I know nothing about the financial aspect and the contracts and all of that. Like, I just feel like the team, I don't know. It's just he's part of the team. Fans love him. I think they're going to do whatever they can do to keep him over maybe some other starting pitchers.
I think it really is going to be a question of who walks, because you have impending free agents are Kyle Schwarber, JT Realmuto, Ranger Suarez. Then you have your one-year deals and your player options, like your Max Keplers, and I believe Jose Alvarado has a club option. Matt Strahm has a club option. They'll be picking Matt Strahm's option up. I would be stunned if they don't. Somebody is not going to be back next year. And I think it's a question of, are you ready to turn the everyday catching duties over to Rafael Marchand? Are you ready to leave the Kyle Schwarber era behind?
No.
Or are you ready to walk away from Ranger Suarez knowing that Andrew Painter and Mick Abel could step in? And I think if you're picking one of them, Ranger Suarez feels like the likely choice.
Let me ask you, because I know a lot about the NBA. salary cap, very little about luxury tax in baseball. How much bite does that have? Like, is that just a...
So the luxury tax is obviously a tax on any dollar over a certain amount, and it depends on how many years you're over that
Right.
threshold. So the first year it's 1%, the second year it's more, the
Yep.
third year and beyond it's
NBA
like
has like a repeater
It's
tax
like a
type
dollar
thing
to a
too.
dollar,
Okay.
effectively, eventually. But I don't think John Middleton and the Phillies organization is worried about that portion of it. I think what they're concerned about is there's a threshold that you get to a point where once you cross it's not about the money anymore. Your top draft pick moves back 10 spots.
Okay.
So I think the Phillies, obviously being a perennial playoff contender, whether it's NLDS, NLCS, World Series appearance, are picking somewhere between 22 and 30 each of the last couple of years. They expect to be there again. So I think that the Phillies are hesitant to move back from 27 to 37
Right.
or 22 to 32 when we've seen over the last couple of years, like Jackson Merrill went 27 to the Padres. Major League Baseball, more than any other sport, is the most inexact science when it comes
Right.
to the draft. Like NBA, it's plug and play for the top guys. NFL, quarterbacks and tackles specifically plug and play. NHL is a little bit more development. Baseball, obviously, because of how many farm system teams there are, you might get drafted number 1 overall. And, Nolan Shanaway went from first round pick to the Angels a couple years ago, and it was like stunning that he jumped up that quickly. But more times than not, you're talking about a year and a half, 2 years, 3 years,
Right.
especially for the high school kids. I think in terms of that gap, John Middleton and Dave Dombrowski may not want to lose that extra 10 spots. That, to me, is a big one.
No, that sounds a lot like what happened to the NBA, because they had a same thing where you had a luxury tax where you paid X amount per dollar that you're over. So basically, like if you're over $1, it would cost you $1.50 in tax.
Sure.
And then you get more punitive if you were in both if you went $5 million over, it'd go to like $2 per dollar. But then it would be more punitive if you did that year after year, where you had a repeater tax, and teams just didn't care. Like the Golden
Sure.
State Warriors just didn't care.
They were
"Fine, I'll
they were
spend
paying like
whatever
$1
I
billion
want."
at one point. It
So
certainly felt
now,
like.
if you go over a certain threshold, there are just fundamentally moves that you cannot make and transactions that you cannot make, and now people care a lot. Dropping in the draft, like you said, baseball is nowhere near the exact science. Where in basketball, if you want to give yourself a really good chance of having an all-star level player, you got to draft in the top 5. Baseball is not like that, but a 10-spot drop is huge.
All right, so in just a moment, we're going to play a game. Unbeknownst to you, I think Julia has an understanding of what it's going to be, but we're going to have some fun as we get you set for the Phillies and the Marlins tonight, because the Marlins are featuring a starter who's making his 2025 debut and has only pitched in the big leagues 8 times so far this year, which any skeptical Phillies fan will tell you that means he's going 7 shutout innings, because that's how it seems to work. We'll do that in just a second. We'll pause it for a moment, tell you about some of our friends. We'll come back. We'll play that game, get you set for first pitch. Ranger Suarez takes the mound in Miami at 6:40. It is the PHLY Phillies podcast, and of course, it's Musical Chairs Spirit Week 2025 right here on PHLY. All right, let's talk about our normal presenting sponsor, the PHLY Philly Show. Of course, that is our friends over at Bet365, and find out why 90 million users have figured out it's never ordinary at Bet365. They live stream 780,000 live events each and every year across 78 different sporting platforms. So it's not just your Big Four or college. You can get in on all of the action. One of the teams that I have been riding with for a while now is college baseball's Coastal Carolina. I truly believe they are going to win the NCAA College Baseball World Series, and they have not lost since April 22nd. It's a 28-game winning streak, so you can get in on all the action at Bet365. And of course, for new users, get 100 signing up. Here's what you're going to do. Use the promo code PHLY365, deposit $10, bet your first $5, and whether you win or lose, you're going to get $150 back in bonus bets. You can use those bonus bets on spreads, totals, player props, futures, and so much more, and you'll find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 21 and older and physically located in Pennsylvania. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, please call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We also want to tell you about TrueMark, because summer is here, which means the kids are out and about, hanging with friends, maybe even picking up a summer job. It's a perfect time to set them up with something that teaches real-world money skills and gives them a little bit of freedom. The Greenlight debit card and money app. If you're a TrueMark financial member, you can get a free Greenlight account for your kids or teens. It's a simple way for them to manage their own money, whether it's from a job, allowance, or birthday cash. They'll get their own debit card, can set savings goals, track spending, and learn how to budget, all while you stay in a loop from your phone. You're still in control, but they get to learn how money really works in everyday life. So before the summer rush kicks in, this is a great way to help your kids build smart money habits that'll stick with them long after the season's over. Head over to TrueMark.com/greenlight to get all the details and sign up today. Don't miss the chance to set your kids up for financial success.
All right, welcome back to the PHLY Philly Show. As part of our Spirit Week Roundtable Musical Chairs, whatever you want to call it. Of course, it's brought to you by our friends over at TrueMark, as Derek just brought up. Tyler Zoli, Derek Bodner, Julia Hoff, Chris Frezza is here as well. Chris, do you want to play our game? You want to be a part of our game? Sure. All right, so here's our new game. The Marlins are starting Adam Major tonight, and he's making his 2025 and Marlins debut. He was part of the Tanner Scott trade with the Padres last year. He's currently ranked as the number 12 prospect for the Marlins. He made 8 appearances last year for San Diego. Wasn't particularly good. We'll talk more about that in a little bit, but I want to have some fun because the AAA affiliate of the Miami Marlins is a team called, we slide in, a team called the Jacksonville Jumbo Shrimp. And I think minor league baseball names, are the absolute funniest thing.
Do we want to, sorry to interrupt, but do we want to bring in our first guest to play this game with us?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
So if we have a guest, let's do it.
Yep. Hold on 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Is this mystery guest or is this somebody?
No.
Okay.
This is our.
By the way, mystery guests were awesome this week. I thought it was, you guys had World Be Free on, was an awesome guest. The Eagles had Todd Herremans, I believe. Is that correct, Julia?
Yeah.
Flyers had Jason Martinez, old buddy of mine from the radio days, and of course, member of the Flyers Daily and Flyers radio broadcast. Who else? Anthony had on. Who did Anthony have on? I don't remember who Anthony had on.
I'm blanking.
It was an awesome day. And you got room? You good?
Good.
All right. It was an awesome day. Today's been great as well. Thank you to everybody, by the way, as we stall for our guests. Thank you to everybody who donated so far.
It's my fault, and I'm the one that's taking.
Oh, please, no worries.
No. It's not.
Big thank you to everybody who donated so far to our Big Brothers Big Sisters fundraiser. Throughout ALLCITY, we are up to now $7,558 of our $10,000 goal. We have 353 likes, so I think somewhere Andrew Frazier is going to be shotgunning a buzzball in his apartment soon. And again, if I did this on Monday's show. So if you add a donation, if you're able to, again, I'm never going to force anybody to do it, but if you're able to add a donation to our growing number, first and foremost, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Second of all, Julia said in the producer show, we'll do some ridiculous things. I will second that. I will pretty much do whatever you want. Within
reason.
Yeah, within FCC reason,
Yeah,
within something that's not going to make me go to jail.
Okay, let me.
I will pretty much do whatever you want.
Let me bring him on.
That's right.
Let me bring him on, and then we're just going to test audio real quick. If it doesn't work, we'll get you back on. Fran
Duffy.
Hey, guys.
The PHLY Eagle Show.
I can hear you. Hold on.
I can't. Mic check for everybody.
1 second.
Fran, tell a joke while we're setting this up.
Julia, I'll start telling the joke that Bo told yesterday. That it took.
He's telling a joke that Bo told yesterday.
All right, so Fran
check,
Duffy,
mic
of course,
check.
of the PHLY Eagle Show, our incredible draft coverage. If you are looking for NFL draft coverage, there is nobody better to turn to than Fran Duffy. I have said that prior to Fran being a member of the PHLY staff. I say that afterwards, so this isn't bias. If you're looking for incredible coverage on the draft, on the Eagles, Fran is the man to come to. But Fran is also a 4-for-4 sportsman, so he knows his way around baseball and basketball and hockey and everything else. So, Fran, before we get into this game, because you're, unbeknownst to you, we're playing a trivia game in just a second, your thoughts on the Ranger Suarez impending free agent situation. To me, it does feel like this is Rangers' final year with the Phillies. Your thoughts as he heads into his final arbitration year?
Yeah, I mean, it pains me to agree with you because my first gut reaction is that no, like I don't want this and don't think that this would be his final year. But I think that when the way you laid it out and you say, all right, well, you're probably not moving on from Schwarber. I do think that Real Muto is probably the one where it's like he's probably the other guy that I'd probably list there. But as you mentioned, you know, with Painter, with Abel right there, you know, basically waiting in the wings, it would make sense that Ranger would be the one that would be shown the door. But, you know, look, he turns 30 in August. Like, is it a little too early to want? I feel like that there's going to be some regret there if you do let him walk out the door.
All right, so we can hear you now, which is great. We're going to get into our game. As I said, Adam Major makes the start for the Marlins today. So he's coming up from the Jacksonville Jumbo Shrimp. And so I've come up with 12 team names, 6 of which are real, 6 of which I made up. And no, if I know Chris and Derek, you guys are close to me. If I can, I'm gonna be on the honor system that you don't look on my screen. You guys, we're gonna go around the horn, and I'm gonna ask you: is this a real team name, or did I make this team name up? We are going to start with the Binghamton Rumble Ponies.
That's true.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say true.
I'm
I
100%
like
Derek's so
DB's confidence there. Gives me a lot of faith that that's true. That's a real team.
Julia?
True.
It is true. It is the New York Mets AA affiliate. They were once the Binghamton Mets. They are now the Binghamton Rumble Ponies. Because fun fact, apparently Binghamton is the carousel capital of the world. All right.
Are we going in a specific order? Should I not just blurt out one?
No, please go ahead.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
Is this
next.
Is this a team effort here?
Yes, team effort here.
Okay.
Next,
Beautiful.
we are going to go to the Wichita Wind Surge.
I think that's made up.
Wind surge.
The Wichita Wind Surge.
Wind
Wichita's
Surge
in
feels like
Kansas?
that feels like a fake name.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that's not real.
I'll be a team player. Fake name.
Fake name.
The Wichita Wind Surge are the AAA affiliate of the Kansas City Royals. And they are a real team.
All right. So you said it's 6 and 6, so we have 2 reels out.
All right.
I'm counting cards here.
Next one. Let's go with the Boca Raton Hawksbills.
What even is a hawk? No, I'm gonna say no.
I would say fake.
That's fun.
Yeah. All right, it is not a real team. I made that up. However, Boca Raton is known for hawksbill turtles. It is not a real team, but that is a real thing that is in Boca Raton.
No kidding, it is. Huh.
All right.
It's a sea turtle.
Next one. We are going to
they're
go
I'm sorry, go ahead.
with the Biloxi Shuckers.
That feels real.
I'm gonna say, is it in the Midwest?
I mean, I would say it's like near the ocean. Shuckers are like where
Yeah, the
oysters.
shuckers,
and clams, right?
Like
oysters,
corn.
down the Gulf.
True.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, shuck corn.
All right,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
gonna say it's
corn.
real. I'm gonna say it's real.
Yeah, there's 2 paths to success here. I'm gonna say
Yeah.
it's real.
So the Biloxi Shuckers are a real team, but no credit. It's not corn. You were right. It is ocean. It's about oysters. The Biloxi Shuckers are the AA affiliate of the Milwaukee Brewers.
You can't shuck corn though. You didn't make that up.
Biloxi.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
No, I didn't say you made it up.
No, I
it's
know.
just
I'm
not
just
the
making
right
sure, yeah.
right reason.
But Milwaukee though?
They're the Milwaukee Brewers AA affiliate. Yep.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Next, we are going to go with the Corvallis Beavers.
No, I think that's no.
No, that's not
They
true.
can't
Because
just take it from Oregon
Corvallis is where Oregon State is, and Oregon State is the Beavers. There's no way they adopted the same mascot as Oregon State.
Good logic.
Yeah.
He sounds very confident.
That is
I'm going with
exactly where I took it from. Oregon State, who plays in Corvallis, are the Beavers. So it is not a real I guess it is a real team, but it's not a real minor league
it's a real team, not a real minor league team.
It's not crazy enough to be a minor league team. Like the Beavers is pretty normal.
Right.
Like no, that's not out there.
All right. Next team name, the Duluth Freighters.
Ooh. Well,
Sure.
I'm
Duluth's
gonna
in
say
Minnesota.
fake.
I don't like that one. I'm going to say fake.
Duluth, just because the name Duluth sounds.
Derek,
fake
where
to
are we
me.
on the card counting?
I think it's 2-2, isn't it? I think it's 2-2. I might have stopped counting. I'm guessing. I don't know.
Hey, Francis.
Want to say hi? Say hi to the people.
Oh, Francis.
The Phillies show today. He's not used to me doing Sixers and Phillies all in one day.
Oh, he's like, what are you doing, Dad?
We can go with fake. We'll go with
Hi,
fake.
Francis.
All right. So Duluth is known for being near many lakes and is known
Sure.
for freighter ships that pass through. However, it is not a real team. I made that one up.
Okay.
All right. Next one is going to be the Pensacola Blue Wahoos.
I hope that's real.
That sounds crazy enough to be real.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go real.
Let's go
The Pensacola Blue Wahoos actually, is funny enough, are part of the Marlins organization as well. They are the AA affiliate of the Miami Marlins.
Nice.
It is a real team. All right, next one is the Topeka Heartlands.
It's so lame. I feel like it's so lame that it's
That
probably
would be
real.
very boring. Like, how do you even market that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say
The
no.
Heartlands.
I hope that it's fake, but I feel like it's real.
Yeah.
I just don't think you put 2 Kansas teams on this list. So I'm gonna go fake.
Could be. I also could have done it to stump you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
But
I'm gonna go fake.
it's sound logic.
Fake.
It is a fake team. That has nothing to do with anything other than I just made it up. All right, next is the Miles City Prairie Dogs.
Miles City.
Miles City Prairie Dogs.
I like Prairie Dogs. You're barking up the right tree there. The Miles City Prairie Dogs. I lean yes. I lean that that's a real team.
I'll go with Fran. I have no clue.
Sure.
I don't feel great about it, but I lean yes.
What's our count, Derek?
I don't know. I lost track.
All right, I'm gonna
Great,
go.
that's awesome.
I feel like it's.
I think
fake.
we're up to at least 4 fake though. Like I don't think there's many fake left.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna say fake.
So, Miles City is a small town in Montana. I have absolutely no idea if there are prairie dogs there or not. It is not a real team name.
All right, we have,
All right.
someone's gonna have to go back and watch this to actually keep track of.
2 more.
Next
one is the San Bernardino Seven Oaks.
I think at most there's only one fake one left.
Feel like we're in the right area of the country. So this is a good one.
Yeah, you're definitely in the
True.
right area of the country.
True.
Go with true.
True.
Yeah, I'll go. Yeah.
Let's go.
So
with
the
true.
Seven Oaks Dam is in San Bernardino, but it is not a
But-
real team. That is a made-up thing.
Good one.
Whatever you say
Good one.
here, it's
Good
real.
one.
All right, you
Right.
ready for this crazy one? Are the Visalia Rawhides real?
They have to be. I
They're
think.
realer than real.
Yeah.
This is the realest team of all the real teams.
Yes, the Visalia.
Realer than real, says Fran Duffy.
The Visalia Rawhides are indeed real. They are in Visalia, California. They are the, excuse me, I had it in, they are the single A affiliate of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Well done. I mean, I think you guys got like at least 9, maybe 10.
Okay.
Well done.
I'll take it.
All right. That is, I think minor league teams' names are the funniest things ever. My all-time favorite minor league team name is the Rocket City Trash Pandas.
Yes.
Who
Wait, I
are
wanna pull up
the,
a
That was
photo.
marketing genius too.
and it is just a raccoon in a flying trash can, and it is an awesome.
If you haven't seen the logo yet, like it's just brilliant. You need to look it up.
Not to put you guys on the spot, any other ones that come to your mind in terms of crazy minor league team names or crazy team names in general? It doesn't have to be minor league baseball.
Well, calling Los Angeles Lakers is crazy, but not in a fun way.
Right.
Should not be. Los
Fair.
Angeles.
Topical.
I always made fun of Syracuse. Like, you're just a color. The orange.
Wow. That's only a recent development.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. I did cheat, so I'm looking up.
Big fan of the Richmond Flying Squirrels.
Yeah.
Akron is the Rubber Ducks. Most of this knowledge comes thanks, by the way, to playing way too much MLB The Show and going through every minor league system that possibly exists.
The sock puppets are pretty awesome. That's a good.
It's a good one. Amarillo
The
Sod
Lansing,
Poodles.
the Lansing Lug Nuts is pretty
Yes.
strong. That's a strong contender right there.
There are ridiculously good minor league names. All right. Fun game. Gets us basically to first pitch. So as I said, Adam Major gets the start tonight for the Marlins. Numbers were not good in San Diego last year before being traded as a part of that deal with the Padres to acquire Tanner Scott. Small sample size, but last year just like really wasn't good. 7.49 ERA, 33 2/3 innings, a 1.81 WHIP, 5.6 walks per 9 for this guy, which means, Fran, I said this to Derek before the show started, which means 7 shutout innings tonight.
Yeah, we know how this goes. The first time you see a guy, he's going to have that shine on him. But who knows? Maybe you can jump on him early and get him to break a little bit.
So let me ask you all while we have a kind of a round table here. I did a video the other day saying I don't think the Phillies will have any lineup starters in the All-Star game this year. The one that I think has the best chance is Trey Turner.
Yeah.
Do you guys think, because I think Zach Wheeler is going to make the team, no question about
Right.
it. Do you guys think that the Phillies will have any voted on starters in the starting 9 for the All-Star game this year?
I mean, who would even?
I mean, the one that comes to mind is Schwarber.
Schwarber's the only one with a chance, right?
But the problem with Schwarber is Shohei Ohtani is going to run away with the DH vote.
And Harper's missed too many games.
Right.
What about Trey?
Trey is probably the one that makes the most sense. He's going to battle with Francisco Lindor for that starting spot. I think Turner's going to end up making the team. but I like genuinely find it hard to come up with are any of the starters going to be all-star starters last year. I think the Phillies had 6 starters last year, or 6 all-stars last year. Bohm, Sanchez, Ranger, Wheeler, Strom, Hoffman. Like, they had a ton of all-stars last year.
Yeah. Cousin Jeff.
And I think that they might have 2 this year.
I'm looking. I mean, there's no one higher than 4th at their respective positions right now. Schwarber's 4th at DH. Castellanos is 12th in outfield. Alec Bohm is 5th at third base. Bryson Stott is 3rd. It's short, so that's my mistake. Yep. So Trace Turner's got the best shot right now. Bryce is at 4th for first base, and JT is 4th for catcher. Yeah, you're right.
For a team that's 14 games over 500, that is kind of crazy to think about. But I think the Dodgers are going to stack the ballot, which kind of takes a bulk of this away. But, I think you look around the league, and if I'm voting objectively, I think about second base, I go Ketel Marte. I think about the outfield, like there's some guy, I go James Wood and Pete Crow Armstrong. It does become difficult, even for a team that's 14 games over 500, to have a starter represented in the All-Star game, which is just nuts to me. Even though, I do think Zach Wheeler is going to make it, no questions asked. But we don't get to vote on that as fans.
Yeah, but I guess it's like it kind of feels that way, right? Like I don't even think that's like that's out of bounds when you lay it out and we look at just what the season's been like. Even though the record's been so strong, it's kind of felt it's been a little bit of a weird start to the season.
All right, so Phils do get started now. Alec Bohm, 2-out double. As we kind of shift into our watch-along portion of things here on the PHLY Philly show, we'll be with you probably through the first 4-ish innings or so. So I want to ask you guys this, because Tom McCarthy mentioned it, Scott Fransky mentioned it, and it's something that's annoyed me for way too long. The Marlins don't have fans. They don't sell. There's nobody there.
It's so sad. It's so sad. Anytime there's a fly ball and you see the outfielder, just like, why is there no one there?
It's empty, right? So
it's really sad.
Should ownerships be coerced into selling if they're not going to even compete, or at least try to compete? Because in baseball, it's probably more egregious than any other sport, where you have the Marlins, the Pirates, the Rays have barely spent any money. Now, they've been the outlier because they've put together really good prospect groups that have gone together. Should ownership groups be coerced into selling if they're not going to try to win?
I think so.
I think it does a disservice to baseball.
I think so too. Especially with like just the dwindling like support that baseball has had in the past some odd decades. Like, we need to be doing everything we can to make baseball lovable again.
Fun again?
Fun again, yeah. Make baseball fun again. So yeah, I think it's up to that.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously, I think because of baseball being fragile is probably a strong word, but I think in terms of just everything that the sport has gone through and how it, what was America's pastime, it obviously has changed in terms of like popularity of the sport in the nation over the course of the last couple decades. I would say that of all the sports, that would be the one, but I just know, like, even with like the NFL, we've seen with the NBA, with like it's hard to force one of those owners out, man. So that would take a lot. But I agree, like, for the betterment of the sport, for the betterment of the fan, like, absolutely it should. But the reality of it is pretty unlikely, I feel like.
Feels like it's easier to vet them before they buy the team than it is to force them out after they bought it.
So let me rephrase that then. Should something be done in terms of it is the only league, and Derek, you and I talked about this, about luxury taxes and things like that. It is the only league of the 4 major sports that does not have some semblance of a salary cap, whether it be a hard cap or a soft cap in terms of retention of your own players. The next CBA is up after the end of next year. Are you guys in favor of a salary cap, a salary floor, both, none, keep it free market? What do you guys, panel question, where are you guys at with that?
No, I'm 100% in favor of some sort of salary cap, and I guess definitely a salary floor when it comes to baseball. Like, I don't know, if you watch the producer show, I say I'm not, like, baseball's the sport I'm least knowledgeable about, so correct me if I'm wrong, but like, just as like a outsider looking in, like the competitive balance in baseball is probably the worst.
How are you supposed to have a functional sport when one team spends $325 million and the Marlins spend 67?
It's
a
very
different game.
Premier League-esque. It's very European soccer-esque where that discrepancy is there. But you're right. I mean,
it's literally 5 times the spending on salary.
there has been one season in the last 25 years, since the turn of 2000, where a team that won the World Series was not at least in the top 20 of spending, and it was the 2003 Marlins. And then as soon as they won that World Series, all their good players were poached by other teams. Josh Beckett went to Boston. Miguel Cabrera signed a crazy deal in Detroit. And it's like the rinse and repeat cycle for the Marlins, who found themselves with 2 World Series in 6 years. And since that time, really have not been a very competitive franchise. And you pose an excellent question, Derek, of the discrepancy is $270 some odd million between the top and the bottom teams. To me, I split the difference, and that's my floor.
But then I think you have teams like the Marlins. You say, okay, you have a floor, but they'll just spend up to that floor, and they'll probably overpay for players to get to that floor. And it doesn't help the teams like the Dodgers from having this huge cap hit. Like, I think you need both in order to bring the teams that are spending at the top down and force the teams that don't want to spend anything up. So at least there's you're kind of meeting in the middle a little bit.
To me, we all say that, hope springs eternal, and every spring training, every team is in it. But by the time we get to this part in the calendar, how many teams? I mean, very clearly, Marlins fan base is showing, all right, this is a team that we're not going to care about. And how many teams are around Major League Baseball can say the same thing? Like, how many fan bases can say, we honestly feel like our team's going to compete for a championship? And I think when you look at the way that other teams are operating, when you have the parity of the NFL, when you get to training camp, when you get to the draft, and that's one of the reasons why, why does the NBA lottery do so well, right? Why does the NFL draft do so well? And it's because all 32 fan bases, you get to that point and you say, we feel like this is our year where we can make that jump. With Major League Baseball, you just don't have that same level of real, tangible hope until they fix that. That's going to be one of the big issues in the sport.
It's an interesting point you guys bring up. I think if I were to just ask for a number, Fran, I'll start with you. Derek, I want to ask you, covering 2 different sports. If I were to ask you guys a number in August heading into this fall, how many teams could be legitimate Super Bowl deep playoff run type of teams in the NFL? And I don't need you, I know I'm asking you on the spot. If you just had the ballpark it, how many of the 32 teams do you think could make a deep playoff run?
Double digit, right? I mean, you're getting into 12. For that, that's near half the league, right? You say, and because especially because it's a 1-game playoff, you could say all right, Jaden Daniels, could Jaden Daniels get hot and all of a sudden they win 3 games? It's possible, right? It's unlikely. They have an extremely old roster. I would expect them to bounce back, but you get the point. At this point, Washington fans are down there and they're drinking the Kool-Aid. Absolutely, this team is geared up, or they're going for a Super Bowl run, right? So I think that. Yeah, realistically, you're talking at least half the league has that mindset going into the season.
Derek, could you say similar to the NBA?
I would say historically, no. I think, but that's in large part because one player in basketball makes more difference than almost any other player outside of maybe a quarterback in professional sports. So a superstar, a true top 5 MVP caliber superstar just makes more of an impact in basketball than pretty much anywhere. And because of that, there's usually a very small circle of, true inner circle title contenders. I do think this year, the Pacers right now are kind of spitting in the face of that. But I think historically, most people would say when a year starts, there are 5 to 7 teams that historically have a good chance of truly competing for a title. But I think with the way that the NBA is going now, in part because of changes to the collective bargaining agreement and the salary cap, where it's so much more punitive to have 2 or 3 high salary players to then be able to build depth. It's much harder to do that now because of the limitations they've imposed. I think it could change a little bit.
All right. We are going to pause. Fran, you are more than welcome to stay, but if you have to go, I totally understand, but you are more than welcome to hang with us. We do have to catch up on some ad breaks that I've flown past, as I tend to always do here on the Phillies show. And then I want to talk about one player in particular that kind of this whole trend kind of revolves around that really drives me crazy. But it is the PHLY Phillies show as we get you now into the bottom of the first with the Phillies and the Marlins. We are here with you for another hour and some change. It's the PHLY Phillies show and the PHLY Musical Chairs Day right here on Spirit Week as we wrap up our Big Brothers Big Sisters fundraiser throughout the week. LinkedIn. If you're looking for jobs, that's the place to be. But more importantly, maybe not more importantly, but equally important, if you are a small business owner, LinkedIn is the place where you are going to find everything that you need and everybody that you need for your next hiring process, because LinkedIn understands that your business is on your mind 24/7 and you simply cannot go without if you need that qualified candidate. So you can post your job on LinkedIn for free, or you can pay to promote it and paid sponsored jobs, get 3 times more qualified applicants. You can also use the brand new LinkedIn feature that will help you write your job description for you and then quickly get your job in front of the right people with deep candidate insight. And based on LinkedIn data, 72% of small businesses using LinkedIn say that LinkedIn helped them find high quality candidates. You can also share with your network and put a little profile picture that says you're hiring, and you get 2 times more qualified candidates. Find out today why more than 2.5 million small businesses use LinkedIn for hiring today. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Phillies. Once again, that is linkedin.com/Phillies to post your job for free. Terms and conditions do apply.
We also want to tell you about Ace, not the Ace that I spend every waking day talking about, but Ace Hardware Home Services. If you've got an outlet you said you would fix last summer, Ace Hardware Home Services has that person too, because now they're not just the helpful hardware folks, they're also the helpful home service and repair folks. From plumbing and electrical to heating and cooling, they've got the trusted pros to keep your home humming all year long. Ace Hardware Home Services. They're bringing helpful home, the helpful you love from the store you love, now to your front door, from Philly to the Jersey Shore. Visit Ace Hardware Home Services online at acehardwarehomeservices.com to get started on your next project.
All right, welcome back to the PHLY Phillies podcast as we get you close out our day, I should say, of this musical chairs. Awesome day, Spirit Week 2025, of course, brought to you by our friends over at TrueMark Financial Credit Union. And guys, the social media watch has begun as we get closer and closer to the trade deadline. But I do want to wrap up the conversation about the inequity of money spent, or the discrepancy in money spent between the top and the bottom, clubs in baseball specifically. The guy that I have brought up a million times in the PHLY Philly show, I'm sure people that listen on a daily basis are tired of me talking about this guy, is Paul Skeens. Skeens is probably a top 3 starting pitcher in baseball. Like, if you ask me who are the 3 best starting pitchers in baseball right now, I would say it's a combination of Zach Wheeler, Paul Skeens, and Tarek Skubal. And if you wanted to put Skeens at 1 already, I wouldn't have any issue with it. He is in pre-arbitration year number 1, making $875,000. He does not become an unrestricted free agent until 2030. And there's already conversations in Pittsburgh about who they're going to trade him for and what they're going to get when that trade happens. Guys, that's insanity to me. We're talking about a guy who has 5 years left of team control, and they're already thinking about, well, man, the return on prospects is going to be generational. You cannot, to me, you just can't operate an organization that way.
Well, we talked about the Marlins earlier. Like, the Pirates are right there.
You guys have, the pay is so low for people under arbitration that, it makes what the Marlins did a couple times there feasible. So I guess it's good in that way that it gives a chance for these lower market teams. But it seems so restrictive to the players. And it's just, when you're sitting here, and how many years are under arb now? 6?
So it's 2. I think it's 2 or 3 years of pre-arb, and then it's 3 years of arbitration.
Right. Yeah. I mean, look, it is a strange system to me, and it really sucks because they come here, they get established, and if you're not a big market team, you get to ship them off and try it all over again. It seems like a perpetual cycle of hope, which I guess is good, but you'd like a little bit of a longer runway. It's like if the NBA, number 1 pick, I think, makes $11 million or something like that. But at least you're locked into a 4-year rookie contract, and then you're a restricted free agent. So I guess it's a little bit similar, but it just seems like it's too short.
I guess the payout at the back end is capitalism, right? You could just sign for a bazillion, million, $trillion, make up a number. And Juan Soto just got 700 and some odd million. Shohei Ohtani got 700 and some odd million. So I guess the return is you could get infinity on the back end.
Sure.
But to get to that point, you're right. It is 800. The league minimum for a vet is $760,000. which seems very, very low compared to what your top end players are making.
Yeah, and like for Soto to go from 600,000 in 2019 to the contract he's making now, it's although I guess his arbitration years were pretty hefty. Yeah, no, I mean it is to me. I would prefer something where you just have a better chance to keep them long term. It just feels like if you're the Marlins, you draft someone, you have no chance to keep them once they're out of arbitration.
Tyler, is that a league rule that is it like the NFL now where each slot, you can only pay up that a certain amount?
So there is slot money for draftees, but most of it comes in terms of signing bonus.
Gotcha.
And then they make, $35,000, $40,000, $45,000 a year in the lower levels. You get up to the higher levels, it starts to get into the six figures. But it was why for a while minor league players that were signed, and especially when the draft had 35 rounds, guys that were drafted 25th round, 4 and 5 guys were living together in a town because that's how they afforded to live. And then the back end becomes, you become a king in terms of money spent. So when you have a guy like this, it just seems to me that you are destined to fail when you refuse to even acknowledge that we could sign this guy long term. Instead, it's, we're just going to trade him for prospects when the time comes.
I want to get Fran's last thoughts
Yes.
because he's about to jump off to make dinner for Francis. So, Fran, thoughts before you sign off?
Yeah. To me, it's just like an example of what we were talking about earlier with the Marlins. It's like what Derek said. I mean, to me, this is, and I know the Pirates have been guilty of this for forever, for the last several years. But this is one of the worst run organizations in all of professional sports. But it's also just a symptom of the sport and what we were talking about earlier. It kind of is what it is. But it's an antiquated system that it was made for a reason back years and years and years ago, and now we're seeing it needs to change. There need to be changes. But the Pirates, I mean, it's basically as bad as it gets.
Fran, you are the best. Enjoy the rest of your night. Thanks for spending some time with us. You back with the PHLY Eagles podcasts this week?
Yeah, Bo and I tomorrow, we're going to be going through my some scouting reports from players on the Eagles roster that I haven't shared my notes on these guys from coming out of college. So we'll do a little bit of that tomorrow, and then Bo, Zach, and I have a really fun draft on Friday. If you enjoyed our Super Bowl era team draft last week, we've got another one this week where we draft 32 members of basically one person from each organization to build out an entire 32-man roster. So it's a little bit of a crazy exercise. It's a long episode, but it's a fun one.
That's awesome. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your night. Really looking forward to that because I love draft stuff. So, Fran, you are the best. We will chat with you on the PHLY Eagles podcast later this week.
Thanks, guys. We'll talk again soon.
There he is, Fran Duffy from the PHLY Eagles podcast, of course, with all of our draft coverage as well.
I thought Fran was going to say he was going to start going over 2026 draft prospects on his show, and I'm like, Fran, that is awesome.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Well, I mean, on Twitter, I'm sure he has notes. I'm just saying, as a show, that seems a little aggressive.
He's already watching tape. On his Twitter, he tweets out
he's been watching tape.
Yeah, his highlights of prospects and who he likes and stuff already. So
there is one quarterback that I think he is going to. How do I put this nicely? He's going to roast into submission. It's going to be everybody else's draft grade is going to be like, yeah, this guy's a first-round pick. And he's going to go, nope. And I think it's Clemson's quarterback, Cade Klubnik, who, if I remember correctly, he is not super high on Cade Klubnik at all. And I just can't wait for that one to come out. The one I'm not looking forward to because I know he's going to find deficiencies in his game is Drew Aller. Because Drew Aller could be a first-round pick, but I know for a fact Fran will find deficiencies in his game. There's no question about it.
Yeah, I mean, luckily I don't have that problem because the last good NFL quarterback from Maryland, I think was, I don't even remember, way before my time.
The one thing they did on the PHLY, I don't know. I know you're a gamer. I don't know if you are, Derek, at all. But they did the all-time Eagles Madden draft.
Okay.
And I don't know if it was just when they were with the Eagles. Julia, was it only when they were Eagles players, or could it be any time in Madden history?
Just when they're Eagles, because Rich was 2012 Vic.
Because I was going to ask, the first pick, if it's all throughout their career, is Madden 04 Michael Vick. And there's no other answer to it. He was the best Madden player maybe ever. But that was super cool. And you got to get creative this time of year, and they're doing an awesome job of it. Derek, you able to stay? Are you hanging?
I got a couple minutes.
All right. Well, you're more welcome into the 7 o'clock hour as we head into the bottom of the second. We haven't really talked too much about the actual game. Not a whole lot to report. Nothing. As we head into the bottom of the second, but we get to play social media sleuths here, as multiple people have now said that Phillies prospect outfielder Gabriel Rincones Jr., power bat, guy that I think really has an opportunity to be a major league player at some point, hitting just 219 right now, but I think could be a legit MLB player sometime in his future, was scratched from the Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs lineup today, and also removed #Phillies from his Instagram bio. Now, that seems like it could be just a social media thing, but Twitter has taken to the sense that they believe that he may be being traded in the near future. If that's the case, to me, I would believe the Phillies are acquiring a bullpen arm.
Okay.
I don't necessarily I have no information. I'm just playing, he said, she said, whisper down the lane type of stuff here with social media. But that indicates to me that the Phillies may be making a move. And if I were to venture a guess, it would be bullpen help.
Do you think if either of us removed like PHLY or any of that from our bio, would anyone notice?
You, yes.
we should try
Yes,
it. We should go
you,
both
yes.
on there.
Absolutely,
and see what
yes.
happens.
So
what, you think this is like a reaction to Alvarado?
Well, I think the Phillies needed bullpen help even prior to Alvarado being suspended. They needed an arm. I think they probably need two.
That postseason ban.
Now,
man.
and Derek, that's the one, man. Like, the 80 games is rough enough, but him not being available for the postseason really, really hurts the Phillies. I think that if I were the Phillies, if I were Rob Thompson, when he gets back for the final, 50 games or whatever he's going to be able to be a part of?
Like, what, a month?
Yeah, so so you got a month. It's usually the end of July.
Okay.
The last 50 some odd games or 40 some odd games, I don't say this to be like crude. I would run Jose Alvarado's arm into the ground.
Yeah.
I would use him every situation that I possibly could because of the fact that he's not available for the postseason.
Right. Keep everyone else fresh.
Right. So don't tax Strom, don't tax Kerkering, don't tax Romano as much. Like, if I were Rob Thompson, when he gets back, listen, dude, you're going to throw, and you're going to throw, and you're going to throw. And it's unfortunate, but like, you're going to pitch a lot of innings in late August and into September. So I'll ask you guys, and I know, Chris, you said like the understanding of farm systems and things like that is listen, I think you've done an excellent job. I'm not because you're sitting next to me. I think you've done an excellent job of your depth of knowledge in the last couple of months in terms of the encompassing baseball world. If I were to ask you how many bullpen arms the Phillies need, is it two, or are you comfortable with just one?
I would say two. It's also like you kind of, I guess this is just sports in general. If someone's hot, you kind of want to, I know you can't pitch them every night, but two gives you more flexibility if someone is struggling. And if you can get the depth, I would say you get the depth. Because like I believe we were talking about the same thing last, like the trade deadline.
We're in the
last
same
year.
conversation as we were last year, and maybe even more of a necessity.
Yeah. So I would, if you can get two, then get two. Like, don't settle for one.
I mean, how many arms right now do you really trust out of the pen?
Kerkering for sure, Strom for sure. I'm the biggest Matt Strom fan in the world. I understand he gave up some runs last night. Like, I trust Matt Strom in every situation. Kerkering's been excellent in the last month and a half or so. Yeah. Romano.
I mean, I
more
trust
than I did in April.
Sure. When you say that even before Alvarado, you needed an arm, if you say that and you watch every game, I trust your judgment on that. So yeah, I would say definitely two.
So I do want to ask you guys this, because I talked about this on the show on Monday. So they signed Jordan Romano to be the closer, and Orion Kerkering was expected to be more of a setup 7th and 8th inning guy. Knowing that Jordan Romano hasn't been what they had hoped, but is pitching better in late May and early June than he was in April, if Orion Kerkering were to emerge as the closer and Jordan Romano is a setup guy, while it's not the way you expected it to go, to me, that's baseline okay. Like I still think you have to go up and above and beyond to go get somebody. But to me, like if two guys have two roles and the roles flipped from what you expected them to be, that's not a negative thing for me. I know Jordan Romano is making $9 million, but to me, like if he's your setup guy and Kerkering's your closer, you got to where you wanted to be with the same amount of money spent.
Right.
No, yeah, no, I agree. I mean, at this point, it doesn't. You're spending the same amount of money, like you said, no matter what. You know, you just put them in the do what's best for the team's success. I mean, it's a little bit different, but I remember, different sport, but like when the Seahawks signed Matt Flint to that huge contract and drafted Russell Wilson, like Russell Wilson in camp, beat out Matt Flynn, and they played him because he was better. They're still paying both guys. So
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to figure out where that missed, because that was definitively strike three. But anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, yeah. So it's just, I mean, the same thing here. Like if Kerkering's better as a closer, play him there. You're paying both guys no matter what. So do what's best for the team's success.
Well, and the thing with Rob Thompson is he has been pretty begrudgingly not used a definitive closer for most of his tenure here. They went and got Estevez, and that was probably the closest to a closer that you could think about. But he's been very much in the trend of high leverage relievers. And you're going to get 3 outs in a spot. It doesn't matter where it comes. But like I've always talked about Terry Francona, the year the Cleveland franchise, now the Guardians, went to the World Series against the Cubs. And he had 4 relievers that he trusted. It was Cody Allen. It was Andrew Miller. It was, I forget who the other 2 were, but he had like 4 high leverage relievers. He didn't name a closer per se. I think Cody Allen was the closer during the regular season, but it was one of those things where in the postseason, I need 3 outs with a bunch of lefties up. Andrew Miller's going to pitch. And to me, that is a really good way to go when you don't have Josh Hader, Emmanuel Clase, Mason Miller type of absolute closer. Like, hey, I need 3 outs. You're my guy. And I'm a big believer in the high leverage thing. I know not everybody loves it, but that to me is the one where it gives the Phillies the most flexibility in a spot where they need as much flexibility as they possibly could get.
What is the argument against high leverage thing? Like, to me, it just makes sense. Like, just because it's the 9th inning doesn't mean it's like I think you waste your closer a lot by leaving him out of the high leverage situations when there's not a guarantee that the 9th inning is going to be high leverage.
You're speaking my language there.
No, I just don't,
because
logically, I don't get it outside of the fact that we've always done it that way.
If you need 3 outs in the 7th,
why hold your best reliever until the end when you might not ever?
All right, Julia, you're in agreement.
I totally agree, and I really like Orion as a closer. I think I don't know, it's just so much pressure that like it might not be. When you first start as a rookie coming out in their first game, it's like so much pressure. But he just had his first save.
Yeah.
And it's crazy. And like you could see like the confidence, like that's just.
So I think we're probably with him beyond he's still young. I mean, he is still young, don't get me wrong. It's now his 2nd full season. There are expectations for him.
Yeah.
But it is, I think building that ability to, hey, I might need you in the 7th. I might need you in the 8th. I might need you in the 9th. I think is more of a task and an ask than, okay, you're my 7th inning guy, because you do get comfortable. But I think the inverse to the question that Derek posed was definable roles get guys comfortable in spots. And okay, I'm coming in the 7th, I'm pitching the 8th, I'm the closer. I understand that. And I think people look at it and go, well, Brad Lidge was the closer and Brad Lidge was 48 for 48. And Ryan Matson was the setup guy and JC Romero was the guy. It
broke his foot kicking what did he kick?
Yeah, kicking a chair or something like that. But like, I get the argument. But to me, when you don't have a definable closer like Brad Lidge was that season, the best way to get flexibility for your bullpen is to say, hey, man, I need you right now because I trust you. And that builds trust to me.
That confidence and that trust, like that goes so far.
100%. I 100% agree. Now, if the Phillies say, hey, we've acquired Aroldis Chapman, then Aroldis Chapman's your closer because he's a closer. If the Phillies say we've acquired Felix Bautista, he's probably your closer. But until that time, you have 3 guys that you could interchange, and I think it really should be 4 with Alvarado, and you'd have 2 lefties and 2 righties, but you have 3 guys that you can interchange, and you feel comfortable with any one of those guys in any one of these spots. All right, I'm going to check in on the chat because I know a couple people may have mentioned this. Joe Rockhead says doesn't get killer instinct out of him. I think you're thinking of, or I think you're alluding to Orion Kirkering. Understandable. I get that thought. Yeah, Otero and Shaw. Thank you, Cleveland John. Appreciate that. Thank you for the other two. It was a really, really good bullpen. There's no question as to why Cleveland made the World Series that year. By the way, 2016, was 2016 the year of the 3-1 comeback, Derek, in the NBA Finals? I might have my timeline off.
I'd have to go back and double check. My years get mixed up all the time.
Because if it was, and I
think it was.
It was so it was so 2016 saw a 3-1 deficit overcome in the NBA Finals, and the Game 7 Cleveland-Chicago World Series with Rajai Davis hitting the game-tying home run and then the game going into extra innings. Like, we were treated to some really, really good championships that year. I mean, talk about some really historic championship games.
That was also the year of the Patriots come back over the Falcons.
It was.
Yeah.
You're right. February 2017 was the Patriots down 28-3. Wow. What a good year for championships.
Yeah, it was. You're talking Cavs Warriors?
Yes.
Yeah, it was 2016. Yep.
What a good. We got really treated to some awesome championships.
I think that was the Villanova's first championship over UNC
in 2018. After that, yep.
Yeah.
What a year. What a year. All right, Phil's still nothing. Top of the third, as we expected. This dude is gonna go three scoreless so far. Now I will say this: the Phillies did this yesterday and didn't get a whole lot to show for it, and I think they're not doing it as much tonight, but a couple of swings they've hit hard. Alec Boehm's double, 102. Brandon Marsh's fly out, 100 miles an hour. The Phillies had 16 balls hit at 95 miles an hour or more yesterday, and they came away with 7 hits, which is excellent. But they have found themselves hitting into a lot of hard outs this season. And at some point, and we've seen it when they have stretches of success like they're in right now or had just been in with 5 straight wins and had won 9 out of 10 series, where at some point those balls are finding holes and finding soft spots in the outfield and things like that. This, to me, is a team that I think, I don't want to say is over-scrutinized because there are expectations for this team to be a playoff team and be a deep contender. But I think at times, there are, like, people view this team from an Eagles lens or even from a Sixers and Flyers lens, but that's 82 games. Like, if you watch this team on a nightly basis and view it from a 16, 17 game sample size, like, your brain's going to explode.
Why? Just because it's like so up and down? Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, I mean, like, so when you think about watching the Eagles, right? It's once a week.
Yeah, and every game is a big deal.
Has some serious implications. When you watch the Phillies for 162 games, if you watch a Tuesday night game and freak out when they
you can't
lose to the Marlins, like, I have buddies in a chat that are very much like everything feels very overreactionary, and I love them to death.
I feel like if you're reacting like that to baseball, then like you must be a new fan because this is every year. And I realize this team might be a little worse. Like, maybe I understand a reaction when they were like 13-13 or whatever, and 500, a month and a half into the season or whatever. But when you're, at this point, you're gonna win 5 in a row, and then you're gonna have a freaking off night. I don't understand why.
Bob Cooney said it best, I think, a couple weeks ago, with the exception of like Colorado, who's dreadfully bad right now. Every team wins 60. Every team loses 60. What do you do with the other 42?
Yeah.
If you go 30-12, that gets you to 90 games.
Yeah.
And that, to me, is where you separate guys. Like, that's why teams don't separate until late June, early July, which is why now that 12 teams make the postseason, trade deadline, like, especially when it comes to relievers, there's maybe not an overvaluation, but a valuation of relievers that are going to cost you a lot of top prospects. Like, the Phillies last year acquired Carlos Estevez for Sam Aldigari and George Clausen, who a lot of people really liked. Tanner Scott went for a bunch. Lucas Erceg went for a bunch. Like, now that you have 12 teams in the postseason, everybody tends to think they're a playoff contender, at least through June. Like, Chris, you have the standings up right now. There are let's see, just in the National League alone, Arizona, St. Louis, Cincinnati, Milwaukee, San Diego, the Giants, the Phillies, the Dodgers, the Mets, the Cubs. There are 15 teams in the National League, and 10 of them are above 500. 6 of those 10 teams are going to make the postseason.
Yeah.
Trading and selling, quote unquote selling, becomes a more difficult task because these teams think they are playoff contenders.
Yeah, and that's something that happens a lot in basketball too now because they added the play-in games.
Sure, yeah.
So now there's 2 more teams making the playoffs. There are fewer sellers, which means the price gets higher, which means not as many teams are open to that. Let me ask you, what do you think is the right number of teams to make the playoffs?
In baseball
What do you
or in
prefer?
general?
No, in baseball.
I was a big believer in 4 in each league. I liked the 3 division winners and 1 wild card team. I think it put a presence on the wild card, and I think as kind of has happened, like you saw it with the Lions and the Vikings in the NFL last year. It's like, well, we won 14 games and we got to go on the road. Okay, win your division. I'm a big win your division guy. And so in baseball, like when the Yankees and Red Sox were the Yankees and Red Sox in the early 2000s, like the Yankees or Red Sox were a wild card team winning 97, 99, 101 games.
Right.
You got to win your division. Sometimes you play in a good division. Sometimes you play in a bad division. I liked 4. I know why they do 6. Same reason why they do a play-in tournament in the NBA. Same reason why they added a 7th wild card team or a third wild card team in the NFL. Money and viewership and revenue. I get why they did it, but I was a big fan of 4 in each league.
It is tough because the playoffs are so random, like so unbearably random. I remember when there was only 4 per league, I would go back and look, and I'd look, all right, if you're in the top 10 in OPS, you're in the top 10 in pitching, or if you're, the last month of the season, what your record was, and pretty much every team who made the playoffs had somewhere between like a 10 to 14% chance of winning the World Series. Like it didn't matter if you were the best pitching team or the worst pitching team. Once you get in, you pretty much had like a 1 in 8 chance, give or take a percent or 2, because it's just, there's so much random. And I remember reading, I think it was a Baseball Prospectus, where like in order to actually determine the best team in a baseball playoff series, you would need like a best of 75 or something absurd like that. And I like having only 4 teams make the playoffs because it rewards the larger sample size. It rewards theoretically, building the best team. But the downside of that is you lose so much interest from the rest of the league.
Right.
And, if you have most of the league that's not really doesn't matter after like August 1st, it's probably not good for the sport. So there's a part of me that's like, I want teams to be rewarded for building the best roster, but especially in a league where, the spending discrepancy is so large, maybe the randomness of the playoffs is, because it's great theater. It's great. It's great that the last month and a half of the season matters. It's great that when you get there, even though it kills me if you're the team that loses, that you could be out in the blink of an eye. It's so much better from a fan and theater, just the theater of the game perspective. But there's part of me that's like, I want the best team rewarded, and I don't think the current system does that.
On the flip side, then, would you eliminate the 5-game series and make everything a 7-game series?
Probably, but I don't think that actually matters all that much. Like, I still think it's very random based.
Sure.
But yeah, I'd probably prefer that. And like I said, there's a part of me that thinks that you should reward the best teams. So like you make the 162 game sample matter more than anything. So you get as few playoff teams as possible, but that would be so boring to watch.
Thoughts?
Yeah, I think for baseball and the MLB specifically, I think it's good to have more playoff teams. Going back to what we're talking about at the beginning, like if you only have 4 from each league, that discrepancy between the top teams and the bottom teams, I feel like would just be wider because you got those top 4 teams that are going to be buyers. Well, teams like Miami, Colorado, the ones that seem disinterested in winning would probably be more incentivized to offload them. And in the off chance that Miami is in that hunt, they might be more inclined to keep some of that talent.
Sure.
So like I think even giving them that hope of making it by having more playoff teams might just help kind of make the competitive balance a little bit more even. I think that's the big downside of having only 4 per league, because those top teams are just gonna probably load up on talent.
So last year, 18 teams finished above 500. 14 of those teams made the postseason. Like, so last year in the National League, the Phillies, the Braves, the Mets, all above 500, made the postseason. The Brewers made the postseason. Cardinals, Cubs missed, both 83 and 79. Dodgers and Padres did. Diamondbacks were the highest winning team that did not make the postseason, 89 and 73. So of the 9 teams in the National League that finished above 500, 6 of them made the postseason. The exact same thing could be said for the American League. Yankees and Orioles, both 94 and 91 wins. The Red Sox were at 500. Then in the Central, 3 teams made the playoffs. The Guardians, Royals, Tigers. Twins were 82 and 80. They missed. And then the Mariners were the highest winning team to not make the postseason at 85. Only the Astros won the West at 88. So you're now talking about teams that are 5, 6, 7 games over 500 that are competing for playoff spots. And as you guys said, it builds that theater for August and September. I bring up 2004 as was the year the Red Sox had the were down 3-0.
Against
So the year they were down 3-0 to the Yankees, ended up not only winning that series, but winning the World Series against the Cardinals as well. In 2004, when there were only 8 teams that made the postseason, the A's missed the playoffs with 91 wins. The Rangers missed the playoffs with 89 wins. The Phillies missed the playoffs with 86. The Cubs, 89, same thing. The Giants, 91, same thing. The Padres, 87. There were more teams who were up in the upper 80s into lower 90s that were missing the postseason. But to your point, Derek, there were 1, 2, 3, 4 teams with 95 or more losses. The Blue Jays had 94. The Rays lost 91. So there were the bad teams were really bad, and I think primarily because of selling purposes.
Right.
So it's an interesting dynamic. Curious your thoughts in the chat. How many postseason teams would you like to see? I'm a big proponent of 4. Seems like Derek and Chris have both said a little bit more. Julia, your thoughts? Didn't get a chance to talk to you yet. I know you're.
I think I'm probably 4.
Oh, you would go 4.
That's a good balance. Yeah, but I don't have to worry about the league generating revenue. So.
Sure. Julia, your thoughts on the matter? How many postseason teams makes the most sense for you, whether it be each league or the whole league in general?
Oh gosh, I don't know. I was chatting and
oh, I'm sorry. I know you're doing a million things.
No, I mean, I think
we went from 45 people here to 4.
Yeah, producer show. We had everyone was still here, and then it was just like boom. See you guys. I don't know. Skip me for now.
All right, I got a question for you. Sure. Do you think the MLB should add a regular season trophy like the NHL does, with the President's Trophy?
I don't think it does anything in any league, to be honest with you. I think it's nice to say, hey, this is our President Trophy winner, but how off the top of your head,
they're the only league that does that.
Right. Like how many President Trophies winners have won the Stanley Cup? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I ask because baseball is such a long it's a long game.
Sure.
So
sure, it would be cool to say, hey, the Dodgers are because they would add a player to it. It's always a player award, right? So they would say, oh, the Dodgers are the
no, he got that.
Willie Mays regular season trophy winner, right? The Albert Pujols regular season trophy winner. But I don't think it would mean a ton. Now, as Derek pointed out, the larger the sample size you go, the more times you find the best teams. And baseball has an opportunity to do that. But I think about who's won the President's Trophy over the last, let's just say 6 years in the NHL. How many of them have won the Stanley Cup? I think you got to go all the way back to the Lightning in
2012, 2013 Blackhawks.
Oh, it was even further back. Mm-hmm. So 2012, 2013 was the last time that a Cup winner, and that was a shortened season, right? I think that was the strike season.
It might have been. Yeah.
What sport has the longest postseason?
Well, in terms of rounds, I think it's
basketball.
It might. Well, the NBA and the NHL are the same.
Yeah.
But I will say this, and Derek, I'm curious your thoughts covering the NBA. We had
my postseasons don't last all that long.
Well, correct. But
Not yet.
We had the Pacers Thunder game on the other day, and then the next night had the NHL, the Panthers Oilers game on, and both nights consecutively, my wife, who is a diehard baseball fan, is a very casual everything else fan, said to me, "Why is the NBA still playing?" and then the next night said, "Why is the NHL still playing?"
Bridget and I will be friends because I feel the same way. I'm like, it's just so long.
The postseason is crazy.
Is it because like once you get to a certain point, like the travel days have to come into account and like the flying back and forth because it's like two games, 1 game, 1 game, 1 game, like
Well, the NBA is 2-1, 2-2, 1-1.
2-2, 1-1-1-1.
Is the NHL the same?
I don't know.
I have no idea what the NHL is. I mean, I think in large part they want to make sure there's no back-to-backs, like tired legs in playoffs. I think every sport is too long. Just for the season, I think is too long.
Yeah.
But the playoffs too. But I also I don't want them playing back-to-backs or 3 and 4 in the playoffs. But I want everyone on their best. I want to make sure that you're not just winning because you have the fresher legs. No, but I think to the conversation we was having, I'd love to see if I was building baseball from the ground up, I think you'd have 100 games and then only have 4 teams make the playoffs. That way you can value the regular season
from each division.
But also teams aren't going to be eliminated early, so maybe they're paying attention for most of the season anyway. I think all leagues are too long.
I have said, and people go, "You're
I'm
not
with Derek. I'm with Derek.
You're not. I am too. I've said plenty of times, you're not a real baseball fan if you think this." First thing I would do, chopping 30 games off the season.
Yeah.
15 games off the front end, 15 games off the back end, and for multitude of reasons. A, I think 162 is too long. B, for a sport that dominantly has season-long decisions made in 80 to 100 degree weather, championships should not be played in the cold.
Too drastic of a change.
Right.
Starting off the season, you had to have Charlie talking about hitting weather for the first. It's not hitting weather yet. Well, start the season in hitting weather.
100% agree. I would start the season on May 1st, and I would end the season by October 1st, maybe even sooner than that. Whatever gets me to warm weather baseball for the longest period of time.
You know what? It's probably just a merchandise thing where it's all right, we want fans to have warm weather clothes, summer clothes, fall clothes, spring clothes. We want hoodies and tank tops, and we want the whole gamut.
So I 100% agree with you, Julia. I think it all comes back to money. TV, revenue.
I mean, I'll watch it all. I am a sucker for it. I will buy all the merch, but I'm just
Well, and that's the thing. I get paid to do this, but if I didn't, I'd still watch 140 Phillies games a year plus the postseason. It's just what I love to do. But the season's too long. And you want my real hot take on baseball? And people really hate when I say this.
Oh.
The game should be 7 innings. People, but baseball's been 9 innings forever. Abner Doubleday when he was playing with a sack of potatoes. 9-inning game. Baseball should be 7 innings. And I understand it would change the entirety of the game, not just in terms of stats and history, but roster construction and money, and it will never, ever, ever, ever be that way. And I know that I will never get my wish. But if I were commissioner for a day, 130-game season, 7-inning games.
I mean, maybe it would make people be a little bit more aggressive offensively early on. And
I think it would change your entire roster construction, too.
Well, yeah,
you would need less relievers. You might carry more offensive players. I would be for it.
I have one more question for you as
Sure.
I try to swing the conversation back to an era where I paid a lot more attention to the Phillies on a daily basis. Tell me Chase makes the Hall of Fame.
Are you asking, do I think he makes the Hall of Fame or do you think he does?
Both.
I think he does.
Okay.
I think,
Do you think he should?
I'm back and forth with it.
Okay.
I
think it's fascinating because a lot of people have different viewpoints. Is it career, longevity, or is it your sustained peak?
Sure.
Right. Because for 5 years he was the best second baseman in the game, almost barring.
And so wow, this game got out of hand fast. Phillies went down from being tied to 1-0 to a Bryson Stott 3-run home run. And I'm sorry we haven't talked much about the game, but it is 4-0 on a quick turn. To answer your question, I think he does. I think it's going to take some time. I don't think it's next year or the year after. I think he's a wait and see type of guy. I am a big believer in comparing players to other players in the Hall within a certain scope, because I don't think it's fair to compare 1950s baseball to 2007. I think if you look at the second baseman around the league that have been inducted into the Hall of Fame, I think he has the ability to clear guys like Alan Trammell.
Okay.
I think he is way up there in a lot of different metrics, as you and I started the show with. I think he will eventually get in. The one that I'm more questioning is Jimmy Rollins.
Okay.
I think Jimmy Rollins has a case. I think Jimmy Rollins has a case in terms of longevity, in terms of peak.
How many MVPs haven't gotten in?
It's a great question. I don't know the answer to that question.
Because I felt like he, not guaranteed, but between the MVP, because he won the, what was it, 07?
He was the 07 MVP, yes.
And that and just the career longevity, it seemed like he had probably the strongest case among, I don't want to say older voters, but like the traditional voters.
Yeah, so I think it'll be interesting once. So there's a lot of guys that were voted in this year. I think there's a window now for those two guys, and then I think you're going to see a slide because Albert Pujols is going to become eligible.
Right.
Miguel Cabrera is going to become eligible.
Right.
And you're going to see a slew of pitchers in terms of Verlander, Kershaw, Scherzer all start to retire and wait out that 5 years. I think there's a pocket for both of these guys. If I had to pick who I think has the better chance, I think Utley has the better chance.
Okay.
All right, we are way late to breaks, Julia. I apologize.
All good.
We are going to get back to this game in just a second. 4-0. We'll continue the Phillies conversation on the other side. And again, I want to get your thoughts in the chat on how many postseason teams makes the most sense for Major League Baseball. It is the PHLY Phillies in-game watch-along and a wrap-up to our Spirit Weekday here, Musical Chairs, right here at PHLY. All right, every team needs their hometown, home field, home court, home ice advantage. Well, what about the home flooring advantage? And that is, of course, with our friends at Empire Today, because they are the flooring experts that have dedicated flooring professionals who focus on flooring every single day. We've all been to the big box store, and if you're thinking about buying flooring from them, sometimes it can be a little bit of an adventure, whether you're wandering the aisles aimlessly or you're trying to lug all of the equipment home yourself, or you're looking to get questions answered, and you might get somebody who is working in flooring today, but they were in outdoor or in lumber or in whatever the day before, and they're not the flooring experts. Yeah, it could be podcasting for all you know, because if you're coming to me for flooring advice, you're asking the wrong person. Don't ask me for any kind of hardware or handyman traits whatsoever. But if you're looking for the best in flooring, Empire Today has you covered, because they are going to take you through every step of the process, from your initial in-home consultation all the way through the process of finding the floors that you love best. You can pick the right flooring and the right colors for your space and see how it looks with your furniture in your house. You'll get precise measurements taken and have all of your questions answered, so there are no surprises. And with Empire Today, you get clear upfront and all-inclusive pricing, so you can schedule that in-home installation and in-home estimate as early as tomorrow. Schedule that free in-home estimate, because some things are just better at home, and PHLY listeners can get $350 off when they use the promo code PHLY. Restrictions do apply. Visit EmpireToday/PHLY for full details. Cherry Hill Kia, if you're looking for amazing deals and super low lease payments, Kia of Cherry Hill and KiaofCherryHill.com is the place to be. They are celebrating Memorial Day all month long with their massive selection of over 450 new Kias to choose from. 40 Tellurides, 100 Sportages, 35 Carnivals, 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. And I've got to tell you, Kia is the hottest automotive brand in the country for a reason. 7 of their models received a 2025 Car and Driver's Editor Choice Award. Now, combine that with the best warranty in the automotive business: 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain, 5 years, 60,000-mile bumper to bumper. Stop in today, tell them PHLY sent you, and receive $100 in restaurant.com gift cards just for taking a test drive or completing a trade appraisal. I know people buy Kias elsewhere. I just don't know why. All right, welcome back to the PHLY Phillies podcast. As we are now, this thing has swung well in the direction of the Phillies. It is now 4-0 after a 3-run home run by Bryson Stott. I want to say something. This is not Phillies related or PHLY related at all. One, there is an app and a product that I hate more than anything in the world. It serves a huge purpose. I understand why it does it, but have any of you heard of the Owlet sock?
The what?
It's called the Owlet.
Owlet?
Oh, it's a sock that you put on your baby, infant, toddler that goes on their foot, that while they sleep reads their heart rate, their O2 measures. It's super, super important.
Okay.
But I hate it. And I can't wait for the day that my son no longer needs to wear it, because I am going to put it in a lawnmower and shred it to oblivion.
Does it make noise? Like, why don't you like it?
It is the most finicky, fickle thing. It's a sensor that goes on their pinky toe, and it wraps around their foot like a sock. But first of all, no baby ever wants to sit still while you're putting it on their foot. So that's problem number one. Problem number two, the sensor is the most ridiculous thing ever. The reason I say this, I got a notification, and they send you these notifications that say, difficulty getting readings. Check sock placement to ensure proper fit and make sure the baby's foot is not wiggling or being moved. Have you ever tried to put a baby to sleep? That is.
But like, it's the same sock?
No. So it's this little blue thing, and there's a little sensor, and it wraps around the foot.
It's like an aura ring for
yes,
adults.
pretty much, but for their foot.
Got it.
And it is so
don't need that?
impossibly difficult. What's that?
Do babies need that? Do you need that?
I don't know. Generations of babies lived without it.
All right, yeah.
But if it helps you sleep better at night, I'm not going to fight it. But the problem is, you get these readings, and it goes off like it's a tornado warning. You get these readings, it's like, and you're like, whoa, come on, man. I just took, and you get like 30 seconds from the base to foot. You have no time at all. And I just got a notification, so I know that means my wife is putting my baby to sleep. And she's better at it than I am. So if I have trouble with it, or if she's having trouble with it, you know how bad it is for me. And there are nights where I'm trying to put it on his foot, and she goes, do you want me to just do it? And I'm like, take it off. I don't want this thing anymore. I hate this stupid thing.
That's when you say, no, I got this, babe. I got it. I'll do it.
So you're saying they're
And you
not going to be a
just-
sponsor for the show?
They can be, but I'm not reading the reads. I'll do pretty much any read.
Have Bridget call in and she can do the read for
Somebody else is going to do the read for me because
Fair.
it's not going to be me.
That's fair.
Yeah, they are more than welcome. If they want to spend money with PHLY, God bless them, but I'm not doing the read because So to segue, my son loves Bluey, and Bluey's actually pretty good.
Also, who doesn't love? Yeah.
Bluey's actually pretty good. Like I find myself sitting there watching it while he's watching it. But one of the dogs has a YouTube channel or whatever their YouTube is, and the dog reviews toys, and she hates the toy she gets. And at the end of the review, she's like, "This is a dump truck. It's the worst toy ever." And that's how I feel about the LN. Like, I hate this thing more than anything in the world. I know it serves a purpose, but also generations of children have not needed it before. Anyway, let's talk more about the Phillies. I had to vent for a second because I got that notification, and it made me made my skin crawl.
Fair.
All right. Ranger has been really strong through the first 3 innings tonight. Obviously 4-0. Phillies have finally staked him a lead. Ranger Suarez, it feels like, never gets run support. And so last week, when he made his last start, I think they spotted him. I want to say they spotted him 8. I think they won 8-0 on Friday night. And it was like, oh my God, Ranger got some run support. This is amazing. Well, he's got another 4 tonight. And Derek, you and I started the show talking about Ranger Suarez. His ERA now, with the 3 innings that he has pitched so far tonight,
like 3.3
is way better.
Was it better? Okay.
2.19.
No, we're not in overtime. No kidding.
2.19. 3 innings pitched, 4 strikeouts, just 1 hit. He's walked 2 tonight. Probably should have only walked 1 and have 5 strikeouts. Yeah, but he's down to 2.19. Like, I know that in my heart of hearts, I'm going to watch Ranger Suarez pitch for another team next year. But
Where does that rank among like NL pitchers? It's
so
gotta
he
be towards
probably
the top.
doesn't qualify
Not enough
just
innings?
yet because of the innings. But like, let's take a look. Let's take a look at the stats for the qualified pitchers, and
Yeah, that's right. He was
I'll give you an answer. Because it's probably would be right up there.
Yeah. And what's Wheeler at?
So Wheeler is a 2.7.
Okay.
He's 16th. So Paul Skeens is a 1.77.
Okay.
Which is just absurd. If
Got a donation. Anonymous donated $10.
Anonymous, appreciate you.
Thank you.
If you want to come to the forefront, it is your turn to make me look silly, make me look stupid. I've said I would do that.
Wait, I also missed. He donated another. Not he. They. Another anonymous donated 25. Yeah. Sorry.
Anonymous is killing it.
Anonymous is
Kyle
really-
again.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
To answer your question, Derek,
So,
if he
thank
did
you.
qualify, 2.19 would slate him at 6th in the league. But most of the starters that are in the rankings have 13, 14, or 15 starts.
Right.
This is his 9th.
Okay.
But eventually he'll get there, assuming he stays healthy. I understand that I'm going to be really sad when I get a news update that says like Ranger Suarez has signed a 6-year deal with fill in the blank, Boston Red Sox, San Francisco Giants.
So like I remember going through this with Jimmy because he had so many like miles on his wheels. Is there a point, like an age or an innings pitch, where you just really get uncomfortable giving starting pitchers a new contract?
I don't. It's a great question because I was very much in the camp of paying Aaron Nola, and he's been one of the guys that have thrown more innings than anybody.
Yeah.
But heading into this year, he had the most innings pitched, the most strikeouts. Was up like in every statistical category you could think of. He was up there because of the fact that he hadn't missed a start.
And he's what, like 2 years older than?
He is. I want to say he's 30, 31 or 32.
Nola?
Yeah.
Yes, 32.
Okay.
But
he's been a starter since the get-go, and he's
right.
way more.
And there was if you think statistically he was going to have a drop off, totally fine. If you think that he was going to have an ankle injury that somehow led to a rib fracture, like we're talking about like peanut allergy, thoracic outlet syndrome,
Which I
type of
covered
stuff.
both of. But yes, I get your point.
There was no indication that said he was going to miss any time. He had not missed a start since 2017.
That's crazy.
Which is like absurd in this day and age of guys that are throwing 99 and getting Tommy John and blowing out their arms. Now, he's never thrown that hard, but I had never had any expectations that he was going to miss significant time until it certainly happened. Now, prior to that, there's no way of putting this other than the truth. He was terrible this season. 1-7 with a 6.16 ERA and a whip of 1.5. Like, there's no denying he was awful before he hit the injured list, but I didn't think he was going to hit the injured list and miss significant time.
Paul says Nola 32 going on 52.
In terms of velocity, you're right, Paul. In terms of velocity, you're correct. Now, I argued earlier in the season that he was the type of guy I thought could sustain a velocity dip because of the fact that he was a control guy, breaking ball, good breaking ball type of stuff, was comfortable working behind in counts. The velocity dip has been more significant than I thought, and that maybe has played a part into it. 32 going on 52.
How many years he's got left?
6. I think it's 6 more. 32 going on 52. As somebody who is not about to be, but on their way to 32, I can vouch for that at times. And then some days I wake up and I still feel like I'm a 21-year-old idiot.
Well, but that's a mentality thing. I
Right.
don't feel like that the rest of my life.
5 more years, excuse me. It was a 7-year deal.
Okay.
So 5 more years. Yeah, I think that what's really made me feel old is I do a lot of sitting on the floor now.
Okay.
And getting up off the floor has become the problem.
I feel like when I have to do something physically, I'm okay, but the day after is so much tougher.
I've said that a ton recently. Like, I think my workouts are still the same, but the recovery process is much longer now.
Yeah.
For sure.
So you're 33? No.
We don't need to go over that.
Anyway, because you and I are
We're all
similar.
in our 30s, right?
We don't need to go over any of this.
Yeah.
The reason I'm asking Chris specifically,
Yeah.
you and I are similar.
Yeah.
Age. I have felt just in the last year or so that has really hit me. The recovery process is much longer.
No, for sure. Like my son's 14. He's about to go to high school, so we're starting to work out together and stuff. Oh my god, I'm
and you're coaching too, right?
Not anymore. Not
Okay.
my problem anymore. Off to high school. But even then, after practice, I would, be running routes with the kids and stuff, and I'm sore the next day just from demonstrating shit. Their bodies don't recover like they used to when I was in my 20s.
Have I tried the sock to help recovery after workouts? Yeah, this has become Tyler Complains segment. I really don't have anything to complain about. I am very content in life.
Vince says, my question, does Ryan Howard get into the Hall of Fame? I say
I
yes.
don't believe he does.
Oh, really? I say
Go
yes.
ahead. I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off. But
No. I'm just saying my gut is yes.
I think, Julie, with Ryan Howard, I think the question that Derek posed is the one about longevity versus peak.
Yeah.
Because with Ryan Howard, there's no debating. Ryan Howard, for a probably 4-year sample size, to me was and I actually thought he was 2 or 3. If you look at the numbers, he actually outproduced Albert Pujols and Miguel Cabrera over that 4-year sample size, which is absurd. But home runs, RBI, runs scored, he was up there because he was, plating himself a lot. I think the sample size is too low, but to your point, Julie, I think what his argument would be peak.
And it's one thing, like a 1 year peak to me doesn't mean all that much, but like when it's a sustained 5 year peak, that to me is the definition of like how good were you as a baseball player, and whether or not injuries allowed you to keep that going longer. To me, if I was a voter, that wouldn't be like, I don't need you to be productive into your mid to late 30s. If you have that 5 year peak in your 25 to 30, to me that is. But I'm also like I come from the Basketball Hall of Fame where we pretty much just let everybody in, so maybe I'm a little bit
Well,
No, but that's fair. I
the
agree with
Basketball Hall of Fame, much like the Baseball Hall of Fame, is encompassing of everything that you did as a player. So
Joe Rockhead donated $5.
Joe,
Thank you,
appreciate you.
Joe. Thank you, Joe.
With the Basketball Hall of Fame, obviously Olympics count, international play counts. Same thing with the Baseball Hall of Fame. If you play in Japan or Korea or whatever it might be, those stats count, so they mean something.
And here's a shame. If they had today's shift rules, they both probably get in much easier.
If there were today's shift rules, Ryan Howard may have been one of the greatest hitters to ever walk the planet. All right, so I'm going to give you a player, for example. This player from 1962 to 1966 was 111 and 34 with a 1.95 ERA through 1,377 innings, struck out 1,444.
Yeah.
That player's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
But that was it, because then they went and blew their arm out before Tommy John.
Yep.
That's Sandy Koufax.
Yes.
Who is one of the greatest peak pitchers of all time. I think if you're looking at peaks over longevity, you got to put together what Sandy Koufax put together.
Yeah, but that was like dominance.
Right, that's what I mean. You're talking about a guy who led the league in ERA 5 straight years.
How old was he when he retired?
30.
So that's like edge case level of like short peak. Like Chase was not a top 5 at his position for last 7 years of his career or whatever, but he was still playing at least.
Yes, correct. Right. So like I don't hold fall off against players. So like if you have a peak and you ascend and you ascend and you ascend and then you start to dip, that dip doesn't make you worse, in my opinion.
Yeah. It would be wild if that team with back-to-back World Series and a championship doesn't get anyone in.
Yeah, I think Utley's your best chance.
Okay.
So like you think about, I was talking about, guys that dipped a little bit towards, like I have been Andrew Jones as a Hall of Famer for years.
Like Lincecum.
Small sample size, but was a dominant pitcher over that time frame. Like I have been Andrew Jones is a Hall of Famer for years, but really 2007 to 2012, Andrew Jones hit 214 and was a below average offensive player in terms of like OPS plus and things like that.
Right.
But he also was a guy who had 30 or more home runs for 7 consecutive years, led the league with 51, and is in my opinion, one of the best defensive center fielders to ever play the game.
Sure.
So like that.
I have a hard and fast rule. I'd never vote for a Brave.
That's a personal rule. I can get behind your personal rule. Understanding. Objectively speaking, I would vote Andrew Jones into the Hall of Fame.
Right.
So it's a difficult question to balance. Phil's looking to add some insurance runs. Max Kepler, top of the 5th, by the way. For those that we've really not checked too much in on the game, but more of a generalized baseball conversation. 4-0 Phil's, top of the 5th.
2 outs, 2-2 count. Oh, I would love to be to call games.
Do play-by-play. All right, go ahead. Do
it.
No. You can't put yourself on the spot like
I
that.
don't know the delay.
See, I would never be playing.
All right, that's yep.
So I initially.
Well, I don't know the other team's players enough. I can't be like, oh, caught by. I would just say caught by a right fielder on the Marlins.
So it's funny you say that.
For out 3.
When I was going through school, and because I was fully convinced I was going to do play-by-play. I did not think I would do more entertainment media outlet.
Yeah.
When I was going through school, some of my play-by-play specific professors used to say, call games that you don't know teams for and make names up.
Oh.
And simple names. Everybody's last name is Smith, Jones, Johnson,
So.
Just so you get in the habit of like what you would say in situations.
Right.
And not worrying
Yeah.
about,
Okay.
Make names up
Not
and-
worrying about what their names are.
Right,
Those
exactly.
stats.
So don't worry
Yeah,
necessarily about the names and the stats and everything. Worry more about your presentation of the game.
Okay.
Not falling behind on counts. Now, baseball's a little bit different because there's so much downtime, but like he specifically told us to do this for the sport that I had the hardest time calling was hockey, because it's so fast paced and it's up and down the ice and it's moves constantly and line changes are live, and you know it's something that was a difficult thing for me. So I sat and I used to watch hockey games and just make names up, and everybody was Jones, Smith, Johnson.
That's good advice. That's good advice, because you're focusing on like the wrong thing if you're trying to like worry too much about what their name.
Correct.
Because like that's going to change.
I also, to be fair, to be 100% transparent, I called a volleyball tournament once, and for an entire set used the wrong roster. So if we're being fair, I also did that. So it was a tournament. It was Penn State, Northwestern, University of Illinois Chicago, and one other team. And I was calling Northwestern and Penn State and Illinois Chicago. And the entire time I was using Northwestern's roster to call Illinois Chicago.
So did like somebody walk up and tell you? Or
No, somebody checked into the game that was a number that was not on the roster. And I went,
So you figured it out yourself.
Don't they have the team logos on the roster sheets?
oh yeah. Oh yeah, they absolutely do. I did not prepare for this tournament.
Nightmares. This is why I'm never doing
I did not prepare for this tournament at
every
all.
bit of courage for me to sit up there and talk about a team that I watch every second of every game on. If it's a sport that I don't know anything about, nope.
Yeah, right, and that's the thing. It's not like I was calling volleyball on a routine. What tipped me off initially was, so the position in volleyball is called the libero, I believe, which is the setter. Yeah. It's usually a smaller player in terms of height. They're usually, so it was a women's tournament, like you're talking 5'2", 5'3", where your setters and not the setters, excuse me, where your frontline people are more 5'10", 5'11". This player is in the middle. They wear a different jersey, and I was calling a number for that player, and I went, wait a minute. That person is not 5'10". That was my like tipping off point. And then I realized when somebody checked into the game that I was calling legitimately the entire wrong roster. Oh my God. Yeah. So I did that. 4-1. Connor Norby with a solo shot.
That is just really resilient, and we had to appreciate him. He's been commenting a bunch. He really, really, really wants to know, Derek, how much would it take for Derek to say he would trade Embiid?
It would have to go directly to me, and it would have to be enough that I can retire.
Unmarked bills.
So what, a couple mil?
A couple mil would do it, yeah.
A couple mil in cash?
Sure.
Okay. There you go, Vince.
What is PHLY's settlement payout? And I will take it in $20 bills, please.